After being tragically slain by his wife, Chen Yun experiences a rebirth. Unlike others who return a decade into the past, he finds himself inexplicably resurrected 10 years into the future. This situation is not without its merits. He can forego years of struggle and avoid unnecessary detours. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by the sight of an enchanting and captivating lady beside him. With a timid voice, she stammers, I'm sorry, master. Chen Yun is taken aback, bewildered by this peculiar scenario. He suddenly finds himself with a gentle and tender wife. The crux of matter is that the wife who caused his demise in the parallel world is also present here. What ensues is even more absurd. When an alluring woman becomes both bold and adept at charming, is there still room for a man to assert himself? Darling, focus on driving. I'll handle the rest. Darling, come inside. There's no one else in the fitting room. Darling, I will wait here for you. If that were not enough, the aloof girl that Qing Shue had rescued over a decade ago has now come of age. Two individuals, who initially had no intersection in their lives, become indispensable to one another after a series of events. From the moment Chen Yun rescued her from the village bully, he became the last ray of hope in Qingming's life. Upon learning that Qingming should not even exist in this world, Chen Yun becomes frantic. Having lived once more, he realizes just how significant those around him truly are. Chapter 1. The dump truck has arrived. Tang Yun, I will ask you once more. What is your relationship with those men? A stunning woman sits across from him, casually trimming her freshly manicured nails. Friends, what else could it be? When one is poor, one should strive to earn more rather than think of everything in such a filthy manner, all right? Chen Yun nearly laughs in exasperation. I'm poor? Oh, come now. You consume my food and drink, and the down payment for your house was made by me. I bear the loans for 2 properties, work 12 hours a day, and juggle 3 part-time jobs, and now you dare call me poor. So what? Isn't that what a man should do? Should I go out and earn money? What use would you be then? Tang Yun's nonchalant remark belittles Chen Yun's years of sacrifice. Unable to hold his temper, Chen Yun slams his hand on the table and declares, let's set aside financial matters. I'll accept that, but you must tell me why you spend nights away with those men. What exactly have you been doing? At this moment, the other patrons in the restaurant are drawn to their quarrel, pointing and whispering. A flicker of annoyance and embarrassment crosses Tang Yun's face, her pampered upbringing making her feel utterly humiliated. Think whatever you like. I have a friend waiting for me to play cards. You should hurry and earn money to repay the loans. With that, she dons her sunglasses, tosses her hair, and strides out of the restaurant. Chen Yun, with reddened eyes, chases after her, exclaiming, Come back. You're not leaving until we settle this today. Let go of me. I've already made myself clear. Are you not embarrassed enough? Tang Yun forcefully pushes him away. Chen Yun stumbles, teetering towards a street. Just then, a massive truck roars past. The screech of brakes pierces the air. Someone's been hit. He's been thrown at least 10 meters. Surely he's done for. Is the dump truck operational today? Chen Yun lies in a pool of blood, glancing toward Tang Yun in his final moments. The woman's face goes pale as she retreats, disappearing into the crowd without a backward glance. Woman, I have mistakenly placed my trust in you. I hope in my next life I never encounter you again, lest I ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Chen Yun stands by the window, lighting a cigarette, massaging his throbbing temples. Indeed, the dump truck has granted him a second chance at life. Though 5 days have elapsed, he still struggles to accept the reality of it all. Just then, a soft, gentle voice calls from behind him. Honey, it's time to eat. Chen Yun turns to face the woman before him, inhaling sharply. She appears to be in her 30s, her visage epitomizing feminine grace and beauty. Clad in a black outfit, her alluring figure is enough to quicken anyone's pulse, adorned with 2 cute, fluffy white rabbit ears atop her thick black hair, one ear flopping adorably, and a fluffy white rabbit tail trailing behind her. A rabbit tail? How is that even possible? Chen Yun struggles to divert his gaze from this woman. I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have called you that. She stammers, her eyes cast down, unable to meet Chen Yun's gaze, her voice quivering with timidity. Chen Yun's head throbs even more. If he were to claim that this rebirth is not real, who would believe such an extraordinary tale? An enchanting lady in uniform speaking so tenderly. Surely, such fortune is unfathomable. Yet, through the integration of information over these days, he learns that this woman is named Qing Shue and is indeed his wife. The realm of his rebirth mirrors his original life, akin to a parallel universe. In this world, he and Qing Shue have been married for over a decade, but unlike his previous existence, he is no longer a docile man, but has transformed into a complete scoundrel. He has indulged in every vice imaginable, surrounded by a plethora of raucous friends, reveling in a life of excess. Yet, what confounds Chen Yun is why he has been reborn here. Could it be that this woman truly shares a deep-seated connection with him, reminiscent of the fantastical tales? One thing he is certain of is that he does not resemble those characters in novels who merely possess a wandering soul. Rather, he has been reborn with his corporeal form. This is easily demonstrable. He was in his 20s before his rebirth, while in this world he appears to be in his 30s, yet his physical condition remains distinctly that of a youthful man in his 20s. Beyond this, he harbored a bold conjecture that the Chen Yun of this world and his former self were, in fact, the same individual. The majority of his memories intricately overlapped with the life trajectory of Chen Yun here, and at the moment of his rebirth, he fleetingly felt as though he had returned. Although difficult to comprehend, that sensation was truly wondrous. He pondered this matter for an extended period yet could not arrive at a resolution, ultimately deciding to let it go, believing that clarity would come in due time. Chen Yun's gaze shifted back to Qingxue, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to accept reality. To encounter such an alluring wife after rebirth was indeed a stroke of fortune. Would you like to change your clothes first? Observing Qingxue's current attire was visually pleasing, yet it posed a challenge for dining, as it evoked an unsettling sense of blood rushing to his head. After a moment's hesitation, Qingxue timidly trembled and said, "Darling, do you want to engage in role-playing?" Never mind, let us eat." Chen Yun relinquished his resistance. The image of a scoundrel had already taken root in Qingxue's heart, and changing it would be a formidable task. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. "Chen Yun, are you home?" "It is Tang Yun." Chapter 2. The leverage of Qingxue. Upon hearing the name Qingxue, Chen Yun's immediate instinct was to glance towards the kitchen knife. He fought against the overwhelming urge to rush out and confront that woman. No, not now. He must exercise restraint. After all, he had been delivered here by a construction truck, and should a life be lost, it was uncertain whether such a quality vehicle would again transport him to a place as ideal as this. If he were to be sent to some refugee camp, merely surviving would become an arduous struggle. At this moment, Qingxue's reaction was all the more intriguing. She was retreating, her clear eyes filled with palpable fear. What was that woman doing here? Surely she couldn't have come to inform her husband about her secrets. What should she do? Perhaps she should hide. Yes, that's the plan. But where to conceal herself? In a frenzy, she darted around the room, her delicate hands nervously clasped against her chest. Her attire making her resemble a frightened little rabbit, its tail bobbing with each hurried movement. Chen Yun's attention was drawn to her, and his voice tinged with anger. "I've become somewhat hoarse. What are you doing?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Qingxue froze, her large eyes brimming with panic and helplessness, her eyelids slightly reddening, rendering her utterly adorable. Witnessing her distress, Chen Yun's anger dissipated significantly. Indeed, he had acted impulsively. How could he even contemplate taking down such a remarkable woman alongside that wretched creature? He inhaled deeply, attempting to soften his voice. "Go change your clothes, and don't forget to remove the rabbit ears." "Okay," Qingxue replied obediently, scampering towards the bedroom. Chen Yun reminded her once more, or something more conventional. He feared that in a moment of confusion, she might choose something flamboyant, which would lead to an entirely different kind of trouble. Once Qingxue had changed and emerged, Chen Yun ensured everything was in order before he approached the door. The moment he opened it, before he even stepped inside, a potent, cloying scent of perfume assailed his senses, nearly overwhelming him. "Hey, Chen Yun, why did it take you so long to open the door? Were you busy training that yellow-faced woman?" The sight of Tang Yun before him reignited the flames of anger within him. He clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. She bore a striking resemblance to the Tang Yun from his previous world, albeit appearing slightly older. Adorned in a red dress, with cascading waves of hair and an exaggerated makeup, she exuded an air of seduction. Yet, she was undeniably of a different caliber than Qingxue. Qingxue was the kind of woman who radiated perfection even without makeup, while Tang Yun appeared as though she were peddling her charms. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Chen Yun's icy tone, Tang Yun paused, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she scrutinized him. This man, who typically clung to her at every opportunity, was now displaying an uncharacteristic demeanor. Nevertheless, she dismissed it, for her purpose today was to deal with that yellow-faced woman. "What, you haven't missed me?" Her voice was soft and alluring, especially when she added a sultry lilt that sent shivers down one's spine. If she hadn't once caused him so much pain, he might have been swayed. Yet now, he could only think of how to exact his revenge. This version of Tang Yun had a different narrative, but she had not escaped the label of a gold digger. After graduating from university, Chen Yun had taken some money from home and started a business with Qingxue, earning his first fortune. As the company expanded and his finances grew, he succumbed to the temptations that all men face, entangling himself with other women. One of them was Tang Yun, who had applied for the position of secretary when the company was thriving. Under her sweet words, he fell victim to her charms, and a significant portion of the company's earnings ended up in her hands. During that time, Tang Yun epitomized the essence of a gold digger. 6 months later, Chen Yun's attitude towards Qing Xue had drastically shifted. He neglected the company, devoting himself entirely to Tang Yun. Eventually, after Tang Yun had emptied the company's accounts, she cunningly persuaded Chen Yun to sell the business. Obediently, he complied, spending his days lost in her embrace. Tang Yun produced a document folder from her bag, waving it before him. "Why are you in a daze? Take a look at this. I believe it will pique your interest." Upon seeing the word hospital inscribed on the folder, Qing Xue's complexion drained of color. Her voice trembled as she stammered, What do you intend to do?" This was perhaps the loudest sound Qing Xue could muster. Yet to an outsider, it sounded rather feeble, like a mewling kitten. Tang Yun scoffed, closing the distance between them. "What do you mean? What do I intend to do? Do you not feel any remorse for deceiving Chen Yun for so long?" "I don't." Qing Xue mumbled, her gaze cast downward, her fingers nervously entwined, desperately biting her lip to suppress her tears, evoking a strong desire to comfort her. Chen Yun's focus remained on the document folder, his mind racing with various possibilities. Had he mistakenly picked up the wrong script? How could he encounter such troublesome matters after being reborn? Was Qing Xue truly as simple as she appeared? Surely, there couldn't be a report regarding an abortion contained within. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them both. A refugee camp might not be such a terrible fate after all. Tang Yun jabbed a finger at Qing Xue's forehead, berating her. "I've never seen a woman like you before. How can you act so shamelessly and still dare to argue? If I were you, I would have jumped off a cliff by now, sparing Chen Yun any distress. Yellow-faced woman, have you looked in a mirror lately? Hurry up and get a divorce. Chen Yun and I are true love. Do you understand?" Qing Xue, chastised, retreated until her back pressed against the wall. Her expression one of utter helplessness as she glanced at Chen Yun, her lips now stained with blood from biting them too hard. Chapter 3. Is Qing Xue insane? Chen Yun paid no heed to Tang Yun's insults or Qing Xue's pleas for help. His gaze remained fixed on the document folder. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to ascertain its contents before determining a course of action. He inhaled deeply, opening the folder. What lay before him was a medical report, and, indeed, it bore Qing Xue's name. The document was filled with dense text detailing the examination processes and findings, which Chen Yun swiftly bypassed in search of the results. After several tense seconds, Chen Yun exclaimed, "What?" "Emotional disorder, mild depression, psychological illness." He had circled several key phrases. This was not what he had anticipated. Perhaps he should allow the construction truck to rest for a moment. It seemed he would linger here a while longer. At this juncture, Tang Yun stood with one hand on her hip, the other relentlessly poking Qing Xue's forehead, her verbal tirade revealing the full force of her middle-aged demeanor. Qing Xue dared not retort, instead casting a pitiful look at Chen Yun, her once pale fingers now devoid of color. "Stop!" Chen Yun, witnessing Qing Xue being bullied so mercilessly, felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have allowed his mind to wander so recklessly. After a few days of interaction, he had begun to grasp Qing Xue's nature, all of which had been disrupted by Tang Yun's presence. Upon finally hearing him speak, Qing Xue dashed out from her corner like a liberated soul, seeking refuge behind Chen Yun. In her heart, regardless of how outrageous her husband's actions were, she instinctively regarded him as her sanctuary. Tang Yun relentlessly approached, hurling insults. "You shameless woman, how dare you hide behind him? Come out at once." Chen Yun, his demeanor severe, interrupted her, raising the examination report in his hand. "Enough. Where did you obtain this?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Tang Yun immediately switched to a demure persona, as though the earlier tirade had never escaped her lips. "Oh, darling, it's just that I have a friend working at the hospital. He happened to come across this report and gave it to me. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, you would have been deceived by this lunatic." Qing Xue timidly poked her head out, mustering the courage to say, "I am not a lunatic," before promptly retreating behind Chen Yun once more. "How dare you quibble? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart today," she exclaimed, preparing to charge again. "Enough." Chen Yun's icy gaze locked onto Tang Yun. "Deceiving me? Huh, how utterly laughable. This woman truly possesses a silver tongue. If this matter were to be dismissed, it would render my rebirth meaningless." A somewhat nebulous thought lingered in Chen Yun's mind. "Do you not crave wealth? Very well, I shall ensure you have more than enough." A cold smirk graced Chen Yun's lips. "You may leave for now. I will handle this matter. We will reconnect later." Tang Yun, filled with self-satisfaction, cast a derisive glance at Qing Xue. "Huh, just wait for your divorce, old hag." With that, she sauntered towards the door, throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Yun and tracing her finger along his hand. Bang! The door slammed shut with force. Chen Yun glanced at his right hand, slightly furrowing his brow, before dropping the examination report and heading towards the bathroom. Qing Xue, anxious, tugged at his clothing from behind, her tear-streaked face looking pitifully at him. Where are you going? Please don't leave. I'm scared. Chen Yun gently replied, my hands are dirty. I need to wash them. I'll be back shortly. After washing his hands several times in the bathroom, he felt somewhat more at ease. There was no denying that his aversion towards that woman had reached its peak. Had it not been for the plan, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon her. Letting her off so easily was simply unacceptable. When Chen Yun emerged from the bathroom, he found Qing Shui still standing obediently in the same spot, her posture unchanged. Occasionally, she would steal glances at him, but upon meeting his gaze, she would nervously lower her head, as if she had committed some grave error. What on earth was going on? Chen Yun extended his finger to tap the examination report resting on the table. Master, please listen to me. I am not a lunatic. Chen Yun hastily waved his hand, finding the title too jarring, causing his mind to drift to certain films he had previously encountered. You may call me by my name or husband. Oh, very well, master. Chen Yun rubbed his temples in exasperation. Great. This is going to be a tough habit to break. He decided to review the examination report closely, hoping to stabilize Qing Shui's emotions, as he had likely frightened her earlier. After a few minutes, a complex array of emotions crossed Chen Yun's face. Frustration, anger, fear, but above all, compassion. How fortunate he was to have been reborn at this moment. Otherwise, the woman before him could have been utterly ruined. While he struggled to comprehend some of the medical jargon on the report, he grasped key terms and began to piece together the situation. Qing Shui indeed had an ailment, but it was purely psychological, stemming from prolonged depression. To put it simply, it was psychological trauma. This had rendered Qing Shui's character exceedingly submissive. As long as he did not divorce her, she would comply with any unreasonable demands. Chen Yun set down the examination report, massaging his throbbing temples. When he looked up at Qing Shui, he was momentarily taken aback. No, this girl truly must be daft. He noticed she had shed her outer garment and reverted to her original attire, standing in the same position as before. Aside from her reddened eyes, which gazed at him with a pitiful expression, she had done nothing else. Chapter 4. Do not harbor designs on my sister. Chen Yun was utterly speechless. This stood in stark contrast to his previous life. One was Tang Yun, who spent her days reveling in excess and draining every ounce of utility from him. The other was Qing Shui, who was utterly devoted to him, consumed with thoughts of how to please him. The most striking difference lay in their appearances. Qing Shui's beauty far surpassed that of Tang Yun. It would be a fool's errand to hesitate in choosing a wife, especially given Chen Yun's intelligence. Consequently, unbeknownst to him, his heart began to gravitate towards Qing Shui, fostering a sense of empathy between them. Please, take a seat. Let us converse. All right, master. Stop. Call me by my name or husband. The combination of her attire and the title sent Chen Yun's blood racing. Qing Shui perched on the edge of the chair, her fingers unconsciously entwined. Observing her palms marked with indentations, he gently took her small hand. Please don't keep squeezing. It's all ready. Yet Qing Shui misconstrued his intent. Thinking he was inviting her closer, she hastily stood, her cheeks flushed, and settled onto Chen Yun's lap. Qing Shui shifted slightly, even nuzzling against him. Chen Yun felt his cognitive functions slipping away. For a young man brimming with vitality, this was undoubtedly a trial. After a few minutes, he finally acclimated to the present situation. He softly inquired, when did you develop this ailment? I see the date is quite old. I'm not sick. Qing Shui nervously pinched her fingers, realizing she felt no pain, and only then noticed that Chen Yun was still holding her hand. She lifted his large hand, gently blowing on it. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Then, treating his hand as if it were a precious treasure, she planted a kiss upon it. This smooth sequence of actions left Chen Yun utterly bewildered. Who taught this woman such provocative behavior? He thought. Had he not known Qing Shui's character, he would have surely assumed she was being deliberately flirtatious. All right, I'm fine. Please be honest with me. When did you truly fall ill? Observing Qing Shui about to repeat her previous claims, he quickly added, honesty will be met with leniency. Huh? Are we beginning an interrogation process? Should I change my clothes? Qing Shui turned her head, her mouth slightly agape, looking adorably at him. An interrogation? What a bizarre roleplay. This is quite amusing. Seeing Chen Yun's serious expression, Qing Shui quickly turned back and said, it was discovered when Tang Yun tricked you out of your money. Chen Yun frowned slightly. That indeed had been quite some time ago. Yet one thing puzzled him. Given Qing Shui's beauty, why had she not divorced him? There were no children to bind them together. With her character and appearance, she could easily play the role of a mistress in any affluent circle. Why remain with a scoundrel like him? In recent days, he had checked his bank balance and found it still contained several $100,000 from selling the company. This indicated that Qing Shui was not motivated by money. So what was her true motive? At that moment, Qing Shui whispered softly, "My dear husband, can we refrain from getting a divorce?" "Why?" he inquired, perplexed. "Is there truly a need for a reason?" Qing Shui turned her head, her expression one of astonishment. "If I must articulate a reason, it is simply because I love you." This time, her gaze did not waver, firmly locked onto Chen Yun's eyes, as if declaring an undeniable truth. In that instant, Chen Yun's heart melted completely. He had never encountered a girl who could express those 3 words with such sincerity. Qing Shui continued to murmur, "Have you forgotten how we met? You once saved me. At present, you are merely enchanted by Chen Yun. I believe that one day, you will return to my side." As their eyes met, Chen Yun perceived a glimmer of hope within Qing Shui's gaze. There was no fear, no cowardice, and none of the pitiable grievances that usually evoked sympathy. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Chen Yun recalled the circumstances of their initial encounter. At that time, Qing Shui had just graduated from university, emerging from a small mountain village with only a few hundred yuan in her possession, embarking on a quest for work. Yet, the world often preys upon the innocent, and her money was stolen. It was while she sat helplessly weeping by the roadside that Chen Yun happened upon her, offering her some food and handing her 200 yuan. Thus, their paths intertwined. To say he had saved her would be an exaggeration. It was merely a spontaneous act of kindness. Nevertheless, Qing Shui had cherished that moment until now. Chen Yun sighed deeply, realizing she was indeed a foolish girl. Leaning against him, Qing Shui took his large hand and placed it gently on her fair, tender abdomen. "Husband, may I discuss something with you?" The intoxicating scent of her body enveloped Chen Yun, leaving him slightly dazed, his fingers wandering restlessly. "What is it?" he stammered, suppressing his voice. "Could you refrain from having designs on my sister?" Upon saying this, she playfully placed his hand where it ought to be. Chapter 5. The Treatment of an Emperor. "Huh?" Chen Yun, momentarily bewildered, was left speechless. His expression transformed into sheer shock as he recalled that living with them was also Qing Shui's sister, who was still in school. Had he truly stooped so low? Had he begun to entertain thoughts about her sister? He sifted through his memories, ultimately shaking his head in resignation, realizing that there was indeed some truth to it. However, he began to understand why Qing Shui was so determined to avoid divorce. On one hand, it was due to her sister Qingning. If they divorced, the sisters would be left homeless, and Qingning was at a crucial stage in her studies, where any disruption could prove disastrous. On the other hand, there were factors concerning her original family. Qing Shui hailed from a very insular mountain village where the customs dictated that a married woman was as good as water spilled. Divorce could lead to countless tales being spun throughout the village, and her family could not afford to lose face. Lastly, and perhaps most significantly, was her character, or rather her psychological condition, that led her to cling stubbornly to this single tree, never contemplating escape. After unraveling all these thoughts, Chen Yun's feelings for Qing Shui deepened. Whether it was pity or affection, he came to understand one essential truth: redemption. It might sound absurd, but it was clear that those past actions were not his doing, and thus he felt no guilt. Yet, as he grasped the entire context of their situation, he increasingly felt that the Chen Yun of this world was indeed himself. This notion lingered in his mind like an unbloomed seed, eventually taking root and sprouting. As Qing Shui had suggested, he was indeed bewitched by Tang Yun, which had led him to act so foolishly. Now that he had been reborn, why not seize this opportunity to treat the lovely woman in his arms with kindness? After all, having such a compliant and enchanting wife was certainly a boon. Qing Shui, not having heard his response, gradually turned to her side. Showing no intention of leaving Chen Yun's warm embrace, she had not felt such warmth in many years and was reluctant to part from it. After shifting into a more comfortable position, she nestled against him like an injured kitten seeking solace from its master. Chen Yun's breath grew increasingly rapid, and his hands instinctively tightened their grip, moving restlessly. Fortunately, Qing Shui's soft voice broke through his reverie, bringing him back to reality. "Husband, did you hear what I just said?" Chen Yun quickly replied, "I did, but you misunderstood. I harbor no thoughts regarding Qingning." Qing Shui immediately beamed, nodding enthusiastically. "I knew it. It's all just baseless gossip. My husband would never do such a thing." Her words left Chen Yun feeling utterly embarrassed. This woman was so easily deceived, believing whatever he said. Yet, it mattered little, as long as he refrained from pursuing Qingning. All would be well. After clarifying everything, Chen Yun's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl as he glanced at the table set with 4 dishes and a soup. There was sweet and sour pork, steamed fish, spicy dry tofu, peanuts, and a seaweed egg drop soup, all his favorites. His wife was not only beautiful, but also a skilled cook, a true feast for the senses. "Let's eat," he suggested gently, "or the food will get cold." "All right, I'll serve the rice," Qing Shue replied, her mood lifting at Chen Yun's kindness. She handed him a bowl of rice, then stood up, leaning forward to pick up a piece of fish, effortlessly removing the bones before bringing it to his lips. As Chen Yun chewed on the fish, he thought the service was impeccable, a true delight. "Honey, I'll manage on my own. You should sit down and eat," he said, slightly unaccustomed to calling her that for the first time. He grabbed a plastic chair and placed it beside him, gesturing for her to sit. Qing Shue remained where she was, lowering her head and playfully murmuring, I want to sit on your lap." Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had received such an unreasonable request. Excitedly, he patted his thigh. "Feel free to sit." A flicker of exhilaration flashed in Qing Shue's eyes, a gaze Chen Yun had never encountered before, as if she had wandered through a dark tunnel for an eternity, only to discover a beam of light ahead. "My husband is so wonderful. I love you the most," she exclaimed, planting a firm kiss on his cheek before settling onto his lap, her little feet joyfully moving about. "This might be uncomfortable for eating. Let me feed you," she suggested, turning slightly to pick up her chopsticks and began the task of feeding him, while also placing one of his hands on her waist, pressing down as if to ensure she wouldn't fall. Chen Yun swallowed hard, contemplating whether he had indeed been reborn as an ancient emperor. He would never have dared to dream of such a scenario. His emotions were a tangled web. Who could resist holding such a delicate wife? The surge of hormones was off the charts. She was incredibly soft, her petite waist easy to grasp, and her skin was smooth and tender, impeccably maintained. Noticing Chen Yun's reaction, Qing Shue blushed slightly, saying, "You can move around, just don't hinder me from feeding you." To alleviate any potential misunderstanding, she added softly, "I am willing." Chapter 6. Because I love you. The meal lingered between the two for an extended period. As Chen Yun felt his blood boiling, his large hand exuding an almost unbearable warmth. With each movement, their bodies trembled slightly. Qing Shue lay languidly in his embrace, a distinct feeling enveloping her heart. It was overwhelmingly tender. The gentle Qing Shue almost believed she was in a dream. The sensation he imparted made Chen Yun treat her as though she were a precious work of art, cautious in every action, fearful of causing any harm. The contrast to his previous violence was stark and profound. After the meal, a hint of alluring blush graced Qing Shue's cheeks as she said, "Darling, you should take a rest. I will tidy up the kitchen. I can help you," he offered. Qing Shue quickly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "You can't do these things. Go rest." With that, she tiptoed to plant a soft kiss on his cheek before deftly attending to the dishes. Observing her busy silhouette, bent over scrubbing the plates, her curves were undeniably enticing. Chen Yun approached her from behind and whispered, "You shouldn't go to work anymore." In his memory, Qing Shue had always worked as a sales assistant in a supermarket, earning a meager salary of around 3,000 yuan a month in this small third-tier city. With a workload that was quite demanding, that scant amount barely covered their daily expenses, let alone Qing Ning's tuition fees. Qing Shue turned to him with a smile. "How can that be? If I don't work, how will we have money? You don't need to toil so hard. I will earn enough," she continued, placing a freshly washed bowl aside. Her voice was soft and melodic as she added, "I found a part-time job recently, so I might be home a little late, but I'll be earning a few dozen yuan each day." She looked up at Chen Yun, her clear eyes sparkling with joy. "I will earn money to support you," she teased playfully. Chen Yun felt as if he had been struck mute by her words, standing still, captivated by the woman before him. If words could wound, he would have been left utterly shattered. He had heard similar sentiments from Tang Yun before his rebirth, but they were met with her merciless mockery. Yet now, a woman was expressing the same sentiment to him, and he understood the hard work behind those words. Slowly, Chen Yun moved closer to Qing Shue, wrapping his arms around her gently, resting his chin on her shoulder, intertwining his fingers with her delicate hand. "Fool, is it worth it? Huh?" Qing Shue paused for a moment, then grasped the meaning of his words. "Of course, it's worth it because I love you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt utterly conquered. Emotionally and physically, he realized he had fallen for this adorably foolish woman. Qing Shue continued her chores, yet leaned back into his embrace, relishing the warmth. At that moment, two souls seeking solace merged as if guided by some unseen force. After a considerable time, Qing Shue reluctantly pulled away from his embrace. Regardless of Chen Yun's protests, she insisted on going to work, though she conceded to cancel her evening part-time job. Watching her hurriedly dash out the door, he inhaled the lingering scent of her presence on his palm. Truly, she was a captivating creature, and he found himself eagerly anticipating her return that evening. Chen Yun picked up the health examination report from the table and meticulously researched some cases online. He soon comprehended certain details. Qing Shue's condition was peculiar, but not difficult to treat. There was no need for excessive psychotropic medications. The key lay in providing her with ample care. As long as she was free from oppressive circumstances, she would return to normalcy in due time. Chen Yun shook his head in resignation, sensing a hint of a sickly sweet disposition. If that were the case, it might lead to some intriguing experiences. Setting the report aside, he stood up to stretch his somewhat stiff limbs. Perhaps a stroll outside would help him familiarize himself with the surroundings. Although his current finances were sufficient, planning for the future was essential. After changing his clothes and grabbing his keys, he set off. Though the summer in Ning City was not as sweltering as in the south, stepping outside still greeted him with a wave of warmth. Chen Yun wandered aimlessly after exiting the community, contemplating his upcoming plans. Chapter 7. The perfect girl in the evening. Chen Yun returned to the community. Upon reaching his doorstep, he paused at the sight of the ajar door, then heard the voices of two women conversing within. Sister, I really don't want to go to school anymore. I've already secured a job, Qing Shui said anxiously. No way. I absolutely refuse to agree to this, she countered. Chen Yun leaned against the door, peering through the crack to observe. A young girl stood with her back to him while Qing Shui grasped her hand, fervently persuading her. Sister, you can't let that scoundrel bully you anymore. Have you forgotten that he hit you last time he came back? Qing Shui defended. Haven't I told you? He was just confused. He's realized his mistakes now. Our lives will only get better from here. Only someone as foolish as you would believe his lies. Regardless of what you say, I've made up my mind. I'm not going back to school. You don't have to pay my tuition either. With that, the girl turned to retreat to her bedroom. King Ning, stop talking and just hurry up and divorce him. Creak. The door swung open, and Chen Yun stepped inside. He had overheard their conversation clearly. If he didn't intervene now, Qing Ning might genuinely drop out of school. Before him stood a young girl clad in a red and white school uniform, and he was immediately struck by her appearance. No wonder Qing Shui had said she found the girl appealing. The girl, around 18 or 19 years old, had a lovely face reminiscent of Qing Shui, but with an added sparkle of youthful vigor. Tall and fair-skinned, even the loose school uniform could not conceal her alluring curves, embodying an artistic beauty that was utterly captivating. With long legs that would charm any straight man, she faced Qing Shui with a hint of indignation, yet occasionally revealed two adorable dimples. The spring breeze is delightful, Chen Yun thought as he observed the girl's radiant smile. Upon seeing Chen Yun, the girl's expression darkened immediately. A casual glance revealed an air of beauty mixed with unawareness, radiating a sense of cold indifference that felt almost lethal. Noticing her change in demeanor, Qing Shui, fearing her sister might say something inappropriate, awkwardly interjected, Darling, you're back. I heard what you both were discussing, Chen Yun stated directly, not allowing Qing Shui to continue. Qing Shui's face paled, and she hurriedly positioned herself between him and her sister, her eyes pleading. Darling, Qing Ning is young and naive. Please don't listen to her nonsense. I apologize on her behalf. I'm sorry, my love. Seeing her sister's submissive demeanor ignited the fury buried deep within Qing Ning. Chen Yun, you scoundrel. You're inhuman. You only return to hit my sister. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, I will call the police. Enough. Qing Shui turned to her sister, her voice sharp. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Go back to your studies. Sister, return. Qing Shui's complexion had turned ghostly pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she shook her head repeatedly at Qing Ning. Her hands clutched Chen Yun's arm tightly, fearful he might suddenly lash out and harm her sister. The two siblings rarely saw each other, as they had arranged for Qing Ning to stay at school most of the time to avoid disrupting her studies, returning only a few times a month. Seeing her sister in distress, Qing Ning fell silent, picked up the backpack on the floor, and abruptly turned around, kicking the chair in front of her as she attempted to retreat to her room. Wait. A brief silence enveloped the room, and upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Qing Shui felt a chill run down her spine, as if something dreadful were watching her. Trembling, she clutched Chen Yun's arm. I'm sorry, my husband. It's all my fault. I've spoiled Qing Ning. I'll make her leave immediately. Please don't be angry. Sis, why are you begging him? He dares to lay a hand on you today. Suddenly, Chen Yun pulled Qing Shui's trembling form into his embrace, holding her tightly, his chin resting against her frail collarbone as he gently rubbed it, as if that could assuage the knife-like pain in his heart. The sisters were momentarily taken aback by his unexpected action. The room fell silent once more, though this time, it lacked the previous air of concern. After a few minutes, Qing Shui finally realized that Chen Yun had never shown her such tenderness before. Remembering her sister was still present, she gently struggled against him. What is wrong with you? Chen Yun slowly released his grip. I'm fine. Then he turned to the young girl. Qing Ning, you cannot drop out of school. In this society, lacking a diploma makes it exceedingly difficult to succeed. Do not squander your sister's heartfelt efforts. You don't need to concern yourself. Qingning coldly regarded Chen Yun, setting down her backpack, unwilling to leave, curious about what antics he might conjure this time. I know that no words can compensate for the years of debt I owe your sister, and you may not believe me, but your sister will not agree to your dropping out. Leave the tuition matter to me. At that moment, Qingshue's phone chimed with a message notification. Chapter 8, Trust Me Once. Qingshue hurriedly picked up her phone to check, her eyes filled with disbelief as she glanced at Chen Yun. This money should be enough for Qingning's tuition. You won't need to worry about finances anymore. I will handle everything. Chen Yun spoke earnestly, his gaze sincere as he looked at Qingshue. Qingning cast a glance at the transfer amount and snorted coldly. What are you trying to do? Do you think you can do as you please just because you have some money? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I truly have no ulterior motives. He looked at the still indecisive Qingshue, taking her hand and saying, Trust me once, all right? Fine, all right. As Qingshue met his earnest gaze, an inexplicable sense of security washed over her. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Chen Yun quickly changed the subject. Wife, I'm starving. Let us eat. Qingshue sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I just went to pick up Qingning. I haven't prepared dinner yet. I'll go do that. Watching her revert to her adorable self, Chen Yun couldn't help but pinch her tender cheek. Don't bother with cooking. You've had a long day. Let us eat out instead. Is there anything you'd like? Qingning's expression remained indifferent, her gaze occasionally drifting to Chen Yun's face without any response. Noticing the sisters had fallen silent, Chen Yun suggested, How about hot pot? Are there any good hot pot places nearby? Huh? Didn't you say you hated hot pot? Qingshue recalled clearly an occasion when she and her sister had eaten hot pot at home, where even the basic broth was replaced with instant noodle seasoning, and they had only a small plate of lamb, the rest being merely vegetables. The sisters typically spent very little, economizing to save more for Qingning's tuition. Only when Chen Yun returned would Qingshue splurge a little on fish and meat to prepare a feast. The meager plate of lamb had been a hard-fought purchase during a sale. As the lamb simmered in the pot, the sisters watched eagerly as white foam gradually surfaced, unable to suppress their salivation. At that moment, Chen Yun returned, reeking of alcohol, his eyes glazed from drunkenness. Upon catching the scent of lamb filling the room, he erupted in anger, flipping the table, causing the two sisters to huddle together in the corner, too frightened to speak. It was from that incident that Qingning harbored nothing but hatred for her brother-in-law, devoid of any affection. Chen Yun picked up his phone and searched online for nearby hot pot restaurants, finding one with excellent ratings and reserving a private room. Let us go. I've made a reservation. Qingshue opened her mouth to say something, but was already being pulled out the door by Chen Yun. Fearing for her sister's safety, Qingning hurriedly followed. The sun was setting, casting a dark crimson glow across the sky, bathing the surroundings in a warm hue. Chen Yun held Qingshue's hand as they strolled slowly along the worn asphalt road of the community, a feeling unlike any he had experienced before. This must be what people often refer to as happiness. June's weather had turned quite warm, and residents were seeking shade in the community. Upon seeing Chen Yun, they whispered among themselves, pointing at him. Chen Yun paid them no mind, knowing full well what they were muttering behind his back. Reaching the roadside, he hailed a taxi. Driver, to this location. The hot pot restaurant was not far, just a few minutes away. After exiting the vehicle, Chen Yun attentively opened the door for Qingshue, taking her hand as they walked toward the restaurant. Qingshue allowed him to lead without resistance, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at his face. Qingning trailed behind them, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Upon entering the lobby, Chen Yun informed the front desk of their reserved room number, and a server escorted the trio to the second floor. This restaurant was bustling, with dozens of tables on the first floor already occupied. The air was filled with a distinctive aroma, rich with the essence of culinary delight. Though the second floor also featured a dining area, it was comparatively more luxurious, with a server stationed at the entrance of every private room. Qingshue hesitated, tugging at Chen Yun's sleeve, whispering, "Isn't this place a bit too extravagant? Let us find a cheaper one." Chen Yun remained silent, gently patting her hand to soothe her anxious heart. Qingning curiously surveyed the upscale surroundings, having never been to such a seemingly high-end restaurant. Once they reached the private room, the three of them sat down, and the server brought a disposable menu, handing Chen Yun a pencil. "Once you've made your selections, just call me." Chen Yun placed the menu and pencil in front of Qingshue and Qingning. "Order whatever you like." The sisters quietly discussed their choices, their delicate faces displaying a look of caution as they scrutinized the prices on the menu. After much deliberation, they would finally check off a dish. Qingning. Chapter 9. Going for hot pot. He leaned in, glancing at the menu in Qingshue's hand, noting the selections. Bone broth base, premium fatty beef, shrimp paste, daylily, baby bok choy, spinach, basa fish, corn, and crystal wide noodles. These are all my favorites. He casually asked while looking at the menu, "Why didn't you order any lamb?" Qingxue looked up at him and shook her head. Lamb, isn't tasty. Chen Yun understood. She was likely trying to avoid the distinctive odor she despised. Thinking of this made him feel even more touched and slightly heartbroken for her. After the sisters finished ordering, he took the menu back, making a few more annotations before calling the server to take it away. In no time, the server pushed a cart into the private room, presenting a variety of neatly arranged meats and vegetables on the table. Qingxue quickly stopped the server. "Wait. This isn't what we ordered. You brought the wrong dishes. We wanted the bone broth base, not spicy. My husband doesn't like spicy food." She then pointed at the lamb, "And we didn't order this. Return the bottle of red wine on the table to the cart. My husband does not fancy this. I would appreciate it if you could replace it. It was on my order, so please continue serving." Qingxue regarded Chen Yun with a look of bewilderment, to which he smiled and remarked, "You delight in spicy food, prefer lamb with a hint of fat, and favor thicker potato slices." As he continued, Qingxue could barely hear him. Her eyes widened, her lips quivered slightly, and she stared at Chen Yun, her eyes beginning to glisten. Why does he still remember my preferences? Why is he so gentle? What has transpired? Chen Yun waved his hand in front of her. "What are you pondering? Why the days?" "Huh? Nothing." With a clatter, Qingxue flailed her hands, inadvertently knocking a teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The shards glimmered under the chandelier's illumination, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that rendered the scene surreal. "Do not pick it up. Be cautious of your hands. Let the waiter handle it." Chen Yun gently pulled Qingxue from under the table, carefully taking the shattered glass from her hand and discarding on the table, then tenderly opened her palm to check for any remaining shards. Once the waiter had cleared the mess, Qingxue continued to gaze at Chen Yun, still somewhat lost in thought. This man appears to have genuinely changed. How does he still recall events from years ago? I merely mentioned them in passing. If not for Chen Yun mimicking my tone earlier, I would have forgotten having said those words. "Dear, do you need me to assist you with the condiments?" No, I can manage." Qingxue hurriedly stood, pulling Qingning along. "Come with me." Chen Yun, disinclined to rise, opened the red wine and poured 2 glasses, also taking a can of cola and placing it in front of Qingning. Before long, Qingxue returned with 2 bowls of condiments. The bowl on the left was predominantly sour and spicy, containing chili oil, cumin, small chili peppers, sesame oil, cilantro, chopped green onions, and aged vinegar, placed before her. The right bowl leaned towards a sweet and spicy flavor, featuring a touch of chili oil, sesame paste, light soy sauce, sesame oil, chopped green onions, cilantro, and more, which she set before Chen Yun. "Husband, it is rare for us to enjoy hot pot together. I am uncertain if it suits your taste. Do give it a try. If it is not to your liking, you can hand me the bowl, and I shall adjust it." Qingxue's voice was soft and gentle. Upon seeing him nodding as he tasted it, she finally sat down, mixing the condiments in her bowl. The hot pot simmered languidly, steam wafting through the air, infused with the enticing aroma of spices. Chen Yun picked up several slices of lamb and placed them into the pot, followed by a plate of shrimp paste, which he poured in all at once. Qingning remained silent, her expression cool and composed. Yet, as she glanced at the hot pot, her eyes revealed a sense of caution, as though the ingredients within were something extraordinary. "It is ready to eat." Chen Yun wielded a slotted spoon, scooping up a portion of shrimp paste and lamb slices to distribute among the 2 sisters. Qingning gazed at the steaming bowl, the tender white shrimp paste gradually absorbing the sauce's brown hue, her face reflecting satisfaction, her icy demeanor softening. "Husband, you should eat too." Qingxue placed a slice of lamb in Chen Yun's bowl. "Try the lamb. It is quite good." Chen Yun enveloped the now pink lamb in a generous layer of sauce before taking a bite. The fragrance of sesame did not succeed in masking the fiery sensation. The moment it touched his tongue, a burst of pain erupted within his mouth, followed by a tingling sensation at the base of his tongue rather than the anticipated agony. This is genuinely delightful. Delicious." A flurry of exclamations tumbled from Chen Yun's lips, muffled yet unmistakably clear. "Really, dear?" Qingxue's smile blossomed, akin to a long-desired treasure finally receiving Chen Yun's affirmation. That sensation brought immense joy. Chen Yun mused privately. It seems that after his rebirth, not only has his mind sharpened, but his palate has also evolved significantly. Qingning spoke scarcely while eating, her expressions meticulous and serious, savoring each morsel with deliberate care. She discreetly surveyed the scene before her. Upon observing her sister's harmonious interaction with that scoundrel, she chose to divert her attention. Noticing that the salmon previously tossed into the pot had risen to the surface, she swiftly grabbed 2 pieces, one for her bowl and the other for her sisters. Chen Yun tirelessly added ingredients to the pot, assuming the role of a makeshift chef. Throughout the meal, Qingxue felt utterly cherished. Such treatment had not graced her for years. This warm tableau had played out in her dreams countless times, yet today it materialized, finally resembling a family sharing a meal in a normal manner. With newfound boldness, under Chen Yun's encouragement, the two managed to finish nearly a bottle of red wine. Over an hour later, having satiated his appetite, Chen Yun set down his chopsticks. The wine, though low in alcohol, left him pleasantly lightheaded. Accidentally dropping his chopsticks, he bent down to retrieve them, and, as he raised his head abruptly, his pupils dilated and his heart raced. It seemed he had stumbled upon a rather tantalizing scene. Qingxue. Chapter 10. The rising temperature between them. Qingxue sat beside him, adorned in that floral long dress, yet the heat from the hot pot had caused her to pull the fabric upward significantly. Suddenly, Qingxue let out a startled shriek. Ah! Bang! Ouch! Chen Yun was jolted awake by the exclamation. As he looked up, he forgot about the table, and the back of his head met it with a solid thud. The pain nearly brought tears to his eyes. Sister, what happened? Qingning gazed at the two, perplexed. Qingxue then realized it had been Chen Yun's doing, and, in a flurry, she began to rub his head, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, dear. Are you all right? I didn't mean to shout you. Em me fine. Chen Yun waved his hand, his face flushed, truly a case of mischief backfiring. Seeing that Chen Yun bore no ill will, Qingxue finally relaxed. Remembering the earlier incident, her face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue that extended to her ears as she furtively glanced at her sister, who was still focused on her meal. Leaning closer to Chen Yun, she whispered sweetly, Dear, don't rush, wait. The warmth and sweet nothings brushing against his ear gave Chen Yun an almost surreal feeling. At that moment, Qingxue, seemingly unfazed as she ate, betrayed her composure with her reddening ears. Observing Qingxue's exquisite figure sent his heart racing. How could he possibly withstand this? Good heavens! Qingxue stole a glance at his expression, stifling a laugh behind her hand. At that moment, Chen Yun resembled a lovesick fool, his face flushed, his gaze fixed on her. Swallowing repeatedly, unable to resist, Qingxue extended her delicate finger to rest upon Chen Yun's hand. He appeared to have found a release, grasping her small hand in return, gently caressing it with utmost tenderness. Qingxue was taken aback, a warm current flowing through her. When at home, Chen Yun was often forceful, treating her like an object, unafraid of damage. But today felt markedly different. He was cautious and gentle. This meal was imbued with a certain sensuality, at least from Chen Yun's perspective. When it came time to settle the bill, Chen Yun awkwardly retrieved his phone and handed it to Qingxue. Wife, you and Qingning should go ahead and settle the bill. I'm a bit thirsty and we'll have another cup of tea. Yes, that's it. Qingxue glanced under the table, understanding the situation. Gazing at Chen Yun's flushed cheeks, she covered her mouth, laughing softly. She had never before witnessed such a flustered expression on her husband. Subsequently, feeling somewhat perplexed, she glanced at her phone and said, Darling, I can take care of the bill. I don't know your phone password. Your birthday, 0311, he replied. By the afternoon, Chen Yun had changed the password to Qingxue's birthday. Ah, my birthday? Qingxue's expression transformed dramatically, shifting from sense of grievance and reluctance to sheer joy, culminating in a radiant smile. Chen Yun's phone was a forbidden territory. She had never dared to touch it, for even a fleeting glance would invite reprimand. Yet now, with the phone in her hands and the password reflecting her birthday, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction spread through Qingxue's heart. She nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Darling, I understand. Thank you. And she led Qingning out of the private room. Qingning regarded her sister with curiosity. Today seemed indeed different, as Qingxue had smiled multiple times, her laughter genuine and heartfelt. Ever since she had been brought from the countryside by Qingxue to attend school, the atmosphere had mirrored her experience at home. Whenever Chen Yun returned, it was filled with scolding and oppression, a prolonged mental strain that left Qingning enveloped in despair. Occasionally, she would wonder if her presence was the cause of the violence that seemed to follow her everywhere. However, there was a notable difference now. The target of the reprimands had shifted to her sister rather than herself. Fortunately, in this life, she had her caring sister to look after her. But who would care for Qingxue? Thus, she threw herself into her studies, yearning to take care of her sister sooner. Yet, upon entering her senior year, the burden of expenses and pressure mounted, and the sensible Qingning no longer wished to be a burden to Qingxue. She contemplated giving up, even considering earning money by any means necessary, even selling herself for a decent price to ensure a better life for her sister. However, the moment Chen Yun had transferred money earlier had ignited a flicker of hope within her. Though it was but a glimmer, she resolved to wait just a little longer. What if, just what if, life could improve? Such were the musings of a young girl seeking solace. Meanwhile, Chen Yun found himself in a quandary upstairs, uncertain of how to proceed. Little did he know that, having been reborn, He had not only altered Qingshue's fate, but also that of Qingning. Minutes later, the two sisters stood at the door, watching as Chen Yun descended the stairs slowly, scratching his head awkwardly and casting a shy glance at Qingxue. A gentle breeze swept through, offering a refreshing reprieve from the sweltering heat. Are you tired? Let us walk back, consider it a post-meal stroll. There seems to be a park ahead, Chen Yun proposed. Sure, I've eaten quite a bit, Qingxue replied, her joy reminiscent of a child, her limbs animated. Qingning remained silent, her expression still cool. On either side of the road, a row of camphor trees flourished, their lush foliage casting dappled shadows on the pavement, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. Chen Yun and Qingxue walked side by side, the harmonious blend of their fragrances mingling with the scent of the trees, compelling him to inhale deeply. Perhaps it was Chen Yun's unusually good mood today that drew Qingxue closer to him unconsciously. With the swinging of their arms, their hands brushed against each other several times. Chen Yun's body grew increasingly tense, yearning to boldly grasp Qingshue's hand, yet each fleeting moment left him feeling both disappointed and hopeful. Qingning. Chapter 11. Qingning's Misadventure. Qingxue noticed his strange demeanor, as if she understood his thoughts, and tentatively took hold of his hand. The moment their hands met, Chen Yun paused, his heart racing for a few seconds, followed by an overwhelming surge of happiness. Her hand felt delicate, her skin as smooth as cream. The tips of her fingers were as tender as bamboo shoots, crisp as white lotus roots. This was precisely how Chen Yun felt at that moment. Observing Chen Yun's lack of resistance to her grasp, Qingxue boldly wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder, leaning her entire being against him. It had been so long since she had enjoyed such a comforting walk. The last time she had held his arm was ages ago. She hoped this dream would linger a while longer. Meanwhile, Chen Yun's mind was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Was this truly the life meant for someone of his age? Thankfully, it was night, and no one could witness his transformation. By the time the trio returned home, it was well past 10 p.m. Qingning said little, greeted her sister curtly, and retreated to her room to study with a cold expression. Qingxue felt Chen Yun's intense gaze upon her, prompting her to lower her head, a blush creeping from her cheeks to the back of her ears. She murmured, "You should go take a shower and remove your jacket. I'll wash it." "All right," Chen Yun responded readily. After showering, Chen Yun paced restlessly in his bedroom, occasionally peering at the busy figure in the bathroom. His mind was already conjuring images of what was to come. Creak. Fearing that Chen Yun might have fallen asleep, Qingxue cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing the unmistakable desire in his eyes as they roamed over her, she froze in the doorway, burying her face in her chest like a startled rabbit. Recalling Chen Yun's past violence, her heart raced with fear. "What's wrong?" "And nothing, just a bit scared," she stammered. Chen Yun approached her, gently taking her hand and whispering, "Let us forget about the past and start new, shall we?" Gazing into his tender eyes, Qingshue's anxiousness began to dissipate, and she nodded earnestly. "Okay, just give me a moment." She opened the wardrobe and retrieved the Pandora's box that Chen Yun adored. Upon seeing the contents of the box, Chen Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Qingxue had already scrambled onto the bed, cocooning herself in the blanket like a tightly rolled sushi. Observing her panicked demeanor, Chen Yun understood that what she needed at that moment was not gentle reassurance, but tangible action to help her believe in the changes he had made. He had seen enough cliché scenarios to know that to express his remorse, they could only reconcile once she felt at ease. Absurd. Utterly absurd. With his wealth of theoretical knowledge, Chen Yun was acutely aware of what a woman needed at such a time. Suddenly, Qingxue felt herself embraced tightly from behind. Her small hands clenched together in nervousness, her beautiful eyes firmly shut, unwilling to open them. After several minutes without the anticipated occurrence, she hesitantly opened her eyes. It had been so long since she had been held like this, enveloped in warmth and comfort. At that moment, Qingshue's courage began to blossom, her actions becoming more adept, leaving Chen Yun momentarily stunned, unable to keep up with the unfolding events. In simpler terms, his mind had short-circuited, rendering him utterly unresponsive. The collision of theoretical knowledge and practical experience had reached a perfect confluence. And then, there was nothing more to be said. At dawn, Chen Yun slowly opened his eyes. The familiar scent of Qingxue enveloped him, and after a moment, he heard the sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen. Rising from a bedroom, he peered into the kitchen, where the morning sun streamed through the glass window, casting a soft, ethereal glow over Qingxue, illuminating her hair, skin, and dress in a pristine, beautiful haze. A smile crept upon his lips. How wonderful. It wasn't a dream. Everything was real. Hearing the commotion, Qingxue turned to see Chen Yun and smiled. "Darling, you're up so early. Just wait a little longer, and the meal will be ready." Checking her phone, she noted it was already past 8 a.m. and Qingning had left for school. Qingxue focused intently on stir-frying the vegetables when a tall figure embraced her from behind, his stubbled chin resting on her shoulder. A gentle voice resonated in her ear. "You've worked hard." The sudden embrace caused a lovely blush to bloom on Qingxue's cheeks as she shyly replied, "You should go out. The smell of cooking oil is overwhelming." At that moment, Qingxue's phone rang, prompting her to hastily turn off the stove and answer the call. "Hello, this is Qingxue." Moments later, her expression shifted dramatically, and she anxiously said, "Rest assured, I will be there immediately." "What happened?" Qingxue's face turned ashen. "Qingning has gotten into trouble at school and may very well be expelled. The teacher has asked me to come right away." Chapter 12. Framing and Bullying. Chen Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Qingning did not seem like the type to cause trouble. "What happened?" "I don't know. Teacher Li didn't say. I need to go see for myself." Qingxue hurriedly donned her clothes. Turning to Chen Yun with an apologetic look, she said, "You can eat something first. I will return as soon as possible." "No need to rush. Let's go together. Whatever the issue, just leave it to me," he reassured her. In that instant, Qingxue's worries dissipated as she gazed at Chen Yun's slightly smiling face, feeling a surge of gratitude. Is this what it feels like to be protected by someone? How wonderful. Soon, they arrived at the school. As they traversed the hall, they encountered a throng of students and teachers gathered in front of the water room on the first floor. A cacophony of voices rising. Through the crowd, Qingxue spotted Qingning standing against the wall, looking somewhat disheveled. Her school uniform pants were covered in dust, her head bowed, hands clenched tightly, and a lock of hair obscuring her face, rendering her expression unclear. A director from the administration held a white bottle. His face darkened as he glared at her. "What's going on? Did you really put this substance in the water tank?" "I did not," Qingning replied coolly. "TCH, we all saw you poison the water tank. How dare you deny it now?" A girl standing nearby scoffed. Qingning raised her head to glance at the girl, her eyes cold with disdain. Teacher Li, the homeroom teacher, frowned slightly. The filtration tank in the water room was specially installed to supply the cafeteria and was frequented by students during physical education classes. The school had invested a considerable sum to install this high-quality filtration system. Although the contents of the white powder in the bottle were unknown, if Qingning were indeed responsible, the charges would be severe. Director Zhang's expression soured as he regarded Qingning. He had heard of this young girl before. Academically, she was quite capable, but her personality was rather peculiar, and she did not get along well with her peers, often isolating herself. Accusing her of poisoning the water was quite troubling. He turned to the students surrounding them and inquired again, "Did all of you witness this?" "Indeed, we saw it. We can all testify," several boys chimed in gleefully. In light of their statements, Director Zhang felt a headache coming on. Qingning did not seem like the kind of person who would commit such an act. Yet the overwhelming consensus was difficult to overlook. He could not show favoritism simply because of her academic achievements. Teacher Li stepped forward and spoke firmly. "Director Zhang, let's not rush. Qingning's parents are on their way. We shall wait for them before proceeding." At that moment, Qingxue pushed through the crowd and approached Qingning. Her face filled with remorse as she addressed Teacher Li. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Has Qingning done something wrong?" Teacher Li replied. Earlier this morning, several students claimed to have seen Qingning put an unidentified object into the water tank. The girl who had mocked Qingning chimed in. "Your child is quite bold to attempt poisoning. This filtration system must have cost several thousand, and the cafeteria's losses are likely even greater. They won't have any meals to serve at lunchtime now." Upon hearing about such a significant sum, Qingxue became flustered, nearly on the verge of tears. As she repeatedly bowed and apologized to the teacher, Qingning grasped her sister's arm, attempting to interrupt, but Qingxue firmly held her back, shielding her. Chen Yun glanced into the water room and noticed that the tall water tank bore signs of tampering. The lid was ajar. Observing the students who had testified, he noted their smug expressions, their smiles dripping with malice. He approached Qingxue, gently lifting her from her bowing posture. Qingning looked up to see Chen Yun. She hadn't expected him to accompany her sister, assuming he was merely there to witness her humiliation, especially since he had never treated her kindly. "Qingxue, do not rush to apologize," Chen Yun said softly, turning to Qingning. "What transpired?" Qingning was taken aback by his inquiry and stubbornly lowered her head, remaining silent. "And who might this be?" Teacher Li questioned, having yet to meet Chen Yun. "This is my husband," Qingxue replied, glancing at her sister. "Speak up, what exactly happened?" "Your brother-in-law is asking you." Hearing her sister's prompting, Qingning finally spoke this morning. "No, that is not what I wish to ask," Chen Yun interjected, moving closer to Qingning, his voice still gentle. "I want to know if you were responsible for this incident." "It was not me today. Enough. Let me handle the rest." Chen Yun smiled and patted Qingning reassuringly on the head. Finally, Qingning lifted her gaze to Chen Yun. "Having come to the school, Chen Yun had deliberately donned formal attire, standing at 1.8 meters tall with his hands in his pockets, exuding a slight air of intimidation. His expression bore no hint of urgency, even carrying a hint of a smile, his slightly long hair partially obscuring his eyes and a faint stubble gracing his chin. He appeared quite dashing and rebellious. Qingning quickly averted her gaze, tightening her fists. What was she thinking? This was merely a scoundrel in human form. Her sister had endured so much suffering at his hands over the years. Indeed, Chen Yun's looks were commendable. Otherwise, Qing Xue would not have tolerated him for so long. You all saw Qingning enter the water room on her own? A girl named Li Na sneered. Absolutely, we saw it. She did it. We all witnessed it. Echoed several boys, grinning mischievously. Qingning, her icy visage now tinged with fury, countered, You all pushed me into the water room. What a stubborn girl. Can so many of us be mistaken? The scene devolved into chaos as Qingning and Li Na engaged in a heated argument. After listening for a while, Chen Yun grasped the situation, realizing there were distinctly different narratives at play, but he leaned toward Qingning's version. After arriving at school, Qingning had been suddenly shoved into the water room by these individuals. Before she could react, someone had thrust a white bottle into her hands. When she tried to resist, they had pushed her to the ground just as the teacher arrived. Ironically, the surveillance camera at the water room entrance had malfunctioned a few days prior. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yun remarked, Oh, a frame-up, is it? He then approached the group, smiling as he inquired, Are you all the so-called witnesses? As he neared, the group felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Na suddenly realized that this man seemed quite different from the rumors. It was said that Qingning's home was managed only by a weak sister, and her brother-in-law was a scoundrel who kept a mistress outside, returning home only to unleash fury upon her sister. But now, it appeared that her brother-in-law was not to be trifled with. While Li Na hesitated, a boy behind her stepped forward, disdainfully stating, Yes, I saw it. And what of it? As long as I stick to this story, what can they do with so many witnesses? Smack! In the next moment, his face was met with a resounding slap from Chen Yun, the sound echoing throughout the corridor. Chapter 13. Who dares to bully my Qingning? The boy felt a searing pain on his cheek, momentarily stunned. Not only was he bewildered, but several teachers and students nearby were equally taken aback. You dare to hit me? High school boys often possess fiery tempers. And with so many classmates observing, he could not afford to lose face. He charged towards Chen Yun, engaging in a scuffle. When the boy's nose began to bleed, the surrounding teachers finally intervened, pulling the two apart. Calm down. Sir, you cannot resort to violence. Honey, are you all right? Qing Xue stepped forward to embrace Chen Yun, anxious he might retaliate, her heart aching at the sight of the bruise on his cheek. Chen Yun gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. Call the police. Do not let that person escape. The boy's face had swelled grotesquely, and he looked at Chen Yun, whose indifferent gaze filled him with dread. Beside him, Li Na, taken aback by the turn of events, trembled as she spoke. Yes, call the police. Apprehend him. All right, if you don't know the number for the police. I can make the call. Chen Yun agreed. Qing Xue urgently tugged at Chen Yun, fearful he would be arrested since he had struck first. Chen Yun grasped her hand gently, patting it twice to convey that everything was all right, even tracing small circles in her palm. Qing Xue's expression grew slightly unnatural. She thought to herself, how can he be so calm at a time like this? With an air of nonchalance, Chen Yun took out his phone and remarked, The police will ascertain the truth swiftly. Your petty schemes are hardly enough to withstand scrutiny. He then cast a glance at the witnesses, adding, Deliberate destruction of school property. Not to mention poisoning. I trust you all know the severity of such an offense. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, the students behind Li Na turned pale with fear. Chen Yun continued, his voice icy, Do not think of returning to school. You may find yourselves spending the latter half of your lives behind bars. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, they were sufficient to send the students into a state of panic. It dawned on them that this was no mere prank among classmates. If the police were indeed called, the truth would soon come to light. One of them, in a state of terror, shouted, Do not call the police. It was all Li Na's idea, and it wasn't poison, just ordinary chalk dust. The others chimed in, It had nothing to do with us. We thought it was just a harmless joke, never anticipating such severe consequences. At this moment, Li Na was left speechless, as the situation had spiraled far from her expectations. She had believed that Qingning would have no chance of turning the tables. The school would surely prefer to resolve the matter quietly by expelling her and demanding compensation. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Yun had disrupted all her plans. The teachers present quickly grasped the situation, their gazes towards the students now filled with indignation. How disappointing that you've confessed so readily, Chen Yun remarked, shaking his head with disinterest. He then surveyed the assembled teachers and students, his expression turning menacing as he declared, Do you truly think my Qing Ning is someone you can bully? Should anyone dare to employ such tactics again, I will ensure you learn a lesson. I trust you have heard of my reputation. I may be a rogue, but dealing with you students is child's play. The crowd was intimidated by Chen Yun's imposing presence, for his reputation as a troublemaker preceded him. Meanwhile, Qing Ning, who had been standing quietly at the back, stared in astonishment as Chen Yun effortlessly resolved the situation on her behalf. Was this the power of having an adult in one's corner? It felt wonderful. No one had ever stood up for her before, and he did so without asking for details, simply choosing to believe in her. Chen Yun approached Qing Ning, crouching down to gently brush off the dust from her uniform trousers, his tone softening. Are you hurt? Qing Ning shook her head, pointing to the bruise on Chen Yun's face, remaining silent. Rest assured, it's just a superficial injury. It doesn't hurt anymore. His gentle voice calmed her anxious heart. At that moment, the principal rushed over, already aware of what had transpired. Qing Ning's parents, I sincerely apologize for the incident occurring on school grounds. Ms. Li, a teacher whispered, leave this matter to us. It would be best not to involve the police. Qing Ning's high school was a prestigious institution, and its reputation was paramount. Should this incident become public, it could lead to significant negative repercussions. Chen Yun respected this class teacher, as she had been the only one to speak up for Qing Ning earlier. Ms. Li, I will grant you this favor and refrain from calling the police for now. He then turned to the principal. How do you intend to resolve this matter? The principal promptly replied, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Li Na felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her fears surged to new heights. She had never anticipated that Qing Ning's protector would defend her so fiercely, ignoring reason and resorting to violence. Chen Yun turned to the young girl softly. Come home with me. There's no need for school today. He then exchanged a few casual words with the homeroom teacher before leading the two sisters out of the school. Qing Shui clutched Chen Yun's hand tightly, her gaze never leaving the bruise on his cheek since the altercation began. Now that they were outside, she no longer concealed her feelings. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration, relief, and a profound sense of concern. Honey, are you all right? Qing Shui hesitated, wanting to touch the bruise, but fearing it would hurt him. Her fingers hovered anxiously in the air, unsure of what to do, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chen Yun swiftly comforted her by patting her head. Ah, why so concerned? It's merely a surface wound. Wait for me. Not entirely at ease. Qing Shui turned and headed toward a nearby pharmacy, leaving her sister and Chen Yun standing at the roadside. For a moment, Qing Ning felt a surge of nervousness. After all, she had caused trouble and would inevitably face reprimand from her parents. Yet, considering Chen Yun's defense of her, she resolved to endure the consequences without complaint, as long as he did not resort to violence. She reassured herself in this manner. Chen Yun approached her, Qing Ning. Before he could finish, Qing Ning, head bowed, coldly said, I'm sorry. Today was my fault, and I've caused you trouble. In the future, what are you talking about? Chen Yun interjected gently. I want to ask if you're hungry. My sister and I haven't had breakfast yet. What would you like to eat? Qing Ning thought she must have misheard him. He wasn't scolding her. Was this the same person who only bullied her sister? As the two stood beneath the shade of a tree, sunlight streamed down from above, illuminating his charming yet tender face, his eyelashes fluttering like stars in the night sky. A gentle breeze tousled the fine strands of hair framing Qing Ning's face. And in that moment, the sunlight was so bright that she found it difficult to keep her eyes open, her vision blurring slightly. Is this what it feels like to have a protector? It's rather wonderful. Qing Shui. Chapter 14. The charming older sister Qing Shui returned, clutching a bottle of swelling-reducing spray. Her voice filled with concern. Honey, close your eyes. I'll apply this for you. After her careful application, it proved effective. Chen Yun felt little to no pain. Yet, Qing Shui was relentless, producing a pink band-aid adorned with a bear pattern, insisting on placing it on his face. Only after Chen Yun sternly refused did she relent. Honey, you must be hungry. Let's head home for a meal. I shall not return home. I will simply grab something to eat outside. Today I have some free time. So let us meander around the nearby shopping mall. Qing Shui gazed at Chen Yun in a daze, a look of guilt spreading across her face. What troubles you? Chen Yun asked. Perplexed. With a pitiful expression, Qing Shui replied, My dear husband, it is entirely our fault. Qing Ning has caused such a commotion at school, and now you have been hurt because of it. Chen Yun gently pulled Qing Shui into his embrace, speaking softly, Silly goose, what are you saying? Are we not a family? This is all part of my duty, and even if Qing Ning is at fault, it is our responsibility to educate her. It is not the place of those rascals to take action, and besides, Qing Ning has done nothing wrong. Though his words were spoken softly, the two sisters heard them clearly. Qing Shui choked back tears, saying, Husband, Upon seeing her tear-filled eyes, Chen Yun hastily attempted to wipe them away, only for more tears to flow. Seeing his anxious demeanor made Qing Xue cry even harder. "No, dear wife, please do not cry. Qingning, quickly comfort your sister. What are we to do?" Qingning bit her lip to suppress a laugh and turned her gaze elsewhere, adopting an air of indifference as a gentle breeze wafted through, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. After quite some time, under Chen Yun's coaxing, Qing Xue finally ceased her tears. Upon arriving at the mall, the trio casually ate a little something before embarking on their shopping adventure. "This is far too expensive. Let's try another store." Qing Xue murmured as she glanced at the 4-digit price tag. "Let's try it on. I wish to see how it looks," Chen Yun said, his tone laced with anticipation. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Whenever Chen Yun expressed interest, she was more than willing to try it on. After finding a suitable size, Qing Xue dashed to the fitting room with glee. Moments later, she emerged before the mirror, transformed as if by magic, and Chen Yun's eyes lit up. Clad in a delicate yellow dress that accentuated her mature and alluring figure, she raised her arms to embrace herself, her exquisite collarbone subtly revealed, elevating her entire aura significantly. Turning to face Chen Yun, her eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. Chen Yun marveled at how stunning his wife was, exclaiming, "Her figure is nothing short of breathtaking, akin to majestic peaks and raging tides. This ensemble is splendid now. Let us find you a pair of shoes to match." Qing Xue tugged at the hem of his shirt, whispering, "Wait, were we not just trying on clothes?" Chen Yun seized a pair of cream-colored high heels, disregarding her protests, and gently seated her, removing her worn-out shoes and replacing them with the new ones. The nearby sales associate enviously remarked, "Your husband is not only handsome, but also incredibly considerate. Such a rarity." Qing Xue's dimples deepened as her gaze toward Chen Yun grew more enamored. "Yes, quite lovely." Chen Yun retrieved a bag from the shelf and handed it to Qing Xue, saying, "Hold this." Obediently, she accepted the bag, allowing Chen Yun to dictate their choices. "Excellent. This is it. Please proceed to the checkout." After settling the bill, he turned to Qing Xue, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this is precisely the attire befitting a goddess. At that moment, the goddess appeared to have suffered a grave injustice, staring at the torn price tag, hurriedly attempting to pick it up, wishing to reattach it. Already on the verge of tears from her heartache. "Come, let's move on to the next door and see what clothes suit Qingning." Qing Xue's eyes reddened with urgency. How had this man suddenly become so extravagant? Entering another shop, she selected several outfits for Qingning, then whispered, "Quickly try these on. Your sister is eager to see how they look on you. Just look at how red her eyes are with anticipation." Qingning glanced at the man before her, pursed her lips, and remained silent. How could he lie so effortlessly? My sister's anticipation? It was clear she was distressed over the tags, not adhering, and was on the brink of tears. Nevertheless, she accepted the garments and headed to the fitting room. The two waited at their seats for Qingning when Chen Yun's phone rang. He pulled it out to find a message from Tang Yun. "Chen Yun, have you finalized things with that yellow-faced woman? When will you divorce her? Once you do, I expect an invitation for dinner tonight." Before Chen Yun could respond, another message arrived. "If you do not divorce today, do not bother trying to contact me again." The threat was evident. In the past, Chen Yun would have played the role of a lovesick fool. However, now, he merely scoffed and turned off his phone. "Tang Yun, do not rush. We shall settle our accounts in due time." Chapter 15. The Awkwardness in the Fitting Room. Just then, Qingning emerged from the fitting room, and Chen Yun looked up, instantly captivated by her appearance. He had only just noticed she had changed into a new outfit, dressed in an oversized brown hoodie that draped down to her thighs. Her long hair flowed loosely, cascading gracefully over her chest. Beneath the hoodie, her slender legs were visible, clad in denim shorts, paired with white sneakers and black knee-high socks, presenting the image of a vibrant neighborhood beauty. Chen Yun rarely described a girl as a beauty, for true beauty must possess youthfulness, innocence, and a delightful charm. And Qingning fit this description perfectly. Although her expression remained cool, it was evident that joy danced within her beautiful eyes. She clearly adored this outfit. Sensing Chen Yun's gaze upon her, the girl tilted her head but did not shy away. Chen Yun stood and approached her, asking, "Are you satisfied with this outfit?" Qingning continued to gaze at the clothes hanging on the rack, not answering his question, instead coldly stating, "A boy from the class next door has been pursuing me." But I did not agree. When Li Na found out, she, who likes him, began to resent me and has targeted me ever since, leading to that incident. Observing the fragile silhouette of the girl, Chen Yun felt a pang of sorrow, had it not been for his tarnished reputation. Those students would not have dared to bully Qingning so brazenly. Such incidents had surely occurred more than once. They believed Qingning had only a powerless sister, emboldening their arrogance. This had likely contributed to Qingning's solitary nature, wrapping herself in a veneer of indifference, presenting a do-not-approach demeanor. She probably had no friends at school. Chen Yun softly reassured her, "Fear not, such things shall not happen again. If anyone dares to bully you, just call me, and I will handle it." The girl remained silent, merely nodding solemnly, and she walked to the counter, saying, "Let's check out." The three exited the boutique and continued their shopping. As they passed another store, Chen Yun's attention was immediately captured by an outfit, a white top paired with a black skirt and black stockings, exuding an air of sophistication. Just imagining Qing Xue, a goddess of her caliber, wearing it made his mouth water. "Dear wife, come with me. Let us try that outfit." Qingning chimed in from behind. "I need to use the restroom. I'll find you shortly." Chen Yun nodded and led Qing Xue into the store. "Hello, could you please fetch that outfit from the front? My wife wishes to try it on." Qing Xue intended to refuse, but upon seeing the sales associate already retrieving the outfit, she had no choice but to comply with Chen Yun's urging and entered the fitting room. After a while, Qing Xue's voice called from within, "Darling, are you out there?" "I'm here, what is it?" Chen Yun leaned closer to the fitting room door. In a shy whisper, Qing Xue said, "Could you come in and help me? The zipper at the back is stuck." "Huh? Coming," Chen Yun replied, momentarily taken aback before swiftly stepping into the fitting room. Instantly, he was rendered speechless by the alluring scene before him. Qing Xue had donned the outfit, her porcelain skin exposed, while the zipper on the back had become entangled with her undergarments. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any assistance from Chen Yun, she turned to find him gaping in astonishment, prompting her to shyly exclaim, "Hubby." "Huh? Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought," Chen Yun stammered, his cheeks flushing as he hurriedly attempted to assist her with the zipper. Qing Xue could not help but stifle a giggle at his reaction. What had gotten into him these past few days? It was as if he had never seen her like this before. He resembled a lovesick fool. To ease his task, she intentionally took a step back, only to feel a shift behind her. Chen Yun let out a muffled groan and quickly stepped back. Once Qing Xue had adjusted her attire, she turned to face Chen Yun, inquiring, "So, how do I look?" You look stunning," he replied, nodding vigorously, nearly drooling at the sight of the alluring Qing Xue. "Then let us head out," she said, pulling him towards the exit. Yet, Chen Yun remained rooted to the spot, hesitantly stammering. You go ahead. I'm not quite comfortable." "What's uncomfortable?" Qing Xue was perplexed, but upon noticing Chen Yun's predicament, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she let out a playful scoff. Chen Yun, equally embarrassed, wished he could sink into the ground. It was mortifying. "Perhaps you should leave first," he suggested, but Qing Xue was not about to abandon him here. "What if someone came and mistook him for a weirdo? Could you help me with this?" she said timidly. Her face flushed as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Chen Yun took the item from her, utterly bewildered by her intentions. "Moments latte." His eyes widened in shock as he processed what was unfolding. Meanwhile, Qingning was scanning the store curiously, puzzled by the absence of the two. She distinctly remembered them entering the shop. Just as she contemplated calling them, she heard a fit of coughing from the fitting room, followed by Chen Yun's incessant apologies. "Sis, are you in there?" "Cough, cough, yes, I'm coming out." A few minutes later, Qing Xue and Chen Yun emerged, both bearing somewhat unnatural expressions. "Sis, are you all right?" Qingning asked, her concern evident. Chen Yun chuckled foolishly. "Your sister is fine." Qing Xue immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling somewhat wronged as she pinched herself. How could he be so shameless? Taking advantage, yet pretending to be innocent? But she couldn't bring herself to scold him, feeling a mix of anger and affection. Although Qingning did not fully grasp their exchange, it was apparent their relationship had improved, and she refrained from pressing further. After settling the bill, Chen Yun bought the sisters 2 more outfits, and after much persuasion from Qing Xue, they finally exited them all. "Hubby, let us head home, and I'll make your favorite. Sweet and sour pork, all right?" Qing Xue beamed with delight. "Sure, let us go home," he replied. The three of them strolled towards home, basking in the glow of the evening sun. After dinner, Qingning retreated to her room to study, while Qing Xue washed the dishes. Chen Yun finished his grooming and returned to the bedroom, standing by the window as he lit a cigarette. The night deepened, and the moonlight cast a dreamy haze, enhancing the view outside the window. Gazing at the distant neon lights, everything felt surreal yet vibrantly dazzling. "What are you thinking about, hubby?" Qing Xue had quietly entered and wrapped her arms around him from behind. "Of course, I was thinking about you," he replied, turning to lift her into his arms, startling her into a gasp as she clung tightly to his neck. Hearing her surprise from the next room, Qingning instinctively stood up, her fists clenched tightly. Her breath momentarily paused. However, instead of a scream, she heard her sister's melodious laughter. Letting out a relieved sigh, Qingning's anxious heart calmed, and she glanced at the math problems on her paper, which suddenly seemed much simpler. Chapter 16. The return of the mud truck the following morning. Chen Yun was gradually awakened by the chirping of birds outside. Sunlight streamed in, draping the windowsill in a soft golden veil. A far more pleasant awakening than the jarring sound of an alarm clock. Dressed and stepping out of his room, he found Qingxue setting dishes on the table. "Hubby, you're awake. Time to eat," she said, her eyes filled with tenderness, looking at him with the happiness of a newlywed. It seemed their deep conversation from the previous night had worked wonders. Qingxue now radiated an indescribable confidence, and he resolved to engage in such discussions more often. "Qingning, hurry up and eat. You'll be late for school." Qingning, already dressed in her school uniform, took her seat at the dining table. "Is wearing uniforms mandatory at your school?" Chen Yun inquired. Qingning, with her expression still icy, replied coolly, "Not really. They don't mind much in senior year." "That's good. Go change. That uniform is quite unattractive." "No need. I'll just wear my uniform to school," she replied softly, lowering her head. Chen Yun set down his chopsticks. "Be more confident. You're beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with having good figure. Don't mind what others say. Today, we'll wear the new outfits I bought, and I'll accompany you to school." His words warmed the hearts of both sisters. It was clear that his encouragement came from a place of genuine care, devoid of ulterior motives. Qingning looked up. "You'll come with me to school?" "Of course. Since we haven't resolved everything yet, your sister has to work, so I'll take you." He then feigned a stern expression. "Now, go change your clothes." Qingxue chimed in with a smile. "Yes, quickly. That outfit is lovely." Qingning turned and entered her room, closing the door. A few minutes later, she emerged in the new outfit. Although her expression remained unchanged, it was evident that her mood had improved. What girl wouldn't want to look her best? After breakfast, the three of them left together, with Qingxue also donning her new attire. Upon reaching the ground floor, several residents of the community paused, astonished by the sight of the two sisters, particularly the men who were left gaping. Chen Yun's pride soared as he escorted two beautiful women out. It was quite the spectacle. "Hubby, I'll head to work now, and we'll cook for you at noon," Qingxue said as she hopped onto her electric bike and rode away. It seemed the purchase of a car was now a priority. He felt uneasy having his wife ride that. The school was not far, allowing them ample time as they walked along the sidewalk. A gentle breeze ruffled the girl's hair beside him, and Qingning tucked a loose strand behind her ear, the warm sunlight illuminating her delicate profile, momentarily mesmerizing Chen Yun. Snapping back to reality, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. This age was indeed brimming with vitality, yet he felt he was still in his prime, as if he still possessed the body of a 22-year-old. Last night had confirmed this. "Qingning, hand me your backpack," he said, reaching behind to grab it, thinking parents should help their children with such burdens. Qingning hesitated, surprised by his request. After a moment's contemplation, she surrendered the backpack without a struggle. "It's quite heavy. Does it contain all the books you need for today?" She replied softly. Perhaps feeling she had been too aloof, she continued. "We need a lot of practice books in senior year. Indeed, this year's review hinges on these practice books and papers." "How did you fare in the last exam?" "Not very well. I ranked 24th in the year group. This is quite commendable. However, do you have any worries?" Suddenly, Qingning halted her steps, her eyes brimming with fury, resembling an inflated pufferfish as she glared at Chen Yun. "Surely, I haven't killed the conversation, have I? Is this somehow my fault?" Chen Yun tentatively inquired. Several times, Qingning seemed poised to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Chen Yun grasped that she must have done something regrettable, which had adversely affected Qingning's performance. "I am a loss for words to explain, yet I am certain it is my fault, and I apologize. Let go." Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Qingning appeared to deflate like a punctured balloon. It is all in the past now. Once they arrived at school, they proceeded directly to the principal's office, where their homeroom teacher happened to be present. The principal rose to greet them, exchanged pleasantries, and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. The school's resolution was now clear. Li Na had been expelled, while the other accomplices received school reprimands and suspension, alongside a formal notice sent throughout the school detailing the incident, ensuring that Qingning would not be wronged. "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Chen Yun nodded. "Did the boy's family not report to the police?" "No." The principal immediately shook his head. "How could they dare to report it? Moreover, those parents are willing to offer some compensation, hoping you will refrain from pursuing further legal action, as involving the police could lead to defamation charges and a criminal record." Now, they're afraid? What were they thinking when they bullied my Qingning? Nevertheless, Chen Yun merely voiced his thoughts, not intending to escalate matters. "Let us consider this resolved. I appreciate your assistance, principal and teachers." The principal expressed gratitude repeatedly, as the school was keen to avoid any escalation. With the matter settled, the homeroom teacher led them out of the office and toward the classroom. The teacher remarked with a smile, "Qingning looks exceptionally beautiful today. Do maintain this appearance." This child is truly a sight for sore eyes. However, if you are bullied in the future, please inform the teachers first. Some students exhibit extreme behaviors. And do not let them hinder your academic performance. It was evident that the female teacher held a fondness for Qingning, yet her demeanor was rather aloof. Often keeping to herself, Chen Yun smiled. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Li. I am also planning to withdraw Qingning from the boarding arrangement. From now on, our parents will be responsible for her transportation. The student who is expelled will likely continue to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Ms. Li furrowed her brow. What should we do then? Should we notify the authorities? Reporting such matters is futile, lacking any evidence. Rest assured, Ms. Li, no one will bully my Qingning again. My Qingning? Such a foreign term. Qingning walked behind them, observing Chen Yun's silhouette, a complex blend of emotions unfurling within her. Throughout their lives, she and her sister had been labeled as burdens by their family. Had it not been for her sister bringing her out of the countryside, she might have children by now. Qingning. Chen Yun looked back at his day sister-in-law and asked with a smile, What are you thinking? Can you stay home from now on? Yes. Your agreement suffices. Now, let us return to class and focus on our studies. I will handle the rest. As Qingning entered the classroom, gasps of astonishment erupted. Is this Qingning? Goodness, the school's beauty queen position may need to be reassigned. It's just a change of attire, yet she appears completely transformed. She is stunning. This aura. She's truly the ice goddess. I believe I'm falling in love. Chen Yun was quite pleased with the students' reactions, and he busied himself running around the school to complete the paperwork for Qingning's withdrawal from boarding. By the time he finished, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Heading home, he surmised that Qingxue would be back preparing dinner. He strolled homeward, humming a cheerful tune. Upon reaching the community entrance, he spotted Qingxue carrying groceries. Intending to cross the street, Chen Yun waved at her. Upon seeing him, Qingxue immediately ran toward him with delight. Husband. At that moment, a truck roared toward them from across the street. Chen Yun was nearly paralyzed with shock. Not again. Is this thing going to start up again today? Upon hearing the blaring horn, Qingxue froze in panic. Without a second thought, Chen Yun lunged forward. Qingxue narrowly avoided the truck, but Chen Yun was not so fortunate. He was grazed by the edge and flung several meters away. Chapter 17, Brothers Gather. When Chen Yun regained consciousness, it was already evening. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Qingxue's delicate visage. Beside her stood a tall, slender young man with wine-red hair, clad in a dark pink long-sleeved shirt and black, cropped trousers. His feet adorned with limited-edition sneakers. His features were somewhat handsome, yet he paled in comparison to Chen Yun. Husband, you're awake. I thought I'd never see you open your eyes again. Qingxue's suppressed tears overflowed, and she embraced him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Yun sat up, gently stroking her hair, offering comfort. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. He then turned to the young man and smiled casually. How did you become so thin? Have you been taking diet pills? The young man raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? Gu Hongfei, are you itching for trouble again? Upon hearing Chen Yun's blunt remark, the man did not retort, but paused momentarily, his expression brightening. Haha, this feels good. Exactly what I needed. Gu Hongfei grinned, his laughter soon giving way to tears. A grown man in his 30s, unabashedly crying in the hospital despite the presence of others, his nose running and tears streaming. My brother is back. Haha. My sister-in-law did not deceive me. Chen Yun refrained from offering words of consolation, his eyes reddening as he observed Gu Hongfei muttering to himself. Gu Hongfei was Chen Yun's childhood friend. After graduating from university, Chen Yun launched a business and quickly found success due to his exceptional abilities. At that time, Gu Hongfei was still a small-time thug, always seeking to dominate Ning City. However, during a deal, he was betrayed and captured by rivals. Upon learning of this, Chen Yun took all the fun from his company and single-handedly rescued Gu Hongfei. Afterward, Gu Hongfei had a moment of clarity and, with Chen Yun's assistance, ventured into business himself, which was more accurately described as Chen Yun financing the establishment of a company for Gu Hongfei. In time, Chen Yun's character underwent a significant transformation, severing ties with several childhood friends under Tang Yun's instigation, spending his days with unsavory companions. During this period, his friends attempted to dissuade him on multiple occasions, but were driven away by his harsh words. During one intense argument, they exchanged many hurtful remarks, leading to a complete rupture in their friendship. Nevertheless, Gu Hongfei remained persistent, frequently contacting Qingxue to inquire about Chen Yun's situation. This morning, upon receiving updates about recent events from Qingxue, Gu Hongfei disregarded his business and flew back immediately. Brother, when are you returning to the company? Company? What company? Gu Hongfei dramatically tossed aside the strands of hair falling over his forehead. The company is mine now. I have reserved the position of chairman for you. Do not worry. Although the scale has not expanded, there have been some improvements during your tenure. Oh, our esteemed Chen Yun would concern himself with such a trivial company? He is, after all, quite impressive. An incongruous voice echoed from outside the ward. Liwei Luo Zhu, you all have arrived, and our little Shuang Shuang is here as well. Qing Xue warmly greeted the trio, standing at the door. Sister-in-law. Luo Zhu was a quintessential southern girl, her voice soft, her appearance sweet, and her personality utterly delightful. Luo Zhu gently guided the doll-like girl to Chen Yun's side, saying, Shuang Shuang, this is your father's esteemed godfather, do greet him. Shuang Shuang politely bowed, hello, godfather. Humph. Who speaks of him? It would be better if this godfather were dead. You fat fool, get lost, Chen Yun retorted, rising to embrace Shuang Shuang and tenderly pinching her little cheek. Shuang Shuang, does her father treat you well? If not, perhaps you should come live with us, he proposed. Li Bei, a somewhat rotund man with a round face, clean short hair, and gold-rimmed glasses, paused momentarily at Chen Yun's words, then muttered a heavy curse. I need a smoke. This is too suffocating. He turned and walked outside. Luo Zhu, understanding her husband's sentiments, apologized. Chingu, that's just how Li Wei is. Don't mind him. Huh. I wonder who's the first to rush to the police station every time my brother gets into trouble. Gu Hongfei chimed in, revealing a truth. Chen Yun gazed at the little girl in his arms, remaining silent. Suddenly, he realized why he had not perished over the years despite his reckless behavior. Whether in fights or in gambling, he would never spend more than a day in the station. He had always believed that his name, which contained the character for luck, would shield him from misfortune, but now he recognized it was thanks to friends like these. Chen Yun's family. The test results are in. You may proceed with the discharge formalities, a nurse called from the doorway. Coming, Qing Shui replied, Dear, I'll be right back. At the food stall, Li Wei expressed his discontent. Gu Hongfei, is this really the place you choose to eat? I found it. It has a certain warmth, Chen Yun cheerfully called boss. Bring me another 50 meat skewers and a case of beer. Coming right up. Gu Hongfei, having downed his beer, slurred slightly, Hey brother, when are you taking over the company? Just give me a straight answer, hick. Chen Yun set his cup down as Qing Shui tenderly offered him a napkin to wipe his mouth. After all these years, who would still manage a company? I was just a pretty face back then. Not going back to that, he replied. Chapter 18. Why don't we have children? Li Wei slammed his cup onto the table. Why are we being so sentimental here? You're alive now. If you want to go back, just go. Chen Yun shook his head. Enough of this topic. I just want to spend time with Qing Shui and rest for a while. All right, brother. I'll help you manage for a bit longer. Call me when you want to return. Now, let us drink. The meal stretched from evening into the depths of night. And as the group departed, Chen Yun rubbed his somewhat numb cheeks. Dear, have you had too much to drink? I'll make you a hangover soup when we get home, Qing Shui said, clinging to his arm, concerned he might stumble. Chen Yun glanced at the time. Fortunately, we still have time. Is there anything else? Go pick up Qing Ning. She's about to finish school. It's late for a young girl to be coming home alone. All right, Qing Shui replied sweetly. The night roads were brightly lit, illuminated by dazzling neon lights. The school was not far, and the couple strolled leisurely, with Qing Shui cherishing the moment. Chen Yun quietly asked, Wife, was Dad at the hospital all afternoon? Qing Shui's gaze faltered. I told him you were injured. Then, she grasped Chen Yun's arm, flustered. I was really scared at that moment. So Chen Yun gently patted her hand, reassuringly, you did the right thing. It was I who was foolish back then. Reflecting on the frail figure he had seen outside the ward, he sighed deeply. His father, Chun Hanlin, had advised him several times regarding his affair with Tang Yun. But back then, he had been too stubborn to listen. After a fierce argument, they had severed ties, not having communicated in years. Chen Yun recalled his past actions and wished he could slap himself. He had sacrificed so much for that woman. Dad and Li Wei must have helped you a lot, right? Qing Shui glanced at Chen Yun's expression, recalling how he had once forbidden her from contacting them. They did indeed assist you quite a bit, she continued. Concerned he might misinterpret. However, I never accepted their money. You really are obedient, Chen Yun said, pulling Qing Shui close. Let us find a time to visit the old man. I miss him. Qing Shui's face lit up. Yes, Dad has been thinking of you too. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a park near the school, which, at this hour, was sparsely populated with couples. Finding a bench, Chen Yun embraced Qing Shui as they sat down. There is something I wanted to ask you, he began, contemplating his words. Why don't we have children? Bathed in moonlight. He noticed a flustered expression cross Qing Shui's face as she averted her gaze from him, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Could it be that I am incapable? This was Chen Yun's first thought. No. Qing Shui quickly shook her head, her eyes darting nervously as she whispered, I've been taking medication all these years. Afraid of truly becoming pregnant, of having a child. Seeing Chen Yun's affection for Shuang Shuang in the hospital, she realized how much he adored children. Perhaps if they had one, he would have returned to her sooner. She bit her lip, feeling a pang of regret. Suddenly, a kiss caught Qing Shui off guard, nearly making her squeal as her hands froze in midair. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Qing Shui's face flushed as she glanced around, relieved to find no one nearby. What you did was right. That environment was indeed unsuitable for raising a child. Chen Yun tenderly brushed her hair aside. Can we have one in the future? No. 2 would be better. 3 wouldn't be too many either. Qing Shui gazed down at his hands, her eyes dreamy, resting against his warm chest. Whatever you desire. Chen Yun detected the double entendre in her words, and feeling emboldened, he embraced her with fervor, delighting in their playful exchange. The couple lingered in their affection until it was time to leave. Qing Shui, feeling completely relaxed in Chen Yun's embrace, followed him out of the park to wait for Qing Ning at the school gate. As the school bell rang, the area around the entrance erupted in noise. Qing Ning walked out alone, glancing enviously at the parents escorting their children home before lowering her head and continuing on her way. Qing Ning, hearing the familiar voice, she looked up. Sister, what brings you here so late? A warmth spread through her heart. Someone cared for her. Upon noticing Chen Yun beside Qing Shui, holding a takeout bag, her expression brightened. Chen Yun raised the bag. Barbecue, still warm. Let us eat at home. He then relieved Qing Ning of her heavy backpack. Oh, she replied softly, unconsciously swallowing hard. Noticing Qing Ning's reaction, Chen Yun chuckled. She seemed quite enthusiastic about food, a fact he had discovered during their last hot pot outing. In casual conversation with Qing Shui, he learned the reason behind it. The sisters both hailed from a small mountain village where their family favored boys over girls. And it was no surprise they had little access to delicacies. Merely having enough to eat was a blessing. Thankfully, Qing Shui had managed to escape through her own efforts. When Qing Ning was in middle school, she had heard that her family was forbidding her from continuing her education, prompting Qing Shui to rescue her from that dire situation. Throughout their journey home, the sisters laughed and chatted, as if only in front of her sister could Qing Ning shed her icy facade and engage in normal conversation. Upon returning home, Chen Yun heated the barbecue in the microwave for a few minutes. The skewers sizzled and crackled, the oil bubbling up as it cooked, adorned with a sprinkle of chili flakes and cumin. Qing Shui brought over a bowl of rice and placed it in front of her younger sister, saying, "It's all yours. Eat up." Her sister replied. Throughout the meal, Qing Ning remained silent, holding her bowl in one hand and a skewer in the other, sitting up straight with a devout expression, eating with utmost seriousness. Observing her, Chen Yun found himself involuntarily swallowing, realizing that this girl had a talent for food broadcasting. Not only was she a feast for the eyes, but she also stirred his appetite greatly. After finishing the last skewer, she finally looked up, noticing the two of them staring at her, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Shyly lowering her head, she murmured, "I'm full," before turning and dashing back to her bedroom. "Wait," Qing Shui called, following her into the room, where the sisters began to share secrets. When she emerged, she found Chen Yun washing the dishes in the kitchen. "How can you be doing this?" Qing Shui playfully stomped her foot, and with her goddess-like beauty, the impact was nothing short of devastating. Chapter 19, Tang Yun's Call. The following morning, Qing Shui rose early to prepare breakfast, skillfully frying an egg in a skillet. The sizzling sound seemed to awaken the entire morning. Chen Yun watched as a perfect fried egg flipped over, reminding him of the scene from last night when he had done the same. That moment was indeed nostalgic. "Breakfast is ready," Qing Shui announced, as Qing Ning, still pondering over a math problem on her paper, promptly stood up to help clear the table. "My dear, you should head to work soon. I'll take Qing Ning to school," Chen Yun suggested. "No need," Qing Ning replied, looking down. Qing Shui concurred. "It's too much trouble. She can go by herself." Chen Yun shook his head. "I'm worried her troublemaking classmates might cause issues. I have no plan, so I'll take her and then go for a stroll." Hearing this, Qing Shui nodded in concern. Under Chen Yun's urging, Qing Shui left for work, glancing back multiple times. "Let us go. Hand me your bag," Chen Yun said. Qing Ning removed her backpack and placed it in his hands, whispering, "Hey, thanks." "For what?" "It's what I should do," Chen Yun responded. Suddenly stopping, he quipped, "What do you mean, hey? Didn't you just call me brother-in-law?" Qing Ning tilted her head to the side, her hair flowing with the breeze, seemingly reluctant as she said, "Oh, brother-in-law. Yes, now that is more like it." Chen Yun reached out as if to pat her head, but quickly retracted his hand, realizing the gesture might be misinterpreted. Soon, they arrived at school. Qing Ning took her bag, her expression still frosty, and turned to leave. Chen Yun waved at her retreating figure, softly saying, "I'll pick you up tonight." She replied, her voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough to be heard. Chen Yun turned back home. Once at home, he removed his shirt, only for his phone to ring. Qing Shui truly was clingy. It had only been a short while since they parted, and she was already calling. Chen Yun smiled as he picked up the phone, his expression freezing as a complex array of emotions surged within him. Caller ID, Chen Yun. Upon answering, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the other end, loud enough for Chen Yun to hold the phone away from his ear. Chen Yun, what is the matter? It's been so long. Haven't you divorced her yet? A barrage of questions left Chen Yun momentarily stunned, a wave of indescribable disgust washing over him. Suppressing his nausea, he replied coolly, I can't divorce her right now. Are you insane? You dare speak to me like that? You must divorce her today, or don't bother coming to find me again. In the past, such words would have compelled Chen Yun to comply. Qingxue still has her uses. She'll soon receive a sum of money sufficient for our expenses for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun sat up abruptly in her hotel bed, her excitement causing her nightgown strap to slip from her collarbone, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Baby, are you serious? Her voice softened, laced with allure. Chen Yun shivered. Her tone was far too insincere, lacking the melodic quality of Qingxue's voice. I'm still investigating the specifics. Once confirmed, I'll discuss it with you in detail. All right, darling. I'm counting on you for the rest of my life. Chen Yun gripped the hammer in his hand tightly, taking a deep breath to restrain the urge to curse her out. Chapter 20, A Considerate Wife. Yes, Qingxue will be back soon. It would be troublesome if she saw this. Let us keep our contact to a minimum. As soon as I receive the money, I'll sell her off. Of course. Darling, I'll do as you say. You're the best. Chen Yun quickly hung up, not wishing to hear another moment of that pretentious voice, which made him feel nauseous. Exhaling deeply, he realized the first step of his plan had succeeded. It seemed Chen Yun was convinced. After all, when had he ever deceived her? To her, he was merely an obedient dog. This certainly alleviated much hassle. Now, it was only a matter of time before she fell into the trap he had laid. For the time being, he needn't worry about finances. There was enough to cover the expenses of the three of them. Around noon, Qingxue entered the house carrying a plethora of groceries and several packages, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. The sunlight streamed in just right, and a gentle June breeze fluttered the curtains, while outside, the city bustled with life. She caught sight of Chen Yun doing push-ups on the floor. However, when did he develop abs? Could it be he was hitting the gym while out having fun? Perhaps. As after all, every time he returned to bed, she had been too shy to look at him, trying her best to keep her eyes closed, hoping it would all pass quickly. Now, however, it seemed his physique was quite commendable. Coupled with that handsome face, he hardly resembled a man in his 30s. Little did she know that Chen Yun had been reborn, bringing back the body of a man in his 20s, hence his youthful appearance. Qingxue unconsciously swallowed, realizing her resistance to him seemed to be waning with each passing day. But it mattered little. After all, he was her husband, and she could look as much as she pleased. Quietly placing her things down, she picked up a towel and stealthily approached Chen Yun from behind, gently wiping the sweat from his back. He was lost in thought about his plans and didn't notice Qingxue's return until he felt the soft caress against his skin. Turning around, he said, You're back. Wait for me. I'll finish up soon. In a sweet tone, Qingxue replied, Darling, you keep doing your thing. I'll help you wipe off the sweat. After his workout, Qingxue softly suggested, You should take a shower. I have a surprise for you. A reward for your hard work today. Hearing the word reward, Chen Yun's eyes lit up as he quickly dashed to the bathroom. Moments latte. He emerged wearing only a pair of shorts, eagerly exclaiming, What's the reward? I'm all. Upon seeing the stunning beauty standing at the bedroom door, his eyes widened in disbelief. This reward was beyond anything he could have imagined. Qingxue was dressed in a purple ensemble from Pandora's box, one strap of her dress having slipped down, revealing her beautiful collarbone and a portion of her flawless skin. Adorning her head was a cat ear headband, and her long, exquisite legs were clad in black stockings. Seeing Chen Yun rendered speechless, Qingxue playfully called out, Darling. This affectionate utterance swept Chen Yun off his feet, and with heavy breaths, he could no longer contain himself as he swept Qingxue into his arms, striding toward the bedroom. Qingxue nestled shyly in Chen Yun's embrace. Her complexion flushed a delicate pink. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her gaze was hazy, even misty, although it was now summer. Certain places still exuded the vibrant essence of spring. Chapter 21. A Lime in Peril. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the bedroom window, casting an orange hue throughout the room. The curtains swayed gently, imparting an indescribable sense of tranquility. Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of a handsome face that looked tenderly upon her, eyes filled with warmth. She snuggled closer into his embrace, her fingers tracing across his chest. Darling, you're awake. What time is it? She lazily inquired. Almost 5, he replied. Huh? Is it that late? I promised to make you lunch, but... Recalling their wild afternoon, she shot Chen Yun a playful yet bashful glare, exuding charm. Chen Yun slowly withdrew his arm, which had gone numb from being compressed, teasingly remarked, "Wasn't it you who asked for this? Oh, you still call me darling? What happened to your hand? Is it numb from my weight?" Noticing the unusual redness on his arm, marked by strands of hair, she tenderly began to massage it. "It's nothing. I was afraid of waking you," he said, pulling her back into his embrace. Qing Shued did not resist. Instead, she leaned into him, overwhelmed with affection. She cherished the current version of Chen Yun, realizing his tenderness was genuine, reflecting only her in his eyes. Yet, this realization filled her with trepidation, a fear of losing him after having gained his affection. Thus, she resolved to fulfill all of Chen Yun's desires, determined to keep him close by her side. "Darl, I'll go prepare dinner. Qingning will be back soon," she stated. "She is coming back so early. I'll go meet her. I forgot to mention, students who commute can skip evening study sessions, so they return home earlier." Qing Shue offered an apologetic glance at Chen Yun. Chen Yun gently patted her on the head twice and smiled. "All right, you go cook. I'll head out. I should still have time." Qingning stood at the school gate, watching as the crowd gradually thinned, feeling a tinge of disappointment as she searched in vain for the figure she loathed. Kicking a small stone beneath her feet, a hint of vexation crossed her charming face. "What has taken him so long? Can't I just go home by myself? I know the way." As the sun dipped lower, the evening grew darker, and a few sparrows fluttered down, bending the branches of the trees. Qingning walked forward at a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing in other directions, seemingly in search of something. As she passed a secluded corner of the park, several figures suddenly emerged from the roadside, with Li Na at the forefront, wearing a malicious grin as she beheld Qingning. Upon witnessing this scene, Qingning turned to flee, but it was too late. A blonde-haired thug stood behind her, his gaze fixated on her alluring figure and delicate face, nearly drooling with desire. "Li Na, is this the girl you mentioned? Truly exquisite. Haha, today I'm going to savor this," the blonde exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes betraying an unmistakable lust. Qingning took a cautious step back, her peripheral vision scanning for an opportunity to escape. However, disappointment washed over her. This was the most remote part of the park, devoid of any passersby. "Slut, think you can run? You caused me to get expelled. You think you could just waltz back to school? Dream on." Li Na advanced, slapping Qingning, continuing her tirade. "If it weren't for your brother-in-law picking you up every day, I'd have ruined you long ago, you filthy whore. Today, you'll learn the consequences of crossing me." She shouted to the blonde. "Drag her into that warehouse over there, strip her, and have your fun. I'll record it. If she dares to report it, I'll leak the video." The blonde laughed heartily, clearly having done this before, yet he had never encountered such a captivating girl. He could hardly contain his excitement. Qingning swung her backpack and struggled fiercely, but she was no match for these thugs, quickly subdued and dragged towards the abandoned warehouse. Chapter 22, Arrogant Guardians. Pain enveloped her body, leaving behind an abyss of fear. At that moment, a familiar figure flashed in her mind, the scoundrel she called her guardian. But where was he? Why hadn't he come to rescue her? Qingning's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by fear and despair. A deep sigh drew everyone's attention. "I just don't understand why there are always people seeking death," Qingning thought, her eyes locking onto that familiar silhouette, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and the urge to weep. "Let her go," Chen Yun commanded, one hand raised with a phone, the other gripping a branch as thick as his arm. The blonde hesitated, allowing Qingning the opportunity to break free and rush to Chen Yun's side. Clutching tightly to his clothing, her body still trembling from fear. Seeing Chen Yun, Li Na and her companion's expressions shifted. They hadn't expected him to arrive at such a critical moment. The blonde lit a cigarette, arrogantly cursing. "You're her brother-in-law? I advise you to scram and not meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Your life isn't worth the trouble." Chen Yun ignored him, turning to Qingning, whose tearful eyes and pale face bore no trace of her usual cold demeanor. Only fear remained. Her hair was disheveled, a bruise marred her face, and her clothes were dusty, presenting a pitiful sight. With a heart full of compassion, he asked, "Qingning, are you all right? It's all my fault for arriving late." "I'm fine. Let us go," she replied, desperate to escape this place of turmoil. The ordeal had left her with a significant psychological scar. "Go. What are you thinking? You're not leaving here until you entertain me." The blonde taunted. Chen Yun's anger morphed into a sardonic smile, his eyes darkening. "I had no intention of leaving. The police should be arriving shortly." At the mention of the police, the group began to panic, contemplating retreat. "I advise you not to think of running. I've recorded everything. It will be quite troublesome to bring you back after you escape." Chen Yun's voice was cold, his demeanor unfazed as he regarded them. As Li Na and her cohorts hesitated, the police arrived. Inside the police station, Qingxue received Chen Yun's call. Upon learning her sister had been bullied, she hurriedly made her way to the precinct. Grasping Qingning's hand, she trembled as she brushed the dust from her clothes. Inquiring about the incident, her gaze turned fierce as she glared at the group across the room upon hearing they had nearly assaulted her sister. The group appeared unfazed. The blonde's eyes gleamed with lust as he surveyed Qingxue, a smug smile gracing his lips. Chen Yun observed everything, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Darling, how is the police handling it? They wait for the parents of those individuals to arrive before proceeding. The police suggested the two parties discuss the matter first. Chen Yun replied. Qingxue immediately shook her head, her voice laced with anger. No, I refuse to accept a private settlement. They must serve time. If it weren't for you, Qingning would have been violated. With her temperament, how could she possibly survive? This is nothing short of attempted murder. Is it really that serious? It's merely children's squabbles. Aren't you just trying to extort money? A portly middle-aged man entered the precinct, clad in an expensive suit and puffing on a cigar, his demeanor excessively arrogant. Upon seeing him, Li Na cried out, Dad, why did you take so long to arrive? Oh, my dear daughter, are you hurt? Get up, leave the rest to Daddy. He responded, glancing at Qingning and, with a slight tilt of his head, mockingly raised a middle finger at her. Truly, the upbringing of a family reflects in the character of its children. Observing the father and daughter before him, Chen Yun has begun to formulate certain plans in his mind. Li Na's father strides up to Chen Yun and accuses, You must be the Chen Yun who caused my daughter to drop out, right? Quite impressive. Yet again you've landed my daughter in trouble. Upon hearing this, Qingxue's emotions flare up. What kind of attitude is that? It is my sister who has been wronged. Shouldn't you be apologizing right now? Chen Yun gazes at Qingxue with a hint of surprise. She appears as gentle as a lamb before him. Yet her anger carries a formidable aura. Enough of this. I've encountered many like you. Just tell me how much you want. The overweight man replies impatiently. Qingxue trembles with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. The man then turns to Chen Yun with a derisive snicker. Even if you pursue legal action, you won't gain much. Li Na is just 2 months shy of adulthood, and your child has merely sustained minor injuries, nothing substantial. In the end, you'll simply pay to settle this. Qingxue, disbelieving his words, immediately looks to the police officers in the hall. Is what he says true? The police officer, with a grim expression, can't tolerate the man's arrogance, yet helplessly nods. If you insist on pursuing legal measures, we will conduct an investigation. He does not elaborate further, but the implication is clear. Qingxue turns to Chen Yun, her eyes brimming with helplessness and uncertainty, even misting over with tears. The thought that her sister nearly faced a horrific fate while she feels powerless is excruciating for her. The overweight man leans closer to Chen Yun, grinning maliciously. I say, brother, that young lady still needs to continue her studies, right? If you keep insisting, even if Li Na is detained for a few days, her mood will undoubtedly be soured upon her release. At that point, the threat is unmistakable. Qingxue, hearing his words, casts a pale glance at Qingning, her eyes reflecting desolation and resignation. Is this truly the distinction between the wealthy and the impoverished? Throughout this exchange, Chen Yun remains silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the man opposite him. Suddenly, he claps his hands and bursts into laughter. The sound reverberates through the police station, creating a momentary silence. Indeed, splendid. I find your reasoning quite sound. Chen Yun responds with an even broader smile, patting the rotund man's shoulder as if they were long-lost friends. Turning to the police, he continues, Let us consider this incident resolved. It's merely a childish altercation, and we shall not pursue it further. The officer wishes to interject, but Chen Yun has already taken Qingxue by the hand, striding towards the exit without a hint of hesitation. Li Na and her companions witness the resolution of the situation, aghast that Chen Yun does not even demand compensation, rendering the man even more audacious. What is this? It just concluded like that? Truly cowardly. I was hoping to have a bit of fun with that young lady. She is rather captivating. Those long legs could entertain me for a year. Oh, haha. Even if you sought her out daily, I doubt her family would dare say anything. Chapter 23. Chen Yun's Tactics. Silence reigns. The police officer, his face darkened, can no longer bear to observe the actions of these individuals and voices his discontent. Watching Chen Yun's retreating figure, he furrows his brow slightly. He has witnessed numerous such incidents. Each parent enters with heightened emotions, eager to bring these miscreants to justice. Yet he has never encountered someone like Chen Yun, who has remained composed since entering the police station, speaking little, as though fully aware of the outcome, merely going through the motions. Surely, this matter will not end here. During the journey home, Chen Yun says nothing, merely stopping at a pharmacy to procure some ointment for external injuries. The two sisters walk home in a daze, lost in their thoughts. Upon returning, Chen Yun gently takes Qing Shue's hand, speaking softly, "Do not dwell on it too much. Leave everything to me. Rest assured, let us prepare dinner." Qing Ning must be hungry. Qing Shui nods with resignation, interpreting his words as mere platitudes. For what can one do in such a situation? The only hope is to escort Qing Ning daily and pray that those scoundrels do not return to harass her. Enduring this final year of high school and aspiring to attend university far from here. With a sigh of despair, Qing Shui turns and heads to the kitchen, where the old range hood soon hums to life. Qing Ning stares blankly at the battered floor, her countenance devoid of expression, her eyes fixated vacantly on a particular crevice. Lost in thought, Chen Yun retrieves iodine and cotton swabs, taking a seat opposite her, gently grasping her arm as he carefully applies the ointment. Is this despair? Is it a sense of injustice? Why do those scoundrels not face their due retribution? Chen Yun's voice is soft as he meticulously tends to her wounds. Qing Ning remains silent, allowing Chen Yun to act as he wishes, resembling a doll devoid of spirit. When Chen Yun holds the anti-swelling spray to her pale face, their eyes meet. "This is all my fault. I sent it. I am a harbinger of misfortune. Wherever I go, calamity follows," Qing Ning whispers, her gaze falling upon Chen Yun's eyes, which are slowly reddening, her pitiful demeanor evoking profound sympathy. Closing her eyes, Chen Yun sprays the medication on her bruises, then evenly spreads it with a cotton swab. "You're puzzled as to why Haven T pursued accountability for those individuals, aren't you? I imagine any remaining fondness you held for me has dissipated. You must be cursing me in your heart, thinking me a coward who fled at the sight of wealth." Qing Ning observes Chen Yun's expression, half smirking, tilting her head slightly. She indeed thinks this way. Did he not explicitly state, "My Qing Ning"? Why did he run from those individuals, even when he could have uttered some harsh words? Yet, she quickly reconciles with the thought that she has no right to demand such from him. After all, she is merely an unrelated younger sister. Just last week, his eyes were filled with desire. Perhaps he yearned for her form. They are merely two sides of the same coin. Reflecting on this, Qing Ning offers a sorrowful smile. In this society, there truly is no refuge for oneself, not even a place to merely survive. Yet there is none. The scant light in her life extinguishes alongside the events at the police station. Chen Yun meticulously checks all her injuries, nodding in satisfaction. He gently lifts her chin, applying a slight pressure, and gazes into her vacant eyes, earnestly stating, "Qing Ning, you are not a harbinger of misfortune. You are family to me and your sister. That will never change. I look forward to your admission into a prestigious university, so I can boast about you to acquaintances. Look at my Qing Ning." Just imagine that scene. Splendid. A flicker of light appears in Qing Ning's eyes, as if she glimpses that upcoming vision, her fair face revealing a complex array of emotions. "Silly girl. None of this is your fault. It's merely the law of the jungle. Society operates this way. Only when you possess strength will you not be cast aside. Those individuals will no longer harass you. Rest easy. I will take care of everything." Listening to Chen Yun's gentle words, Qing Ning can no longer hold back. Her eyes well up with tears, which coalesce into glistening droplets that cascade down her pale cheeks, falling onto Chen Yun's arms. The icy facade begins to melt, and her once impassive face finally exhibits a spectrum of emotions. Cry, release all the grievances you have borne over the years. In the future, your sister and I will bear all burdens for you. Fear not. Ooh, Chen Yun, Qing Ning cries, throwing herself into his embrace. As if a child who has endured great injustices has finally found solace in her father's arms. "Why do you still call me by my name? Call me brother-in-law." Chen Yun gently patted Qing Ning's nape, offering solace to the tender heart that had never relied on others. "You're not that scoundrel," she sobbed. "I know you're Chen Yun." Chen Yun's hand froze in midair, while the other clenched nervously. "Qing Ning, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I not just your brother-in-law?" Warm droplets fell upon his neck as Qing Ning leaned close, murmuring through her tears, "You are not. I can feel it." A chuckle escaped Chen Yun, albeit awkwardly, as he cast a furtive glance towards the kitchen where Qing Shui remained engrossed in her tasks, oblivious to their exchange. "You're truly being silly. But why do you say such things?" Qing Ning, still nestled against his shoulder, whispered, "Your gaze towards me is different, yet it feels good. Will you always be like this?" "Of course. It will never change," he assured her. "That's good." Qing Ning nodded vigorously, her sobs gradually subsiding into quiet sniffles. "Rest assured, regardless of who you are, I won't tell my sister." At that moment, Chen Yun's phone rang, startling Qing Ning like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly rose. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the memory of her earlier vulnerability. Her head bowed in confusion. Hello, why did it take so long for you to call? Chen Yun answered directly. Chen Yun, have you lost your mind again? How did you end up in trouble? Li Wei's voice boomed from the other end. Have Luo Zhu take the call. If there is something to discuss, it's with her. There was a moment of silence as Li Wei sensed the underlying anger in Chen Yun's tone. Are you alright? Why are you involving my little Zhu? Li Wei's voice softened. Just encountered a bit of trouble. Chen Yun replied as he rose and retreated to the bedroom. He exhaled a puff of smoke out the window. This is how it all transpired. Oh, Chingu, I understand now. The voice on the other end turned gentle before suddenly chilling. You enjoy bullying the weak, do you? I will make them understand what true bullying is. Well then, I'll leave it to you, that yellow-haired brat. Rest assured, Chingu, I will make him regret ever entering this world. 2 days? No, 1 day will suffice. Await my news, ha. Luo Zhu's voice reverted to its sweet softness, a comfort to hear. All right, pass the phone to the fatso. I'll handle the rest with him. Go ahead, I'm listening. Just let me know how you wish to play this. Li Wei could no longer contain his anger, appalled that someone dared to bully his own. The picture has been sent to your phone. This is the person. Do as you see fit. Got it. Damn it, this is infuriating. I'm heading out immediately to track down this scoundrel. As the call ended, Chen Yun took a final drag from his cigarette, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the vast expanse of stars. Indeed, when dealing with such people, one must rely on their own means. Unbeknownst to him at the door, stood 2 stunning figures, one tall and one petite, peering in at Chen Yun. Qing Shue's eyes sparkled with reassurance, happiness, and admiration. In contrast, Qing Ning stared at him, her expression a complex mix of emotions. The familiar voice echoed in her mind. My dear Qing Ning. This phrase lingered in her ears. It turned out he had spoken the truth. Whatever the matter, she could entrust it to him. Her complicated gaze gradually transformed into admiration. This sense of having someone to back her was truly delightful. Chapter 24, Enchanting Beauty. When Chen Yun turned around, he was met with the soft laughter of the two. When did you arrive? Hubby, Qing Shui exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you for worrying about Qing Ning. Chen Yun gently patted her back, reassuring her. Isn't it my duty to take care of you both? Why act so distant? Qing Shui clung to his neck, refusing to let go, and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek. Hubby, you're truly wonderful. Gazing at Qing Shui's exquisite face, Chen Yun finally understood the meaning of innate allure. Qing Shui was the kind of woman who, even when standing still, exuded charm with every glance and smile. Every subtle movement. Cough. Qing Ning quickly gathered the dishes. I'm famished. Qing Ning blinked in surprise at his sudden declaration of hunger, but did not question it. Bustling off to help. Little firecracker, are you purposely trying to embarrass me? Chen Yun said with mock severity. Upon hearing this nickname, Qing Shui's eyes glazed over, a flush blooming on her cheeks as her voice turned sultry. Yes, I am your little firecracker, and it was intentional. Don't you like it? Faced with the seductive Qing Shui, Chen Yun quickly raised both hands in surrender. Wife, I was wrong. Please don't ask me what I did wrong. I just acknowledged that I was wrong. Let's eat first. Seeing Chen Yun's reddened face, Qing Shui couldn't help but laugh, finding great joy in such a husband. He reminded her of a naive little puppy, and she often found herself unable to resist teasing him. As she left, Chen Yun sighed in relief, striving to regain his composure. If Qing Ning witnessed his flustered state, what would become of this brother-in-law's dignity? My brother-in-law, isn't he hungry? Oh, perhaps he desires something other than this. Qing Shui pondered, recalling earlier moments, her cheeks warming at her own boldness. Qing Ning, oblivious to their banter, simply smiled at the evident camaraderie between them, feeling that their home finally resembled what a family should be. After a considerable time, Chen Yun emerged to find the sisters engaged in whispered conversation, neither having touched their chopsticks, awaiting his return. Ahem, let us eat. Hubby, quickly try this. Is it delicious? Qing Shui eagerly served him food. Qing Ning returned from the kitchen, placing a bottle of white wine in front of Chen Yun. Here. This bottle was one she had hidden away. In the past, after drinking, Chen Yun would become rowdy, and the sisters had feared that side of him. Now, however, they seemed untroubled. No more drinking. Your sister says it's bad for your health. After his rebirth, Chen Yun had lost much of his desire for alcohol. It's fine, just have a little. We're celebrating today. Qing Shui poured him a full glass. By the way, I know a bit about Li Wei's family. They're quite wealthy. His father built their fortune from scratch, so Li Wei could be considered a rich second generation. But why did you contact Luo Zhu first? She seemed so gentle and timid, barely able to speak loudly. Gentle? Huh. Chen Yun took the glass, sipping from it. If Luo Zhu heard such praise, she would be overjoyed. Is that so? Of course not. Luo Zhu and I attended the same university. She's a year my junior. I actually played matchmaker for her and Li Wei. I only discovered her background later, which left me quite astonished, much like your expression right now. That girl, who seems like a gust of wind could topple her, is truly remarkable. But you should ask her about it yourself. Rest assured, she will handle this matter efficiently. Those few scoundrels won to escape. They dare to bully my Qing Ning. Ha! Qing Shui chose not to pry further. It was better to remain uninformed about such matters, knowing that Chen Yun was there to protect them. Then why involve the police? King Ning King Kuiret, to give them a chance. If the parents come forward with a proper attitude, this matter can be resolved. However, some individuals are unworthy of that consideration. As he spoke, Chen Yun's tone grew somber. The consequences of bullying were dire. Had he not intervened in time, Qing Ning's life could have been irrevocably damaged. Even if they reported it to the authorities later, those bullies would harbor no remorse. Perhaps Qing Ning would become the subject of their future conversations. All right, let us eat. We should allow those scoundrels to dampen our spirits, Qing Shui urged, noticing Chen Yun's troubled expression. It's time to eat. My wife's culinary skills have truly reached new heights. With a generous mouthful of food, Chen Yun praised her endlessly. By the way, both you and Qing Ning should take the day off tomorrow. Let us go out and have some fun. Given that Qing Ning still bore visible signs of her injuries, attending school seemed a hassle. It was better to simply take a break. Honestly, dear husband, you are too kind. As Chen Yun caught sight of Qing Shui preparing to leap toward him, he quickly signaled for Qing Ning to remain by his side. Understanding the cue perfectly, Qing Ning lowered her head to eat, her demeanor reverent, as if she were a mere unfeeling machine dedicated to consuming food. The following morning, Chen Yun rubbed his sore back, reflecting on the events of the previous night with a wry smile. Qing Shui was becoming increasingly unpredictable, her antics delightfully varied. Yet, he found himself thoroughly enjoying it. It appeared he needed to carve out some time for physical exercise. Stepping out of the bedroom, he found Qing Shui applying makeup in front of the mirror. Usually too busy with work to bother with cosmetics, she typically went about her day with a bare face, which did nothing to diminish her astonishing beauty. Moreover, she didn't have much money to spend on makeup either. The assortment of bottles and jars on the table was still from the recent purchase Chen Yun had made for her. Today, in preparation for their outing, she had risen early and put considerable effort into her appearance. Upon witnessing Qing Shui's transformation, Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. She wore a form-fitting black halter top that artfully showcased her alluring collarbones, paired with a skirt of modest length that accentuated her strikingly long legs. With cherry blossom lips and a slender waist reminiscent of a willow, she was simply captivating. He recalled a popular saying circulating online: some people's allure is an innate gift rather than a mere skill. Darling, Qing Shui sidled closer, nudging his arm. Why are you staring at me like that? Chen Yun snapped back to reality, heavily uttering the name of a certain plant. You enchanting little sprite. He promptly lifted Qing Shui into his arms. She offered no resistance. Instead, she laughed softly, wrapping her arms around his neck without a care for the possibility of smudging her carefully applied makeup, leaning in to plant kisses on his face. Qing Shui understood perfectly. Every effort she made with her attire and cosmetics was for Chen Yun's pleasure, and as long as he was happy, that was what mattered. Now that she had achieved her goal, did the rest truly hold any significance? Qing Ning emerged from the bedroom, still half asleep. She had heard voices earlier, but now it seemed they had all vanished. Perhaps she had simply muddled her sleep. They weren't up yet, and she could afford to doze a little longer. Meanwhile, at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts, a blonde-haired man led Li Na and others inside, turning back to say, "Today, I'll introduce you to my boss. Don't speak out of turn, understood?" On the second floor of the warehouse, Luo Zhu compared the photos on her phone one by one. Perfect. Not a single one missing. Let us get to work and make it quick. I'll handle the video myself. Brother Chen is waiting, though her voice remained gentle. The men in black behind her fell silent, each one taking note of the name Brother Chen, wondering who possessed such authority as to summon Luo Zhu personally. A middle-aged man approached Luo Zhu, bowing slightly. "Miss, allow me to take over. I wouldn't want to offend your eyes." "Very well, I shall wait in the car." Luo Zhu replied with a charming smile, embodying the sweet allure of a southern woman, before gracefully descending the stairs. In a lavish mansion, a corpulent middle-aged man was enjoying breakfast when suddenly a shrill ring pierced the air. Frowning in annoyance, he wondered who could possibly be calling at such an early hour. It couldn't be that his daughter had landed herself in trouble again. Let her play for a few more days. Then I'll send her to a private school for a diploma. After answering the call, he was met with his secretary's frantic voice. "Boss, we have a situation." "What the hell are you shouting about? You nearly scared me to death." "What's going on?" "Boss, most of our partners have terminated their contracts. we're in trouble. The middle-aged man shot up, his expression shifting dramatically. Their company was on the rise, and these partners had all signed contracts. How could they simply back out? What is the matter? Don't they fear the penalties for breach of contract? The secretary, with a mournful expression, explained, "Boss, it's worse than that. Many suppliers have also made it clear they will no longer deliver to us. It seems we've been isolated by Ning City." The man stood frozen, his phone clattering to the floor. "Darling, it's all your fault. Qing Ning must be up by now." Qing Shui gently chastised as she adjusted her outfit. Chen Yun remained silent, merely gazing at Qing Shui's enchanting figure, grinning foolishly at the edge of the bed. "Oh dear, my young master, why are you still daydreaming? Come, let me help you get dressed." Though her words were reproachful, her eyes sparkled with joy. She relished the assertive gaze Chen Yun directed at her, which imbued her with newfound confidence. When they finally emerged, Qing Ning was engrossed in her exercises, working through problems in her workbook. Noticing her attire, Chen Yun silently nodded in approval. His sister-in-law's beauty rivaled that of Qing Shui, clearly a testament to their sisterly bond. She wore a light beige short-sleeve jacket over a white top and a pleated skirt, entirely free of makeup, embodying the image of a fresh-faced neighbor girl. Innocent to an enchanting degree, possessing a charm that could rival even top-tier celebrities. "Darling, where are we headed? First, we'll grab a bite. Then we're off to the aquarium. I've already prepared an itinerary." "Wow, an aquarium. Neither Qing Ning nor I have ever been," Qing Shui exclaimed, excitedly wrapping her arms around Chen Yun's neck. Then, with a hint of concern, asked, "Isn't that going to cost quite a bit?" "Don't worry about finances. We have more than enough for our expenses. Now let us go." The trio stepped outside, casually devouring a few buns before hailing a cab to the aquarium. Throughout the journey, Qing Shui clung tightly to Chen Yun, her ample form firmly securing his arm, allowing him to bask in her warmth and the delightful scent of her hair. After passing through ticketing, they entered the aquarium. This establishment was a must-visit tourist spot in the city, so even on a regular day, it was bustling with visitors. Perhaps due to the crowd, Chen Yun shifted from holding Qing Shui's hand to wrapping his arm around her waist, using his tall frame to carve out a space for the two of them amidst the throng, with Qing Ning closely trailing behind. Qing Shui nestled against him, thoroughly enjoying the moment, blissfully oblivious to the surrounding noise, her ears attuned only to Chen Yun's barely audible breaths and strong heartbeat. "Look over there," Chen Yun exclaimed, guiding Qing Shui through the crowd. Following his gesture, she was instantly captivated by a glass tunnel, entirely constructed from transparent material. The aquarium's lights illuminated the crystalline blue water, where schools of fish swam gracefully and aquatic plants swayed, creating a mesmerizing underwater world. Qing Ning, equally astonished, gasped in awe. This breathtaking scene was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. "Follow me." Noticing their captivated expressions, Chen Yun led them closer to the glass. Qing Shui instinctively reached out her palm to touch the surface, and immediately, a few fish swam over, creating the illusion that she was immersed in the ocean itself. Click! Chen Yun pulled out his phone to capture the moment. For the next while, the two sisters eagerly documented every stunning sight with their phones, preserving memories they would cherish for a long time. "Darling, let us take a picture together," Qing Shui urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, prompting Chen Yun to hand his phone to Qing Ning. As the moment was frozen in time, Qing Ning pressed the screen, only to realize that Qing Shui had turned her head to look at Chen Yun just as the picture was taken. "Sis, don't move. Let us take again." Qing Shui took the phone, saying, "No need, this photograph is quite lovely. Although it differs somewhat from my imagination, it surprisingly appears rather delightful." Chen Yun glanced at the picture, and indeed, the relationship between photography and beauty was significant. Qing Shui's profile in this shot was absolutely stunning. "Let us proceed. There are myriad animals you have yet to encounter," Chen Yun remarked. This aquarium also features a dolphin show. The mention of dolphins instantly brought to mind the adorable creatures seen on television, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Following the map's guidance, the trio made their way to the dolphin performance. The two sisters, having never before encountered such wonders, were utterly engrossed. Once the show concluded, they were left wanting more. How can something so adorable exist? It was simply breathtaking. While passing the gift shop, Qing Ning paused momentarily before a large dolphin plush toy, a rare look of longing gracing her typically icy visage. However, upon seeing the price tag, she promptly turned away, her decision resolute. "You two rest here for a moment. I shall fetch some drinks," Chen Yun instructed, then stepped outside. Upon his return, he was cradling an enormous dolphin plush in one arm and carrying 3 cups of drinks in the other. The dolphin obscured Chen Yun's upper body, and as he approached Qing Ning, her eyes shimmered with envy. This must be a gift from a parent to their child. What a splendid father he must be, she mused. Has my father ever gifted me anything? Oh, I recall. He intended to give me to my cousin for an early bride price. Huh, so be it. Chapter 26. Enjoying the service, Qingning. Quickly help me with this. Chen Yun's voice called from behind the plush toy. Huh, Qingning exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she received the fluffy dolphin. This little girl is frivolously spending money again. Qingxue glanced at the price tag, her heart aching. But upon seeing her sister's expression, she immediately felt it was worth it. How did you know I would like this? Qingning asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Chen Yun took a sip of his drink and smiled. What little girl can resist a cuddly toy? If other children have it, we certainly should too. I simply bought one for you, and if you like it, that is all that matters. Yes, I love it. Thank you. Qingning's face lit up with a rare smile as she tightly embraced the dolphin, burying her face in its softness, feeling utterly secure. Chen Yun then produced a shell and pearl bracelet from his pocket, its translucent beauty glimmering before Qingshue's eyes. Darling, is this for me? She gasped, drawing the attention of onlookers, who marveled at her beauty. Do you like it? Chen Yun inquired. Qingxue nodded vigorously, accepting the bracelet and slipping it onto her wrist. The delightful sound of its movement only deepening her affection for it. After sufficient rest, the trio continued their adventure, relishing the experiences until the afternoon. When they finally exited the aquarium, still lingering in the joy of their day, the sisters huddled together, animatedly discussing the sights they had never before encountered. Their laughter ringing like silver bells, drawing envious glances toward Chen Yun. In their hearts, they silently mused, this boy truly has not lived in vain. His life has been well worth it. Darling, let us return home. Today was truly enjoyable. For years, Chen Yun had never taken her to such places, and her happiness had reached unprecedented heights. Why return home so early? There are still other activities to experience. Really? Where next? Qingshue's anticipation grew. To the movies. I've already booked the tickets. Mua. Without regard for the gazes around them, Qingxue planted a firm kiss on Chen Yun's cheek. Qingning's face beamed with joy. She had never felt this happy in years. Life, it seemed, was not solely filled with fear and bitterness. It could also be splendid. Upon arriving at the cinema, the timing was impeccable. After purchasing 2 buckets of popcorn and some snacks, they entered the screening room, a refreshing coolness enveloping them. Qingning, visiting a cinema for the first time, darted her gaze around, whispering questions to Qingxue like a child full of wonder. Chen Yun observed her quietly. This was the reaction a normal child should exhibit, for she often seemed too detached. The cinema was dimly lit, and at this hour, most patrons were still at work, resulting in a sparsely populated venue, save for a few couples in the corners. As the movie commenced, Qingning's attention was swiftly captured by the large screen. Chen Yun held a bucket of popcorn and offered a piece to Qingxue, who turned with a radiant smile and whispered, "Thank you, darling." Her delicate lips parted slightly, accepting the popcorn along with his fingers. Her tongue playfully glided over his fingers, and she shot him a flirtatious glance. In an instant, Chen Yun found himself at a loss, staring at the exquisite woman beside him. Logically, one's resistance should grow stronger with time. Yet, it felt as though his nervous system had completely surrendered, yielding to Qingshue's charms. Noticing Chen Yun's reaction, Qingsue felt a surge of triumph. She lifted the armrest and leaned closer, though refrained from any inappropriate actions, mindful of the cinema surveillance. Qingsue began feeding Chen Yun, occasionally placing morsels in his mouth. They were watching a comedy, yet laughter was scarce in the theater. Perhaps only the 3 of them were genuinely engrossed, while the other couples engaged in their own pursuits. This film is delightful. I would rate it 5 stars. Qingning nodded enthusiastically, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sister. Exiting the mall, they were met with the sweltering air, accompanied by the cacophony of cars passing by. It felt as if they had abruptly transitioned from the Arctic to a tropical rainforest, stiflingly hot. Sometimes the evenings brought relief, but other times it felt akin to being in a sauna, entirely dependent on the whims of the weather. Purchasing an air conditioner was becoming a pressing matter. Otherwise, enduring the summer would prove troublesome. It's quite late. Darling, I imagine you must be hungry. Shall I prepare dinner for you? Qingshuo asked, her gratitude evident. Though they were exhausted from the day's activities, she had thoroughly enjoyed herself and wished every day could be this fulfilling. Qingning, what would you like to eat? Upon receiving Chen Yun's gentle gaze, Qingning mustered the courage to reply, I would love to have barbecue. Such delicacies she had only seen on her phone. Every time her classmates discussed which places offered delectable food, she listened intently, unable to resist the allure of such treats. Chen Yun was taken aback that Qingning could actually provide an answer, momentarily forgetting to respond. I was just saying that. I would be fine with anything. Qingning regretted her impulsiveness, realizing that the cost of a barbecue meal might not be trivial, feeling somewhat greedy. No, let us have barbecue, Chen Yun encouraged. This is the essence of family. In the future, feel free to voice any desires, and your sister and I will do our utmost to fulfill them. Okay. Qingning nodded vigorously, a rare smile breaking through her usual cold demeanor. Qing Xue affectionately squeezed her sister's cheeks, feeling a profound sense of joy. Her husband and sister had both shown remarkable transformations, and everything was progressing toward a brighter future. Locating a barbecue restaurant nearby, with favorable reviews online, they secured a reservation and set off. The restaurant was situated in a bustling pedestrian street, alive with throngs of people and vibrant lights. The trio pushed against the tide of the crowd, quickly arriving at the heart of the bustling thoroughfare. Qing Xue marveled at her surroundings, exclaiming, "The decor here has changed so dramatically. I remember just a few years ago, it was quite ordinary. Now, it looks splendid. No wonder so many people flock here." Chen Yun instinctively tightened his grip on Qing Xue's hand, realizing that this simpleton seldom had the leisure to stroll through the streets. Sensing the shift in his emotions, Qing Xue smiled gently and said, "Darling, do not dwell on such matters. There is ample time ahead. I spotted that barbecue restaurant. Let's hurry there." Upon entering the hall, the waiter guided the trio to a suitable table and handed the menu to Qingning. "Have a look and see if anything catches your fancy." As she perused the dazzling array of dishes, accompanied by their steep prices, her little face tensed, transforming into a visage of caution. Chen Yun attentively explained the ingredients and flavors of the dishes, causing her furrowed brow to relax slightly. However, the young girl still seemed caught in a dilemma. Finding it challenging to make a choice, Chen Yun refrained from rushing her, allowing the waiter to attend to others while they deliberated. Observing his considerate demeanor filled Qing Xue's heart with warmth, making her feel that the hardships she had endured were worth it. Chapter 27. Evil begets evil. Qing Xue unconsciously lifted the corners of her mouth, perceiving that Chen Yun was increasingly concerned about her. Her eyes shimmered like flowing autumn waters, perfectly encapsulating the essence of tenderness. She suddenly realized that smiling had become an effortless endeavor for her. Ultimately, it was because the happiness that had once seemed as distant as the sun pursued by Quafu was now within her reach. After finally deciding on their selections, she called the waiter to begin ordering. The greatest advantage of hot pot and barbecue was the swift arrival of dishes, and soon the table was laden with an assortment of food. Chen Yun took the tongs and placed the marinated slices of meat onto the grill. Instantly, a sizzling sound erupted, sending a plume of smoke into the air, filling it with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Qing Ning's eyes widened as she watched the meat gradually shrink and turn golden brown on both sides, her expression one of awe. Chen Yun picked up a perilla leaf, dipped a slice of marbled beef in sauce, wrapped it up, and offered it to Qing Ning. "This is fatty beef. Try it and see if you like it." "Give it to my sister. I'm not hungry," Qing Ning replied, her gaze fixated on the deep green parcel, though she remained polite in her refusal. "Children have the privilege of enjoying delicacies first. This one is for you, and I shall prepare another for your sister." "Oh, Qing Ning softly acknowledged. I never realized children had such privileges. Aren't girls in the village not allowed to eat at the table?" After receiving the grilled meat, she took a small bite, her pupils dilating with delight as the savory flavor of the meat mingled with the refreshing taste of the perilla leaf, awakening her palate in a most enchanting manner. She had never tasted anything so delectable, rivaling even hot pot. Qing Ning entered her unique dining mode, bowing her head in earnest reverence, as though each bite was a new experience to savor. Chen Yun observed her expression, puzzled as he glanced at the grilled meat on the table. Was it truly that delicious? Did this establishment employ a unique marination method? He prepared another piece in the same manner and tasted it himself. It is similar to what I have had elsewhere." He became increasingly convinced that the girl possessed an innate talent for eating broadcasts. "Darling, I have already ordered the items for Dad. We can simply take them along tomorrow," Qing Xue said, gently wiping the oil from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, just handle it as you see fit." This statement stirred a complex array of emotions within him, an indescribable feeling of longing intertwined with apprehension. Though only a few days had passed since his rebirth, over a decade had elapsed. His father's appearance remained frozen in time, reminiscent of his university days. He wondered if their reunion would result in conflict. Qing Xue, sensing his unease, reassured him, "Rest assured, Dad has always hoped for your forgiveness, regardless of what transpires. We are family, are we not?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yun's worries began to dissipate. After settling the bill, Chen Yun received a call from Luo Zhu. "Are you home? I'm coming over now." "So quickly? I was just about to head back. You can come over." Qing Xue, upon overhearing their conversation, wore a look of disbelief. She had witnessed the family's arrogance the previous day, The portly middle-aged man wore clothing worth a year's salary. How could matters be resolved so swiftly? Perhaps they were merely seeking an intermediary to negotiate. That would suffice, as long as they ceased troubling her sister. King Ning, with her head bowed, recalled the events of yesterday, and her previously buoyant mood faded. When the three arrived home, Luo Zhu was already waiting at the door with Shuang Shuang. "Hello, godfather. I want a hug." Shuang Shuang, unreservedly, extended her arms toward Chen Yun. "Little darling, have you been waiting long? Where's your father?" Shuang Shuang chirped. "Daddy flew away." Luo Zhu chuckled and explained, "There was an urgent matter at the company, and Li Wei went to attend to it after completing his tasks." Qing Ning observed the woman before her, who bore no resemblance to someone in her 30s. Although she may not match her sister's beauty, she was sweet-faced and possessed a melodious voice. "Hello, Luo Zhuye, King Ning krete politeli." Luo Zhu's eyes brightened upon seeing Qing Ning. She grasped her hand and smiled. "You must be Qing Ning. You are as beautiful as your sister." After they entered the house, Qing Shui shyly remarked, "It's a bit small here. Please make yourselves comfortable while I prepare some tea." Luo Zhu, unfazed, took a seat. "Sister-in-law, no need to fuss. Wife, take Shuang Shuang to the bedroom to play for a while. I need to discuss some matters with Luo Zhu." Qing Shui picked up Shuang Shuang, tenderly pinching her soft little face. "Shuang Shuang, godmother will show you some fun things." As Qing Ning turned to leave, Luo Zhu smiled and said, "Qing Ning, stay here and sit beside your sister." She then pulled out her phone, opened a video, and tossed it to Chen Yun. "Take a look. You might find the content interesting." Upon pressing play, screams and pleas for mercy erupted, the visuals gruesome. Chen Yun observed the plight of the individuals involved with an impassive expression. The legs of the leader had been shattered, while the others suffered similar fates, with evidence collected to ensure they would rot in prison. Moreover, the financial chain of Li Na's family business had collapsed, leaving them in debt. Luo Zhu spoke casually, as if discussing mundane matters, her smile unwavering. The video continued to play, and Qing Ning, hearing the inhumane sounds, turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily. Luo Zhu grasped Qing Ning's hand. "Are you frightened? Do you feel pity for those people?" Qing Ning was at a loss for words. "Imagine, had your brother-in-law not appeared yesterday, where would you be now? Do not let your kindness extend to those scoundrels. You will encounter similar individuals in the future. You must learn to protect yourself. Do you understand?" This was the purpose behind Luo Zhu's request to keep Qing Ning close. There were too many evildoers in the world, and given her beauty, such situations could arise again. Chen Yun would not always be by her side. Upon hearing these words, Qing Ning lowered her head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 28, The Dust Settles. Chen Yun placed his phone on the table, refraining from interrupting the contemplative girl. Some growth was a journey she had to undertake alone, and others could not assist her. After a while, Qing Ning lifted her head, her fear gradually dissipating, and gratefully said, "Luo Zhujia, I understand. Thank you for your help with this matter. You are quite the sweet talker. I like that." Turning to Chen Yun, she said, "Brother Chen, if this girl stays by my side for a while, I can teach her some essential things. What do you think?" Before Chen Yun could respond, Qing Ning softly interjected, "There's no need to trouble Sister Luo. I still wish to live with my sister." "Ah, what a pity. Very well then. Do remember to call me if anything comes up, understood?" Chen Yun sighed, reflecting on the allure of beauty. This was their first encounter. Yet it was evident that Luo Zhu was quite attentive to Qing Ning, seemingly eager to take her home and embark on a peculiar journey of nurturing young girls. Luo Zhu glanced at Chen Yun with a teasing expression. "What are your plans for the future?" "For the time being, this will suffice. I have no other thoughts. Since you have returned to your former self, and there are some things Li Wei and Gu Hongfei dare not say, I shall speak for them." Luo Zhu's smile gradually faded, her expression turning serious. "Are you planning to remain here indefinitely? With your abilities? It shouldn't be difficult for you to provide a good life for your sister-in-law and Qing Ning, right?" Chen Yun refrained from contradicting her. "I understand your point. I have some matters to attend to first before discussing anything else." Luo Zhu nodded thoughtfully. "Is this about Tang Yin? If you speak of that woman, I would be more than willing to assist you in resolving the matter. I have long found her displeasing." Chen Yun shook his head. "I'll handle it myself. I've already begun preparations. I have owed Qing Shui too much over the years, and it would be inappropriate not to take action myself." "Well, if you hadn't restrained me back then, I would have cast her into the sea to feed the fish long ago." Chen Yun shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Luo Zhu's character had remained unchanged. After sharing a few more idle conversations, Luo Zhu took Shuang Shuang and headed home. Qing Shui had been listening to their conversation from the bedroom. Upon learning of the outcomes involving those individuals, the resentment and worry that had lodged in her heart dissipated, allowing her to finally breathe easy. "Darling, I didn't expect Luo Zhu to be so formidable," resolving everything in just one day. Now we need not live in constant fear. She then turned to her sister. Your facial wounds are nearly healed. You can go back to school tomorrow. King Ning noted it, understanding that as a senior, her studies should take precedence. Moreover, Luo Zhu's words had significantly impacted her, softening the once frosty gaze she cast upon Chen Yun. Brother-in-law, this matter is largely thanks to you, otherwise. Chen Yun quickly waved his hand. We are all family. There is no need for such formality. The term family still felt foreign to Qing Ning. Until now, she had only considered her sister as family, but it seemed she had gained another. The following morning, the willow trees outside swayed gently in the breeze, dappling the curtains with light. By the time Chen Yun awoke, breakfast had already been prepared. They accompanied Qing Ning to school, watching as she entered the school gate before turning towards the supermarket. After collecting various gift boxes they had ordered, they hailed a taxi. Driver, to Mingjiang Four Seasons City, please. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Yun gazed out the window, his expression calm, yet his tightly clasped hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Qing Xuan nestled against his arm, gently opening his hand to entwine their fingers. Darling, you needn't be so tense. When I informed father of your visit, he was speechless with excitement. He is eager to see you. I know, it's just that it feels very... The car fell into a brief silence, with Qing Shui choosing not to speak further, instead gently stroking his large hand to soothe the scars within his heart. The trees outside rushed by, patches of sunlight flickering across the car window, constantly shifting shapes as they illuminated Chen Yun's face. He remained slightly tilted back, his gaze unfocused, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors that danced before his eyes like fluttering insects. Qing Shui, feeling a pang of sympathy, called out softly, darling, but fell silent, unsure of what to say. She had never seen Chen Yun like this, as if he were a youth burdened with a heavy load, solitary. His eyes vacant yet stubbornly pressing forward. When Chen Yun stood before a door, carrying the gift boxes, his emotions began to settle somewhat. Having arrived here, he knew he must confront what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he rang the doorbell. Soon, the door swung open as if the person inside had been waiting all along. An elderly man appeared in Chen Yun's line of sight. He had often envisioned his father's aging face during his youth, yet he had not anticipated this day arriving so swiftly. His hair was gray. Age spots dotted his once rosy complexion. His back was hunched, and he leaned on a cane. His eyes had clouded slightly, and now they glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Chen Yun, one hand raised, yearning to caress his son's face, but hesitating, suspended in the air. The two stood face to face, and Qing Shui broke the silence. Dad, Chen Yun and I have come to see you. Only then did Chen Hanlin come to his senses, repeatedly murmuring, Good, it's good that you came. His lips trembled, unable to utter another word. They entered the house, placing the gift boxes by the door. Chen Yun attempted to speak several times, yet found himself choked, unable to voice anything. How had he changed so? Was he not still young? Why did he need a cane? How had his hair turned white? The man who once chased me around the park, had he truly aged? At that moment, the world fell silent. Son, what do you wish to do when you grow up? Son, eat. I'm not hungry. Son, when you find a wife, make sure she is a woman like your mother, steadfast. Son, you must honor your mother. So, indeed, he had aged to the point of trembling, aged to the point where I could barely recognize him. Chapter 29, Trapped by the Little Old Man Darling. Qing Shui gently shook his arm, whispering, What's wrong? When Chen Yun regained his composure, the old man was seated across from him, his hunched form leaning slightly forward, the entirety of his weight supported by the cane. Dad, I was wrong. Upon seeing his father, Chen Hanlin, in this state, his eyes brimmed with tears as he lowered his head. It's all in the past, all past. The little old man wiped the corner of his eye. Qing Shui, witnessing this scene, also shed tears. The father and son had finally reconciled, which was what she had longed to see. After a while, Qing Shui busily held up the health supplements from the gift boxes. Dad, these are all bought for you by Chen Yun. You must take them regularly, one a day. The atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably, and a faint smile appeared on the old man's face as Chen Yun chimed in with a few words now and then. Dad, I'm going downstairs to buy some vegetables. I'll cook a few dishes for lunch and let Chen Yun have a drink with you. Seeing that the father and son could converse normally now, Qing Shui thoughtfully took her leave, granting them more time alone together. Dad, have you not found a stepmother for me all these years? After addressing these matters, the father and son returned to their previous dynamic, filled with humor and wit. How do you talk to your dad? I promised your mother that in this lifetime, I would only marry her. Chen Hanlin replied, playfully exasperated. Memories of Chen Yun's childhood flooded back, and the bond between father and son felt as strong as ever, almost like brothers. It seemed they could return to how things once were. The old man fought back tears of joy. Oh dear, The little old man is very virtuous. Are you afraid that other old ladies will covet your meager savings? I suspect that soon you'll be a grandfather. What size red envelope are you preparing? Upon hearing the word grandchild, Chen Hanlon instantly perked up. Son, are you planning to have children? Is Qing Shui pregnant? Why are you so excited? She is not pregnant yet, but I feel it will happen soon. Chen Yun chuckled, confident that given their current relationship and frequency, success would come in no time. Haha, I too am on the brink of becoming a grandfather. Once the child is born, I must host a celebration for the full moon, inviting all those old gentlemen downstairs to spare me their incessant boasting in my presence. All right then, you shall have the privilege of watching your grandson every day. By the way, wait a moment, the old man exclaimed, rising with uncontainable excitement, abandoning his cane, and hurriedly making his way to the bedroom. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. The notion that holding a grandchild could cure all ailments was indeed profound, for he felt his back no longer ached, and his legs were free from pain, as he could run without the aid of cane. In a short while, the elder returned, placing a bank card before Chen Yun. This is a red envelope for my grandson. You take it. Chen Yun picked it up, fiddling with it for a moment before inquiring, you should keep this little labor insurance for yourself. I doubt it's even enough to buy formula for your grandson. Huh? Is formula really that expensive now? I thought over 5 million would suffice. Oh dear, had I known, I would have saved more. The old man stomped his foot in regret. Sigh, children are indeed costly these days. And just over 5 million? What on earth, Dad? How much did you say? Did you rob a bank? Chen Yun was utterly flabbergasted, the card slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor as he stared in shock at Chen Hanlon. It's not much, just over 5 million. I wonder if it's enough for my grandson's diapers. Alas, life seems to be growing increasingly difficult. Chen Hanlon sighed deeply, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Splendid. Finally, I've managed to pull one over on him. The old man was quite pleased with his son's expression, for all the toil over the years had been for this moment. Chen Yun supported his chin with great effort, reflecting on how the old man had become rather cheeky, his demeanor radiating pride. No, Dad, tell me the truth. Have you been taken care of by a wealthy woman? Why not ask if they're still looking for someone? I'm rather weary of striving. You think I'm like you, neglecting my duties? All this money has been painstakingly saved by me. Chen Hanlon looked at his son with disdain. So all these years, you hoarded this money for yourself, never considering to share a bit with your son? Only now, upon hearing of a grandchild, do you reveal it? How biased of you. Chen Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. You speak nonsense, the old man retorted, visibly agitated. I wanted to scold you for ages. What you've done these years hardly qualifies as being human. Look at how you've mistreated Qingxue. You come home only to strike her. It's only because she has endured you for so long that she hasn't tea left. Anyone else would have fled long ago. The old man was so irate that his beard bristled, panting heavily. Dad, I was wrong. Chen Yun did not argue, but spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the old man deflated like a punctured balloon, his voice considerably diminished. Sigh, forget it. If it weren't for that woman, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He then turned to Chen Yun, his expression darkening as he asked, now that you have returned to being a decent human, what are you planning to do about Tang Yen? She played a significant role in the events of the past. If you cannot bear to take action, you can leave it to me. Chapter 30, The Eldest Brother. Upon hearing this name, Chen Yun felt little emotional upheaval, lighting 2 cigarettes and offering one to the old man. I'll handle it myself. I've already begun preparations. Regardless of the outcome, I must provide Qingxue with an explanation. Chen Hanlon nodded in satisfaction. That's my son, willing to take responsibility. A mistake is a mistake, and recognizing it is enough. At that moment, Qingxue returned with groceries, and upon seeing the father and son enveloped in smoke, exchanging banter, she sighed in relief. Their bond was undeniably strong. Every time she saw the old man calling, Chen Yun's first words were always, Big brother, what brings you to seek your younger brother? After a meal, the father and son seamlessly returned to their previous dynamic, their playful jibes eliciting envy from Qingxue, for it was refreshing to witness such a relationship with one's elders. She had initially wanted to enjoy some wine, but Chen Hanlon stopped her, stating he had matters to attend to and couldn't drink. The old man was acting mysteriously, and Chen Yun did not pry further. Qingxue's culinary skills were excellent, and the meal was thoroughly enjoyable. For the first time in over a decade, Chen Hanlon felt a sense of elation, his entire demeanor refreshed. Dad, as long as you enjoy it, I'll come every day to cook for you. Qingxue responded with a smile. No need to go to such trouble. It would be exhausting to come every day. Qingxue paused, not quite comprehending the underlying message in Chen Hanlon's words. So, continue. The old man proudly retrieved a set of car keys from the drawer. I've sent the house location to your phone. The door lock code is your birthday. Go take a look. What do you mean? Staring at the keys to a Mercedes, he was momentarily stunned. The house is near Qingning High School. I bought it long ago and had it designed. You too should like it. The old man gazed out the window, his tone indifferent, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage or an otherworldly figure. Chen Yun nearly applauded in appreciation. His performance was impressively smooth, deserving a perfect score. Indeed, Qingxue was taken aback, hastily waving her hands. Dad, I can't accept your house. We have money and a place to live now. Chen Yun promptly slipped the car keys into his pocket. Dad, could you speak properly? All right then. The old man reverted to his playful demeanor. So, how was that little act of mine, son? Chen Yun gave a thumbs up. Impressive, but when did you buy the house? Quite a while ago. I thought it would be more convenient for you to live there. Many words remained unspoken. Over the years, he had saved quite a sum for Chen Yun. Since his wife's passing, Chen Yun had estranged himself from him, leaving him a solitary figure, caring only for his son's updates and focusing on business to earn money. In recent years, the old man's health had declined, largely due to his emotional struggles. He yearned to reconcile with Chen Yun, hoping to live a few more years, so he liquidated most of his businesses, retaining only some properties and shops. He had contemplated assisting Chen Yun more, but after Qingxue was harmed post-financial support, he hesitated to extend further help. He had intended to secure a stable job for Qingxue to ease her burden, but she had consistently rejected his offers. Qingxue tugged at Chen Yun's sleeve, signaling him not to accept his father's house. The old man had worked tirelessly for a lifetime. Accumulating wealth was not easy. Chen Yun wrapped his arm around her waist, brandishing the bank card before her. Do you know how much is in here? Over 5 million, given by my eldest brother. We aren't lacking funds now. Qingxue was left speechless, dazedly asking, where did this eldest brother come from? The old man immediately raised his hand, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. I, a humble man, am Chen Yun's eldest brother. Qingxue was utterly bewildered. No, observing the pair, it didn't seem like a jest. She finally grasped that her father-in-law possessed such wealth. Qingxue quickly seized the bank card. Dad, we can't accept your money. If you give it all to us, how will you live? It's fine. I have a little left, but not much. Qingxue wore an expression of knowing. Indeed, parents always think of their children, making it even less acceptable to accept the money. The old man scratched his head. There's just one 8-digit bank card left and a few villas, around 10 cars, 20 or so. Splendid. Once again, he had managed to impress. Chen Yun disregarded the old man's serious demeanor, continuing to play along, and took Qingxue out the door. Old man, we're off. We'll come back another day. I haven't finished speaking. By the way, the car is downstairs. You can find it among the few I have. Great. The act continues. Watching the pair descend the stairs, Chun Hamlin's smile gradually faded, his eyes reddening. To share a meal with his son again in this lifetime was worth it. Upon reaching downstairs, they easily located the Mercedes. After getting into the car, Qingxue felt somewhat bewildered. Darling, isn't it inappropriate for us to take so much money from Dad? We should return it, she suggested. Return it? That would surely cost the old man's life, Chen Yun replied, igniting the engine with a satisfied nod. Indeed, luxury vehicles had a distinct allure. Why? You fail to grasp my father's intentions. His relentless efforts over the years were for what purpose? If he doesn't receive these tokens of goodwill, he might overthink it. Only by graciously accepting his kindness can he find solace in his heart. Qingxue nodded, somewhat understanding, yet struggling to comprehend the father-son dynamic. After all, she had been instilled with the belief that a girl is merely a burden, destined to follow her husband regardless of his character. Divorce would bring shame to her family, and returning to her parental home would be tantamount to disgrace. Stop overthinking it. Let us go check out the house and prepare for the move. This place has truly been an inconvenience for you, he encouraged. Qingxue grasped Chen Yun's hand gently and replied, I'm not inconvenienced. Anywhere with you feels like home. Hearing those words made Chen Yun's heart swell, touched by her innocence. Life will only get better from here. You needn't work anymore. Stay home and enjoy being a wealthy lady, and I shall provide for you. No, Qingxue softly protested. Once we have children, there will be numerous expenses. I cannot simply refrain from earning. Oh, so you've learned to retort? Chen Yun feigned annoyance. From now on, you shall heed my words. Resign from your job tomorrow. With that, he reached out his hand. Qingxue let out a small whimper, quickly conceding, all right, darling, please don't be upset. I'll do as you say. But while you're driving, keep your hand steady for safety. My automatic car is manageable with one hand, Chen Yun jested. Oh, is that so? This is my first time in such a fine vehicle. In that case, Qingxue removed her high heels. Now it's more comfortable. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, marveling at how obedient she was, believing everything he said. However, Who could resist the delightful view swaying before him? After parking, Chen Yun lit a cigarette, and Qingxue, puzzled, asked, "Darling, why do you look so unhappy?" "I'm simply overwhelmed with joy, hence the difficulty in expressing it," he replied. Qingxue paused, then understood his inner turmoil, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scoffed. Gazing out, they noted the streets were nearly deserted during working hours, and the tinted windows concealed their interior from the outside. Isn't it a blessing to have such a considerate wife? Chapter 31. The New Neighbors After a Prolonged Silence. Qingxue was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing, prompting Chen Yun to hand her a bottle of water with deep apologies. Moments later, as they exited the car, Qingxue intertwined her arm with Chen Yun's. "Let us go, darling." Thank you for your hard work, my dear," Chen Yun replied bashfully, rubbing his nose. "What hard work? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters," she said, gazing at him with tender affection, showing no reluctance. Chen Yun felt a warmth in his chest, his mouth opening and closing without a sound, utterly moved. This girl was so easily pleased. Merely showing a bit of joy led her to blossom. "Darling, what is the matter?" It's nothing. Let us go see the house." "Why the sigh?" Chen Yun pulled her into his embrace. "Don't speak. Are you trying to make me feel ashamed?" Following the address, they reached the property. Upon entering, Qingxue gasped, her hand covering her mouth as she was awestruck by the sight before her. The spacious and bright living room, with sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, cast dappled shadows on the exquisite floor, enveloping the space in a warm embrace. The furniture was complete, and the kitchen was meticulously arranged with cooking utensils. A quick sweep of the table revealed it to be spotless, indicating regular upkeep. Ascending the stairs, they discovered an attic leading to an outdoor terrace. After her initial exclamation, Qingxue instinctively began arranging the pots and dishes in the kitchen, adhering to her habitual tendencies. Chen Yun embraced her from behind, inquiring, "What's wrong? Do you not like it here?" "How could I? This is my first time seeing such a grand house. I adore it." Chen Yun's expression grew serious. His voice raised slightly. "Are you trying to deceive me? Speak truthfully, or I shall be angered." Qingxue, frightened, dared not meet his gaze, feeling wronged as she replied, "It's just too surreal. I can't quite accept it. I fear I'm dreaming, and if I awaken, I might lack the courage to return to my previous life." Chen Yun wrapped her in his arms, whispering softly in her ear, "Fear not. I shall always be by your side, helping you forget those unhappy memories." Qingxue continued, "But with such a vast house, how much will the maintenance and heating fees cost?" You see, by this point, her eyes were glistening, her voice dwindling. Chen Yun, charmed by her adorable demeanor, pulled her into a tight embrace. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Qingxue murmured, "Perhaps our neighbors have returned. Since we'll be living here, we should introduce ourselves." "Very well," Chen Yun relented, complying with her wishes. They approached the door and opened it. Upon seeing the visitors, Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this my esteemed elder brother?" "Dad, you—" Noticing the gift boxes in Chun Hanlon's hands, she realized they were the very items she and her husband had purchased earlier. "Are you here to celebrate my move? However, returning my own gifts seems rather insincere," Chen Yun remarked, attempting to bring the boxes inside. The old man quickly snatched them back, declaring, "What are you saying? I'm not here to celebrate your move. I'm reclaiming my own belongings." With that, much to Chen Yun's astonishment, Chen Hanlon opened the door to the opposite apartment and began transferring the gift boxes one by one. He then waved goodbye to the couple, saying, "See you later," and slammed the door. Chen Yun and Qingxue exchanged glances, still in shock. Before they could fully process the encounter, the door swung open again, and the old man handed Qingxue a bag of pork belly and a bundle of celery. "I heard you wanted to make dumplings for dinner. I've got everything you need. Just call me when you're ready." With that, he closed the door once more, this time not reopening it. Qingxue was left in a state of disbelief, bemused by her father-in-law's transformation. He appeared rejuvenated, as if shedding years of worry. And it was clear that Chen Yun was the source of his newfound joy. Chen Yun cast a disdainful glance at the opposite apartment before turning back to close the door, a slight smile playing on his lips. As they wandered through their new home again, Chen Yun noticed a property deed on the bedroom table, inscribed with both their names and dated several years prior. Evidently, the old man had prepared for this moment for quite some time. This was perhaps his envisioned life, a mere knock on the door away from seeing his son. In the kitchen, Qingxue was rolling up her sleeves and deftly chopping meat, her delicate arms resembling tender lotus roots, her knife skills impressively sharp. "Are we really inviting elder brother over for dinner tonight? Besides, isn't there a meat grinder? Why go through the trouble of chopping it by hand?" Upon hearing the term elder brother, Qing Xue smiled brightly, replying, "Homemade filling is the best. You should take a break." Chen Yun wrapped his arms around her from behind, burying his nose in her neck and inhaling deeply. So fragrant. He gently caressed her back, noting how much the scars had faded. A couple of days ago, the special medication he purchased from the hospital has already shown its effects. Each time he gazes upon the wounds, Chen Yun feels an overwhelming sense of guilt and heartache, wishing he could strike himself twice in remorse. Qing Xue lifted her arm and sniffed it a couple of times, but there was no fragrance to be found. Sensing his increasingly unruly hands, she muttered in dissatisfaction, "That's just an excuse. You're merely longing for my body. What's the matter? Don't you like it? After all these years together, have you lost your affection for me? Shall I take my leave?" "No." Qing Xue quickly grasped his hand. Placing it back where it was moments before, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "I adore everything you do." Her exquisite visage paired with such inviting expressions was simply irresistible. Chen Yun suspected that his wife was deliberately enticing him. It seemed a tad too audacious. Stealing glances at his increasingly heavy breaths, Qing Xue nestled closer into his embrace, relishing this reassuring sensation. Over the past few days, every time she used herself as bait, he was bound to bite. It had become an infallible tactic, evidently a weakness of Chen Yun's. Just as they were about to take the next step, Chen Yun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qing Xue's expression darkened as she turned away, feigning ignorance. The name Tang Yun pierced her heart like a thorn, causing a sharp pain that she wished to extract, yet found it difficult. Chapter 32. Making preparations, scheming against Tang Yun. "Darling, what are you doing? I've sent you messages over the past few days without a reply. I miss you. Come out and play tonight?" Hearing that voice sent a shiver down Chen Yun's spine. Playing? More like silenced and silenced again, a myriad of curses flooded his mind. Every time this woman invited him out, it was either to pay the bill or to buy something. They had never truly enjoyed themselves. A mere touch of her hand was considered a rarity, and in all these years, their relationship had not advanced further. Even the most indulgent observers would shake their heads at such a situation. Truly, he had become a devoted fool, left with nothing in the end. Suppressing his anger, he replied coldly, "Didn't I mention? I need to appease Qing Xue. Please refrain from messaging me unnecessarily. Qing Xue just purchased a duplex at Hong Yun Academy, and I expect more funds to flow into her account in due time." "What?" Tang Yun abruptly sat up in bed, swatting away a hand that was wandering on her. Her voice rose several decibels. "Is what you said true?" "Of course. The property deed lists both our names. I'll send you a picture shortly." Tang Yun's expression shifted from shock to jealousy. Why had she, with her looks, never married into wealth? While that wretched Qing Xue had suddenly acquired riches, she understood the market value of properties near Hong Yun Academy, knowing that a unit there would cost at least several million, and a duplex would likely double that price. Where did she get the money? Tang Yun ground her teeth and inquired, "Don't you remember? Her family is from the countryside, and that village is about to be relocated due to high-speed rail construction." Qing Xue, disregarding her own grievances, gazed wide-eyed at Chen Yun. "Relocated? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed?" Instantly, she transformed into a curious child, her expression adorable. Tang Yun couldn't help but curse. How could such good fortune fall upon that wretched Qing Xue? Is this news even true? Absolutely. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Yun winked at Qing Xue. Otherwise, how could we afford such an expensive house? The developers provided an advance on the relocation compensation. Tang Yun's tone shifted to a sultry one. "Darling, how much could the relocation yield? The specifics are still uncertain, but I estimate it to be at least 8 figures. If there are multiple properties, it could reach 9. Huh? So much?" Tang Yun was once again astonished. Qing Xue, at this juncture, had deduced that Chen Yun was fabricating these details, though uncertain of his intentions. Recalling his prior conversation with Luo Zhu seemed to provide her with some clarity. "I am already making preparations. Certain matters need to be clarified with Qing Xue." Could it be that he intended to take revenge on Tang Yun for her sake? How could that be? Wasn't he, that woman, still his most cherished white moonlight? Observing Qing Xue's transformation from despair and grievance to sheer astonishment, Chen Yun was pleased with her reaction, drawing her into his embrace, his hand gently caressing the softness of her waist. Unable to resist giving it a firm squeeze, causing Qing Xue to nearly gasp, hurriedly covering her mouth. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a playful glare, exuding charm. Chen Yun's hands grew increasingly bold as he nonchalantly spoke into the phone. "This is merely a conservative estimate. I plan to visit Qing Xue's hometown soon, so I'll be in less contact to avoid misunderstandings. If I don't win her over, we won't see a single cent. Okay. Darling, I'll do as you say. I look forward to your good news." Just as Chen Yun was about to hang up, Tang Yun glanced at the man beside her and had a sudden inspiration. Wait, darling. Their essay class reunion tomorrow. Why don't you come along? It's been days since I've seen you. I've missed you terribly. Bring Qing Shui too. I can pretend to have a boyfriend, which might alleviate her concerns and make it easier for you to gather the funds. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, then swiftly grasped Tang Yun's intentions, letting out a cold chuckle. Fine, I'll bring Qing Shui tomorrow. Send me the location shortly. After ending the call, Qing Shui shifted her body, allowing Chen Yun's hand to slip in more easily. Hubby, are you deceiving Tang Yun? Of course. My wife deserves to reclaim every bit of her grievances with interest. No, that won't be necessary, hubby. Just having your support is enough. Qing Shui lowered her head, nestled against him, speaking timidly. She dared not seek revenge on Tang Yun. She merely wished to distance herself from that woman. She feared that one day her husband might again be swayed by Tang Yun's flowery words. From frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is difficult. Qing Shui understood this principle well. Feeling Chen Yun's tenderness, she knew that letting go would only bring her despair. Chen Yun recognized her thoughts and planted a kiss on her exquisite face. Rest assured, my dear wife, I will reclaim everything she owes you. As for me, I will remain by your side to atone for my past transgressions, with no other intentions. Oof. You rogue. Min's words are often mere deceits. Qing Shui slightly lifted herself, shifting to the side. Although she verbally protested, hearing her husband utter sweet words he had never spoken before made her smile subtly, her heart nearly bursting with happiness. Seeing such an adorable expression on Qing Shui's face sent Chen Yun's heart racing anew. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the mall for shopping. You cannot refuse. What? Why? Didn't we just buy so many things a few days ago? Silly girl. We have a gathering tomorrow. Of course, you must dress like a little rich lady. Qing Shui shook her head. No need. The clothes you bought for me are already lovely. Over the past few days, spending money felt like water flowing away, even with the funds provided by her father-in-law. She couldn't afford to squander it. If they were to have children in the future, that little creature would drain their resources endlessly. It was wiser to save. Chen Yun shook his head helplessly. While other women would revel in shopping, Qing Shui was a rare exception, meticulously budgeting every purchase. Noticing Chen Yun's silence, Qing Shui gently swayed his arm, playfully pleading, Hubby, let us skip the mall tomorrow, shall we? Her clear, beautiful eyes blinked at him. The money saved can buy you clothes you like. With that much, you can purchase plenty for me to wear for you. And of course, other things are fine too. Such a delightful proposition. Chen Yun found himself utterly flummoxed by Qing Shui's barrage of charm, completely yielding to her. His mind was now occupied with visions of her alluring demeanor, leaving no room for further contemplation. Satisfied with her successful plan, Qing Shui nodded and quietly made her way to the kitchen. As she chopped the meat filling, she let out a silent sigh in her heart. Alas, life is arduous, and saving money is truly challenging. After a considerable time, once his intellect regained its high ground, Chen Yun slightly parted his lips, staring blankly at Qing Shui. He suddenly began to doubt whether he had been completely ensnared by her. And that silly girl, too. After selling her cuteness and witnessing its effect, she immediately ceased her efforts. How excessive. Could she not even feign a little more indifference towards me? Chapter 33. Reputation. Once Chen Yun regained his composure, he took Qing Shui by the hand and elucidated the underlying implications of attending the class reunion. Only then did Qing Shui grasp the essence of Tang Yun's words. This was not merely an ordinary meeting. Although Tang Yun had complete faith in his words, she remained uneasy about the changes in Qing Shui and felt compelled to transform her into a little wealthy lady to quell her doubts. Ultimately, under Chen Yun's coercive persuasion, Qing Shui reluctantly nodded in agreement to accompany him to the mall the following day, albeit with repeated insistence that they could not purchase anything excessively expensive. After conceding a certain price, which felt like a form of compensation, Chen Yun finally nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Chen Yun at that moment, Tang Yun was nestled against a man, devoid of any clothing. Xiao Zheng, you heard everything just now. Tomorrow at the class reunion, you must secure Qing Shui for yourself. Once the money is in hand, sell that wretch off, making her serve those old men daily. Tang Yun's expression was twisted, far from the gentle allure she typically exuded. Rest assured, darling, do you doubt my charm? Xiao Zheng was Tang Yun's recent boyfriend, possessing decent looks. Otherwise, Tang Yun would not have been seen with him. Gazing at Qing Shui's photo on his phone, he felt a surge of excitement. Such an exquisite young woman was a rarity indeed, and she was precisely to his taste. Sensing Xiao Zheng's shift in demeanor, Tang Yun expressed her dissatisfaction. Is that how you react upon seeing that burning Beauties photo? How can you? I mean, you're right here beside me. It's still early, let us continue. As evening fell, with the sun setting, Chen Yun waved at Qing Shui, keys in hand, and stepped out to pick up Qing Ning from school. Upon arriving at the school gates, he rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and contemplated the details of his plan. The bell rang, and Qing Ning stood at the entrance, scanning her surroundings with a slight frown. Her originally frosty visage was now adorned with a layer of chill, while a male classmate trailed behind her, incessantly chattering about something. Chen Yun watched this scene with keen interest. Indeed, the youth exuded vitality, reminiscent of his own high school days filled with similar antics. TSK, having changed her outfit, Qing Ning indeed outshone other girls in terms of beauty, and her suitors were steadily increasing in number. Qing Ning, Chen Yun called, gesturing from beside the car. Upon spotting him, the frost on Qing Ning's face thawed slightly, and she quickly approached. The boy behind her, unwilling to relent, exclaimed, "Qing Ning, wait for me. How about dinner tonight?" "No need. Someone is here to pick me up," Qing Ning coldly rejected. "Just tell your brother-in-law. He has no right to control you." The boy disdainfully glanced at Chen Yun, whose notorious reputation had long spread throughout the school. Detecting the boy's contemptuous tone, Qing Ning shot him an irked glare. "Who told you he's my brother-in-law?" "Huh? Isn't he that Chen Yun? Who else could he be, if not your brother-in-law?" "Yes." "Qing Ning, it's just dinner. What are you afraid of? You're old enough now. Your brother-in-law can't possibly still be controlling you." Several classmates around chimed in, egging him on. Qing Ning had already been annoyed by that boy for several days, and her once frosty features now bore no trace of a smile. At this moment, she had reached Chen Yun's side and suddenly declared, "I would like him to control me. Do you have any say in this?" The atmosphere instantly froze, and the surrounding boys gaped, rendered speechless. Turning to Chen Yun, she urgently signaled with her eyes, whispering, "Help me. This swarm of flies is too bothersome." "Qing Ning, are you being threatened by this scoundrel?" "No need to fear. I will accompany you to the police right now," the boy persisted, already pulling out his phone to call the authorities. "Are you insane?" she retorted, squeezing Chen Yun's hand firmly, signaling him to speak. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that silence was no longer an option. The arrival of the police would complicate matters further. Playing his part convincingly, he donned a signature smile of a scoundrel. "What business is it of yours? Keep your distance from my Qing Ning. If you continue to harass her, I want to hold back." Amidst the astonished gazes of their classmates, he took Qing Ning's hand and led her to the passenger seat, gently assisting her into the car. After settling in himself and igniting the engine, they drove away. As they caught sight of the Mercedes-Benz emblem, a cacophony of wails erupted from behind. Indeed, the school belle had succumbed to the allure of a scoundrel's vehicle. Even the purest light could not resist the temptations of wealth. Chen Yun laughed heartily, nearly collapsing against the steering wheel from mirth. Qing Ning's frosty demeanor melted away, and she looked at him, both bashful and indignant, waving her small hand as if to express her desire to kick him out of the car. Was this truly so amusing? Observing the gradual darkening of the little girl's expression, Chen Yun finally stifled his laughter and inquired, "Aren't you worried about what they will say? Tomorrow, you'll likely be the headline at school. Let them say whatever they wish," Qing Ning replied, gazing out at the passing scenery. "As long as they don't bother me, that's sufficient. Are there many pursuing you?" Qing Ning nodded slightly. "It would be prudent for you to clarify the situation at school tomorrow. Otherwise, it may affect your reputation." "Reputation?" Qing Ning's eyes turned icy once more. "Reputation is perhaps the least valuable thing to me." Chen Yun playfully tapped the top of Qing Ning's head, though not with force, which elicited a surprised gasp from her. No one had ever treated her in such a manner. "What nonsense are you spouting? Reputation is undoubtedly important for a girl. Should any troubles arise, you can leave them to me, but this matter must be clarified. Do you understand?" Qing Ning widened her clear eyes, staring blankly at Chen Yun beside her. "Hey, are you listening?" Chen Yun raised his hand again, but this time merely to affectionately ruffle her hair. Qing Shui had once mentioned the customs of their village. Girls of this age were often already mothers, which explained Qing Ning's extreme mindset. "Oh, I understand," Qing Ning replied obediently, her expression complex as she turned to gaze outside. Ripples surged within the heart of the young girl. Was this what it felt like to receive care from an elder? Surely this must be it. So this is the sensation. The young girl narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile tugging at her lips, reminiscent of a small kitten savoring a treat. She yearned to experience it again. It was truly delightful. Chapter 34. The young girl's thoughts. Chen Yun cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him and casually asked, "Which university do you wish to attend in the future?" "A local university would suffice. It would be closer to my sister." Chen Yun nodded, considering her academic performance. "It should pose no challenge." "Where are we headed?" Qing Ning finally realized they were not on the route home. "You don't intend to sell me, do you?" Is this car a deposit from the other side? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yun playfully tapped her head again, explaining, we have moved. There is no need to live in that cramped space anymore, your sister. The sounds in the young girl's ears faded, and Chen Yun's subsequent words were automatically muted. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled, akin to having wandered through an endless night only to suddenly encounter a beacon of light guiding her toward an exit. Her fingers brushed over the spot where he had playfully tapped her head, her gaze fixated on Chen Yun's profile. This is the feeling, she thought, recalling a scene she had witnessed in the park, a little girl who had fallen, being dotingly patted on the head by her brother, after which the little girl had joyfully leaped into his embrace. Familial affection manifests in such a manner. The young maiden resembles an opened portal to a new realm, her heart racing, and a faint blush gracing her previously pallid visage. Should I, perhaps, leap into his embrace? In a fleeting moment of distraction, her intellect faltered, and she promptly shook her head, pondering her thoughts. After all, he is merely your brother-in-law, not a senior figure. Indeed, he is merely an individual devoid of any blood ties. What genuine care could he possibly harbor for me, aside from a semblance of concern for my sister's sake? Qingning, awaken from this reverie. You are but an unwanted burden, unworthy of any familial tenderness. The young girl's self-indoctrination ultimately restored her rationality, the blush fading and the glimmer in her beautiful eyes extinguished. Hey, why are you in a daze? After a lengthy pause without a response from her, he turned to look at her, observing her hand clasped over her head, her expression devoid of emotion. He had failed to notice the subtle transformation she had just undergone. Could it be that she is upset with me? If she reports this to Qingxue, I would be in quite a predicament. Perhaps I should appease her. Did I hurt you earlier? Let me massage it for you. Sister-in-law. Chen Yun, adopting a tone as if soothing a child, gently ruffled her hair, asking, does it still hurt? The psychological defenses she had erected crumbled in an instant, her reason faltering once more, her pupils dilating as she forgot to evade his hand, allowing him to tenderly tousle her hair. At that moment, Qingning felt an unprecedented urge to weep. She had never displayed such vulnerability even in front of her sister. Yet now, a mere gentle gesture shattered her defenses. A solitary crystalline tear cascaded down, landing on her garment like a droplet of ink dispersing in clear water, spreading and permeating her once frozen heart. Chen Yun was taken aback. In his recollection, this sister-in-law had never wept before. Could it be that he had caused her tears? That seemed improbable. He had not exerted any force. Oblivious to the turmoil within her heart. Hastily, he parked the car by the roadside. Given her current state, he dared not return home. If his wife misconstrued the situation, he would find himself in an irredeemable predicament. Please, do not cry any further. It was my fault earlier for striking you. I shouldn't have done that. Flustered, he fumbled to retrieve a bundle of tissues, wishing to wipe her tear-streaked face, but sensing it inappropriate, his hand hovered awkwardly in the air. His face flushed as he stumbled over his words. The sight of his disarray elicited a smile from her, and she took the tissues to dab her tears away. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yun remarked, you mustn't continue weeping. If your sister sees your swollen eyes, she will think I have bullied you, and I would be in dire straits. But you did bully me, sob. Inspired by sudden whim, the girl decided to tease Chen Yun, recalling how that little girl would act similarly. Don't cry again. I'll buy you something as an apology, my dear niece. Please do not weep. Chen Yun was at a loss for words, his anxiety causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. All right then, I want that. Qingning pointed to a vendor outside the car selling candied hawthorn. Very well, I shall procure it immediately. We will choose the finest, the strawberry ones. Chen Yun hurriedly exited the vehicle, practically sprinting to buy the largest skewer of strawberry candied hawthorn. Upon taking a bite of the sugary coating, the girl's expression transformed into one of earnest delight, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. So sweet, sweeter than any candied hawthorn I've ever had. Seeing her contented demeanor, Chen Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have appeased her. It seemed this sister-in-law was easily placated with a mere skewer of candied hawthorn. Upon their return home, they found Qingxue busily preparing dumplings, while Chen Hanlin sat in the living room, sipping tea. Oh my, the elder brother has arrived rather early. Of course, my daughter-in-law summoned me. Qingxue led her sister to greet Chen Hanlin before taking her to her own room. Upon entering, the girl was astounded. The bedroom was suffused with her essence, the walls painted in soft pink, and a colossal dolphin plushie adorning the grand bed. In the corner stood a pristine white piano, clearly a valuable piece. Is this truly my room? Qingning could scarcely believe it. Qingxue nodded with a smile. Yes, this shall be your room from now on, and proceeded to recount the events briefly. Quickly change your clothes. Dinner is ready. Qingxue turned to leave. The girl leaped onto the plush bed, the soft surface easing her body and mind into relaxation. How large and soft it is. She marveled at the opulence of the room, discovering it even had a private bathroom. She slipped off her shoes and lay on the bed, swinging her delicate little feet, her 10 adorable toes glistening in a pale pink hue. Everything seemed to be tied to that man. Thoughts of his flustered demeanor and her own playful antics flooded her mind, causing her to bury her face into the bedding, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. After dinner, both men had indulged in quite a bit of drink. Brother, from now on, you shall be my dear elder brother. I shall ensure your utmost comfort. Chen Yun embraced the elderly gentleman, his tongue somewhat befuddled from the libations. The old man, not to be outdone, replied, Brother, for that statement, this is yours. With a resounding slap, he placed a bank card on the table. Observing their antics, Qingxue found herself both amused and comforted by the warmth of the moment. It was not until the late hours of the night that the old man unsteadily rose to his feet. Brother, no need to see me off. I can make it home from here. Come by for tea sometime. Chen Yun, with bleary eyes, called out, All right, I shall come over soon. Qingxue hurriedly grasped his arm. Let me see Dad off. You stay put. She followed Chun Hanlon outside, stealthily slipping the bank card into his pocket. Time slipped by, and Qingxue gently propped Chen Yun, who lay on the sofa, upright. Darling, awaken. Take a bath. The water is ready. Oh, where's my elder brother? Do not worry. I've already seen him home. Qingxue assisted Chen Yun into the bedroom, tenderly helping him out of his clothes and guiding him into the bathtub, where the water flowed gently. Chen Yun felt utterly refreshed as he submerged himself, and by the time he emerged, the effects of the alcohol had somewhat diminished. Upon seeing Qingxue before him, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Chapter 35. Is this truly the reason for your extravagant expenditure? At that moment, Qingxue was bent down, picking up clothes from the floor, clad in a semi-transparent white silk nightgown, the fabric subtly revealing her porcelain curves. Noticing Chen Yun's hungry gaze, she giggled and dashed out of the bathroom. When Chen Yun opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky, and Qingxue lay nestled against him, embracing him like an octopus. Darling, you're awake. Qingxue exclaimed, rubbing her cheek against his chest. What time is it? It's past 10. If you're tired, you can sleep a bit longer. Huh? Chen Yun sprang up, inquiring. Did Qingming leave for school? Rest assured, I took her this morning. Oh, that's good. Chen Yun reclined once more, his head still spinning, having indulged too much the previous night, and he and Qingxue had likely been preoccupied until the early hours. Feeling a pang of guilt, he said, my dear, I apologize for last night. I may have overdone it. Not at all. Qingxue buried her head against his chest, her delicate hands absently resting on his defined abs. Shyly murmuring, I liked it. Fragments of memory flooded Chen Yun's mind. It indeed seemed that it was Qingxue who had instigated the events, disjointed images surfacing, igniting a fervor within him. Qingxue sensed the shift as well, lifting her head to kiss his lips. Lips parted, Qingxue's breath quickened, and a glimmer of mischief danced at the corners of her mouth. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen Yun, who chuckled and said, My dear wife, have you forgotten what we agreed upon for today? What? What agreement? I don't recall, Qingxue asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. However, a wave of frustration washed over her internally. Had she been found out? Biting her delicate lip, her beautiful eyes instinctively darted to the side. Seeing his adorable wife, Chen Yun felt his heart melt. He enveloped her in his embrace and reminded her, We promised to go shopping at the mall today. You cannot back out. Really? I completely forgot. Qingxue exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. After a moment of warmth between them, they dressed and headed out, making their way straight to the mall. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This necklace perfectly suits your wife's temperament, the sales clerk admired, casting envious glances at Qingxue. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but her husband was also incredibly attentive, truly a rare pair. Yes, this one will do. Chen Yun nodded in satisfaction, disregarding Qingxue's protests. He then proceeded to select designer handbags, clothing, additional jewelry, and even several sets of lingerie. As they exited the mall, Qingxue walked ahead with her head bowed, lost in thought, while Chen Yun trailed behind, laden with numerous bags. Once in the car, Chen Yun gently inquired, What is wrong? Are you feeling upset? Qingxue turned to him, her eyes wide with indignation, her expression resembling that of someone who had suffered a great injustice. She felt the urge to voice her grievances, yet she held her tongue, intimidated by Chen Yun's previous authority. Finally, she lowered her head and muttered, I have no right to criticize you. All the money is yours. Spend it as you wish. Chen Yun took her hand, and though she struggled momentarily, she ultimately relented and allowed him to hold her. My dear wife, let me ask you, what is a man's pride? Isn't it about whose car is better and who has more beautiful women around them? Isn't that how men are? Incorrect, Chen Yun replied seriously. A wife is a man's true pride. Only by adorning his wife like a little affluent lady can a man showcase his wealth. Upon seeing his earnest demeanor, Qingxue fell silent. You certainly wouldn't want others to look down on your husband, would you? Of course not. My husband is the best. No one should underestimate you. Qingxue chimed in, aligning with Chen Yun's reasoning. So, you see, you think I'm buying things for you, but you are mistaken. I am doing this for my own pride. Do you understand? Really? Is that so? Then realizing something was amiss, she retorted. What? Is it your justification for spending tens of thousands? It's all nonsense. You just know how to deceive me. Haha. From now on, I'll only deceive you. All right. Don't be angry. Consider this a preliminary investment. You'll recoup it later. Reluctantly, Qingxue nodded. In truth, she was genuinely pleased that Chen Yun could buy her so many things. She was just upset about the excessive spending. Chen Yun affectionately pinched her cheek. Give me a smile. My dear, how annoying. Qingxue's smile returned, and as she looked at the gentle expression on his face, she found it hard to remain angry with him. Let us go home. We still need to save time for me to do your makeup. Starting the car, Chen Yun reached out, and Qingxue hesitated for a moment before understanding his intent and playfully rolled her eyes at him. This is how one should drive. Of course, for safety reasons. Neither dared to indulge in overly extravagant behavior, but while waiting for a red light, Qingxue initiated a playful retaliation. Watching Chen Yun's longing expression, she felt a wave of satisfaction. Her chin lifted slightly, as if she had triumphed in an epic battle. Thus, Chen Yun returned home, caught in a whirlwind of both pain and joy. Soon, they reached the stage where Qingxue began to plead for mercy. It was not until evening that Chen Yun, satisfied, opened the door to find the old man watching television. You're here. Are you going out to dinner tonight? Yes, Chen Yun nodded. Your daughter-in-law has prepared dinner. You and Qingning can eat in a bit. The old man looked as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Chen Yun chuckled. Speak up. Is there something you wish to advise? The old man's expression turned serious. You're not going to cause any trouble when you meet Tang Yin tonight, are you? That woman is no good. Don't worry, Chen Yun replied with a soft chuckle. She almost tore this family apart. There must be some reckoning, don't you think? Well, as long as you understand. Our family owes Qingxue too much. Chen Yun patted the old man's thigh. Got it. I'll heed your words, old man. Now, off to pick up Qingning for dinner. You rascal. Still the same impudent child. The old man laughed as he watched his son's retreating figure. After picking up Qingning and returning home, Tang Yin sent over the reservation details for the restaurant. My dear, it's time to go. I'm coming. Qingxue rushed out of the bedroom in a flurry. Upon seeing Qingxue, Qingning gasped, Is this my sister? Chapter 36. The Transformation of Qingxue. Qingxue adorned in a low-shouldered, fitted black gown, her thick hair lazily styled up, the gently curled tips cascading over her fair shoulders. Her exquisite collarbone peeked through, and a diamond necklace adorned her neck, complementing her other jewelry, giving her an air of regal elegance. Her delicate features were already flawless without makeup, and once dressed, she transformed into a strikingly aloof, yet captivating beauty. Qingxue's legs, naturally stunning, appeared even more mesmerizing in this ensemble, making it impossible for Chen Yun to tear his gaze away. What's wrong? Do I look ugly? Noticing their astonished expressions, Qingxue asked anxiously. Witnessing her blush and slight unease, she effortlessly transitioned between the roles of a refined lady and an endearing girl, without a hint of discord. Sis, how can you be so beautiful? Qingning couldn't help but exclaim. Oh dear, I'm having second thoughts about going. I feel like I'll be at a disadvantage if others see me, Chen Yun sighed, shaking his head. That is not true. You're exaggerating, darling. Let us hurry. We shouldn't be late, Qingxue murmured shyly in response to their compliments. As they reached the door, Chen Yun retrieved a new pair of high heels from the shoe cabinet and crouched down. Honey, no, I could do it myself. Qingxue hurried to crouch down as well. She couldn't bear to let Chen Yun help her with her shoes. Stay still. It's inconvenient to put on shoes with a dress. Let me do it. Chen Yun's voice left no room for refusal. When they arrived at the restaurant, familiar figures stood at the entrance. Tang Yun was in the center, surrounded by 3 or 4 men, chatting and laughing, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Chen Yun observed the scene coldly. In the past, he would have rushed over like an eager puppy, but now, it felt as foreign as encountering a stranger. His former feelings had long since faded. Seeing the scene of her being the center of attention, Chen Yun smirked. Indeed, this woman was popular wherever she went. After exiting the car and tossing the keys to the valet, he took Qingxue's hand and walked straight to the group. When Tang Yun spotted Qingxue, her eyes widened in disbelief. Qingxue? The others turned, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and awe at the sight of the stunning woman before them. Could this truly be their classmate, Qing Xue? Chen Yun smiled. You arrived quite early. Why aren't you inside? Only then did the group react, their gazes drawn to Chen Yun's fine attire, their mouths agape in shock. How was this different from what they had heard? Was this really the same scoundrel? Observing their intimate gestures, it was hard to believe he was the same man who used to gallivant outside. Wasn't he supposed to be accompanying Chen Yun while she waited for her boyfriend? Her boyfriend was quite impressive, rumored to have passed the interview for the vice president position at the Jingxing Group, and set to start soon. A promising future indeed. In the realm of business, it seems that one must rely on Chen Yun. Thus, you should extend your assistance to this group of old classmates. A few of them, eager to ingratiate themselves, showered compliments, to which Chen Yun responded with evident delight. Upon hearing the name Jingxing Group, Chen Yun paused slightly, and a smile crept upon his lips. This was becoming intriguing. At that moment, someone called out, "Is that BMW yours, your boyfriend?" A sleek silver BMW pulled up to the hotel entrance, from which emerged a dapperly dressed gentleman, Xiao Zheng. Chen Yun exclaimed his name and rushed over to affectionately embrace his arm. "Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Xiao Zheng." A sharp-featured man promptly approached, saying, "Greetings, President Xiao. I am Zhao Chong. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future." Others stepped forward to shake hands, showering praises. When Xiao Zheng's gaze fell upon Qing Xue, it lingered, captivated by what he deemed the epitome of beauty. As introductions were made to Chen Yun and Qing Xue, Xiao Zheng seemed to disregard Chen Yun entirely, extending both hands towards Qing Xue's delicate fingers. "Hello, I am Xiao Zheng." Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. Naturally, one ought not to adorn their partner too splendidly when in the presence of such men. For the mere look in Xiao Zheng's eyes was akin to a dagger aimed at him. "Darling, have you grown weary from standing? Shall we head inside?" Ignoring the astonished stares from those behind him, he took Qing Xue's hand and led her inside, denying Xiao Zheng even a handshake. Xiao Zheng glared at Chen Yun's retreating figure, silently cursing. "Let us see how long you can be so arrogant. In a few days, your wife will become my plaything, and you shall wear the green hat of infidelity." Chen Yun, upon observing Qing Xue's elegant attire and the property deed sent by Chen Yun, was entirely convinced of his claims. She tugged at Xiao Zheng and smiled. "Come on, let us head inside." Once in the private room, Chen Yun, disregarding everyone else, whispered something to Qing Xue, eliciting soft giggles from her, leaving the nearby men dumbfounded. How had they not noticed Qing Xue's potential back in school? It truly was a shame for Chen Yun, this scoundrel. Xiao Zheng raised his glass. "Come, let us drink. Do not hold back. Today I am treating. Feel free to order whatever you desire." "How generous of you, President Xiao. We shall not be modest. We will undoubtedly be in your debt." Chen Yun observed Chen Yun's unperturbed demeanor, slightly furrowing her brow. What was up with him today? After a few days apart, he seemed like a different person, typically a sycophant in her presence. Yet now, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. This suggested that Qing Xue's family relocation had indeed brought considerable wealth, and Chen Yun was playing the part of a devoted admirer convincingly. Surely that was the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to curry favor with that wretched girl. It was evident that once the money was received, he would cast Qing Xue aside. Imagining such scenarios proved fatal. Without Chen Yun making any moves, Chen Yun had already convinced herself of this narrative. She raised her glass towards Qing Xue, softly saying, "Qing Xue, it turns out those matters were all misunderstandings. Let us drink together. Chen Yun, come join us." Qing Xue ignored her. She had long harbored a deep-seated resentment for Chen Yun. Had it not been for the fear of disrupting Chen Yun's plans, she would have left long ago. Chen Yun, maintaining a calm expression, poured himself a glass of beverage. "I drove here. I cannot drink." "Oh, who isn't he driven here? Just hire a chauffeur," Xiao Zheng chimed in sarcastically. Chen Yun scoffed. "And since when do you get to dictate my affairs? My wife only rides in my car. Traveling with others is revolting. I assent it." Instantly, Xiao Zheng's face turned crimson from the rebuttal. Zhao Chong immediately rose, seizing the opportunity to flatter. "Chen Yun, do not go too far." President Xiao raised his glass as a sign of respect for you. You came in a BMW, yet you were driving. That shared bicycle parked outside isn't yours. Is it? Laughter erupted from the others as they pointed at Chen Yun. It was no wonder they looked down upon him. His reputation had been tarnished over the years, indulging in vices, and it was rumored he had even attempted to sell his wife for money. Now, observing the pair adorned in designer labels, they surmised it was merely a facade. Chen Yun regarded them with interest, but before he could respond, Qing Xue stood up angrily. "What my husband drives is none of your business, you bunch of losers. Just seeing you makes me sick. What else do you know besides fawning over others?" Then she turned to Chen Yun. "Darling, let us leave. I want to cook for you at home." I don't wish to share a table with this trash. A sudden silence enveloped the room. The others stared at Qing Shui, wide-eyed. And even Chen Yun was taken aback by her boldness. He had underestimated her. Her words, though devoid of vulgarity, struck deep. It appeared she was no mere puppet in his presence. At that moment, a server entered the room and, upon seeing Chen Yun, respectfully said, "Sir, your car is parked and ready. Just let me know when you need it." He placed the key to the Mercedes before him. The gaze of everyone in the room fixated on the car key, then shifted to Zhao Chong. "Is this what you referred to as a shared bicycle parked out front? Since when did Mercedes release a shared bicycle? I was unaware." Chapter 37. Husband, do you no longer want me? Chen Yun called to the server who was about to turn away. "Brother, please bring the car to the hotel entrance. My wife is experiencing a reaction upon seeing these people." His purpose was accomplished. Bringing Qing Shui here was merely a formality, and there was no need to linger over dinner with them. Most importantly, the devoted husband persona was activated. Witnessing the men's gazes made Chen Yun fear he might explode. Grasping Qing Shui's hand, he made his way to the exit, glancing back at Tang Yun and giving a slight nod. Tang Yun smiled in response, winking at him. Indeed, as she had suspected, Chen Yun was merely playing a part, his true aim being the relocation funds. Tang Yun believed precisely what Chen Yun wanted her to believe. This woman was slowly walking into a trap. Xiao Zheng's eyes remained fixated on Qing Shui's alluring figure. As she exited, he felt his heart follow her, silently vowing to possess her. Before the meal had even commenced, 3 individuals were already brimming with suspicion. Once inside the car, Qing Shui looked at Chen Yun with an apologetic expression, carefully saying, "Husband, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been angry. Did I disrupt your plans?" Chen Yun feigned a stern demeanor, his tone heavy. "Of course, tell me how I should punish you." Upon hearing this, Qing Shui felt a rush of fear and humility. Her expression tense, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Memories of past days flooded back, and the sense of security she had built over the past days dissipated, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. "Husband, please don't be angry. I'll do whatever you want, just don't leave me, I beg you." Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, fearing to cry out loud for fear of provoking this man before her. Chen Yun's heart ached at her distress and decided to relent. "Very well. Your punishment is to accompany me for a nice dinner, followed by a movie, and then we'll return home for a bath." Qing Shui was momentarily stunned. The words of pleading she had prepared caught in her throat, unable to escape her lips. Chen Yun's demeanor transformed from anger to tenderness, his eyes softening as he smiled at her. "Husband, you're no longer angry?" "Not at all. I was thrilled to see you put those fools in their place." "You were magnificent," he said, giving her a thumbs up. Instantly, Qing Shui felt as if a great weight had been lifted, collapsing into a heap as tears streamed down her face, mumbling repeatedly, "As long as you're not angry. As long as you're not angry. Do not weep, my dear. I was merely jesting. I apologize, my beloved, if it would ease your heart. You may strike me a few times, and I shall not dare to repeat my folly." With a flurry of movements, Chen Yun hastily adjusted his seat, lifted Qing Shui into his arms, cradling her gently while soothingly patting her back. After a while, as her trembling subsided, Qing Shui looked up through tear-filled eyes and asked, "Darling, are you truly not angry? If you are, you can hit me a few times to relieve your frustration. I am frightened." Seeing her in such a state melted Chen Yun's heart. Overwhelmed with guilt, he incessantly apologized, wishing he could chastise himself for not realizing how deeply Qing Shui cared about his feelings. Once she regained her composure, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead and spoke softly, "My love, I wish for you to embrace your true self, rather than merely being a reflection of me. You are so exceptional. You must not constantly live in my shadow." "What do you mean? Do you no longer desire me?" Qing Shui pouted, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears once more. "Is that truly what I meant? Did your language arts teacher teach you?" Chen Yun patiently clarified his earlier sentiments, and this time Qing Shui understood. She resolutely shook her head and quietly countered, "No, darling, I do not wish to revert to my former self. I am so happy every day now. Why should I change that?" "Very well," Chen Yun thought, acknowledging that her perspective needed gradual alteration. It wasn't that their current dynamic was uncomfortable, but rather that Chen Yun had become so comfortable that he sometimes overlooked Qing Shui's emotions. If this continued, the feelings she suppressed would be detrimental to their relationship. Therefore, for the sake of their future, Qing Shui must evolve. His affection for her deepened daily, naturally leading him to consider her well-being. He rested his chin on her forehead, gently rubbing it. "Come now, let us eat first, and then enjoy our time together." Still shaken from earlier, Qing Shui clung tightly to Chen Yun's neck, her body as soft as a cloud. She twisted slightly and murmured, "Let me hold you a little longer. I do not want to let go. After saying this, she nuzzled her cheek against his chest, resembling a playful kitten rather than the poised woman she usually was. Very well, you may hold on for as long as you wish, but could you refrain from fidgeting? Oh, you're still moving. Qing Shui looked up at him, and he exclaimed, what is that expression? I cannot be blamed. Who can remain unaffected when holding such a beautiful woman? Did you not see how those men gazed at you moments ago? Seeing her husband's flustered demeanor filled Qing Shui with happiness. Are you jealous? Of course. Who would not be concerned if their wife, Qing Shui, her eyes sparkling, leaned in and kissed him deeply. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Yun reluctantly withdrew, whispering, let us first enjoy our time together. We can address matters later. He affectionately pinched her cheek. Please drive slowly, she whispered, and then there was silence. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qing Shui began to touch up her makeup in the mirror, while Chen Yun chuckled at her antics. This wonderful wife was truly remarkable, so considerate of his feelings. Unable to bear seeing him slighted. As they entered the dining area, they instantly became the center of attention. Dressed in formal attire for a class reunion, Chen Yun looked sharp, while Qing Shui's elegant presence was striking. Yet, if those around them knew her true thoughts, the image of a poised woman would quickly transform into that of an innocent girl next door. This Western restaurant is astonishingly lavish, she remarked, her eyes wide with wonder. Oh, and there's a piano. That pianist must earn a fortune. And this enormous steak. Do we really need a knife and fork for it? What if I embarrass you by not knowing how to use them? Perhaps I should just ask the waiter for chopsticks instead. She mused. Everything here must be expensive. Why else would those people be eating bread? How pitiful it looks, especially that dry bread. My husband does not like this fare. Perhaps I shall sneak out for a hamburger later. Surely it would be tastier. As Chen Yun placed their order, Qing Shui's eyes roamed the room, suddenly fixating on a specific spot. That appears to be an exit. I will pretend to visit the restroom and bring back a hamburger. I cannot let my husband suffer, especially after all he has endured. With determination, she nodded to herself. Chapter 38. You knew all along? After Chen Yun concluded their order and observed Qing Shui's self-satisfied expression, he casually inquired, only to realize her entire scheme, which left him both amused and bewildered. Nevertheless, he did not mock her. Each time the waiter presented a dish, they carefully explained its purpose and how to consume it, even cutting the large steak into manageable pieces and feeding her with tender attention. Throughout the meal, Qing Shui basked in sheer happiness, her gaze filled with adoration for Chen Yun. It was clear he was remarkable, possessing knowledge in abundance. In their earlier years, his exceptional capabilities and unique approach had caused Qing Shui to harbor a secret admiration for him. Despite the passage of time and any missteps he may have taken, her feelings never wavered. Her unwavering respect played a significant role in her steadfastness. The parking lot was dimly lit that evening, only a few lights casting a soft glow on the asphalt. Chen Yun wrapped his arm around Qing Shui's slender waist, his fingers playfully roaming, eliciting soft sighs from her. What movie would you like to watch? He asked after a moment. Qing Shui pondered briefly before shaking her head and resting against his shoulder, softly saying, let us not. Would you accompany me for a walk instead? As you wish. Did you enjoy the Western cuisine? Yes, but I think we should avoid it in the future. That meal cost over 2,000. That is nearly my entire salary, she lamented, furrowing her brow. That was the past. From now on, you shall play the role of the wise homemaker, while I shall take care of earning. For a moment, Qing Shui's expression turned bewildered. After years of relentless hustle for survival, she found herself at a loss when suddenly faced with stillness. It felt akin to an elder's retirement, suddenly devoid of purpose, leaving a void that often led to pressures for marriage and grandchildren. If one's daily life revolved solely around eating and sleeping, such matters would occur far less frequently. What are you pondering? Chen Yun gently inquired, noticing her lost in thought. I was contemplating what I should do in the future. I cannot let you bear the burden of supporting us alone. That is too strenuous. Do you wish to return to work? Chen Yun immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. Just the thought of those lecherous gazes upon you fills me with distress. Huh? Do you intend to keep me confined indoors forever? Qing Shui laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Oh, that is an intriguing suggestion. I shall consider it. Seeing Chen Yun genuinely contemplate her idea made Qing Shui's heart swell with sweetness. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within her. He had never been overly concerned about such matters. As long as he earned money, he would be satisfied, regardless of how she fared outside. However, since that fateful morning, everything had shifted. Now, he seemed entirely focused on her, treating her as a cherished treasure. It was not merely about others touching her. Even the thought of someone gazing at her stirred jealousy within him. Did something transpire that night that she was unaware of? She swiftly banished such thoughts from her mind, questioning the need for such worries. Wasn't their current state splendid? Why invite unnecessary troubles? Moreover, her husband adored children, and with no need for medication now, it seemed likely they would soon be blessed with a little one. Reflecting on the profound exchanges shared between the two over recent days, a gentle blush crept onto her cheeks. Her husband was exceptional in every regard, yet his strength was somewhat overwhelming, leaving her with a palpable sense of vulnerability. Each time she caught sight of herself, she felt akin to a fish deprived of water for days, yearning to be wholly consumed by him. Presently, this was her reality, wrapped in his embrace. The intensity of his gaze upon her was unmistakable. His arm, occasionally tightening around her, left her feeling delightfully distorted, and she was grateful for the absence of onlookers, lest she succumb to embarrassment. If she were to become pregnant, she pondered, would he lose his composure? Upon this thought, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Would he seek companionship elsewhere? This was unacceptable. Chen Yun was a living testament to the potential pitfalls of such a scenario. With a glimmer of hope finally emerging in her life, she was resolute in finding a way to keep her husband by her side. Unbeknownst to Chen Yun, Qing Shui's concerns lingered as he reveled in the softness of her arms, seeking joy in their closeness. At that moment, the ringing of his phone shattered their tender moment. "Hello, is there something urgent?" came Gu Hongfei's voice from the other end, tinged with reproach. "Brother, how could you not inform me of such a significant event? If I hadn't asked Li Wei, I would still be unaware of Qing Ning's predicament." "Oh, I assumed you were occupied elsewhere these past few days, so I refrained from alarming you. It's all been resolved now," Chen Yun replied. Gu Hongfei's tone escalated in pitch. "Resolved? How could that be? Even if that bunch has been apprehended, it doesn't mean they should be let off lightly." He then added, with a hint of pride, "Rest assured, brother, I've made arrangements at the prison. A few of my associates, who happen to be in trouble, are now inside, and I've instructed them to keep those rascals entertained." "Huh, you truly know how to handle things. Just ensure those brothers are well taken care of. When they're released, I'll throw a welcome party." Chen Yun chuckled, shaking his head. This brother of his was exceptional in every way, yet he had an unwavering protective streak, whether in school or now. The moment he heard of any trouble befalling Chen Yun, he was always the first to rush in, regardless of the odds. "By the way, I need to inquire about something. Are there any influential contacts in Ximing Village?" At this, Gu Hongfei paused, then exclaimed, "Isn't that your sister-in-law's hometown? What's going on? Is she in trouble?" "No, I plan to return there shortly and may require some assistance. It's not something I can discuss just yet." Gu Hongfei patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, brother, I have a friend who is quite the local authority in that town. If you need anything, just call. If your manpower falls short, I can bring some of my crew. When are you heading back? I'll make preparations right away." Chen Yun shook his head with a smile. "There is no need for you to come. Focus on your business for now. We'll address it when the time comes." The two brothers continued to converse for some time, with Gu Hongfei subtly hinting that he wished for Chen Yun to return to manage the company. But Chen Yun consistently declined. He understood that Gu Hongfei meant well. However, he had not engaged with the company for years. Returning now would not only face resistance from the management, but also reveal considerable gaps in his business acumen, potentially jeopardizing the company's operations. He did not want to place his brother in a difficult position. Furthermore, with the resources available through his elder brother, he already had plans in mind. The father and son need not maintain such formality, as the elder was more than willing to entrust these matters to Chen Yun. After ending the call, Qing Shui gazed at Chen Yun with a somewhat dazed expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with unspoken emotions. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Husband, did you know all along?" Chapter 39, Why Do You Act Like a Bandit? Chen Yun reached out and playfully pinched her delicate cheek, a blend of tenderness and authority in his gesture. "Did you truly believe you could keep this from me? From now on, matters like this are to be handled by me. If you dare to withhold information again, just wait and see how I will deal with you. You are the best." Qing Shui exclaimed, springing up to wrap her arms around his neck. After a moment, her curiosity got the better of her. "How did you find out? Did you think that hiding in the bathroom to make a call would keep it from my ears? Have you considered the consequences of returning home alone with Qing Ning? It shouldn't be a problem. After all, they're my parents," Qing Shui offered softly in defense. "Oomph, are you certain?" Chen Yun retorted with a cold smirk. "If my instincts serve me correctly, this visit to your hometown will not merely entail a coming-of-age ceremony." "What? Husband, that can't be. Qing Ning is still in high school. My parents wouldn't be so heartless." Chen Yun shook his head with a wry smile. His wife was wonderful in many respects, yet she harbored an overly simplistic view of human nature. In recent days, her mother, who had been estranged for years, had frequently called. Her previously sharp demeanor now softened with concern, incessantly inquiring about the sister's well-being. Qing Shui, being the naive girl she was, shared everything except for the financial support provided by Chen Hanlin, and she always presented only the positive aspects, showering praise on Chen Yun. Although she intentionally avoided discussing him, he still caught wind of it and understood the underlying message behind her mother's calls. Originally, the situation was quite straightforward. In her village, there existed a tradition where girls celebrated their coming of age at 18, which was essentially a ritual of ancestor worship and engagement. As time progressed, this custom had faded from memory, and now, with her mother bringing it up, Chen Yun felt a sense of unease, suspecting that there was more to it than met the eye. Regarding Qing Shui's family, Chen Yun had no fondness. The character of Qing Ning revealed much. The concept of family was foreign to her. Qing Shui had mentioned that her parents had arranged a marriage for Qing Ning in exchange for a bride price, leading to a falling out between Qing Shui and her family, as she secretly took her sister away. After years of silence, her sudden concern for the sisters, coupled with weeping and lamenting about the hardships of raising them, left Chen Yun utterly unconvinced. Yet, inexplicably, Qing Shui believed it all, returning from each call with tear-streaked eyes. Just last night, as Chen Yun was drifting into slumber, he overheard voices emanating from the bathroom, only to realize that Qing Shui had agreed to take her sister back for the coming-of-age ceremony. He could not possibly allow the sisters to return alone, and in light of his own plans, he intended to make the trip back home as well, thereby addressing both matters simultaneously. In truth, Qing Shui had preferred to keep this from Chen Yun, believing she could manage the return trip with her sister alone. If all went smoothly, they would likely be back in a day. Their relationship had only just begun to flourish, and she didn't want to burden him with trivial concerns. Having overheard Chen Yun's phone conversation, Qing Shui, even in her simplicity, understood that he was preparing for their return home. However, she still held doubts about her parents' potential actions. Noticing her skepticism, Chen Yun affectionately patted her head. Regardless, in a few days, I will accompany you both back. Consider it a visit to the in-laws. If there is nothing amiss, splendid. If there is, I shall handle it. That should suffice, yes? Yes. Having you by my side makes me incredibly happy. I can't bear to be apart from you for even a second, Qing Shui cooed, clinging to his arm and shaking it playfully, her eyes sparkling with joy. Should we consult Qing Ning for her opinion? She has blossomed into quite the young lady and likely possesses her own thoughts on the matter. Then I shall ask her. Qing Shui nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Husband, what if, as you suggested, my parents intend to marry Qing Ning off? Let us see what Qing Ning thinks. If she has feelings for that distant cousin and wishes to get engaged, it's not an issue. However, I would advise her to complete her studies first. The world outside is vast, and she should be given the opportunity to explore it. Oh, do you truly feel that way? Are you genuinely willing to let my sister marry? Qing Shui's eyes sparkled with mischief as she narrowed them playfully. Cough. Well that. Chen Yun's face flushed a deep crimson. Those prior remarks were merely jest. How could I harbor any thoughts for my sister-in-law? To me, she is but a child. Oh. Qing Shui's voice elongated, her gaze brimming with playful mischief. However, upon witnessing Chen Yun's anxious forehead glistening with sweat and his flustered demeanor, she could not bear to tease him further. All right, no need for explanations. I know that you are thinking of no one but me, and I can sense it. Qing Shui then embraced him, resting her head against his chest, her eyes gently closing as she listened to the rapid thumping of his heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. A brief silence enveloped the air, suffused with a subtle sweetness. Chen Yun's mood gradually settled as he gazed helplessly at Qing Shui, who had once again transformed into her alluring self. It seemed she had discovered his Achilles heel, playfully tormenting him over the past few days. Yet this was delightful. While an obedient wife was commendable, he yearned to see a Qing Shui full of life, thought, and spirit. The two strolled along the roadside for quite some time, with Qing Shui occasionally bursting into fits of laughter like silver bells, playfully nudging Chen Yun. Such moments were precious to her, more precious than anything she had experienced in over 30 years, and thus, Qing Shui cherished them dearly. Even deep into the night, she showed no inclination to return home. And Chen Yun, too, did not express fatigue, remaining steadfastly by her side. When they finally returned home, Chen Hanlin had yet to arrive, dozing on the sofa. Chen Yun shook his head in exasperation. This old man truly could not rest easy, waiting up for him at such a late hour. Upon hearing their entrance, Chen Hanlin opened his eyes, surveying the pair, and only when he saw their relationship remained unchanged did he relax. Old man, let me escort you back. Chen Yun discerned that his father had something to say and assisted him across the room. Sitting on the sofa, he retrieved the old man's treasured tea leaves and brewed a pot. What is it that you wish to discuss? After taking a sip of the tea, he nodded appreciatively. This is delightful. I shall take it with me. Why do you act like a bandit? The old man retorted with a hint of annoyance, then asked seriously, "So, how'd it go?" "Rest assured, I handled it well. That woman fell into the trap, and we left before even having a meal," Chen Yun replied. "Did you not eat? Then why did you return so late?" The old man inquired, puzzled. Chen Yun shot him a glance. "Humph. Can't a couple enjoy their time together? Well, you can take the tea, but leave my pot behind so I can have some too, you little rascal." The old man grumbled as Chen Yun turned on his heel, unceremoniously ignoring the old man's protests. As soon as he stepped inside, a heart-wrenching scream from Qingming startled Chen Yun, nearly causing him to drop the teapot. He beheld the two sisters standing in the living room, their faces pale. Qingming had tears staining her cheeks, glaring defiantly at Qingxue, with neither willing to back down. Chen Yun stared in astonishment. Qingming had always respected her sister and had never quarreled with her before. What had transpired today? Chapter 40. Marrying my cousin is better than marrying you. What on earth is happening? Chen Yun interposed himself between the two, holding the teapot. "I'm telling you, Qingming, you must come back with me. It's not easy for our parents to raise you. We can't let them down," Qingxue said coldly. "Go back. Are you asking me to die?" Qingming wailed, tears streaming down her face. "If I go back, you might as well prepare to bring back a corpse." Qingxue was so incensed she could hardly find words. Chen Yun, taken aback by Qingming's vehement opposition, quickly pulled Qingxue aside, saying, "Wife, please don't be angry. The child is still young. Let me handle this. Go sit on the sofa for a moment." Then turning back to Qingming, he spoke sternly. "What is the matter with you? How can you speak to your sister like that? Come with me." Upon hearing this, Qingming's last glimmer of hope extinguished. She had thought Chen Yun would persuade her sister, but she soon realized she was merely an outsider. When she looked up at Chen Yun, she was momentarily taken aback. He was playfully winking at her, devoid of any anger, gesturing for her to return to the room. Qingming, momentarily stunned, took a moment to respond, prompting Chen Yun to grasp her by the collar and assertively declare, "Come with me. Don't upset your sister." When the girl looked up again, she saw the gentle expression on his face, which was completely at odds with his tone. Does Oscar owe this man a little golden statuette? She mused as she followed him back into the room. Chen Yun dashed a few steps to the refrigerator, concealing something behind his back, and turned to Qingxue with a smile. "Wife, leave the rest to me. Don't let yourself get upset." With a decisive click, he closed the door and entered Qingming's room. "You scare me to death," Chen Yun exclaimed, repeatedly patting his chest as he exhaled deeply. "Your sister's temper is terrifying. We mustn't provoke her." The young girl sat in a chair, lost in thought, her vacant gaze fixated on the floor, tears dripping down onto her clothes. Soaking a small patch, Chen Yun pulled up a chair to sit opposite her, offering a few tissues, and gently said, "Please stop crying for now. I have a question for you." The girl replied coldly, "You need tea, try to comfort me." Stop. Who asked you that? If you want to go back." "I want tea, let you," he interrupted. Qingming looked up in surprise, her focus sharpening. "Then what do you want to ask?" Chen Yun glanced towards the door, confirming it was securely closed, before leaning closer to the girl and conspiratorially asking, "Is anyone pursuing you at school now? Have you clarified the events from that day?" Qingming's expression was one of confusion. What is wrong with him? Is he really concerned about that when I'm embroiled in conflict with my sister? However, this successfully diverted her attention, and she softly replied, "No one is pursuing me anymore. Are you finding your studies overwhelming? I heard you all have exams next month. How is the revision going?" he inquired, and she quietly answered, momentarily halting her tears. "By the way, this is for you," he said, placing a strawberry candy skewer before her. "You wouldn't believe it, but when I bought this, another woman had her eye on it too. Guess what happened next?" Qingming gazed at the sugar-coated strawberries, her curiosity piqued. "What happened?" Chen Yun stood up, proudly lifting his chin. "I thought to myself, I can't let her have this. The biggest skewer obviously belongs to my Qingming. So, while she wasn't paying attention, I snatched it and ran. You should have seen the scene. That woman was shouting after me, and the old man selling the candy was chasing me too. It wasn't tea until I had run 2 streets that I realized why he was pursuing me." "You didn't tea pay?" Qingming asked uncertainly. Chen Yun nodded sheepishly. "Don't worry, I gave the old man the money later. Here, take a bite and see if the candy I snatched back is delicious." Watching Chen Yun animatedly reenact the scene, Qingming could almost envision it, unable to suppress a giggle as she took a bite of the candy skewer. Observing her reaction, Chen Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, contemplating with some concern that if he were to have children in the future, such situations might arise again. Thankfully, this little girl was easy to please. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to handle it. After tasting a strawberry, Qingming had regained her composure, softly stating, "Just say what you want. I know you all have already discussed this." Chen Yun took a swig from the teapot and gently asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" What is there to think?" Qingming scoffed. "I can already imagine the scene when we return. Indeed, we are on the same wavelength. It's only your sister who is oblivious to the reality." "You think so too?" Qingning's beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Yun's. Yes, this situation is not so simple. I cannot judge your parents, and you mustn't blame your sister. She is merely blinded by what she deems familial affection. The young girl nodded. I understand. Ever since my sister married you and received that bride price, they have hardly done any work. With the villagers' persuasion, they seem eager to sell me off early for another bride price. Qingning, disinterested, set aside the candied hawthorn and continued, I don't blame my sister. There are many things she is unaware of. After she left, our home underwent a tremendous change. Initially, our parents were merely strict, but now, well. The girl softly recounted those past events to Chen Yun, whose gaze grew increasingly frigid. Once Qingning finished speaking, Chen Yun inquired, have you mentioned these matters to your sister? No. It's better she remains oblivious. I fear it would sadden her, the girl replied, displaying her understanding. All right, setting that aside. I must ask you, do you harbor feelings for that cousin? If you contemplate marrying him, I will find a way to make his family wait until after your university graduation, when you may still have feelings for each other and can wed. Qingning instantly lifted her head, her eyes wide in disbelief, as she retorted vehemently, marry him? I would rather marry you and be mistreated than allow him any advantage. Chen Yun was taken aback. What had begun as a serious conversation suddenly turned into a tirade, filled with unexpected fervor. Understood, Chen Yun murmured, casting a furtive glance toward the door. Wary of his wife, overhearing their exchange. I suggest you return home for a visit. Noticing Qingning's expression darken again, he hastily added, hear me out. All of this is merely speculation on our part. If your parents genuinely wish to see you, avoiding them will undoubtedly hurt their hearts. If our assumptions are correct, although staying away may allow you to escape the past for now, have you considered the potential consequences? Consequences? What consequences could there be? The girl looked at Chen Yun, perplexed. Chapter 41, Reconciliation. Chen Yun sighed deeply. This is serious. Given your parents' nature, they may have already accepted the bride price from your cousin. If you do not return to resolve this matter, they could very well come looking for you at school. Qingning's face paled instantly, realizing she had not considered this possibility. Her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety as she gazed at Chen Yun, her hands instinctively clutching his shirt. She understood that this man was her only hope. If captured and taken back, she would rather perish outside. Seeing her distress, he patted her head. Remarkably, this simple gesture instantly calmed her down. Rest assured, even if they do cause a ruckus at school, I have a way to send them back. However, it is said that the thief who is not cautious is the one who suffers. Like what happened last time, if we do not address this at its root, living in constant fear will become a troubling affair. Qingning, initially loosening her grip, once again clung to Chen Yun, her eyes reddening, her lips pouting, her face ashen, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Observing her tearful visage, Chen Yun quickly reassured her, do not fret. I have already stated that we must return to your hometown to resolve this matter. Why are you still crying? He added, perplexed. Qingning, profoundly insecure, was rendered disoriented by Chen Yun's analysis. In her youth, she had witnessed a woman being dragged back by villagers, beaten mercilessly, and imprisoned in a dark room until her husband tormented her to the point of losing her spirit, only to be released to die in a dry well. Remembering this, the girl suddenly stood and threw herself at him. Chen Yun, sobbing, you're my only salvation now. If you abandon me, I might as well die. She clung to him with all her might, desperately grasping his clothing like a drowning person seeking a lifeline, even if the outcome might lead to further despair. Chen Yun, taken aback by her fervor, found himself at a loss, his hands suspended in the air, unsure of where to place them. He lamented internally, what a predicament. I had thought Qingning's demeanor was somewhat reserved, but here she is, crying and causing such a scene. Qingning, please come down. I will accompany you back. Leave everything to me, all right? Seeing her actions, Chen Yun broke into a cold sweat, fearing that Qingxue might unexpectedly enter, which would lead to dire consequences. His chair lacked armrests, and Qingning, seeking comfort, had thrown her long legs across his lap. I won't get up. First, tell me your plan, or else. The girl, momentarily at a loss for threats, tightened her embrace around Chen Yun's neck. I don't care, Chen Yun, sobbing. If they come, I will say you have already defiled me, and they will come looking for you. This statement was as potent as a nuclear bomb, prompting Chen Yun to swiftly cover her mouth, desperate to halt her further utterances. His gaze fixed on the door, exhibiting a guilty demeanor. It was hardly surprising that Qingning felt this way. At 18, facing such a situation, Chen Yun was her only lifeline. If she failed to seize it, her fate would undoubtedly be worse than that of the woman she had witnessed before. Many things the young girl hesitated to voice did not imply ignorance. With her beauty, being captured by her cousin's family could lead to a fate worse than death. Now, Chen Yun was close to tears himself, reproaching her. How can you say such things? Do you not realize your sister is just on the other side of the wall? Do not worry. I've already made arrangements. Even if they truly intend to seize you, I can handle it. Just listen to me and come down, he urged. The girl immediately stifled her sobs, lifting her head from his shoulder, her pretty face inches from his, her beautiful eyes fixed on his, searching for any signs of deception. Yet all she found were his clear, calm eyes. Really? Qingning asked softly. Chen Yun nodded, gently ruffling her hair as he affectionately reassured her. Rest easy. I would never allow such a thing to happen. If my Qingning were to be taken away, both your sister and I would go mad. Qingning gazed wide-eyed at the man before her. The lifelessness in her eyes sparkled with newfound light, coalescing like stars in a cloudless night, bright and enchanting. She once more rested her head on his shoulder, tightly embracing him, whispering softly in his ear, Chen Yun, let me hold you a little longer. I'm scared. Chen Yun remained silent, merely patting her back, offering soft words of comfort. After a while, the girl wiped away her tears, the fear in her heart having dissipated. Only then did she realize their position, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stood up, feeling flustered and unsure. Stealing a glance, she saw Chen Yun smiling at her, devoid of the prior desire she had sensed. Finally exhaling, she felt as though something was missing, wondering if she no longer captivated his attention. Qingning, now that we have discussed everything, let us find your sister. There is no need for you two to quarrel over such matters. The girl obediently nodded, her composure returning as she regretted her earlier behavior, recognizing how much her sister had sacrificed for her over the years. When Chen Yun opened the door, he was taken aback to see Qing Shue standing at the entrance, about to push the door open. Dear wife, are you no longer angry? Qing Shue, unaware of Chen Yun's anxious demeanor, simply nodded. I would like to speak with Qingning. Yes, please go in. Qingning is waiting for you, he urged, pushing Qing Shue inside and closing the door. At that moment, Chen Yun's heart resumed its rhythm, feeling as if his entire being had paused for those few seconds. Had Qing Shue entered just moments earlier, she might have witnessed their compromising position. Though nothing inappropriate had occurred, the situation would have been difficult to explain. Chen Yun gulped down several mouthfuls of tea, shaking his head with a rueful smile, realizing how fortunate he truly was. After a while, Qing Shue emerged with a radiant smile, indicating that the two sisters had reconciled. Darling, Qingning has agreed to accompany me. I shouldn't trouble you to mediate over such trivial matters. It's entirely my fault for being so useless, Qing Shue lamented, lowering her head in self-reproach. It's merely a trifling issue. Hurry and wash up. We shall go to the old house tomorrow to retrieve what we can use. What can we use? Qing Shue seemed to misinterpret his words, casting him a playful glance. You spend all day thinking of ways to torment me. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Yun scratched his head, utterly bewildered by her meaning. The next morning, Chen Yun groggily opened his eyes to find Qing Shue standing beside him. Darling, wake up. Dad has come for breakfast. Surprised at the early arrival of the old man, he recalled that he had matters to discuss with him. Upon stepping outside, he saw the elderly gentleman enthusiastically praising Qing Shue's culinary skills while devouring a steamed bun. Chapter 42. My dear wife, it's not what you think. Good morning, big brother. Little brother has arrived. The two exchanged their customary greetings. Chen Yun took a bite of the bun. This is quite delightful. It surpasses what one can buy outside. Old man, gather your old friends over the next few days. I'll treat them to a meal. Oh, the old man looked at him with surprise then, as if struck by inspiration, excitedly tossed the bun aside. Son, what kind of people do you need? Businessmen, tax officials, bank presidents? Do you want them to be from within the system or outside it? Oh, and invite the mayor as well. The provincial chief, that old rascal, is coming for inspection soon. Think carefully about who else we might need. The old man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Yun, caught off guard by the old man's enthusiasm, nearly choked on his bun. He found it hard to believe the old man was serious, yet there was no evidence to the contrary. I merely wanted to lay some groundwork, and now it feels as if I'm preparing for an uprising, gathering such a multitude, even including the provincial chief. Chen Yun struggled to swallow, nearly choking. Wait, Dad, how do you know so many people? Upon hearing this, the old man stood up, turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing thoughtfully at the scenery outside. Back in the day, when I was in business, just invite whoever you deem necessary. It doesn't have to be a large gathering. One table will suffice. Now, Qingning, it's time for school. Qingning, glancing longingly at the half-finished bowl of porridge, was dragged out the door by Chen Yun. This rascal. I hadn't even begun speaking. How outrageous. Chen Yun grumbled, taking his seat and returning to his bun. Qing Shue giggled, enjoying the daily banter between father and son, which filled the home with warmth. She often wondered how blissful her mother-in-law must have felt when the three of them were together before she passed away. When Chen Yun returned, he found Chen Yun biting a pen. scratching his head over a sheet of paper. Oh dear, big brother, what is the matter? Have you been pondering for so long that you can't decide whom to invite? Surely, after all these years, your connection's Haven-tea faded? Chen Yun teased him directly. The old man tossed the pen aside and leaned back on the sofa with a heavy sigh. Alas, I'm getting old. The world has changed. Chen Yun was taken aback. Such a rare expression from the old man made him wonder if he had been too harsh, leaving him in a gloomy mood. Dad, it's all right. You don't have to invite them if you don't want to. The old man handed the paper to Chen Yun and stood by the window, lost in thought. The names on this paper can definitely be of assistance. The rest are uncertain, and I didn't dare to write them down. When Chen Yun glanced at the A4 sheet, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Good heavens! The page was densely filled with names, complete with their departments and positions. The front was filled, and even the back was covered. It felt akin to a combat game, where he had meticulously planned an elaborate combo to defeat the opponent, only to be interrupted and swiftly eliminated instead. Chen Yun remarked, somewhat exasperated, old man, if you want to laugh, just go ahead. Don't hold it in and cause yourself injury. Chen Lin could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as he strolled leisurely out the door. Indeed, there was nothing more satisfying than putting on a facade in front of his son. Qing Xue was doubled over in laughter, finding it immensely entertaining to see her husband humbled before the old man. At that moment, the phone rang. Qing Xue glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Qingming's homeroom teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello. Is this Qingming's sister? I'd like to discuss something with you. Sure. Please go ahead. Chen Yun embraced Qing Xue, pressing his ear to the phone, appearing like an eager child. The homeroom teacher glanced around, ensuring no one else was in the office before quietly stating, has there been anything unusual with Qingming since she returned home? Qing Xue paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. Not all. She seems much better at home than before. Is there an issue with her attitude toward her studies? The teacher hesitated, stammering, well, it's not related to her studies. I've heard this from other students and wanted to clarify the situation with you. Please don't take it the wrong way. Qing Xue was puzzled. What could the teacher possibly be hinting at? Teacher, it's all right. Please speak freely. I understand your concern for Qingming. After much hesitation, the teacher finally said, then I will be straightforward. Does Qingming get along well with your husband? Huh? What do you mean? Qing Xue turned to glance at Chen Yun. At that moment, Chen Yun, who was previously in curious mode, was now drenched in sweat, having an inkling of what the teacher was implying. Hadn't Qingming already explained this? Why was the teacher calling Qing Xue now? He felt utterly exasperated by that little girl. Seeing Chen Yun inching away, Qing Xue firmly grasped his arm. Teacher, please just tell me what you need to say. All right, here it is. Qingming has claimed in front of her classmates that your husband is her boyfriend. This could greatly affect the girl's reputation, and it's been spreading like wildfire at school. Qingming hasn't offered any explanations, so I thought it prudent to ask you. Qing Xue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yun, her expression calm, betraying no emotion. Chen Yun kept shaking his head. But since the teacher hadn't hung up yet, he dared not speak, fearing it would only lead to further awkwardness. After the teacher finished speaking, she exhaled deeply. Qingming's parent, I must attend class now. When Qingming returns home, you should definitely look into this matter. Yes, of course. Thank you, teacher. Once the call ended, Chen Yun immediately began to explain, darling, it's not as you think, it was just that day. He recounted the events briefly. But Qing Xue listened with an impassive expression, her hands clenched tightly, as if she were suppressing something. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yun's voice grew softer, more powerless. It dawned on him that his past behavior had likely left a negative impression on the two sisters. To them, he was not only a disappointment, but perhaps even a fool. After regaining consciousness and recalling his previous life's memories, he had discovered a heavy truth that weighed upon him like a stone. He had never truly loved Qing Xue, not even a shred of it. Yet this foolish girl had remained steadfastly waiting for him, yearning for that ethereal notion of love. Chapter 43. To revolt against the heavens. Chen Yun was genuinely anxious now, standing beside Qing Xue, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Darling, this is how it truly is. I know you may not believe me, but it is the truth. Qing Xue's delicate hand tightened its grip as she observed her husband, who was anxiously pulling at his hair in distress. Unable to contain herself any longer, she erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Her melodious laughter reverberated throughout the room. It's over, Chen Yun thought. My wife has lost her mind with anger. This could spell trouble. Dear wife, please don't act this way. It frightens me, he pleaded. The sound of her laughter only intensified, just as Chen Yun was about to call a mental institution. Qing Xue gradually ceased her laughter. Honey, this was already mentioned by Qingming a couple of days ago. Ha ha ha. Why are you in such a rush? Have you done something you regret? What? You knew all along? Chen Yun finally realized he had been the target of Qing Xue's playful trickery. You were just pretending? Qingxue looked at his silly expression and covered her mouth, giggling. Seeing you perform so earnestly, how could I bear to interrupt? With mischievous intent, Chen Yun seized Qingxue. No one is leaving today. By the time they finally got out of bed, it was nearly noon. After tidying up, they headed to the old house. As Qingxue stepped into that familiar place once more, she paused, momentarily lost in thought. Just half a month ago, she had sat in the living room, discreetly wiping away tears over worries about Qingning's tuition fees. Little did she know that in just over 10 days, her life would transform dramatically. Not only was there no longer a need to fret over finances, but Chen Yun also showered her with affectionate indulgence, a storyline that seemed only plausible in novels. This surreal feeling left Qingxue feeling insecure. Observing the busy Chen Yun, she approached him from behind and gently embraced him. Darling, will we always be like this? Chen Yun understood her sentiments, and, feeling nostalgic, recognized she might be recalling past hardships. He turned to pull her into his embrace, gently patting her back while reassuring her. Rest assured, I will always be by your side, just as I am now. Qingxue softly acknowledged with a hum, falling silent. They held each other, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, and in that moment, Qingxue felt enveloped in warmth and comfort. Once their belongings were packed and loaded into the car, they drove home. Upon arriving downstairs, they unexpectedly encountered Chun Hamlin returning from stroll. Is that all you have? He inquired, glancing at the few boxes in the car with confusion. Yes, the rest isn't needed. We aren't selling the house, so it will remain there. Let me help you move. The old man offered, promptly lifting the box wrapped like a mummy. Qingxue's composure faltered. It seemed her fears had materialized, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she anxiously glanced at Chen Yun. What could possibly be in there for it to be so light? After saying this, Chun Hamlin shook the box, producing a sound of plastic colliding. Qingxue felt utterly defeated, wishing for a cataclysmic earthquake to bury her beneath the rubble. Let it all be destroyed. I am exhausted. Seeing his wife's adorable distress, Chen Yun chuckled and snatched the box away. Old man, why pry into things that don't concern you? It's a matter for adults, not children. Chun Hamlin scratched his head in confusion, unaware of the couple's playful antics. After moving the items upstairs, Qingxue retreated into the kitchen, refusing to come out. Chen Yun handed a completed list to the elder. I've marked everyone we need to invite. Once you've notified them, let me know, and I will book the restaurant. The elder rose. I'll call them now. Let's set it for tomorrow evening. Isn't that a bit rushed? Chen Yun expressed concern regarding the timing, considering the guest's professional commitments and potential social obligations. Chun Hamlin waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. When I invite them to dinner, I don't need to make reservations. Watching the elder's departing figure, Chen Yun felt a warm surge of gratitude. For his sake, the old man was truly putting in the effort. Chapter 44. A leisurely movie time, Chen Yun playfully tapped Qing on the head, stating seriously, what nonsense are you spouting? I never thought that. The girl, her bright eyes sparkling, leaned closer and whispered, you never thought about it? So you really have said it before? What do you know, little brat? I was just trying to scare you. Buckle your seatbelt. We're heading home. Although his voice was loud, it lacked conviction. Chen Yun protested loudly while clumsily pressing the ignition button. The windshield wipers started moving back and forth erratically. Feeling embarrassed, he attempted to turn them off, only to create a spray of glass cleaner that formed two elegant arcs upon the windshield, obscuring the roadside scenery. Qingning laughed even harder. 2 strawberry candied haws. Please. Qingning's laughter abruptly halted. Indeed, nothing could defeat a foodie more than food itself. Upon returning home, Qingxue had already prepared a meal, while Chun Hamlin was pouring wine. Hey, why did you buy 2 candied haws today? Is there something good to reward her? Qingxue asked, puzzled. Chen Yun, not wanting Qingning to blurt out anything inappropriate, quickly replied, they had a test today and did well, right, Qingning? Yes, that's right. My brother-in-law is always correct. The girl flashed a mischievous smile, discreetly raising 2 fingers like green onions toward Chen Yun. He nodded, knowing that 2 candied haws could smooth over any situation. At the dinner table, Chun Hamlin remarked, I've notified everyone you marked, and I booked the restaurant. You just need to show up tomorrow. Great job, brother. You're quite efficient. Chun Hamlin took a sip of wine and sighed. I am getting old. Here we go again, Chen Yun thought. The evening devolved into a playful exchange of banter between father and son, while the sisters watched with keen interest, as family dynamics were seldom harmonious in their world. After a lively dinner, apart from the old man feeling somewhat unsatisfied, the atmosphere was quite cheerful. Late into the night, as Chen Yun lay in bed and watched Qingxue emerge from the bathroom, his eyes sparkled with delight. Fresh from her shower, Qingxue resembled a water lily. Her hair elegantly styled up, clad in a loose silk nightgown, her cheeks slightly flushed radiating a beauty that seemed almost unfair. The generous neckline revealed her alabaster neck, and her perfectly toned legs were undeniably captivating, with her chest rising and falling drawing his gaze irresistibly. Qingxue bashfully protested. What is there to look at between an old married couple? Everything is worth looking at, Chen Yun replied dreamily. Then, recalling the unopened treasures, he retrieved the mummy-wrapped box from the wardrobe. Upon seeing the box, Qingshue's thoughts returned to the afternoon's embarrassment, and the blush on her face deepened, spreading to her ears as she buried herself beneath the covers. You naughty rogue, always looking to trouble me, she murmured softly. The next day, Chen Yun handed Qingning her backpack and advised, don't forget what I told you. Remember to explain things to them. Huh? What? The girl looked at him with confusion, her eyes wide. I'm heading to school now. I might be late. With a smile gracing her lips, Qingning turned and walked toward the school, having completely forgotten Chen Yun's words. It wasn't that she didn't want to explain. She simply felt content in the present, free from distractions that could disrupt her studies, unbothered by a flood of unwarranted love letters, and without someone constantly trailing behind her. The world of a young girl is small, just enough to hold her sister, and perhaps now, Chen Yun as well. Thus, she paid no mind to others' opinions, wishing only to quietly relish these school days. Moreover, even if she were to explain, would anyone truly listen? In her world, the hearts of people are shrouded in darkness. Even if the events of that day had not transpired, would not whispers arise upon witnessing someone arriving in a luxurious car to escort her daily? These truths were evident to Qingning from an early age. Her experiences were beyond the imagination of others. Chen Yun observed the solitary figure of the young girl and sighed deeply, likely knowing that she would not offer any explanations. Upon returning home, he found Qingxue still tidying the kitchen. They had a leisurely day ahead, with no particular plans. Come, my dear, join me for a movie, he called out. Upon hearing her husband's voice, Qingxue set aside the half-washed dishes and hurried to sit beside him. They selected a comedy film and brought forth an array of snacks. Nestled in Chen Yun's embrace, Qingxue occasionally playfully fed him a French fry, which he would take along with her fingers, nibbling gently, eliciting delightful giggles from her. Yet, she continued her role of feeding him, relishing both the moment and his tender demeanor. The July weather had not yet turned oppressive. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtain, and sunlight streamed onto Qingxue's face. She stretched languidly, the relaxed ambience easily lulling them into slumber. Gradually, she rose, carefully removing Chen Yun's restless hand. With a sigh, she gazed at her husband, still peacefully asleep. The afternoon had slipped away unnoticed, a tranquil existence she had never dared to envision. Glancing at her phone, she noticed several messages and numerous missed calls, all from her mother. Qingxue, when are you coming back? Your father and I would like to prepare for your return. Remember to bring Qingning. We haven't seen her in ages, and we both miss her dearly. If you're still at work, don't overexert yourself. Return the call when you have the time. Reading the warmth woven through her mother's words, Qingxue felt a surge of affection. Could it be that her parents, as her husband surmised, were merely trying to coax her sister back? Unlikely. He must be mistaken. It was only natural for her aging parents to wish for their daughter's company. Mom, we'll be back in a few days. Qingning and I are both well. So don't worry, she replied before stealthily returning to the kitchen to continue her earlier tasks. When Chen Yun finally opened his eyes, he found the old man in the rocking chair, leisurely perusing the newspaper. Ah, the young lad has awakened, the elder remarked with a hint of disdain. You really need to toughen up. Sleeping all day won't do you any favors. Come practice some Tai Chi with me. Let's be honest at my age. Your methods may not suit me. I think I'll stick to the gym, Chen Yun retorted. Change your clothes and come along. It's almost time, Chen Hanlon said, setting aside his paper. Just as he was about to inquire about who would pick up Qingning, the girl emerged from her room, smiling and flashing him peace sign. Chen Yun smacked his forehead, realizing her remarkable memory. She hadn't forgotten about the two candied hawthorns. He returned her gesture with an okay sign, and, after changing his attire, descended the stairs with Chen Hanlon, heading straight for the restaurant. Chapter 45, An Embarrassing Social Gathering. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Yun expressed his surprise. I say, brother, are we at the right place? Is this it? Before him stood a quaint farmhouse, while not dilapidated. It certainly bore no resemblance to opulence. A few chickens and ducks roamed freely in the yard, scurrying about aimlessly at the sight of visitors. Come on. I don't usually bring just anyone here, Chen Hanlon replied, strolling into the courtyard. A middle-aged man spotted him and hurried over. Uncle Chen, you've arrived. My father heard you were coming and has cooked a meal himself. Not bad. This old chap can cook. We're in for a treat today, Chen Hanlon remarked. The man led the father and son into a room where several others were already seated, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Chen Hanlon, they all looked up simultaneously. Hey, this old codger seems to have aged back a few years. Have you found a new partner? You've even tossed aside the cane. This new bride must be treating you well, huh? Enough of that. Someone is going to get upset soon. Look. I told you so. His face has turned dark, huh? Chen Yun chuckled as he scanned their faces, suddenly realizing the camaraderie shared between his childhood friends and his father's old companions. Chen Hanlon scoffed. Enough shouting. There's no new partner. This is my son, here to meet you all today. Instantly, the room fell silent, everyone exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy chill. They had likely heard the tales surrounding Chen Yun, though they had never witnessed him in Chen Hanlon's presence. They had gradually come to believe the stories over the years. Chen Yun quickly stepped forward. Greetings, uncles. I've been wandering aimlessly these past few years. I hope I haven't caused my father too much trouble with you all. He approached an elderly man with graying hair. You must be Uncle Lee. My father often speaks of you, saying you're as vigorous as ever. Just the other day, you were competing with a few gentlemen for the dance partner of Square Dancer. Uncle Zhang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. My father mentioned you're an early riser who runs daily, surely over 5 kilometers, just to catch a glimpse of those charming elderly ladies. I admire your determination. Quite impressive. Uncle Wang, don't leave just yet. I've seen you from afar. My father has told me about you. Uncle Wang stepped forward, blocking Chen Yun's mouth. You'd better stop right there. If you keep going, while I hide my face. The old man beamed with satisfaction at his son's performance, feeling proud. Before their outing, Chen Hanlon had briefly introduced the relationships and interests of the men, though he had not given Chen Yun permission to speak. Yet, Chen Yun, being a clever lad, noticed the noticeable discomfort on their faces upon hearing his name. Thus, he seized the opportunity to bridge the gap between them. After all, these elderly gentlemen shared a bond, and mere pleasantries would not suffice to forge connections. It was through playful jabs that they could foster camaraderie. Chen Hanlon, you old rascal, why do you tell the boy everything? Such a fine lad. And you've led him astray? Indeed, let us reminisce about this rascal's past escapades. Right, let us not hold back. We're here for a feast, after all. Welcome to the grand social embarrassment. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room reached a crescendo, with the old men blushing and playfully chastising Chen Hanlon, who stood his ground, engaging in a battle of wits. Chen Yun quickly interjected, Gentlemen, let us eat and chat. He poured drinks for everyone, and the old men began sharing amusing stories, pulling Chen Yun into the fold. By the end of the meal, their attitudes toward him had noticeably shifted. Indeed, rumors were often misleading. Such a wonderful young man had been mischaracterized, reflecting on their own children, who always appeared timid and excessively respectful in the presence of elders. They couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth towards Chen Hanlon's son, whose demeanor was refreshingly approachable. After the meal, Chen Yun ensured everyone had a designated driver before sending them off. Nephew, feel free to reach out whenever. Your affairs are my affairs, and I'll ensure they are handled properly. Yes, don't be shy with us. Try to limit your interactions with Chen Hanlon. That old fellow is no good. Take care, and do visit when you have time. Come share a drink with me, and perhaps teach my wayward son a thing or two about manners. He pales in comparison to you. As Chen Hanlon listened to the praises directed at his son, a smile graced his lips, lifting them towards the heavens. At this stage of life, comparisons are inevitably drawn between one's offspring, and today, Chen Yun's performance had earned the old man's unreserved admiration. He had mastered the intricacies of social dining culture. It was likely that in the future, Chen Yun would navigate dealings with these old gentlemen with remarkable ease. On their way home, Chen Yun remarked, Old man, in a few days, I'll accompany Qingxue back to her hometown. Don't start a home. Returning home. Is there a reason? Yes, my mother-in-law wishes to reunite with her sisters, and I have some matters to attend to as well. Chen Hanlon raised an eyebrow and shot a sideways glance at his son. Your affairs are your own concern. What do you think about your mother-in-law's wishes? Chen Yun shook his head. It's not so simple. There's likely something else at play. Well, as long as you're aware, I can rest easy. Just be cautious. Qingshue's village is not as peaceful as one might think. Don't worry. I'll treat it as an opportunity to witness the harsh realities of life. Haha. By the time they arrived home, the hour was late. Upon seeing Chen Yun enter, Qingxue immediately rose from the sofa. Darling, you're back. You must have had quite a bit to drink. I've prepared some honey water for you. Chen Yun downed the honey water in one gulp, feeling a sweetness spread within him. A delightful sensation to know someone awaited his return. Why the frown? Is your head aching? Lie down. I'll give you a massage. Qingxue urged him to recline on her lap, her slightly cold fingers brushing against his warm skin, causing his furrowed brow to relax instantly. Wife, you've worked hard, Chen Yun mumbled. He turned to find a more comfortable position, wrapping his arm around Qingshue's waist. Observing her husband's contented expression, Qingxue beamed with happiness. As Chen Yun's breathing steadied, she gently removed his shirt, her fingers inadvertently gliding over his chiseled abs. A moment later, a flush crept onto Qingshue's cheeks as she playfully chided herself for feeling drawn to Chen Yun's physique. How embarrassing! As she nestled beside him, a large hand instinctively enveloped her in an embrace. Thus, the couple drifted into a deep slumber. The following day at the mall. Honey, there's no need to buy more. We have more than enough. We want to even have room in the car, Qingxue implored, exasperated. It's been years since we last visited. You have many relatives. It's wise to bring more. Have you decided on a date for our return? Qingxue nodded. Next week, it coincides with Qingning's 18th birthday. She then grasped Chen Yun's arm, a hint of apology in her voice. Darling, I'm afraid I'll be troubling you again because of Qingning. Silly girl, to me, Qingning is like my own sister. Why do you always speak so formally? As Chen Yun busily loaded items into the car, Qingxue couldn't help but smile mischievously. Like a sister, you say? If I were to reveal the true nature of my relationship with Qingning, I doubt you would feel the same way. I'm rather eager to see your astonished expression. Chapter 46. You truly are my wonderful son. The week flew by, and on the eve of their return to her hometown, the family gathered together in the dimly lit room. The lights had been extinguished, leaving the space cloaked in darkness, save for the warm, flickering glow of a candle on the table. In the candlelight, Qingning's eyes sparkled like a star in a magnificent night sky. Make a wish, Qingxue murmured softly. With her hands clasped together, the young girl looked at the three around her, smiling as she closed her eyes and moved her lips silently. After a moment, she blew out the candle. Happy birthday. Qingning had blossomed into a young woman, finally coming of age. Qingxue turned on the lights and approached with an exquisitely wrapped gift box. A birthday present. Let us see if you like it. As Qingning opened the box, she lifted her gaze to her sister, choked with emotion and unsure of what to say. She pulled out a diamond-studded hairpin, which instantly transported her back to a memory from years ago. At that time, Qingxue had just brought her from the countryside, and she had yet to meet the dashing Chen Yun. It was her first visit to such a bustling city, where everything appeared new and wondrous to the young girl. Passing by a small stall, a hairpin had caught her eye, captivating her with its beauty. Qingning, why have you stopped? We need to hurry home to prepare dinner. Your brother-in-law may return today. Qingxue pushed the old electric scooter, glancing at the insufficient battery indicator, her lips curled in bitterness. This ancient scooter barely lasted a day on a single charge, yet it was a necessity. Every meal required careful budgeting, and there was no money for a new one. Sister, I want that. Qingning pointed at the hairpin. Qingxue was about to agree, but upon seeing the price tag, she fell silent. 50 yuan was enough for 2 days' worth of meals for the sisters, or perhaps to buy a fish or 2 pounds of meat for Chen Yun. Qingning, that is not very pretty. Let us wait until tomorrow, and I'll get you something nicer, okay? The young girl looked up at her sister, whose expression, though gentle, betrayed a hint of regret and bitterness in her eyes. No need, sister. With my long hair, I don't need any hairpin. Let me help you with the scooter. The sensible girl replied. That night, when she first laid eyes on Chen Yun, she realized she had crossed from one perilous realm into another abyss. Qingning, don't you like it? I do, of course I do. Qingning immediately donned the hairpin, her once frosty demeanor now brimming with vitality. Sister, does it look good? Absolutely. It looks wonderful. The sister's eyes glistened with unshed tears, sharing a silent understanding of that day's memories, yet they chose not to voice them. After all, they were genuinely happy now. Chen Yun approached with another box, placing it before Qingning. I wasn't sure what to get you, so see if you like this. Thank you, brother-in-law. However, upon opening the box, the young girl froze, staring blankly at Chen Yun. What on earth is 5 years of college entrance examination? 3 years of simulated tests? Is this really a birthday gift? How polite can you be? To her astonishment, beneath it lay a book titled Essential Questions for the College Entrance Examination, which could only be described as ungracious. This gift was best left unopened. Seeing Qingning's bewildered expression, Chen Yun burst into laughter. I knew you would react like this. Now look below. After pulling out several books, she discovered a delicately crafted box within. It bore 2 handles in red and blue, resembling a handheld console. Is this a Switch? Qingning inquired tentatively. Although she had never played one, she had often been intrigued by her classmates who had such devices, their vibrant graphics captivating her attention from afar. However, upon hearing the price of several thousand yuan, along with the hundreds required for game cartridges, she had long since lost interest. Inside were a dozen game cartridges, and beneath them lay an iPad, equally useful for study and play. If other children had these, then surely our Qingning should have them too. Qingning's gaze remained fixated on the contents of the box, not yet daring to open it. The phrase, our Qingning, echoed in her ears. Perhaps Chen Yun merely spoke it casually, yet each time Qingning heard it, it resonated differently within her. What began as an emotionless response gradually transformed into a warm current flowing through her heart. Qingning thought to herself, if one day, of course. If. She repeated the word if heavily in her mind. He reverted back to that despicable person, as all hope in life now vanished, forcing him to return to that dismal existence devoid of light and prospects. Contemplating this, the girl, whose eyes were already reddened, lifted her head, observing that Chen Yun's little mouth immediately turned into a flat line, his eyes narrowing as if he were on the verge of tears, embodying a sense of grievance. Chen Yun and Qing Shui were equally bewildered. While the other children typically found joy in such offerings, it appeared that Qing Ning was sorrowful. Perhaps the girl herself was unaware that before Chen Yun, she was increasingly resembling a child, more adept in expressing her emotions. Before Chen Yun could utter a word, Chun Hanlon returned from the opposite door, lugging a large box. Oh dear, this old man is utterly exhausted. This box is simply too heavy. The little old man incessantly rubbed his lower back. Upon noticing the box in front of Qing Ning, he was momentarily taken aback, then widened his eyes towards Chen Yun. Son, didn't we agree to bring Qing Ning some practice books together? You truly are my wonderful son, are you not? The old man exclaimed, pointing at Chen Yun and hopping in indignation. Huh, Dad, could it be true? Is someone really giving practice books as a birthday gift? How could that be? That seems rather heartless. Chen Yun opened the box, gazing at it brimming with practice books, laughing so hard he fell to the ground. You know, the variety is quite comprehensive, ranging from mathematics to physics, from freshman to senior year, encompassing practice books to exam papers, everything one could possibly need for an entire year. Chen Hanlon scoffed. I had anticipated that you wouldn't be reliable. Thankfully, I was prepared. He retrieved a bank card and placed it before Qing Ning. My girl, I had no idea what to gift you. This card has no password. Feel free to swipe it for whatever you desire, the old man declared with flair. Amidst the lively exchange between the two older men, Qing Ning's earlier sense of grievance gradually dissipated. Originally, she had prepared a plethora of words of gratitude, but now they were lodged in her throat, unable to escape. While other children celebrated their birthdays annually, Qing Ning was different. This was her first birthday in 18 years. As she gazed at the gentle faces of the three, crystalline tears fell from her eyes, whispering, Thank you, thank you, thank you, sister, for rescuing me from the depths of despair. Thank you, Chen Yun, for standing up for me when I was bullied. Thank you for appearing in my life. Thank you. Truly, these words echoed repeatedly within the girl's heart. Such moments should last indefinitely, for after all, this was the first time in 18 years that she made a wish. It can happen. It surely can. The girl gazed at the candles atop the cake, confirming once more whether they had indeed been extinguished. My dear Qing Ning, she thought, I truly cherish this sentiment. Chapter 47. Accompanying Qing Shui home. On their journey back to her hometown, Chen Yun gripped the steering wheel, stealing glances at Qing Shui beside him, swallowing hard as the aloof and elegant woman emerged once more. His gaze drifted downward, taking in her exquisite legs adorned in black silk stockings, stirring a sense of vexation within him. Had Qing Ning not been in the car, this several-hour drive would have undoubtedly felt much shorter. Qing Shui followed his gaze and immediately comprehended the cause of his sighs. Covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, she leaned close to his ear and playfully said, Darling, you've worked hard. Wait until we are alone. Upon hearing those last words, Chen Yun felt as if spring had arrived, nodding vigorously as he pressed down on the accelerator, eager to reach Shiming village swiftly. Following the navigation to the village entrance, he couldn't help but furrow his brow at the sight before him. Before their arrival, Qing Shui had mentioned that Shiming village was not affluent, and while he had mentally prepared himself, the reality exceeded his expectations. Dozens of houses were scattered throughout the village in a staggered fashion, some appearing dilapidated and in dire need of repair. A small stone path wove its way through the front yards of these homes, winding its way up a slope, where atop stood a traditional ancestral hall with white walls and green tiles. At the village entrance, a large stone bore the inscription Shiming Village, while a few elderly women basked in the sun nearby. Upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz, they were momentarily stunned, their murky pupils revealing envy and jealousy. Observing Chen Yun lost in thought, Qing Shui expressed her remorse, saying, Darling, I apologize for subjecting you to this place. But don't worry, after the coming-of-age ceremony, we'll leave right away, all right? Qing Ning also looked at him anxiously, fearing that such an environment might displease Chen Yun. Chen Yun affectionately stroked Qing Shui's hair, softly replying, What are you saying, silly girl? I am your husband. Of course, I must accompany you back. Should I allow another man to do so? He then placed a hand over his heart, feigning sorrow. I see now. You have someone else in your heart. Alas, was my affection misplaced? Witnessing Chen Yun's playful demeanor, the sister's worries evaporated, and Qing Shui, in a fit of laughter, planted a kiss on his cheek. Let us go. Grab some things and get out of the car. Huh? Qing Shui queried, puzzled. Why get out now? We haven't even reached the doorstep. Hee, you don't understand, do you? It's all about creating a good impression. Chen Yun pointed to the elderly individuals at the village entrance. You recognize them, right? Let us bring them some gifts. Qing Shui still didn't grasp his meaning, but she had always followed his words without question. Carrying a few boxes of pastries, the pair approached the village entrance. And Qing Shui cheerfully greeted, Aunt Sue, how has your health been lately? The elderly women, observing the young couple exiting the car, were puzzled. Perhaps they were lost. For this village had no one who could afford such an exquisite vehicle. Glancing at the woman, dressed elegantly and possessing striking beauty, one of the grannies wondered if the diamond necklace around her neck was indeed real. It was blinding. As the woman stood before them, one elderly lady scrutinized her closely and uncertainly inquired, Are you Qing Shui? Yes, it's me, Auntie. I'm surprised you still remember me. Chen Yun stepped forward with a smile, saying, Auntie, I am Qing Shui's husband, accompanying her home this time. We brought you a few boxes of pastries. Please enjoy. He then distributed the boxes among them. Upon seeing the exquisite gift boxes, the elderly women immediately broke into joyous smiles, showering praises upon the couple. After a brief exchange, they returned to the car. Chen Yun lit a cigarette, leisurely inhaling, showing no intention of leaving just yet. Qing Shui, puzzled, asked, What is wrong, darling? Aren't we going into the village? Not yet. Let us wait a bit. When we see people, we'll present the gifts, regardless of whether we know them. Remember to offer alcohol to the men and cosmetics to the women. Huh? You bought these things to give them? Qing Shui shook her head, concerned. Those items cost a considerable sum. After a few elderly women joyously entered the village with their gifts, half an hour later, Chen Yun finally drove into the village. He drove slowly, occasionally stopping to allow Qing Shui to step out and engage in conversation. The village was small, and news of their return in a luxury vehicle spread rapidly, soon reaching every household. By the time they arrived at Qing Shui's doorstep, a crowd had already gathered. A woman appearing to be in her 50s rushed forward upon seeing Qing Shui. My daughter, you're back. I missed you terribly. Grasping Qing Shui's hand, her eyes glistened with tears. Beside her stood a dark-skinned man, who, upon gazing at the luxury car, revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Chen Yun observed everything, forming impressions of the two. The woman was Qing Shui's mother, seemingly named Zhang Guifeng, dressed in a tattered blue floral garment, her eyes occasionally darting towards Qing Ning. Despite having made an effort to appear presentable, she still emanated an air of harshness due to her gaunt and weary visage. The dark-skinned man was Qing Shui's father, named Qing Anfu, bare-chested, with his trousers rolled up, wearing a pair of flip-flops that had long lost their color. Dear parents, I have not returned to see you in these past few years. How is your health? Chen Yun greeted them warmly. Upon seeing Chen Yun, impeccably dressed in a suit, the couple's faces instantly brightened with smiles. Oh, my son-in-law, it has been such a long time since your last visit. This time, do stay a while longer, they exclaimed. Indeed, let us indulge in a fine drink together soon. My dear, please go and prepare a chicken. It is not often we have our son-in-law home. Qing Anfu jovially remarked. His gaze swept across the gathering crowd, noticing their envious stares at the luxurious car and Chen Yun, which made his smile even broader. Father, wait a moment. I have brought some gift for the neighbors, he said, addressing the crowd. Everyone, I truly appreciate the care you have shown to my esteemed parents-in-law over the years. Though I cannot repay you adequately, I have brought a few gifts for you all. He opened a trunk to reveal it brimming with exquisite gift boxes, all of considerable value. Initially, the villagers looked on at Qing Anfu with envy. Yet they greeted Chen Yun with beaming smiles. Zhang Guifeng, momentarily taken aback by the treasures in the car, whispered to Qing Shui, Quickly, persuade your husband not to distribute such valuable items to those people. Think of the cost involved. Her eyes fixated on the departing gift boxes. She felt a pang of heartache with each one taken away, as if a piece of her own flesh were being severed. She attempted to intervene multiple times, only to be restrained by Qing Shui. Though unaware of her husband's intentions, she trusted he had his reasons and did not wish for her mother to disrupt his plans. Before long, all the items from the car had been distributed. Chen Yun smiled and said, As my parents-in-law grow older, we shall rely more on the kindness of our neighbors. The villagers responded with laughter, but the sincerity of their words remained known only to themselves. Without allowing the crowd to disperse, Qing Anfu eagerly ushered Chen Yun inside. He did not want his son-in-law to appear as a mere benefactor, giving away all that he had brought, which should rightfully be theirs. Son-in-law, after such a long drive, you must be tired. Come, let's go inside and rest, he urged. Chen Yun turned back to glance at the young girl standing by the car, giving her a playful wink. The girl forced a smile in response, but it seemed unsuccessful. Throughout this encounter, Qing Anfu and his wife had not exchanged a single word with Qing Ning, not even a token gesture of concern. The girl appeared indifferent, as if this silence was entirely expected. Qing Ning walked numbly into the courtyard, the surroundings feeling achingly familiar, as though she were slipping back into a deep abyss. She quickened her steps, yearning to grasp Chen Yun's sleeve, but failed. Her parents remained ever present by his side, blocking her only lifeline. That glimmer of hope seemed to be obstructed as well. The girl felt disoriented, as if lost once more. Chapter 48. The sister's secret base. Chen Yun retrieved several gift boxes, varying in size, from a car. These had been set aside for his parents-in-law. The couple, having never encountered such exquisite items, beamed with delight as they accepted the gifts. Once inside the courtyard, Chen Yun maintained his cheerful facade, yet his heart was shaken. Was this truly the environment in which the sisters had grown up? Upon surveying the surroundings, he noted the dilapidated state of the two small houses. The walls were crumbling, and much of the red brick had eroded to mere fragments. A few free-range chickens and ducks wandered aimlessly, leaving unwelcoming traces across the ground, and a rather unpleasant odor wafted through the air. In the corners of the yard lay scattered farming tools, coated in dust, clearly having been neglected for a long time. Perhaps sensing Chen Yun's thoughts, Qing Shui grasped his hand, her expression filled with regret. My dear, I shall have my mother prepare Qing Ning's coming-of-age ceremony shortly. Chen Yun gently patted her delicate hand, saying, do not worry about my feelings. There is no need to rush back home after such a brief visit. Go and keep Qing Ning company. She seems a bit off. Having spoken to their parents for a while, he momentarily forgot about his sister. When he turned to look back, he noticed Qing Ning with her head bowed, lost in thought. Qing Anfu opened the door to their home, apologetically stating, son-in-law, forgive us. Our place is rather shabby. Chen Yun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Father, there is no need for apologies. My usual residence is not much better. However, upon stepping inside, Chen Yun wished he could retract his earlier words. To sum it up, the squalor and disarray of this place defied description. This was the state of affairs even after his parents-in-law had tidied up. In the kitchen, pots and pans were strewn about, some still bearing remnants of the previous meal. The room had but a single window, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to illuminate the darkened floor, rendering the entire space dim and cramped. A large wardrobe stood on the bed, its original color unrecognizable, with each cabinet door appearing precariously unstable, reminding Chen Yun of the old house he had lived in with Qing Shui, which was infinitely more pleasant by comparison. Moreover, an indefinable scent of decay pervaded the air, adding a weight of melancholy to his spirit. Son-in-law, please come in. My dear, bring out the fine tea we purchased yesterday, called out Qing Anfu. As Chen Yun sat down and took a sip of tea, he nearly spat it out. It was an abysmal comparison to the quality of the tea he was accustomed to. Nevertheless, he dismissed such trivialities from his mind, for this visit was not meant for indulgence. Gathered in the dimly lit room, Zhang Guifang spoke incessantly of her longing for the two sisters, even shedding a few tears during her more emotional recollections. Due to her preconceived notions, Chen Yun held little regard for the elderly couple, and thus felt little moved by her words. In contrast, Qing Shui clutched her mother's hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. Qing Ning sat to the side, her expression blank as she observed the scene, occasionally glancing away, as if she could no longer bear to listen. When she noticed Chen Yun wearing a similar expression, she exhaled in relief, grateful he remained unaffected. However, for the next few hours, Qing Ning could not tear her gaze away from him, gradually beginning to understand why her sister held Chen Yun in such high esteem. Despite his apparent disdain for her parents, he engaged in light-hearted conversation, effortlessly answering every question posed, bringing smiles to the couple's faces. By the end of the meal, Chen Yun had seamlessly integrated into the family, or at least that was the impression they held, aside from Qing Ning. Father, it has been ages since my last visit. Let Qing Shui take me out for a stroll. After a couple of rounds of liquor, Chen Yun found himself overwhelmed by the stench of the house. Qing Anfu, his face flushed from drinking, slurred, son-in-law, go ahead. We'll continue our drinking when you return tonight. As Chen Yun turned to leave, Qing Ning, eager to follow, was stopped by Zhang Guifang. Qing Ning, do not go. Stay here and chat with your mother for a while. Taken aback, the girl looked at Chen Yun and subtly shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of pleading. Mother, let Qing Ning accompany me. It is not every day we visit such a beautiful place. She can help take some photos of us, Chen Yun said, rambling on. Without waiting for his mother-in-law to object, he took both sisters by the hand and led them outside. Once outside the courtyard, Qing Shui expressed her confusion, saying, "There is no need for Qing Ning to take pictures. She should return to keep our parents company." Chen Yun shook his head, offering no explanation. Humans are creatures of fantasy, forever clinging to a glimmer of hope until reality confronts them. It was evident that Qing Shui was neither oblivious to the truth nor intent on leading her sister into a quagmire. She simply craved familial affection. Having experienced little pampering throughout her life, be it from the customs of this mountain village or the nature of her parents. Thus, at present, the mother-in-law merely shed a few tears, leading her to mistakenly believe that this was the familial affection she would never attain. And she wished for her younger sister to partake in this unfamiliar sentiment. Chen Yun could not help but scoff inwardly, for he had heard from Qing Ning about the couple's usual demeanor towards the sisters. In order to spare Qing Shui too much sorrow, he returned in a luxurious car, bearing gifts, creating an impressive spectacle. This was merely a ruse to delay the inevitable unveiling of the in-law's true colors. After all, how could such individuals dare to offend a wealthy and influential son-in-law? Had Chen Yun been but a poor lad, the couple's attitude would surely have taken a swift downer upon their first glimpse of Qing Ning. "Come, accompany me for a stroll. We can let Qing Ning attend to the elders upon our return." Chen Yun ambled forward. It was now afternoon, and the countryside lacked the city's clamor. Even the breeze carried a refreshing coolness. Along the way, he encountered villagers seated at their doorsteps, greeting them with smiles, whether he recognized them or not. The villagers, upon seeing Chen Yun, beamed with delight, even engaging him in casual conversation. For who could resist a local benefactor bearing gifts? Perhaps he would even bestow a handful of cash upon them at any moment. Of course, Chen Yun was not foolish enough to go that far. He merely sought to cultivate familiarity for the sake of his future plans. Upon exiting the village, the trio arrived at a small stream, where Chen Yun perched upon a large rock, surrounded by verdant trees and endless fields. He felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Living in such a place in old age would be quite delightful, perhaps adding a few more years to his life. Qing Shui chuckled lightly. "With your temperament, I doubt you could endure more than a few days here. Accustomed as you are to the bustling city, how could you adapt to this serenity? But you both grew up here," Chen Yun said, leaning closer to Qing Shui, feigning mystery. "Is there some secret hideaway you could show me?" The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Gulme, we shall take you to where Qing Ning and I had our secret base. It may no longer exist." Qing Ning shook her head, whispering, "It is still there. I am certain." Her voice was so soft that only she could hear it, as if affirming an irreversible truth. Chen Yun had merely inquired out of curiosity, not anticipating the existence of such a place, and his interest was piqued. Under Qing Shui's guidance, they walked for nearly half an hour before arriving at the entrance of cave. Though termed a cave, it was merely a small depression formed by a landslide, resembling a tiny house constructed from large stones. "This is it. Be cautious as you enter. The entrance is rather small," Qing Shui said with a smile. As Chen Yun ducked into the cave, he found it far smaller than he had envisioned, just large enough for a double bed, allowing him to stand upright. Upon illuminating the space with his flashlight, he was taken aback by what he discovered. In one corner of the cave lay a shallow pit, evidently dug out with some irregular tool, about half a meter deep. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed what appeared to be inscriptions at the height of his lower leg. Bringing his phone closer, he found it difficult to discern the writing. His curiosity piqued at what words the sisters might have left behind in their youth. Did they, like him, feel the urge to leave behind a mark of their presence, akin to XXX was here? Just as he contemplated this further, Qing Shui's voice called from outside. "Darling, why are you taking so long? Hurry out," Chen Yun replied, but did not have the chance to inquire about the pit or the writing. "King Ningremarket. This is where my sister and I used to cool off during the summer. There is nothing particularly special about it. Let's explore somewhere else." Indeed, summers here can be quite hot. During my breaks, I would often drag Qing Ning around. She was so small back then, Qing Shui added, gesturing to indicate Qing Ning's height. Chen Yun nodded, realizing that with the sisters being over a decade apart in age, Qing Shui must have left for university when Qing Ning was still a child. He felt a lingering question that he hesitated to voice. Were the in-laws truly as affectionate as they appeared? After all, they had given birth to Qing Shui and, years later, to Qing Ning. "Brother-in-law, let us go. There's a stream over there where my sister and I used to fish. I wonder if it's still there." Qing Ning chimed in. "Do you remember that day we searched all night for that fish, only to return home to our parents' scolding?" Qing Shui laughed at the memory, her expression reminiscent of those carefree days. Let us go take a look, Chen Yun said, his attention captivated by the tale, momentarily forgetting the question that had been on his mind. Qing Ning glanced back at the cave, her expression inscrutable, and muttered something under her breath before jogging to catch up with Chen Yun. For the rest of the afternoon, the trio wandered aimlessly through the fields, punctuated by the sisters' delightful laughter. Chen Yun regarded the two with a smile in his eyes, the scene before him utterly enchanting. After his rebirth, he had gradually become accustomed to this new identity and realized one thing. Regardless of the world, he was forever Chen Yun, and all he wished for was for days like these to endure, free from any interruptions to his tranquil existence. The three of them continued their revelry until twilight. Finally returning home, upon entering the courtyard, they spotted the mother-in-law carrying blankets to another room. She smiled at the trio, saying, "This house has been tidied up. It used to be where the sisters lived, and all the bedding has been freshly replaced. Rest assured." Chen Yun exchanged pleasantries, retrieving 2 suitcases from the car to bring into the house. "Honey, let Qing Ning and I handle this. You go rest," Qing Shui suggested. The sisters opened their suitcases, extracting toiletries and clothes to change into. Chen Yun felt it unwise to assist, as there were some of Qing Ning's personal items inside. Reclining on the bed, he stretched, feeling the weariness from the day's activities wash over him. As he listened to the sisters chattering, he gradually succumbed to slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Qing Ning diligently working on her practice exercises, occasionally frowning as she concentrated on the paper. Gradually, her brows unfurled, and a triumphant smile graced her lips, as if she had emerged victorious from a significant battle. This scene lifted Chen Yun's spirits immensely. This was how a young girl ought to appear. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Qing Ning turned to look at him, startled, her smile vanishing and her pupils dilating like a frightened rabbit. But when she saw the affection in Chen Yun's eyes, she quickly regained her composure, her smile returning. With a playful yet fierce tone, she warned, "If you keep staring at me, I'll tell my sister that you have designs on me." Chen Yun found her antics amusing and raised his hands in mock surrender. "Oh, you scare me. I wonder if a cake could serve as a bribe to keep your silence." Upon mention of food, Qing Ning transformed into a playful kitten. "It's a deal. You must buy me a cake when we get back." "Agreed," Chen Yun replied, rising to glance outside. "Where's your sister?" "She is probably in the kitchen helping with dinner." Then, looking earnestly into Chen Yun's eyes, Qing Ning declared, "I want to sleep here tonight. You cannot let me out of your sight." Chen Yun was taken aback and curiously asked, "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Qing Ning shook her head. "I don't know. I just feel so insecure. I can't possibly sleep here, can I?" Chen Yun surveyed his surroundings. There was only this single pit for Qing Ning to rest, which seemed rather unreasonable. "No worries. There's a folding single bed outside. I can sleep in the outer room." However, before he could finish, a young girl's voice suddenly rose several decibels, her eyes stubbornly fixed on him, exuding a blend of pity and helplessness. "All right. Why are you still angry? Rest assured, you can sleep in my room." Realizing that his words might have been misinterpreted, he quickly clarified, "You and your sister can stay here, and I will keep watch outside, all right?" Qing Ning felt that she had perhaps been overly sensitive, lowering her head as her hands twisted nervously together. "I'm sorry, I don't even know what's wrong with me. I just suddenly felt so scared." A large hand gently patted her head, interrupting her apology. "No need to feel guilty. It's entirely normal. Children often experience insecurity, and that's when parental support becomes crucial. Rest assured, I will be here for you." At that moment, Qing Shui entered from outside. "Darling, you're awake. I was just about to call you for dinner. Come on. Let's see what delicious food has been prepared." As Chen Yun followed Qing Shui outside, he suddenly felt his collar tugged. Turning around to find Qing Ning staring at him with wide eyes, as if reminding him not to forget their earlier conversation. Chen Yun smiled brightly and signaled her with an okay gesture, prompting her to release her grip, alleviating some of her unease. Upon seeing a table laden with exquisite dishes, Chen Yun nodded approvingly. It was evident that his in-laws had put considerable effort into the meal. "Come on, son-in-law, sit down and let's have a drink." Qing Anfu warmly invited him, handing him a glass of wine. Chen Yun quickly accepted it, chuckling, "Dad, I just had a drink at noon. I reckon this one will knock me out." Throughout the meal, the family shared laughter and joyous banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dining, Chen Yun's face flushed, and he unsteadily rose, squinting. "Wife, please help Dad and Mom clean up. Let Qing Ning assist me back to rest. I truly overindulged." Zhang Guifeng hurriedly chimed in. "Qing Ning, remember to come back later. Sleep with me tonight and don't disturb your sister and brother-in-law as private time." Once back in the adjacent room, Qing Ning helped Chen Yun to bed and promptly closed and locked the door behind her. "My dear aunt, Don't lock the door. If your sister comes back and finds it locked, she'll think I did it. Qing Ning, astonished to see Chen Yun stride over with surprising speed, exclaimed. You're not drunk at all. Chen Yun playfully flicked her forehead, retorting, How could I dare to drink too much? I still need to keep watch over you sisters tonight. The girl rubbed her head, feeling a surge of security, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as two dimples appeared on her charming face, smiling sweetly. Chapter 50. The Embarrassment of Bathing. Chen Yun remained lying on the bed, while Qing Ning sat beside him with a book, her delicate fragrance lingering in the air. During this time, whenever there was a noise at the door, Qing Ning would gently massage Chen Yun's head or help him sit up to drink water. Zhang Guifang came by several times, but seeing Qing Ning caring for Chen Yun, she refrained from interrupting and quietly left. It was not until Qing Shui returned that Chen Yun finally sat up, and Qing Ning anxiously watched her sister. Wife, let Qing Ning sleep with us tonight. Qing Ning immediately rushed to cling to Qing Shui's arm, pleading, Sister, please let me sleep with you. I'm scared. Just then, their mother unexpectedly entered, smiling at Qing Ning. Dear, come with me back to your room. Let your sister take care of your brother-in-law. We can have a chat. To an outsider, this scene appeared as a picture of maternal affection, yet to Chen Yun, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. Zhang Guifang had come multiple times, seemingly longing for Qing Ning's presence, but there was an underlying urgency in her demeanor. Chen Yun quickly interjected, Mom, let Qing Ning stay here. She is in her senior year of high school and needs to study late into the night. It might disturb you too if she goes over. It's no bother at all. I haven't taken care of Qing Ning these past few years. Oh, my heart as a mother aches so much. At this, Zhang Guifang's eyes turned red on the verge of tears. Chen Yun immediately sensed something amiss. This woman was quite the actress, trying to coax Qing Shui into speaking on her behalf. If Qing Shui sided with Zhang Guifang, there would be no reason for Qing Ning to stay here. At that moment, Chen Yun felt he could no longer speak, since his wife had already voiced her opinion. Insisting on keeping the younger sister here would surely lead to misunderstandings. Qing Ning's face turned ashen, her grip on her sister's arm tightening instinctively. Though she was uncertain of what might transpire in the other room, a premonition lingered. Just stepping into the adjacent room filled her with inexplicable dread. Zhang Guifang continued, Qing Shui, your sister listens to you the most. Please help your mother persuade her. Chen Yun was on the verge of cursing. It was as if his fears were manifesting. He leaped from the bed, determined not to let Qing Ning go over tonight. The woman was behaving unusually. Qing Ning turned to her sister. Her beautiful eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Though she said nothing, she shook her head repeatedly. Qing Shui glanced at her sister, grasped her hand, and just as Chen Yun thought she was about to relinquish Qing Ning, she instead pulled her into an embrace. Mom, for the past few nights, I've been sleeping with Qing Ning. With relatives around, my husband has been rather untrustworthy, and I'm scared. Zhang Guifang was taken aback, not expecting Qing Shui to voice such concerns about her husband. Her audacity was surprising, causing her complexion to shift. All right, Mom, let's discuss this tomorrow. My husband has had a long day and needs to unwind. You should head back to sleep. At this, Zhang Guifang's gaze shifted. Sensing something was off between the two, Qing Shui smiled as she ushered her out, then promptly locked the door and drew the curtains. After a moment, as the sound of footsteps faded away, Qing Shui began to pat her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Then, recalling her earlier words, a blush crept from her neck to her ears. Chen Yun watched her transformation intently. Her adorable demeanor stirred a desire to embrace her. Yet thoughts of their earlier conversation ignited a burning restlessness within him. However, with Qing Ning still nearby, it appeared his plans had been thwarted, leading him to cast a resentful glare at her. Qing Ning, puzzled, thought, why is my brother-in-law glaring at me? I haven't offended him. Unaware of Chen Yun's current thoughts, she suppressed her own irritation and turned to Qing Shui. Wife, have you noticed something? Qing Shui nodded helplessly. Something feels off. We should leave here tomorrow. What is wrong? Chen Yun was perplexed. During dinner, he had encouraged her to bond with the family. Yet now her perspective had shifted so rapidly. While I was tidying up earlier, I noticed her pause, as if she were unwilling to accept the truth. Displaying a complex expression, I realized there was nothing in the house regarding her coming-of-age ceremony. No attire, no offerings, not even incense. And since we arrived, they haven't mentioned a word about Qing Ning's ceremony. Chen Yun chuckled and nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. The couple had no intention of preparing for a coming-of-age ceremony. However, he now viewed Qing Shui in a new light. He had assumed she was bound by familial ties, yet it seemed she had been quietly observing everything. My wife has gained insight. How wonderful. Upon hearing Chen Yun's teasing, Qing Shui cast him a sideways glance and replied, how could I be so foolish? I merely wished for our home to resemble those of other families, but it seems my hopes were in vain. Listening intently to their conversation, Qing Ning lowered her head and softly interjected, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm so sorry for causing you both concern over my matters." Qing Shui pulled her sister closer and admonished gently, "What are you saying, dear? We are family. If your brother-in-law didn't take care about you, would he have come all this way? Rest assured, we shall leave tomorrow." "Qing Ning, do you blame me?" Qing Ning looked up to see both of them gazing at her with warmth and affection, and she immediately shook her head. Qing Shui embraced her sister, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she confessed, "I too held a glimmer of hope for this family, but that has now dissipated. I will not lead you into danger. Just as I was able to take you away from here years ago, I can do so again. And with your brother-in-law by our side, there is nothing to fear." Qing Ning, with tears glistening in her eyes, wrapped her arms around her sister and nodded vigorously. Moments later, Qing Shui turned to Chen Yun and said, "Darling, let us depart tomorrow morning." "Depart? Why will we leave?" Chen Yun scoffed. "You are underestimating the situation." Observing Qing Shui's stunned expression, he reiterated his earlier conversation with Qing Ning. After listening, Qing Shui's countenance darkened. "Darling, what shall we do now?" She regretted bringing her sister back. "Fear not. We shall confront whatever comes our way tomorrow, and it will all be resolved," Chen Yun assured them. The three continued to chat for a while until they reached the most awkward topic, bathing. Unlike the conveniences of the city here, bathing in summer meant heating a basin of water and washing outside. With Chen Yun present, Qing Shui was unfazed, but Qing Ning felt a bit awkward. After a day of frolicking outdoors, the young girl, who was naturally fastidious, felt as though she were being besieged by insects without a bath. Eventually, the sisters quietly conferred, and Qing Shui called Chen Yun into the inner room, while Qing Ning, blushing, hurriedly grabbed something and dashed outside. Chen Yun instantly comprehended the situation and whispered, "I'll step outside for a smoke. Call me when you're done." Qing Shui quickly pulled him back. "Don't go out. If my parents see you, they'll stir up more trouble. Just endure this one night." Chen Yun embraced Qing Shui, letting out a long sigh. To have a beauty in my arms, yet be unable to do anything. This is far from what I envisioned." Upon hearing the sigh, Qing Shui sensed a shift and immediately understood her husband was recalling their earlier conversation. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "You rogue." Before long, the sound of water could be heard from outside. She reached for the door, closing it firmly and hanging a curtain. Chen Yun's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Could it be? Qing Shui cast him a playful glare. Chapter 51. Is it you who wishes to indulge in the swan? That night, nothing significant transpired, though Chen Yun found it difficult to sleep. Plagued by an abundance of mosquitoes. No matter the insect repellent he tried, it seemed futile. The mosquitoes had singled him out and took every opportunity to feast upon him. By the time he awoke, the sun was high in the sky, and he stared at Qing Shui with two dark circles under his eyes, looking rather disheveled. Seeing his state, Qing Shui's heart ached, and she comforted him for quite some time. After drawing enough energy from his wife, Chen Yun finally rose to dress, appearing far more refreshed than before. After breakfast, he exchanged pleasantries with his in-laws, contrived an excuse, and took the sisters out. They were both eager to escape the house. Not just Qing Ning, but even Qing Shui had begun to resent their parents' actions. The three strolled about casually, akin to a day out in nature, resting when fatigued. And upon discovering beautiful scenery in the distance, Chen Yun eagerly urged them to continue. Only as dusk began to fall did they reluctantly make their way back. Regardless of the unresolved matters, they had thoroughly enjoyed their brief escape. As twilight enveloped them, the light in the woods dimmed, and a chilling breeze rustled the leaves, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chen Yun glanced up at the ominous clouds. Was rain imminent? As the trio dashed back home, raindrops the size of soybeans began to pelt down. Chen Yun wiped the rain from his brow. "Wife, you and Qing Ning should quickly change clothes to avoid catching cold. I'll go inform your parents." Upon entering the house, he was taken aback to find a dozen people gathered around the table, his mother-in-law cheerfully serving dishes. "The son-in-law is back. Relatives are here for dinner, and you must be drenched. Hurry and change," Zhang Guifang said warmly. Chen Yun chuckled and acknowledged her, scanning the gathered relatives before making his way to the adjacent room. Upon finding the sisters, he recounted the situation, and Qing Ning's face turned pale, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Chen Yun. "Darling, what shall we do now?" "Fear not. Change your clothes and come with me. We shall resolve this matter today to avoid future complications." Once they had changed and entered the room, the sight of the sisters following Chen Yun prompted gasps of astonishment from everyone. How the girls have blossomed. The once scruffy little girls have transformed into stunning beauties. Zhang Guifang eagerly introduced them. "This is your great aunt. This is your second aunt. This is your distant cousin." Chen Yun greeted each relative with a smile before taking a seat. Upon noticing the man seated across from him, he raised an eyebrow. This must be the cousin intended to marry Qing Ning. The man, clad only in shorts, was overweight with coarse skin, his face marred by uneven bumps, and his small eyes fixated on Qing Ning, drooling as if he were a ravenous dog that hadn't eaten meat in years. The sight was unsettling, almost repulsive. He appeared to be in his 30s. This was no cousin, but more akin to an uncle. Truly, a toad yearning for swan flesh. Chen Yun finally understood Qing Ning's words. She would rather endure mistreatment than marry that cousin. Indeed, just the thought of marrying him, let alone a glance, was nauseating. Turning to Qing Ning, their eyes met, and he discreetly nodded in understanding. She too seemed to grasp his meaning, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "See? This is why I can't marry him." As everyone raised their glasses for a toast, the atmosphere began to liven up. A middle-aged woman inquired, "Sister-in-law, I noticed a Mercedes in the yard. Whose is it?" Most of these relatives were not from the village and were unaware of Chen Yun's background. Zhang Guifeng immediately beamed. "That's my son-in-law's car. He is running a company in the big city now, and that car cost several million. His family's house." As she exaggeratedly inflated Chen Yun's status, he found himself momentarily at a loss, questioning, "Am I really that impressive? How come I was unaware?" The relatives' perceptions of him and Qing Shui shifted dramatically. They began to flatter them with compliments. "I've always thought Qing Shui was destined for wealth. And your son-in-law certainly looks like a wealthy man. You two will enjoy a life of luxury." Qing Anfu and Zhang Guifeng chuckled, their wrinkles deepening with delight as they reveled in the moment among relatives. The cousin who had been eyeing Qing Ning also scrutinized Chen Yun for a while, lost in thought, before his gaze returned to Qing Ning, staring at her with a dazed expression. Qing Ning shot him a look of disgust, slightly turning her body closer to Chen Yun, and focused on gnawing at a chicken wing, striving to ignore him. Yet in the eyes of her cousin, she cast a flirtatious glance, akin to a zesty lime, before shyly lowering her head, leaving him salivating and his heart ablaze with fervor. If only he could take her home, he would cherish her dearly. As the meal progressed, the chatter regarding destiny gradually subsided. A middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair raised his glass and addressed Qing Anfu. "Qing Ning is no longer a child, and my son Qing, who is in the prime of his youth, it is high time we finalize our family's union." Qing Anfu promptly replied, "The purpose of calling Qing Ning back this time is indeed to settle this matter. Our family has no objections." Qing, whose face lit up with joy as he wiped the drool from his mouth, eager to take Qing Ning home immediately. Qing Shui, flustered, turned red and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, isn't this visit meant to celebrate Qing Ning's coming of age? What engagement? Have you even considered Qing Ning's feelings?" Zhang Guifeng chuckled. "Isn't a coming of age ceremony tantamount to an engagement? Moreover, this union has long been agreed upon. Would marrying Qing Hu truly be a hardship for Qing Ning?" At this moment, Qing Shui's belief in Chen Yun's judgment was solidified. Her eyes brimmed with disappointment as she spoke with reddened eyes. "So you brought Qing Ning back just to push her into a pit of fire?" Zhang Guifeng retorted, "What nonsense! Qing Ning is my daughter. How could I lead her to ruin? Isn't a girl growing up meant for marriage?" Qing Ning snorted, "Daughter? Do you truly regard me as one? Have you ever considered my future happiness?" Qing Anfu stated solemnly, "Arranging a good marriage for you is for your happiness. This matter is settled." "No way." Qing Shui stood up and shouted, "What do you take Qing Ning for? Forcing her to marry now would ruin her." Before Zhang Guifeng could respond, the other relatives, who had been watching, could no longer remain silent and began to chime in. Chapter 52, "Then let us not discuss it." An aunt remarked sarcastically, "Qing Shui, your words are misguided. The girl is of age. Why should she still be in school? What is the use of that? Marrying into a good family is the only path." Another aunt concurred, "Indeed, when my niece was Qing Ning's age, she already had a child. Now their family is blissfully happy." A third relative scoffed, "Exactly. Just look at our Qing Hu's earnest demeanor. He is clearly a man suited for a life together. Such a man is rare. Let us take Qing Ning home today, and next year she'll give Qing Hu a healthy son." Instantly, the atmosphere grew lively, with a dozen people rallying in support of Qing Hu, directing their focus on Qing Ning. Qing Shui gradually realized that the entire affair had been orchestrated by her parents, with the sole aim of marrying off Qing Ning. Initially, she managed to voice a few objections, but as the relatives became increasingly outrageous, they even suggested that Qing Hu take Qing Ning to the bridal chamber right away, claiming it was an auspicious day to consummate the marriage and ensure pregnancy. Qing Ning, terrified by the scene, turned pale, her small hands clutching the hem of Chen Yun's garment, trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Qing Shui stood up and shouted angrily, "You think you can take her away now? Are you dreaming?" "Regardless of what you say," Qing Ning is preparing for her college entrance exams next year. I will not let her marry. Qing Shui had watched her sister grow up, doting on her and allowing her to have the best of everything. She couldn't bear to scold Qing Ning, let alone allow these people to bully her. Qing Onfu slammed his glass on the table, exclaiming angrily, "You little brat. When did this family come under your control? This marriage has long been arranged. Who do you think you are to shout like this?" A brief silence fell over the room. Zhang Guifeng quickly interjected, "Dear, why are you raising your voice? Our son-in-law is still here. We are all family. Can't we discuss this amicably? Right, son-in-law?" All eyes turned to Chen Yun. Today, he was unusually quiet. Zhang Guifeng had been observing him closely, and throughout the meal, the normally eloquent son-in-law had not uttered a single word, merely focusing on his food. After all, with his newfound success, she didn't want to escalate matters, as she still relied on him for her future security. "Huh?" Chen Yun wiped his mouth and asked in confusion, "Mom, what is the matter?" Zhang Guifeng patiently inquired, "What do you think about Qing Ning marrying Qing Hu?" Chen Yun remained silent, lifting his glass and downing the remaining half in one gulp. He then turned to Qing Shui softly, saying, "Dear, can we proceed with my plan from here on?" Qing Shui was on the verge of tears, responding through clenched teeth. "Honey, no matter what you choose to do, I support you. As for this family, it's over." In her final words, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. She had completely lost faith in the concept of familial affection. "All right, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." He then patted Qing Ning's head, reassuring her. "Do not fear, I am here." After that, he stood up and faced Qing Hu. "How much dowry did you pay for Qing Ning?" Qing Hu scoffed. "A few years ago, I offered 50,000. Isn't that earnest enough? 50,000. Chen Yun couldn't help but laugh. "Is our Qing Ning only worth 50,000? He turned to Zhang Guifeng. "Mom, since you're marrying off Qing Ning for the dowry, how about this? I will offer 100,000 to compensate Qing Hu and call off this marriage. What do you think?" Zhang Guifeng's heart skipped a beat. If Chen Yun were to withdraw this marriage for 100,000, she could keep the 50,000 dowry without returning it, and should Qing Ning marry again in the future, she could collect another dowry. It was a deal that could not be overlooked. She glanced at Qing Hu, whose expression was darkening, feeling a wave of anxiety. His family was a local powerhouse, with numerous underlings, and they often engaged in unscrupulous activities, with the villagers too fearful to voice their anger. Sure enough, before Zhang Guifeng could speak, Qing Hu stood up, pointing at Chen Yun. "Who do you think you are? When it comes to marrying my wife, does it fall to you to dictate terms? 200,000, and you will never disturb Qing Ning again." Chen Yun placed a prepared bank card on the table. The relatives present swallowed hard at the sight of the card. This was 200,000, an amount they might never earn in their lifetimes. Qing Hu was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Qing Ning's breathtaking beauty, he gritted his teeth. "No matter how much you offer, this marriage cannot be called off. Qing Ning is my wife." It seems there is no room for negotiation. Chen Yun maintained a smile, appearing amiable. Then, leaning on the table, he suddenly exerted force and shouted, "If we cannot negotiate, then let us not discuss it at all." With a crash, the table was overturned, dishes and cups scattering in a fan-like manner, and the relatives, unprepared for Chen Yun's sudden outburst, were drenched in soup and wine. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and curses. Qing Hu fared the worst. His large frame pinned beneath the table, covered in food, struggling for some time before managing to rise. "Chen Yun, are you rebelling? Everyone here are elders. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Sister-in-law, look at your son-in-law. What kind of person is this? He dares to overturn tables today, tomorrow. He might chase after you to hit you. Son-in-law, have you lost your mind? Quickly apologize to the elders." Chen Yun snorted coldly, picking up a wine bottle from the floor and smashing it on the ground. With a loud crash, the noise in the room suddenly ceased. Everyone staring in fear at Chen Yun, unsure of his next move. "Elders? You think you're worthy? Qing Shui tried reasoning with you. Yet you played the rogue and engaged in a farce. Now that I've flipped the table, you wish to reason with me? I respect you as elders, but you are not even worthy of being regarded as individuals. Yet you expect me to honor you?" At this moment, Chen Yun's eyes were bloodshot, his foot resting on a stool, pointing at the crowd with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Zhang Guifeng's expression was grim. "Son-in-law, what are you doing? We are all here for Qing Ning's sake." "For Qing Ning's sake? You might fool Qing Shui, but you cannot deceive me. Wasn't it I who kept Qing Ning last night? I suspect she is already in Qing Hu's bed by now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng's face fluctuated between red and pale, her tongue tied and unable to articulate a response. Qing Shui looked at her in disbelief, astonished that her parents could be so ruthless. Chen Yun turned to the relatives who had just spoken out of turn, directing his ire at them. "Oh, Bai, you suggested Qingning should consummate her marriage with Qinghu today? What were you thinking? I'll silence you, you old fool. Why not let your daughter marry that scoundrel instead? And you, hiding behind your silence? You dare to insult my wife? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even utter a word against you, yet you brazenly point fingers in front of her. I declare this. Anyone who dares to take Qingning away from me will meet their end. I dare you to try." By the end, Chen Yun appeared almost deranged, brandishing a folding stool as if to convey that he could single-handedly fend off an army. The faces of his relatives turned pale. They had anticipated that their numbers would pressure him into submission, but unexpectedly, Chen Yun had emerged as an obstacle. In that moment, no one dared to meet his gaze, fearing they might be the next target of his wrath. Qingning's trembling body gradually steadied, her eyes never leaving Chen Yun's figure. She had witnessed his temper over the years, at times even more terrifying than this. Yet, this time, she felt no fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration, her small hands tightly clasped together. "So handsome," the young girl thought to herself. Chapter 53, The Ambush. Zhang Guifeng, unable to confront Chen Yun, could only shout at Qing Xue, "Pull your husband away. Are you not embarrassed enough today?" Qing Xue tugged at Chen Yun's sleeve, not out of concern for embarrassment, but rather out of fear that her husband might become too enraged. Hearing his earlier words had filled her with a sense of relief. Those were sentiments she had longed to express. "Husband, it's not worth getting angry over these people. The matter has been clarified. Let's leave." Chen Yun hurled the folding stool to the ground, surveyed the room, and turned to exit to the adjacent room. Qinghu wiped soup off his face, casting a sinister gaze at the retreating trio before pulling out his phone. Qing Xue, observing Chen Yun sitting on the bed, gritting his teeth, hurriedly poured him a glass of water and cautiously said, "Husband, please don't be angry. What if you harm your health?" Chen Yun took the cup and drained it in one go, his fury somewhat alleviated. Only then did he notice the mixture of fear and something else in the sister's eyes. He spoke hoarsely. "Did I frighten you just now? I had no choice. If I hadn't taken a strong stance." Qingning might have been completely consumed by them, a bunch of scoundrels. Qing Xue wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder. "For the first time, I find your anger so attractive. It left those people speechless. As for your parents." Chen Yun hesitated, not continuing. "We need not concern ourselves with them. Regardless of their motives, they should never have pushed Qingning into the fire, especially attempting to abduct her last night. Is this something parents should do?" Chen Yun nodded. "If you think that way, I feel reassured. After all, this situation reflects poorly on your parents. And I certainly do not wish for any rift between us because of this. That won't happen, husband. I support you in everything you do," Qing Xue replied softly. Then turned to Qingning. "Silly girl, why are you still standing there? Come over and thank your brother-in-law." Qingning approached Chen Yun, bowed deeply, her eyes reddening as she trembled. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might be dead by now." Chen Yun quickly pulled her up. "What are you saying? We are family. Of course I would take care of you. Death is not even a consideration. Quick, spit it out." The previously somber atmosphere dissipated with Chen Yun's words, and Qingning wiped her eyes, obediently spitting into the air. The three of them burst into laughter, creating a stark contrast to the heavy mood in the adjacent room. "Wife, pack your things. Once the rain lightens, we shall leave. We won't be staying overnight." Qing Xue paused. "Isn't that a bit hasty? Let's wait until tomorrow morning. The rain is too heavy, and the mountain roads will be dangerous." Chen Yun lit a cigarette and stood by the window, calmly stating, "I fear it is more dangerous here." The rain continued to pour, the droplets pattering against the dark window ledge, mist swirling against the glass, imbuing the scene with an indescribable sense of melancholy. Chen Yun forcefully tossed the cigarette but out the window, and, as he turned back, he caught sight of a portable cassette player in the corner of the windowsill. Picking it up, he pressed the switch, revealing a cassette tape inside. Chen Yun's eyes lit up. Such items were rare nowadays, and it was a song by the Asian king. "Wife, can this still work?" Qing Xue, busy packing, looked up at the cassette player and replied, "Give it a try. It's been ages since I received this as a reward in high school." Chen Yun found 2 AA batteries in the drawer, installed them, and the cassette player emitted a series of mechanical sounds. Just as he was about to give up, the tape began to turn slowly, and then a melodious guitar sound emerged, accompanied by string harmonies and an electronic keyboard backdrop. Nocturne? This song was so familiar. For a time, Chen Yun had listened to it on repeat every day. Meanwhile, outside, a dozen young men clad in black raincoats, brandishing steel pipes and machetes, rushed into the courtyard. Chen Yun stood at the window, observing the outside commotion as pale lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the rain-drenched blades, revealing the figures gathering outside. "Hide! Chen Yun shouted, simultaneously turning off the lights and grabbing a stool, ready to charge outside. But it was too late. Qinghu had already taken his position at the entrance. The familiar lyrics began to play from the cassette player. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to decaying flesh. I watched the lonely scenery with a blank expression. With your absence, love and hate become clear. Without you, what is there left to care about? Chen Yun raised the stool and swung it at Qinghu. A cruel smile crept across Qinghu's face as he raised his hand to block the stool, his massive frame unmoving. And he retaliated with a punch aimed at Chen Yun's chest. The pain forced Chen Yun to stagger back 2 steps. At that moment, the group outside surged towards the door. Windows no longer symbolize peace. I am finally reminded. The vultures fed in the square. With beautiful rhymes. I described the love-stripped bear. Qing Xue and Qingning stood behind Chen Yun, petrified by the scene, trembling as they clung to one another. Grab him. Don't hurt my wife. I'll have my way with her later. Qinghu snarled at Qingning, his face contorted with malice. Chen Yun barricaded the entrance, swinging the stool at the oncoming assailant, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The others hesitated for a moment before raising their weapons and charging at him with renewed ferocity. The crow sits eerily quiet on the branch, listening intently to my black coat, trying to warm your increasingly cold memories. Through the life we have walked, just as Chen Yun had incapacitated 2 individuals. Qing, who impatiently charged forward, wielding a steel pipe. I will end you. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, and Chen Yun felt a numbing sensation in his shoulder, followed by a pain so intense it nearly made him lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he let out a furious roar, swinging a folding stool to fend off the crowd. Grasping the doorframe tightly, he managed to stay upright, just as Qinghu raised the steel pipe to strike with lethal intent. A cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from the yard. Chapter 54. The Origin of Qingning. Upon seeing Gu Hongfei and a dozen of his subordinates rush into the yard, Chen Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. They had arrived just in time, otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer today. Before dinner, he had already contacted Gu Hongfei's men, but they were still in town, and the rainy mountain roads had delayed them. It was indeed not Chen Yun's fault. He had not anticipated that Qinghu and his relatives would suddenly show up at his home, so eager to take Qingning away. Throughout the meal, he had suppressed his anger, remaining silent to buy time. Ultimately, he had no choice but to flip the table and confront them. Qinghu initially froze at the sight of the newcomers, then sneered. You think this pitiful number of people can snatch someone from my territory? Hey, not even close. Not enough. What if I add more? A delicate, melodious voice suddenly drifted from outside, so soothing it was a balm to the ears. Qinghu turned to look outside, stunned. The once modest courtyard was now filled with figures clad in black, armed and seemingly well-trained. At the forefront stood a woman in a form-fitting black outfit, her hair elegantly styled into a bun secured by a jade hairpin, her face adorned with a sweet smile that exuded warmth. Yet, the sight of the half-meter-long tang knife she held, bandages wrapped around her hands, delivered a visceral shock to Chen Yun, causing him to swallow hard. Seizing the moment while Qinghu's men were momentarily distracted, Chen Yun grasped the hands of the 2 sisters and leaped out the window, joining them outside, just as Qinghu attempted to intercept, but it was already too late. Xiaozhu, what brings you here? Luo Zhu shot Chen Yun a glare. Leave such matters to me next time. Fortunately, Gu Hongfei informed me in advance. Otherwise, you'd have a hard time leaving this village today. Chen Yun nodded with a smile, a warm wave of gratitude swelling within him. These friends were truly remarkable. Always the first to rush to his aid in times of need. Qing Xue spoke with a quiver in her voice. Darling, how is your arm? We should go to the hospital. It's nothing to worry about, just a minor hit. There's no rush to visit the hospital. Let us handle the situation here first. By this time, the rain outside had ceased, leaving the roads damp and dotted with puddles, shimmering under the moonlight. Qinghu, his expression dark, stepped into the courtyard and glared at Chen Yun. Chen Yun, I fail to comprehend why you would go to such lengths to protect a mere sister-in-law. Is it that? He paused, a realization dawning upon him, and with a furious shout, he spat. I get it. Have you already had your way with Qingning? Otherwise, why would you be so desperate to shield her? You dare lay a finger on my wife. Qinghu's eyes blazed with rage. He had regarded Qingning as forbidden fruit since she was 15. The thought of them together ignited his fury. Gu Hongfei and Luo Zhu widened their eyes, astonished. Is Brother Chen truly this formidable? He has managed to secure such exquisite sisters? Chen Yun shot them a warning glare and called into the house. Father-in-law, you might as well stop hiding inside. It's time to come out. This matter needs resolution. Qing Anfu, hearing the call, reluctantly emerged from the house, not expecting the situation to escalate to such extremes. He bellowed, Chen Yun, this is our family matter. Why must you meddle? Can't my daughter marry whomever she wishes? Before Chen Yun could respond, Qing Shui interjected, her voice laced with fury. Do you consider Qing Ning your daughter? Are you unaware of what kind of person Qing Hu is? Marrying her off would only consign her to a fiery pit. Qing Anfu's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon her. Do you not know what kind of person Qing Ning is? She is merely a piece of trash we picked up years ago, a burden we have raised for too long. Is selling her now not acceptable? The word struck Qing Ning like a blow, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she turned to her sister. Sister, what does that mean? Qing Anfu, impatient, replied, We should never have taken you in, a wolf raised on our food, and now you expect to be treated like family? You were just discarded refuse. Qing Ning observed her sister's silence, already knowing the truth. A bitter smile crept across her face, after years of confusion. She finally understood why her sister and Qing Anfu had grown increasingly harsh towards her after she entered university, treating her with disdain. Reflecting on it now, if not for Sister Taozi, she might have perished in that cold winter night. Qing Anfu seemed correct. She was merely discarded trash. With no hope for a future, just a mere fantasy. Qing Anfu, damn you. Who told you Qing Ning is trash? Qing Ning is my family. From now on, you need not concern yourselves. I'll take care of her. Chen Yun pulled Qing Ning into his embrace, whispering words of comfort. Qing Ning, do not fear. Your sister and I will be your family from now on. Ignore what that trash says. He had noticed something was amiss with Qing Ning. When Qing Anfu spoke those hurtful words, the girl visibly lost her will to live. Seeing the two in such an intimate posture, Qing Hu's eyes burned with rage. Chen Yun released Qing Ning. I will kill you. In this small mountain village, Qing Hu and his family were akin to tyrants, having committed countless similar acts. Now, witnessing Chen Yun embracing Qing Ning had struck a nerve, and disregarding the number of people on the opposing side, he charged forward. Qing Anfu, shocked that a real fight would ensue, dashed back into the house. His intention had been to marry off Qing Ning, both for money and to strengthen his ties with Qing Hu, hoping it would make life easier in the village. Chen Yun pulled Qing Shui into his embrace as well, ignoring the approach of their assailants, continuing to comfort Qing Ning. The girl looked up at Chen Yun, her eyes filled with tenderness, and slowly, tears began to well up, prompting her to nuzzle closer into his embrace. The three of them formed a small world, a stark contrast to the chaos and shouts outside. The ensuing events unfolded swiftly. Qing Hu's men were no match for Luo Zhu, and within mere minutes, they lay defeated on the ground. Chen Yun glanced at the fallen Qing Hu, a cold smirk on his lips. Leave him to me. You all take care of the rest. Then, he drove directly to the hospital. In the hospital room, only Chen Yun and Qing Ning remained, while Qing Shui and Gu Hongfei had gone to the police station to give their statements. The girl gazed at the bandages on Chen Yun's arm and the four in his hand, her heart aching. Does it hurt terribly? Rest assured, it's just a minor injury. It will heal in no time. Is there something you wish to tell me? Qing Ning, taken aback, lowered her head and shook it slightly. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yun felt a pang of sorrow akin to a thorn in his heart. He spoke gently. Please, share with me. Bottling it all up must be difficult. The girl raised her gaze, their eyes meeting. Should I start from my childhood? It may take a while. Do you truly wish to hear? Chen Yun solemnly nodded. She extended her hand, gently grasping his, and the panic within her began to dissipate, revealing two dimples on her tear-streaked face. From the moment I can recall. Let us begin, Chen Yun. There are many matters that my sister remains unaware of. These shall remain our secret, shall they not? Chapter 55. Qing Ning, the first ray of light. My name is Qing Ning, and I am 5 years old. Today marks the day my sister departs for university. At the village entrance, she held me tightly in her arms, weeping as she implored, You must take good care of yourself. Do you understand? Once I graduate, I will bring you to the city. I nodded vigorously, though a tinge of sorrow accompanied our parting. Excitement nonetheless enveloped my heart. My sister has never deceived me. She promised that the city is filled with delectable treats, far sweeter and more delightful than the candied hawthorn I savored last year. Sister Taozi, standing nearby, chuckled, Qing Shui. Fret not, this little one is in my care. You go on and focus on your studies. Taozi, I shall rely on you henceforth, I replied, turning to her. From now on, I shall heed your words. If anyone bullies me, I will run away, understood? Yes, sister, rest assured. I will follow Sister Taozi closely until your return. As I watched my sister board the bus, my heart felt hollow, as though something precious had been lost. Sister Taozi took my small hand, affectionately patting my head. Come now, little one, let's go to the river and catch some fish. The mere mention of fishing invigorated me. Though success was rare, hope lingered. I gazed up at Sister Taozi, who was beautiful, her hair styled in gentle braids, her delicate oval face perpetually graced with a faint smile that radiated warmth. She was of similar age to my sister, yet her family had long since ceased her education, keeping her to toil in the fields. That afternoon, we failed to catch any fish, and in disappointment, I kicked a pebble into the river, causing a minuscule splash. Sister Taozi pulled me close, gently pinching my cheek. Little Qingning, do not lose heart. One must always harbor hope, no matter the circumstances. Do you understand? I nodded, though I grasped only a fraction of her words. As evening approached, I had yet to enter the house when I heard my father bellowing from the yard. Qingning, where has that wretched girl run off to? Dad, I am here, I timidly called from beside the door, sensing his irritation in his voice. What are you hiding there for? Get over here. My heart raced as I scurried to him. Without warning, my father struck my head, sending me stumbling to the ground. Go buy a bottle of liquor, and if you dare break it, I will make you regret it. With that, he tossed 10 yuan at me, and I fled outside, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, it was just a slap. I hoped my father would not drink too much tonight. Otherwise, he might resort to violence again. With my sister absent, there would be no one to protect me. After helping my mother with chores, I resolved to sleep early to avoid any trouble. After dinner, I consumed a leftover bun from 2 days prior, refraining from the dishes on the table. Though I longed to taste the stir-fried potato strips, I opted to remain unnoticed by my father. I quickly assisted my mother in clearing the table and washing up, and by around 7 p.m., I lay in bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Today had been relatively fortunate. I had not angered my parents, and I promised myself to strive harder to earn their favor. Just as I was drifting into slumber, I suddenly felt myself suspended in the air before being unceremoniously thrown onto the bed. I quickly shielded my head, a technique my sister had taught me. I began to plead incessantly, Dad, I was wrong, please don't hit me. Though I was uncertain of my transgression, I sensed I had erred in some manner. I racked my brain for the events of the day, finally concluding that perhaps I had not washed the dishes thoroughly. My cries did not elicit my father's mercy. Instead, the pain intensified. In the dead of night, my father hurled me to the ground. You worthless child. What are you pretending for? Get up and fetch me water to wash my feet. Enduring the agony that coursed through my body, I brought him a basin of hot water to assist him. Throughout this ordeal, my mother offered no words of comfort, merely sitting in front of the television. Only when my cries disturbed her would she scold me. The next day, I completed my household duties as usual and ventured out to find Sister Taozi. Upon seeing my bruised face, she pulled me into her embrace, her heart aching for me. She then retrieved some disinfectant from the house to apply to my wounds. The adults around me were no longer surprised by my appearance. After all, such was the life of girls in our village. Only boys could earn the family's affection. Time sped by, and soon winter arrived. Clad in thin clothing, I stood barefoot in the snow, trembling uncontrollably. This time, I had indeed made a mistake by breaking a bowl at home. My father, in a fit of rage, struck me a few times before hastily departing. Before leaving, he ordered me to stand there until his return. I yearned for his swift return, longing to return to the warmth of our home. Yet, time has a way of dragging when one is filled with anticipation. After several hours, just as I felt I might perish from the cold, I heard a rustling sound from the wall. Could it be my father returning? Hope surged within me as I turned, only to see Sister Taozi bending over as she hurried towards me, her gaze fixed on the window. Upon noticing my frostbitten skin, tears streamed down her face. I lifted my numbed hand to wipe her cheek, trying to muster a smile. Sister Taozi, please don't cry. She swiftly pulled out a down jacket and shoes from her bag, helping me put them on. Although they were somewhat ill-fitting, they provided much-needed warmth. She gently kissed my forehead, not daring to linger, turning back towards the wall, for she understood that if my parents learned of her meddling, it would be I who would suffer the consequences. That night, my father returned late, inebriated, and was startled to see me still standing in the yard. Cursing, he kicked me. What are you doing standing out here in the middle of the night? Get lost. Just seeing you makes me irritable. I fell into the snow, but a glimmer of relief washed over me. It seemed my father had forgotten about the broken bowl. Finally, I could return to the warmth of my bed. As winter faded into spring, each day was spent in longing for my sister. During the new year, she did not return home, as my parents explained that the travel expenses were too steep and she was required to work temporarily to afford her tuition, or she would not be able to continue her education. Sister Taozi had shared with me that after entering high school, my family ceased to provide any financial support to my sister. Owing to her commendable grades, she had been exempted from all fees at the recommendation of her homeroom teacher. Thus, my parents allowed her to attend school, or else she would have been confined to the same fate as Sister Taozi. One day, as usual, I sat by the riverbank with Sister Taozi, gazing at the fish swimming below. Little Qingning, I may no longer be able to take care of you, she said. I was momentarily taken aback, observing the numbness in her eyes, and my heart sank as though I were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. That year, I was 7. Annihilation. A month later, I finally learned of Sister Taozi's fate through the idle chatter of adults. She had become engaged to a fearsome man from a neighboring village, but Sister Taozi was unwilling. On the eve of her wedding, she fled. Perhaps fate delights in toying with the unfortunate, for mere days later, she was found and brought back to the village by that family. When I received news about Sister Taozi, I seized the opportunity while my family was distracted and hastily ran to the neighboring village with 2 steamed buns in hand. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, and relying on my memory, I managed to locate that household, only to find the front door tightly shut, obscuring any view of the interior. After circling outside several times, I finally discovered a damaged hole, although I was unsure where it led within the yard. My concern for Sister Taozi's safety compelled me to cautiously squeeze through. Upon entering, I was met with an indelible sight that would haunt me for the rest of my life. It was the height of summer, and I found myself in an unbearably stifling woodshed, the floor littered with excrement, an overpowering stench assaulting my senses. Countless maggots and flies swarmed the room, while innumerable cockroaches crawled along the walls. Amidst a tangle of weeds lay a woman. When I beheld her face, I struggled to stifle my cries. After a lengthy moment, I shook her arm, suppressing my sobs. "Sister Taozi, please wake up. What has happened to you?" Sister Taozi's eyes widened in terror, as if she had been deeply frightened. She repeatedly uttered, "Don't touch me. Please don't." She attempted to retreat, yet to my eyes, she seemed weak and flailed helplessly, her figure having grown alarmingly frail. "Sister Taozi, what is wrong?" "It's me, Qingning. Please, don't be afraid." I wept like a broken-hearted child, tightly embracing her and whispering soothing words in her ear. After a while, Sister Taozi settled down and finally recognized me. She weakly lifted her hand to wipe away my tears, murmuring, "Little Qingning, why are you here? You must leave this place. It's too dangerous." My tears continued to flow unabated. This was Sister Taozi, who, despite being ensnared in her own abyss, still thought of others. I recalled that night, standing in the snow, when Sister Taozi cradled my face in her hands and looked at me tenderly. "Little Qingning, always keep hope alive in your heart. Do you understand?" But now, why did she appear like a mere shell of her former self? What had become of the light in her eyes? Had it faded away with her growing despair? I retrieved the 2 steamed buns from my pocket and offered them to her lips. Sister Taozi's vacant gaze gradually sharpened as she bit into the bun with fervor, as if she hadn't eaten in days. A few times, she nearly choked, and I patted her back, choked up, urging her to eat slowly. Soon, the 2 buns had vanished, and she seemed to regain a modicum of strength. "You mustn't come here again. If they find out, they'll kill you. Do you understand?" I wiped my tears away. "Sister Taozi, let us run away together. Everything will be all right." In that fleeting moment, a flicker of life appeared in her dulled eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "We can't escape. There are too many of their henchmen. Just let it be." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by the sound of the door creaking open. Sister Taozi's face filled with dread as she forcefully shoved me behind the weeds. The door swung wide, revealing a heavy voice. "Wretched woman, still have the strength to sit up? Planning to escape again?" Sister Taozi trembled as she replied, "No, I don't want to escape." "Damn it, you dare talk back? I've gone easy on you. Please, no, don't come back. I'll die." Sister Taozi pleaded. Hearing her voice pierced my heart, making me feel as though I might explode with anguish. I longed to dash out and rescue her. Yet at merely 7 years old, I knew that rushing out could lead to both our demises. I crouched behind the weeds, peering through a gap, illuminated by the faint light filtering in from the doorway, allowing me to discern the face of that monster. A visage that was utterly revolting, twisted in malice. A nightmare that haunted me for years, regardless of how much time passed. Sister Taozi quivered incessantly, shielding herself with her hands while pleading and shaking her head, inching sideways as if attempting to flee, yet too terrified to defy the demon before her. The weeds obstructed my view, leaving me unable to see more. Sister Taozi cried out in agony. She tilted her head slightly, our eyes locking for a brief moment as she desperately waved her hand at me, her gaze filled with pain and supplication. Even now, I have yet to comprehend her intention. Was she imploring me to leave, not wanting me to witness her plight? Or was she beseeching that monster to cease? Ultimately, I crawled out through the dog hole and sprinted home like a madman. Sister Taozi's final gaze lingered in my mind. A haunting reminder. She must have been hurt, perhaps truly suffering. For an extended period afterward, I found myself returning with those 2 steamed buns, each time witnessing significant changes in Sister Taozi. I struggled to articulate that feeling, as if a person's soul was being gradually devoured by a demon, until that demon consumed her essence entirely, leaving only a withered husk behind. The last time I saw Sister Tauzi, she appeared much improved, engaging me in conversation. Little Qingning, you must leave this place. The world outside is full of wonders. Once you go, don't ever return. Little Qingning, you're about to start school. You must study diligently, for that is your only escape. Do you understand? Little Qingning, listen to your sister. Promise me you won't come back again, all right? Little Qingning. On that day, Sister Tauzi seemed just as she had before, gently chiding me with a tender smile and warm eyes. Days later, when I saw her again, it was not in the woodshed, but at the bottom of a dry well. A crowd of villagers gathered, pointing and murmuring, their lack of sympathy evident as they gossiped about how this woman dared to attempt an escape. I longed to shout that Sister Tauzi had not sought to flee. She simply could no longer endure. The sky was overcast, and rain began to pour like yellow soybeans, causing the crowd to disperse reluctantly. I approached the dry well, gazing up at the sky, devoid of howls, tears, or cries. I merely whispered, Sister Tauzi, it's raining. Please come out. It's cold down there. I wanted to tell her that with her departure, the last flicker of light in my life had extinguished, leaving me lost. Yet, the remaining words remained forever unspoken. Sister Tauzi, I miss you. That year, I was 8 years old. Chapter 57, Qingning, the Second Light. Since that day, I fell gravely ill, and amidst my parents' scoldings and reprimands, I dared not lie in bed, instead resolutely assisting with household chores. I had no alternative but to incessantly reassure my body that it must recover swiftly. Without strength to work, I feared for my life. Perhaps my pleas were heard, for within a few days, I was once again lively enough to run to the riverbank. However, this time I refrained from fishing, opting instead to hide in the secret base that Sister Tauzi and I had discovered together. Curled up tightly against a rock, I sought solace, a semblance of safety in that position. In September, I finally commenced my education, carrying Sister Tauzi's wishes with me. Yet, the school was not as I had envisioned. Why did those boys incessantly taunt me, calling me a skinny monkey and a worthless burden? There are always those who would place insects in my plastic book bag or smear dirt on me, the most egregious act being when they concealed my cherished books. Every time this moment arrives, an overwhelming urge to weep grips me, as they intensify their mockery and insults. Yet, I dare not retaliate, let alone resort to violence. For Sister Tao has advised me that school is my sole escape. If I were to cause trouble there, my parents would deny me the opportunity to attend, sever my only path to freedom. Consequently, I find myself retreating to my secret haven with increasing frequency, which has entirely transformed into my second home. I pick up a branch and dig fervently into the earth, but my strength proves insufficient, yielding only a meager amount of soil each time. I am too afraid to retrieve tools from home, fearful they might discover my sanctuary and destroy the only psychological refuge I possess. Gradually, I have come to understand a crucial truth. When bullied, if one feigns indifference and adopts a colder demeanor, those tormentors soon find their amusement waning, and within no time, they disperse. Yet, why does this strategy falter at home? When my parents strike me, the progression from pleading for mercy to a silence of resignation does not diminish the frequency or severity of the beatings. Each time I arrive at school, bruised and battered, I am met with the derision of my peers, compelling me to maintain my icy facade, a mask of indifference. It seems to form a perfect loop, ensnaring my life in a cycle of darkness. As time passes and I acquire more knowledge, I stumble upon a term, the Mobius strip. In that instant, a profound understanding washes over me. My existence mirrors this. Home serves as the beginning, school as the end, intricately intertwined to create a flawless loop. I am but a wandering black that within this Mobius strip, perpetually trapped in an infinite cycle, devoid of hope or light to illuminate my path. Seasons change, days drift by, and the only solace I find is that I have dug my pit in the secret base deep enough to lie within it comfortably. To enhance my comfort, I gather a multitude of hay to lay atop, then recline, surrounded by the earth, which inexplicably grants me peace. A longing to remain in this sanctuary indefinitely. To fulfill this dream, I procure a stone and carve a few words into its surface above my head with fervent strokes. The stone is sharp, leaving several cuts on my hands, but I dismiss the blood with a flick, nodding in satisfaction at my handiwork. That day, a sense of euphoria enveloped me. As though I had achieved a monumental feat. If successful, I would no longer need to trouble Qing Anfu and Zhang Guifang, for how exhausting it must be for them to inflict pain upon me. It was until my third year of junior high that the trajectory of my life shifted once more. Upon returning home from school one day, I found Qing Anfu and Zhang Guifang seated in the courtyard, engaged in conversation with a man. The moment he turned to face me, I was taken aback. In that instant, it felt as though my body and soul had drifted into another realm, completely disconnected from them. My thoughts abruptly halted. After a prolonged silence, Qing Anfu's voice jolted me back. Qing Ning, what are you thinking about? This is your brother Qing Hu. What? Brother Qing Hu? Is he not that demon? That face is etched in my memory, a recurring specter in my dreams, ultimately morphing into a nightmarish entity. Why is he here? Is he here to consume my very soul and cast me into that desolate well? Fear overtook me, and for the first time, I realized that my previous years, despite their darkness, seemed blissful in contrast. At least I had not encountered this demon like Sister Tao, who suffered to the point of death at his hands. I fled to my room in a frenzy, locked the door, and buried myself beneath the covers, my body trembling. Not merely from fear, but from a numbing sensation rendering me oblivious to my own existence. That night, Qing Anfu drank excessively, yet refrained from striking me, instead revealing a crooked grin, repeatedly counting the 50,000 yuan. I understood then. I had been sold, bartered to that demon. My future purchased with a bed strewn with cash. I contemplated countless escape plans, yet dismissed each one, haunted by Sister Tao's soulless visage. The following day, I tearfully borrowed a phone from my teacher, having pondered all night. Only my sister could save me. Over the years, our communication had dwindled, only able to exchange a few words when Qing Anfu called her, after which she would hastily end the conversation under the pretext of high phone bills. Aside from her brief return during her wedding, I had not seen her since. I understood the pressures of life in a bustling city. Frequent requests for leave would inevitably lead to job loss. Moreover, her husband, polished and genteel, seemed to provide her with happiness. Thus, I refrained from intruding upon their lives, unwilling to drag them into my shadowy existence. As for the promises she made when she left, they had long been forgotten. I bore her no ill will, for I knew that if she had the means to rescue me, she would not hesitate for a moment. I recounted the entire ordeal of my sale to her. A long silence ensued on the other end, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the receiver, as if something were attempting to shatter the phone. King Ning, wait for me at the secret base after our parents fall asleep tomorrow night. I will come for you, remember. The remainder of her words became a blur, hope rushing in so swiftly that it felt dreamlike, rendering me speechless as I nodded through tears, regardless of whether she could see me. That day stretched interminably. Upon returning home, I dutifully assisted Zhang Guifang, determined to avoid any mistakes, treading carefully. I could not afford to be beaten. If I were incapacitated, my last glimmer of hope would extinguish. This sentiment lingered until I lay in bed, my heart swelling with secret delight. Perhaps fate still favored me, as everything unfolded so smoothly. The night sky resembled a profound, rich black tapestry, beneath which majestic mountains loomed, dotted with numerous small dwellings, forming an isolated village. Standing beside my secret base, I gazed up at the starry expanse, my heart soaring with the prospect of finally escaping this abyss. The moment my sister spotted me, she rushed over, enveloping me in a tight embrace, her voice choked with apology. I smiled and patted her back. Silly sister, how could I blame you? I feel a sense of loss, for you're the second light in my life. My sister took my hand, leading me away from the mountain. I glanced back at the secret base, a pair of dimples forming on my cheeks. Farewell, my coffin. Farewell, the grave of Qing Ning. It seems I no longer require your assistance in fulfilling my dreams, for I am now pursuing hope for the latter half of my life. Carrying with me Sister Tao's words. Little Qing Ning, always keep hope within your heart. Do you understand? That year I turned 15. Upon witnessing the skyline of the sprawling metropolis, my eyes widened in awe, anxiously clutching my sister's hand. Is this truly the grand city of my dreams? How remarkable my sister is to reside in such a place, further fueling my admiration for that vaguely remembered brother-in-law. Soon, we arrived at my sister's residence, an aging apartment building, yet the environment surpassed that of our village. As we reached the ground floor, a group of elderly men and women sat chatting. Eager to integrate into this new life, I contemplated greeting them. However, before I could speak, they turned half their bodies toward my sister's return, whispering amongst themselves. Though I could not discern their words, I sensed their discussion pertained to her. My sister grasped my hand and led me upstairs into the modest 60-square-meter abode. Qingning, you shall reside in this dwelling from now on. Shortly, we shall procure some of your everyday necessities, she said gently. I nodded vigorously, obediently placing the books I had brought upon the table. Though the space was not expansive, I found immense satisfaction within it. In stark contrast to the abyss I had previously inhabited, this place felt like paradise. If only Sister Towsy had managed to escape that village back then. She might be living a similar life now. My sister had inquired on numerous occasions about Towsy's current circumstances, to which I responded with a smile, sharing trivial anecdotes about Towsy and myself. Though these tales were mere fabrications, conjured from the recesses of my dreams, I dared not reveal the truth about Towsy to my sister. After all, she was gone, and there was no need to burden the living with the sorrows of the departed. As my sister guided me through the bustling streets, she tenderly introduced me to everything around us. On our way back, I was captivated by a hairpin at a roadside stall. It was the most exquisite object I had ever seen, far surpassing the delectable braised pork I had sampled at banquets in previous years. When I playfully asked my sister for the hairpin, she seemed on the verge of acquiescence, but hesitated upon glimpsing the price tag. Following her gaze, I noticed the figure of 50 yuan. I had little understanding of money, yet the look of my sister's eyes suddenly illuminated my realization. Currency held significant weight in this realm, even for someone as formidable as her. A wave of guilt washed over me. My sister had already rescued me from that abyss. Why should I burden her with my frivolous desires? Indeed, as long as my sister was by my side, the future promised to be brimming with hope, and in that moment my spirits soared. This method of finding joy was imparted to me by Sister Towsy, who once advised that when faced with adversity, one should contemplate the things that bring happiness, akin to self-hypnosis. This technique proved effective, yet I longed to convey to Towsy that it was not merely self-hypnosis. It was a lifeline, the essence of hope. Upon returning home, clutching my hope, I sensed a second light within my life dimming gradually. The abyss that had once engulfed me had not vanished. Rather, it had shifted its weight onto my sister. For the first time, I began to doubt myself. Was everything unfolding around me a consequence of my own misfortune? That night, I encountered my brother-in-law, but he was a far cry from the refined gentleman I had envisioned. It was also that night that I sought refuge beneath the covers, my body trembling into numbness. I could not fathom why he would strike my sister, treating her like an enemy, striking with reckless abandon. Outside, the air was thick with muffled thuds and my sister's pleas for mercy. I struggled to steady myself, knowing I must dart out to protect her. Yet, as I reached the door, my sister's admonition echoed in my mind. Qingning, no matter what transpires, you must remain hidden inside. Do you understand? I could not shake the memory of the pleading look in her eyes, reminiscent of Towsy's. My body, like a marionette with severed strings, returned to the bed, burying myself beneath all the blankets. The following day, upon seeing my sister, I could not restrain my tears. Her body bore the marks of violence. Yet her smile remained gentle. Do not weep. Your brother-in-law is merely unwell. Once he recovers, everything will return to normal, she said, her weariness and sorrow gradually giving way to a glimmer of light. I nodded in agreement, yet I yearned to tell her that this was a form of self-hypnosis, a concept also known as hope. Under my sister's guidance, I enrolled in a local high school. When I learned of the exorbitant tuition fees and monthly expenses, I came to understand the true significance of money. However, my sister assured me with a smile that she would handle everything, and that excelling in my studies would be the best way to repay her. Perhaps my experiences had rendered me more resilient than my peers. Many distractions seemed incapable of disturbing me. For instance, mobile phones, video games, extracurricular literature, and those so-called suitors held no relevance for me. Of course, with the exception of food, my sister was aware of my penchant for culinary delights and often procured discounted ingredients to create delectable dishes. Each meal was savored earnestly, for I could not foresee when I might next indulge in such pleasures. It was akin to the time I achieved 9th place in my grade. My sister, despite her reluctance, purchased a box of lamb slices, vowing to prepare hot pot for me. Upon hearing this news, I leaped for joy, filled with hope as I accompanied her home. After much urging, we finally arranged all the necessary ingredients on the table. I watched in awe as the lamb slices floated in the bubbling broth. This was what hot pot was like. My sister placed a piece of cooked lamb into my bowl, and as I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to devour it immediately, I returned it to her bowl instead. She affectionately pinched my cheek, beaming with happiness. Just as I prepared to lift another slice of lamb, the door was violently kicked open. My brother-in-law stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, and upon catching the scent of lamb in the air, erupted in fury, overturning the table. In that moment, clarity washed over me. Hope was merely a form of self-hypnosis, and it did not guarantee a brighter future. From that day forward, I became increasingly aloof, focusing solely on my studies. If my sister could extricate me from that village, then surely I could liberate her from that wretched man. Days turned into weeks, and I witnessed the harrowing reality of domestic violence. on several occasions. My sister was hospitalized due to her injuries, only to be discharged swiftly, for she had to earn our living expenses. I urged her to report him to the authorities, warning her that if she allowed him to continue, it would ultimately cost her life. Yet, she remained steadfast, convinced that he was simply ill, and that once healed, all would be well. Her unwavering belief instilled a faint glimmer of hope within me. But one fateful night, that flicker of hope was extinguished. The light in my world was snuffed out once more, and everything returned to the beginning, leaving me ensnared in that abyss. This time destined to lead my sister into the grave. My brother-in-law returned home, intoxicated, just as I had emerged from the shower, clad in my pajamas, drying my hair. Our eyes met, and in that instant my soul and body froze. I recognized that gaze. Identical to the one belonging to the demon that had taken Tauzi's life, violent and unrestrained. Terrified, I hastily retreated into the room, locking the door and sliding down against it. At that moment, I overheard him conversing with someone else. To my utter disbelief, he had indeed set his sights on me and planned to sell my sister. I could scarcely believe my ears, nor comprehend why my sister acquiesced to his every whim, even as he plotted such treachery. That night, listening to the shouts and curses outside, I did not retreat to the comfort of my blankets. Instead, I stood at the window, gazing up at the starless sky. Perhaps the overcast weather was to blame, for not a single star twinkled, the moon concealed behind clouds, offering no glimmer of light. Self-hypnosis? Hope? A second light? Huh. So be it. The following day, I ventured out early, purchasing 2 steam buns from a nearby breakfast shop. As I savored each bite, the delightful aroma of the buns enveloped me. 2 were just enough to sustain me until noon. At that moment, I noticed a young girl squatting by the roadside. Her small face smeared with dirt, her features indistinct, tears streaming down her cheeks. She must have been hungry, or at least I presumed so. Glancing at the buns in my hand, I hesitated for a moment before approaching her and offering one. Here, take this. Once you're full, you won't cry anymore, I said, taking a bite of the half-eaten bun. Indeed, it was delicious. Watching her in stunned silence as she accepted the bun, I turned and walked away. That day, I took a long detour, acquiring a bottle of pesticide, which I carefully wrapped in a plastic bag and tucked away at the bottom of my backpack. Everything was about to come to an end. I could not bear to witness my sister being pushed into the grave, at the very least. I aimed to take the demon tormenting her away. That year, I was 17. Chapter 59. Qingning. After that day, an extended period elapsed without sight of that scoundrel. To allow me to focus on my studies, my sister arranged for me to stay in a dormitory during my first year of high school. Thus, we never crossed paths. I stored the bottle of pesticide in a hidden spot beneath my bed at home. My life continued to spiral in a negative direction. Prolonged mental strain inflicted an unprecedented level of pressure upon me, severely impacting my academic performance. My ranking plummeted to 24th in the grade during the recent final exams. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, approached me multiple times, subtly inquiring about my home situation, for the reputation of that scoundrel was notorious, quickly spreading among classmates, and inevitably reaching Mr. Lee's ears. Yet what could I possibly say? Would informing my teacher resolve the matter? Impossible. All burdens rested upon my sister and me. Observing Mr. Lee's concerned gaze, I swallowed my words. On my way back to class, a boy from the adjacent class cornered me at the staircase. His face flushed as he handed me a love letter, stammering through a series of confessions. I remained still until he finished. I had no recollection of him, not even his name, but out of courtesy, I listened to his words. I'm sorry, but you cannot enter my world. I returned the letter to his hands, while classmates nearby jeered and cheered, and I turned back to my class. I thought that would be the end of it, but after class, Lina approached me, warning that I was doomed for having any connection with the man she fancied. I didn't grasp her meaning. I had already declined. What connection could there be? Yet, misfortune has a way of proliferating, and soon, Lina targeted me with pranks, insults, and harassment. It felt as though I had returned to the torment of elementary school, where I could only pretend to be aloof, but this time, the harm escalated. Home and school formed a Mobius strip, perfectly intertwined, but this time my sister accompanied me. Perhaps I could still manage this. I could endure. However, when I heard Mr. Lee mention the tuition fees, boarding costs, and tutoring expenses for the upcoming senior year, I felt as if my world had crumbled. Over 5,000 yuan was required, not including the monthly expenses for printing exam papers and purchasing test sets. I had no idea how to broach the subject with my sister. She was already struggling, earning only a little over 3,000 yuan a month. With expenses exceeding her income, where would she find extra money for tuition? Standing on the rooftop of the school, gazing at the carefree faces below, I lamented the injustice of this world for the first time. I had been striving to live diligently, repeatedly lowering my own standards, experiencing the warmth and coldness of human existence, And yet, why could I not be like them? All I desired was to study quietly, secure a good job in the future, and help my sister escape from suffering to face the dawn together. Complaints began as a seed that had yet to sprout. Under my nurturing, it took root, growing until it enveloped my entire heart. Slowly, I stepped to the edge of the rooftop. A gentle breeze brushing past as I tucked my disheveled hair behind my ear, stretching my arms wide and closing my eyes. I was exhausted, truly exhausted. After 17 years, I questioned the purpose of my existence in this world. Each time I read, he who is destined for great responsibility must first endure hardship, labor, hunger, and scarcity. I scoffed. My bones had long been shattered by Chen Yun and Zhang Guifeng, my skin nearly consumed by the abyss. And as for my heart and will, such grand responsibilities had nothing to do with me. Just as I balanced on the edge, a familiar voice called from behind. Qingning, are you here? Qingning. Upon hearing my name, I withdrew my foot and stepped back down from the rooftop. I'm here, what is the matter? Your sister called, it's for you. Thank you. I took the phone, and my sister's gentle voice resonated from the other end. Qingning, is it time to pay the tuition? I prepared 3,000 yuan. It should be enough, right? Come home tonight. I'll make you something delicious. After hanging up, I was suddenly jolted awake, understanding my great responsibility. Yes, I still had my sister. How could I have forgotten that scoundrel just moments ago? If I could use that bottle of pesticide to eliminate him, my sister would finally escape the abyss. With that thought, 2 dimples appeared on my cheeks as I smiled. Genuinely happy. Perhaps this was the very purpose of my existence. That afternoon, my spirits were high. Even Lina's antics failed to dampen my mood. Upon returning home that evening, I felt a pang of disappointment upon discovering my sister was alone. That scoundrel was not at home. When my sister inquired about tuition, I refrained from revealing the complete truth, assuring her that 3,000 would suffice. That night, my sister prepared egg noodles for me, and I ate heartily, eventually feeling too full to continue, yet I still managed to consume another bowl. She sat beside me, smiling tenderly, her eyes filled with affection. The next day, when my teacher collected tuition fees, he paused upon receiving the 3,000 yuan I handed him, casting a complex glance my way. But he did not press the matter further, merely instructing me to visit his office after class. In the office, Mr. Li regarded me with a gentle expression, reminiscent of my sister's gaze. Qingning, is there some difficulty at home? I shook my head, remaining silent. He continued to patiently inquire about my family, offering kind words. These reassurances did not resonate with me. I had already identified my great responsibility. In truth, I was reluctant to pay the tuition, but I was uncertain when I might encounter that scoundrel again. If my failure to pay the fees led the teacher to inform my sister, she would only be burdened further. However, I had underestimated the situation. The teacher ultimately informed her, and later that afternoon my sister called, urging me to come home for the money. That evening, while on my way home, I passed by a massage parlor when a drunken man suddenly grabbed my arm, scrutinizing me up and down, nodding with satisfaction. With a greedy expression, he inquired, little sister, would you like to earn some money? I initially intended to flee immediately, but upon hearing the mention of money, I halted. How much? The man let out a burp, a foul odor wafting towards me. 1,000. Is that sufficient? I was momentarily taken aback, then shook my head and turned to leave. 1,500, it cannot be any less. I paused for a moment, but ultimately chose to walk away. Behind me, I could hear the man cursing. In truth, 1,500 was already a considerable sum, enough to support my sister for a long while. Yet, Lina had once scorned me, claiming that someone like me would surely fetch a higher price. If I could leave some money for my sister before my departure, it would indeed be a commendable choice. After all, these matters have become inconsequential to me. Thus, if I were to sell myself, I must do so at a favorable price, ensuring my sister could enjoy a better life. Contemplating this, I felt an inexplicable joy. Upon returning home, I spotted the man's dress shoes at the doorstep, nearly laughing out loud. How delightful. He was home, and everything felt so fortuitous. My great mission, I have arrived. Chapter 60, Lime, the Third Light, Farewell. When it came to discussing tuition fees, I assured my sister not to worry, for I had devised a means to earn money. At that moment, the scoundrel unexpectedly emerged, transferring 50,000 yuan to my sister. I stared at him in disbelief, wondering how he knew that Qing Anfu intended to sell me to that devil at such a price. Could this be mere coincidence? As my sister had said, had his illness truly improved? Impossible. Such a thing could not occur in my life. He must have inquired about the price for which I could be sold. Yes, that must be the case. The scoundrel remained a scoundrel, and I had nearly fallen for his trick. He would surely indulge in drunken revelry that night and unleash his tyranny upon my sister. Yet this was not entirely bad, At least my sister received 50,000 yuan. Once I dealt with this scoundrel, I would sell myself tomorrow, leaving her with even more money. However, why did the plot not unfold as I had envisioned? Was it not possible for me to play the protagonist, even in the twilight of my life? He took us out for hot pot. I had never seen real lamb slices before, and it was astonishing. I cursed the scoundrel in my heart, yet could not resist the allure of the food. Diligently savoring the lamb slices in my bowl, the sensation was unforgettable. I could hardly believe such delectable delights existed in the world. I meticulously sampled the various ingredients, while keeping an eye on his demeanor towards my sister. Strangely, he scarcely glanced at me today, even when our eyes met. His gaze was remarkably clear. As we neared the end of our meal, I noticed an unusual expression on my sister's face, one I had never witnessed before. When I caught sight of the man's hands busily working beneath the table, I instantly understood. TCH. On the way home, I followed behind them, my mind in disarray. Why was he so gentle today? He seemed cautious even about holding hands, ultimately leaving the initiative to my sister. In that moment, I saw him tremble slightly, as if he had encountered some extraordinary fortune. Upon returning home, everything changed. There was no imagined violence or shouting. The entire house was eerily quiet. But what did that matter? My sister's claims of his illness would hardly convince even a child. I merely awaited the moment he fell asleep to fulfill my mission. I crouched beneath the bed, and when I retrieved the milky white plastic bottle containing pesticide, I was taken aback. Why was it empty? Panic surged through me as I twisted the cap open. Finding the liquid completely vanished, not a single drop remaining, as if it had always been an empty bottle. The bottle clattered to the floor, producing a dull sound. That night, I could not fathom the situation, eventually drifting into a muddled sleep. However, what transpired next quickly made me forget about the bottle. I was wrongfully accused. I never imagined Na could be so ruthless as to frame me for poisoning. I admitted I panicked upon hearing the prices of those water purifiers. How long would it take for my sister to accumulate such a sum? The crux was that I had not committed the act, but what use was that? The evidence stood against me, rendering my protests feeble and powerless. When I witnessed my sister repeatedly bowing in apology, despair engulfed me. I hung my head in shame, burdening her once again. To my surprise, that scoundrel also appeared. It no longer mattered. Let him revel in the spectacle. But why did he pat my head and profess his belief in me? Why did he confront those villains on my behalf? How could he resolve such a complex issue with such ease? Why did his gaze towards me reflect a tenderness I had never encountered before? Later, I understood that gaze was one of indulgence, akin to a parent gazing upon their child. I followed him out of the school gates. Devoid of the reproach I had anticipated, he remained as gentle as he had been the previous day, even offering to accompany me to school. I could hardly believe such a reality. I deliberately avoided acknowledging his kindness, repeatedly convincing myself that he was still a scoundrel with ulterior motives. Yet, contrary to my expectations, when I was intercepted by Na South group in the park, I unashamedly thought of him, and he did not disappoint. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he appeared beside me, driving away the wrongdoers. In his quest for vengeance on my behalf, he reached out to former acquaintances. It was on that day that I suddenly pondered a question. He was not merely my brother-in-law. He was Chen Yun. I was startled by my own thoughts, but did not dwell on them too long. Did it truly matter? Not at all. It was of no importance. Was what was unfolding merely the realization of my childhood dream? After being bullied, a parent would rise to defend me. In the days that followed, I felt as though I were in a dream. A glimmer of light reappeared in my life. Chen Yun no longer required me to stay at school overnight. I felt like an unclaimed wild child suddenly welcomed home by a parent, showered with affection. The house was no longer filled with the anxiety-inducing sounds of violence. Chen Yun was gentle with both my sister and me, enveloping us in a protective embrace, shielding us from any harm. For the first time, I witnessed my sister smile so joyously. When our eyes met, the air was imbued with the scent of happiness. I saw beautiful clothes for the first time, though they were too expensive. Yet, Chen Yun purchased them without hesitation. I wore those lovely garments to school for the first time, unexpectedly garnering admiration from my classmates. This time, no one dared bully me, for they all knew I had a remarkable guardian. My first visit to the aquarium revealed dolphins more adorable than those on television. I snapped numerous photos. Even if such hopeful days faded away, I could still look back at them fondly. I discovered that home could be so luxurious. Locking the door, I stifled my cries of joy, jumping on the bed like a madwoman. For the first time, I lay in the bathtub, gazing at the bubbles floating above. I dared not touch them, fearing they would burst like my life, fragile and fleeting. I attempted to act like other children, indulging in a bit of charm, and was pleasantly surprised when I did not provoke Chen Yun's ire. Instead, he hurriedly bought me candied strawberries, which were indeed sweet and delicious. For the first time, I used Chen Yun as a shield. When I declared him to be my boyfriend, I nervously stole glances at him, fearing he might look at me with disdain. Fortunately, he played along with my claim. However, afterwards he insisted I clarify the matter, concerned for my reputation. But did I truly care about such things? It was my first birthday, and also the first time I beheld such an abundance of gifts. I made a wish, hoping that such days would continue. And I meticulously confirmed the extinguished candles, ensuring that the heavens had received my desires. However, upon seeing Chen Yun firmly blocking the doorway, a sense of panic engulfed me. Wasn't the act of blowing out the candles after making a wish supposed to make it come true? Had I faltered at some stage? Was it my fault that Chen Yun had transformed into this? Why was he so foolish, risking everything for someone like me? Was my third beacon of light destined to vanish just like that? In that fleeting moment, everything became clear. My great responsibility had long been predetermined. It was not some noble tiger or a scoundrel, but rather myself. Only my disappearance would allow those who cared for me to truly thrive in this world. I yearned to tell her that I had cherished all those firsts, meticulously recording them in a little notebook hidden beneath my bed like a precious treasure. But upon reflection, I decided against it. He would likely discover it eventually. I was reminded of that secret base. Perhaps I should have long been buried in the grave I had dug for myself. Nevertheless, it was not too late. I tightened my grip around the scissors in my pocket. Just as I was about to rush forward, Chen Yun's friend arrived, and I exhaled in relief. Was I saved? Once again, Chen Yun had rescued me from peril, his arm hanging limply, surely in excruciating pain. Qing Anfu's words shattered my hopes anew. I was merely adopted. Perhaps that was inconsequential, as they were no longer my parents. Yet, a terrifying thought struck me. If Qing Shui and I shared no blood ties, did that mean I was also disconnected from Chen Yun? Would he still regard me with the same fervor? Would he still risk his life to save me? After all, I was no longer his sister-in-law. Fortunately, he still held me close, offering words of comfort. A phrase echoed in my ears. My dear Qing Ning. That year, I turned 18. Chapter 61. A honeymoon in the hospital a few days later, in the special care unit of Ning City Second Hospital. Brother-in-law, open your mouth. This grape is exceptionally sweet. Honey, don't move around. Qing Ning is still here. Finish your meal first. Be good. Watching the two busy sisters beside him, Chen Yun smiled broadly. That night, Qing Ning shared countless thoughts, and upon hearing them, Chen Yun felt as if he had plunged into darkness, bewildered by how the young girl had endured such a harrowing time. What he did not know was that there were still many secrets Qing Ning had yet to reveal. For instance, the poison, the third beacon of light, or the notion of selling herself. These matters would remain locked within Qing Ning's heart, a secret from which no one could be privy. Although Qing Ning felt somewhat better after speaking, she would still occasionally drift into moments of mental disarray. Consequently, Chen Yun was transferred back to the hospital in Ning City. His days had transformed into a regal existence. During the day, Qing Shui waited on him like a lord. And in the evenings, Qing Ning would visit after school to assist, both of them tending to his every need, living in blissful leisure. To ensure Chen Yun's comfort, they opted not to hire a nurse. Instead, the sisters procured daily necessities and arranged 2 beds, transforming the special care unit into a home. Despite the restriction on his mobility, nothing else hindered Chen Yun. At his insistence, the sisters adorned themselves exquisitely each day, parading before him. As Chen Yun claimed it would hasten his recovery, they complied dutifully, donning different outfits daily while caring for him. Particularly, Qing Shui, who had always been obedient to him, now gazed at Chen Yun with a look of adoration, her eyes filled with tenderness and admiration, eager to fulfill his every request. However, when she sat alone by the bedside, she would occasionally lapse into contemplation, her complex emotions flickering in her eyes, her fingers unconsciously digging in her palm until crimson spots appeared, yet she would not relent. Chen Yun had witnessed this more than once, yet each time he inquired, she would immediately respond with a bright smile, assuring him that all was well. At present, in the quiet of the hospital room where only the 2 of them resided, Qing Shui observed the sleeping Chen Yun, gently adjusting the air conditioning to a warmer setting before standing silently by the window, lost in thought. Qing Shui, come here, Chen Yun said with a slightly serious tone. Upon hearing her name instead of wife, Qing Shui involuntarily shivered, instinctively turning around. When Chen Yun beheld her tear-streaked face, his heart ached, and he could no longer maintain a facade of anger. Oh dear, please don't cry. What has upset you? Come here and let your husband take a look. Chen Yun was nearly driven to rise from the bed in his urgency. Chen Shui wiped her tears and rushed over to support Chen Yun, her voice trembling as she said, "But you were asleep." Chen Yun shook his head, taking her already bruised hand gently in his and rubbing it softly. Were you still thinking about Ximing Village? In truth, he had already surmised Chen Shui's thoughts. If she continued to bottle them up, it would inevitably lead to turmoil. Observing her bowed head in silence, he tucked her hair behind her ear and wiped away the tears from her face. To be honest, I hadn't given it much thought. After all, I've already contacted Gu Hongfei. They will arrive soon. And besides, Qing Ning is our sister. Can we really turn a blind eye? He endeavored to speak nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Qing Shui still kept her head down, obscuring her expression, yet the tears that had been wiped dry began to flow once more. "Oh dear, why are you crying again?" "I'm fine, my love." Suddenly, Qing Shui looked up, her face drenched in tears. "You could have died. I didn't tea. Have you considered that if they had arrived a few minutes later, Qing, who would have shown no mercy? You could have died." Qing Shui's emotions surged, her voice filled with heart-wrenching anguish. Chen Yun stood there, stunned, his only active hand frozen in midair, unsure of how to respond. In his memory, this was the first time he had seen Qing Shui like this. Even when she had been battered and bruised, she had always faced life with a smile. Yet now, her cries were filled with helplessness, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Qing Shui collapsed against his chest, murmuring continuously, "But you could die." Chen Yun gazed at his delicate wife, saying nothing, his large hand gently stroking her back to provide solace. After what felt like an eternity, Qing Shui slowly rose, her voice quivering as she said, "Husband, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for putting you in such peril." "It's not your fault." Tears welled again in Qing Shui's eyes, her previously stable emotions now becoming agitated as she shook her head repeatedly. "It's all my fault. On one hand, there's my sister. If I hadn't saved her, I would have felt unbearable regret. But on the other hand, there's you. If something were to happen to you, what would I do?" Qing Shui clutched her head in agony, collapsing once more onto the bed. Chen Yun gently patted her head, understanding the turmoil within her heart. Both Qing Ning and he were the most significant people in her life, yet that night, she had been cruelly forced to confront an impossible choice. The most painful aspect of the entire situation lay with Qing Shui, which was why she had been burdened with guilt in her interactions with Chen Yun over the past few days. Chen Yun gently lifted her chin and softly spoke, "Wife, do not blame yourself. It is all in the past now. I share the responsibility too. I never anticipated that Qing who could be so reckless. But enough of that. Please, don't let those non-existent worries trouble you. Life is not filled with what ifs and buts. You have no idea how delightful my days are now. Lying in bed while beautiful women attend to me, pure indulgence." He then exaggeratedly feigned a look of horror. "Do you not wish to care for me anymore? Alas, the long-suffering bed yields no filial sons. You should leave. Ultimately, I bear all the burdens alone and cannot drag you down any further." Qing Shui gazed at his melodramatic demeanor, and her sadness dissipated significantly. She broke into a smile, saying, "What do you mean by no filial sons by the sickbed? Are you aspiring to be a father now?" "Bah, you rogue, still playing roles at this moment." Just then, a voice called from the doorway, "Brother, I've taken care of what you instructed." Upon seeing the two intertwined in a tender moment, Gu Hongfei quickly turned to exit. "Are these two truly this affectionate? They seem like newlyweds on a honeymoon in the hospital," he mused. A series of knocks echoed from outside the ward. Chen Yun was nearly ready to curse. Having already entered, did Gu Hongfei really need a knock? "Get in here," he called irritably. Gu Hongfei stifled a laugh, pretending as if nothing had happened. While Qing Shui had turned to face the wall, her neck and ears tinged with a soft crimson hue. "Ahem, brother, I completed what you asked." "Ha ha." As he spoke, he caught sight of Chen Yun's darkening expression, which seemed ready to erupt, and he could no longer contain himself, fleeing once more, laughter trailing down the corridor. Minutes later, Gu Hongfei, his pristine white shirt marred by numerous slipper prints, looked up at Chen Yun with a pitiful expression, eyeing the makeshift weapon in Chen Yun's hand. Chen Yun tossed the slipper to the ground, finally venting his pent-up frustration, glaring at Gu Hongfei. "What is it? Speak quickly." "Oh, Qing, who has been detained. His subordinates have been taken in as well. The lawyer mentioned they're facing a minimum of 10 years. Their hands are not clean, and they await trial. Arrangements have been made for them inside. They shouldn't expect to emerge unscathed." Chen Yun chuckled coldly. "Do not hand Qing Hu over. Keep him alive. I still have questions for him." He then glanced at his wife, pondering what has been done about Qin Anfu and Zhang Guifang. Gu Hongfei observed Qing Shui, who seemed hesitant to speak. Having recovered from her earlier embarrassment, she replied with little fluctuation in her expression, "Do not worry about my feelings. As far as parents go, these two are beyond consideration. I see no semblance of humanity in them. Gu Hongfei gave a thumbs up to Qing Shui. Sister-in-law, you are quite sensible. I didn't press them too hard. I left everything to the police to handle. Did you encounter any difficulties? Chen Yun asked, his brow furrowing, aware that Qing Hu had some influence locally and might pose challenges. Gu Hongfei immediately shook his head, recalling how, just days prior, Chun Hamlin had entered the ward. His eyes red-rimmed as he looked at his son without uttering a word before exiting. Gu Hongfei followed him out, witnessing the old man's fury in the stairwell. Old Zhang, my son was beaten in Ximing village. What is the situation? He is nearly dead. Get your people over there to investigate that village. Arrest everyone. Leave no one behind. Old Wang, enough with the drinking. My son was assaulted. I need your tax bureau to check the nearby villages thoroughly. Old Li, you think you're doing a good job as mayor? Your officials are utterly useless. My son nearly died in Ximing village. What should I do? Haven't you asked me that? Don't you dare look at me with your old face. Go investigate. After a flurry of calls, Gu Hongfei was astonished. The old man had quite the backing. It seemed that capturing all those involved in this matter might not be as difficult as he thought. Merely a few calls from Chun Hanlin had sufficed. Once Gu Hongfei departed, the ward was left with just the two of them. After venting his frustrations, Qing Shui felt much better, yet her guilt towards Chen Yun intensified. She resolved to transform that guilt into acts of kindness toward him, hoping it would ease her conscience. Were Chen Yun to discover the thoughts of this radiant young woman before him, he might very well charge into action, compelled by long-buried sentiments. Qing Shui placed a segment of orange in Chen Yun's mouth. Darling, why do we not hand Qing Hu over? One tea that bring future troubles? Rest assured, keeping him has its merits. He can no longer stir up any trouble. Are you seeking to uncover information about Qing Ming's origins? Chen Yun nodded. He is a tyrant from several nearby villages, well informed. He may possess knowledge from over a decade ago. Strictly speaking, Qing Ming and Qing Shui were not blood relatives and no longer regarded as sisters. However, during this time together, Chen Yun had come to see her as a sister, and thus felt compelled to do something for her, regardless of her own thoughts. Qing Shui smiled. Perhaps this isn't what Qing Ming desires. Whether it be her biological parents or my parents, she feels no sense of belonging. In her heart, we're the only family she has. So whether she searches or not, it no longer holds significance for her. Chen Yun sighed deeply. We shall do our utmost, regardless of the outcome. We will respect her choice. That girl has endured too much suffering. Qing Shui nestled into his embrace. It's all in the past now. With Qing Hu resolved, the heavy burden on her heart has been lifted. With us by her side, she will surely find happiness. Indeed, once I am discharged, I will take you both on a trip to unwind. It has been years since we've had a proper outing. Really? Of course. The time we spend together will only increase. Qing Shui lifted her head slightly and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Darling, you are the best. In the evening, Qing Ming entered the ward, carrying a backpack and a box of cheese. Sister, go home and cook. I'll keep brother-in-law company. Noticing Chen Yun asleep, she carefully set her backpack aside. To ensure Chen Yun received ample nutrition, Qing Shui would return home nightly to prepare meals and soups to bring back. Once her sister exited the ward, Qing Ming settled beside Chen Yun, propping her chin on her hand, quietly watching him, occasionally smiling brightly. The young girl had undergone a significant transformation. Ever since learning from the doctor that Chen Yun would only require some time to recuperate without any lasting effects, she had consistently greeted him with her deep dimples, her smile radiant. Yet, gazing at the bandages encircling him, her heart ached anew. As summer's heat enveloped the world, the air conditioning in the ward was kept at a cautious temperature, causing Chen Yun to furrow his brow as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, appearing quite uncomfortable. This made Qing Ming feel even more guilty. She fetched a basin of warm water from the restroom, soaked a towel in it, and returned to Chen Yun's side. Gently, she wiped the sweat from his brow. Do not move, just lie still. Who told you to fasten your clothes? Qing Ming deftly unbuttoned the shirt that Chen Yun had just secured. She took a warm towel, carefully avoiding some of the wounds, and began to gently wipe his body. Chen Yun's face flushed with urgency. The young girl placed the towel back into the basin, waiting for it to warm again before retrieving it, wringing it out, and wearing a faint smile as she busied herself with her task, not glancing at Chen Yun. She rebuttoned his shirt, then looked into his eyes, solemnly stating, You must personally buy 2 sticks of candied hawthorn, the strawberry flavor. This matter is non-negotiable. Chen Yun, taken aback by the sincerity and a hint of pleading in her gaze, refrained from voicing his thoughts. In that instant, warmth blossomed within him. The girl did not genuinely desire those treats, but merely hoped for his swift recovery and discharge from the hospital. After a moment, he gently patted her head and softly replied, Understood, I will go buy them myself. Qingning obediently sat beside him, opened a box of cheese. and gazed at the quivering white substance inside, swallowing involuntarily. With a small spoon in hand, she reverently scooped a spoonful. They say this is nutritious and can aid in wound healing. Qingning brought the spoon to Chen Yun's lips, although he considered suggesting that milk would be a better option. The earnestness in her eyes compelled him to swallow his words. Go ahead and eat it. This is too rich for me. What? Is it not tasty? I feel deceived. Qingning expressed her disappointment as she placed a spoonful of cheese into her mouth. Chen Yun contemplated reminding her to use a different spoon, given he had just used it. But upon witnessing her eyes widen with delight, akin to a kitten savoring its first treat, he chuckled and shook his head. This girl was indeed unable to resist the allure of delicious food. He couldn't help but worry about whether she might be led astray by some flashy character on a motorcycle in the future. Chen Yun, I have something to ask you, Qingning said, bringing another spoonful of cheese to his lips. Call me brother-in-law. Chen Yun tilted his head, evading the spoon's trajectory, but the girl relentlessly pursued him with it. Why did you save me? Qingning persisted, maintaining her address. At that moment, Qingning seized the opportunity and shoved the cheese into Chen Yun's mouth. It's too rich. I can't eat anymore. Chen Yun wiped the corner of his mouth and continued, because you are Qin Shu's sister, my little sister-in-law. We are family. So of course I would help you. Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head, placing the cheese box on her lap, her shoulders drooping as if the very essence of her spirit had waned, and she lost interest in her meal, setting the spoon aside. Now you know, I'm not Qin Shu's sister. There's no blood relation. I was merely picked up by King and Fu. We're no longer family. Qingning whispered, her emotions plummeting to an all-time low. These words had been bottled up inside her for several days. Some truths were inescapable. Since she and Qin Shu shared no blood ties, she felt severed from them as well. In simpler terms, she felt she had no family left, a forsaken child without a home. Yet, there remained one question she dared not voice, hidden deep within her heart, fearing it would shatter the last remnants of her hope. Chapter 64. He will save me. Suddenly, a familiar sensation coursed through her head, but this time it was painful. She cupped her head and looked up in confusion. Chen Yun delivered a playful slap to her, his tone no longer gentle. Qingning, how ungrateful can you be? I risked my life to save you, and you say such things? Are you ready to spread your wings and fly away? Chen Yun's face flushed with anger as he scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? What am I looking for? I'm looking for something to hit you with. How dare you think of running away from home at such a young age? It's like letting a child run wild when they haven't been disciplined for 3 days. Qingning's expression froze for a moment before her eyes brightened. How about this? As Chen Yun reached for the slipper she offered, he raised his hand to strike, truly exasperated, akin to a gardener witnessing years of labor whisked away. At that moment, the girl stood behind, her smile radiant as the sunset's golden rays spilled through the window, casting a warm glow upon her, creating a picturesque scene. Chen Yun paused, mesmerized by the sight. Qingning turned, retreating slightly to avoid his hand. She bent forward, resting on her knees, casting a glance at Chen Yun, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing charming dimples on her cheeks. Meanwhile, a question that had lingered in her mind surfaced. Chen Yun, if you had known from the start that I had no blood relation to my sister, would you still have risked everything to save me? Deep down, she had already found the answer. He would, without a doubt, for he was Chen Yun after all. Observing Qingning's obedient demeanor, Chen Yun felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, and tossed the slippers aside. In his experience, other children would have run away at the thought of punishment, yet here was a child who willingly offered the means to be reprimanded. It made it hard to follow through. He hoped that when he and Qin Shu had children, they would be just as well behaved. Open wide. If you don't eat it now, it will be gone. Qingning gently placed the last spoonful of cheese into his mouth. To his surprise, it was quite palatable. Chen Yun began to adapt to the flavor of the cheese. Also, don't tell your sister about what I said earlier. I fear she might actually hit you. Do you understand? Qingning nodded with a smile. And about school. Chen Yun prattled on like a doting father, issuing a series of admonitions. While the girl sat there obediently, her posture straight, hands resting on her knees, her eyes filled with joy, resembling a cat basking in the afternoon sun by the window. Are you going to attend university in another city? What's wrong? Chen Yun's words halted abruptly as the girl suddenly lunged toward him. I don't want to go away. Qingning clung to Chen Yun's neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease and insecurity at the thought of leaving Qin Shu and Chen Yun behind. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly, realizing that the girl was gradually growing up, learning to express her thoughts instead of bottling them up as before. He gently patted her back in comfort. All right? There's no rush. Just let go for now. Chen Yun, thank you. The girl rested her chin on his shoulder, suddenly uttering those words without warning. Huh? Chen Yun felt a warm droplet land on his neck. Thank you for pulling me from the abyss. And thank you for being the third ray of light in my life. I never want to fall into darkness again. I wish to live in the light. Is that okay? Qingning's arms instinctively tightened around him as she spoke, her voice trembling. Perhaps Qingning herself was unaware that her perception of Chen Yun was gradually shifting. The past was fading from her memory, replaced by the image of Chen Yun who shielded her with unwavering resolve, shattering the remnants of her former disdain. Although I may not fully grasp your words, I assure you that your life will be far happier than it is now. After all, my Qingning is simply remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Yun softly reassured her, promising a feast of barbecued dishes, hot pot, and a selection of cakes in various flavors. Until the girl finally broke into a smile, wiping away her tears and sitting beside him with a practice book in hand. Chen Yun was engrossed in watching videos on his phone, while Qingning occasionally engaged in her feeding duties. When Qing Shui entered with several exquisitely crafted lunchboxes, she couldn't help but smile at the warm scene before her, with Chun Hamlin following closely behind. Oh, big brother has arrived. Chen Yun greeted, waving his hand. Oh, little brother, still lounging about. The old man mimicked the same gesture. Qing Shui sat down a small dining table, chuckling softly at the unique way the two greeted each other. Dear, this rib is delicious. Could you please give me another piece? Sure, open wide. Qing Shui attentively removed the bones. Brother-in-law, don't just eat meat. You should drink more bone broth. After the meal, Chen Yun let out a satisfied belch, while Qing Shui wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth with a wet wipe. After tidying up the dishes, she said to Chen Hanlin, Dad, could you keep Chen Yun company for a bit? I'll take Qing Ning to buy some daily necessities. All right, take your time. No need to hurry back. I'll keep this rascal company a little longer, Chen Hanlin replied, watching as his wife led Qing Ning out of the ward. Immediately, Chen Yun flashed 2 fingers at the old man, signaling for a clandestine exchange. The hospital prohibits smoking. The old man pointed to a notice at the door. The hospital also says you can't drink, so don't wait for my discharge. You might end up needing a full body examination. The threat was quite effective. If he had to recuperate here for a while, he would surely be driven mad. Chen Hamlin quickly pulled out 2 cigarettes and lit them, placing one in his son's mouth. Chen Yun took a deep drag. Ah, I feel invigorated. He then turned to Chen Hamlin. Speak your mind. Qing Shui and the others have stepped out. This girl Qing Shui truly understands. Chen Hamlin nodded in appreciation, then gave Chen Yun a thumbs up, son. Your handling of the Xi Ming village matter was impeccable. Your big brother supports you. Of course. Just look at me. Chen Yun replied, puffing his chest with pride, his tail almost wagging in delight, finally showing off a bit in front of the old man. But son, can we avoid being so reckless next time? The old man's left hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette, his deep-set eyes fixed on Chen Yun, the wrinkles on his face appearing to deepen a bit. After just a few days, his originally dark hair seemed to have sprouted a few strands of white. It was the first time Chen Yun had witnessed his father like this. He truly seemed aged. Chapter 65. Darling, has anyone helped you clean up? Chen Yun took another deep drag of his cigarette and softly said, Dad, I understand. Such incidents won't occur again. Hearing his son's assurance, Chen Hamlin smiled and nodded. And that Qing who? Your Uncle Zhang received word that you've captured him? Uncle Zhang? The head of the police station? I absolutely cannot let Qing Hu go. I still have some questions for him. Chen Yun thought to himself that trouble was brewing. If the police intervened, Qing Hu could no longer be kept in custody. You want to inquire about Qing Xiaotao, don't you? Chen Yun noticed the old man's lips twitching with barely concealed excitement and discontentedly remarked, You old man do nothing all day but think of ways to show off in front of me, don't you? Oh, how did you know? Is it that obvious? Chen Hanlin awkwardly scratched his head. Have you found the location? Yes, we found it. Qing Hu's subordinates confessed that he buried them in the back mountain years ago. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to handle it. For now, the ashes will be kept at the temple until you recover, and then we'll personally purchase a burial plot. Ah, big brother knows how to handle matters, indeed. I'll take the credit. Chen Yun nodded in satisfaction. The old man was indeed reliable. But what do you plan to do with Qing Hu? Chen Yun said dejectedly, What else can I do? Hand him over, of course. I can't let Uncle Zhang face difficulties, can I? Uncle Zhang? What uncle? The old man took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a large smoke ring. Grinning, Chen Yun's eyes lit up, instantly grasping his implication. The father and son exchanged sly glances, pointing at each other and bursting into hearty laughter. Certain matters are not suitable for public handling, and they do not deserve the justice they ought to receive. Just ensure he does not escape, as debts must eventually be repaid. Understood, big brother. You can trust me to handle this. Qing Shui held her sister's hand, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze. delicate and soft, as if grasping a piece of slime. Qing Ning, unable to contain her ticklishness, giggled and withdrew her hand, wrapping her arms around her sister's. Sister, is there anything else we need to buy? Nothing essential. The old man seems to have something to discuss with your brother-in-law, so let us give them some space. It'll also be a nice chance for you to get some fresh air. Oh, the sisters wandered aimlessly through the shopping mall, and upon spotting a milk tea shop, Qing Ning paused, her eyes fixed on the array of flavors displayed on the advertisement, unconsciously swallowing. Qing Shui playfully pinched her cheek. What do you want to drink? No, it's too expensive. Let us just go home, Qing Ning replied, her gaze still glued to the advertisement, though her words protested. Wipe that drool from your mouth. You little glutton, let us go, my treat. Qing Ning quickly wiped her mouth, realizing it was dry, and bashfully called out, Sister. After acquiring 2 cups of milk tea, the sisters found a vacant spot to sit down. Qing Ning took a straw and gently inserted it into her cup, stirring slightly before carefully sipping a small mouthful. Sister, this matcha latte is delicious. I'll bring back a cup for brother-in-law. Qing Shui, observing her sister's adorable demeanor, softly asked, Have you told your brother-in-law anything? Qing Ning paused in her sipping, her gaze dropping, and stammered, Sister, what is it you want to say to brother-in-law? You. Qing Shui lightly poked her forehead. With such thoughts, how could I not know what you're thinking? I've noticed you've been distracted these past few days. But just now when I came back, I noticed a change in you. You must have been scolded by your brother-in-law, right? Did you get hit? Oh dear, sister. Don't bring it up. Qing Ning recalled the scene in the hospital room, shyly stamping her foot. Huh? You really did get hit? Huh? Qing Shui laughed, her joy bubbling over, surprised that Qing Ning could still be reprimanded at her age. Qing Ning hurriedly whispered, No, he didn't hit me. He just scolded me. Feeling better after being scolded? Huh? It's about time you stopped daydreaming. Qing Shui nodded, knowing Chen Yun's temper would have been riled up. She pulled Qing Ning close, their heads leaning against each other, softly saying, I personally brought you back, you know. It was snowing heavily that day, and if you and T cried so earnestly, I might not have found you. So from that day on, you are forever my sister regardless of blood relation, understand? Qing Ning nestled against her sister, nodding earnestly. So, stop overthinking. I truly fear that your brother-in-law will take a slipper to your backside. Tell me, at that moment, should I help him hold you down, or join him in slapping your backside? Qing Ning looked up. What I mean is there any chance you could just keep Chen Yun from hitting me? If you keep this up, once you have children, I'll be the one taking them to wreak havoc. Qing Shui chuckled, hugging her sister tightly. My Qing Ning has finally grown up. All the hardships of the past are behind you. From now on, face life with a smile every day, all right? And your brother-in-law asked me to ask you if you wish to find your biological parents. If you do, he will attempt to search for some leads from back then. But success is not guaranteed. Qing Ning immediately shook her head, softly murmuring, My family is just you two. Her thoughts were uncomplicated. The life she currently led mirrored her dreams so closely that she felt no desire, nor would she permit anyone to disturb her existence. Thus, was there any necessity to seek out the parents who had abandoned her 18 years ago? Indeed, it aligned perfectly with my expectations. Qing Shui held the girl in her arms a little tighter, whispering softly, We sisters shall never part again. A delicate blush crept across Qing Ning's charming face as she wrapped her arms around her sister's waist, nuzzling her head against her chest. Upon their return, laden with fruits, they chanced upon the father-son duo engaged in a spirited debate, each refusing to yield to the other. All right, little brother, let us call it a day. Wait until tomorrow when your elder brother arrives, and we shall thoroughly discuss this matter. Chen Yun scoffed, Elder brother, even if you come tomorrow, I shall maintain my stance. The dog raised by old lady Li in the back street was undoubtedly white, not grayish-white. It's as I say. Just wait. I will inquire about old lady Li's whereabouts. I refuse to believe we cannot clarify this matter today. You may seek whoever you wish. It remains white, regardless. Finally, the old man stormed off, his cheeks puffed in indignation, determined to find a witness for their tomorrow's bout. Chen Yun, observing Chun Hanlin striding away like the wind, wore a smile, noting that the old man seemed to be in better spirits. Brother-in-law, are you thirsty? Try this. Qing Ning offered him a cup of milk tea, complete with a straw. This is delightful, Chen Yun praised as he took a generous sip. At that moment, Qing Shui approached with a basin of warm water, placing it beside the bed. Qing Ning, why don't you go study? I will assist your brother-in-law with a sponge bath. Chen Yun and Qing Ning exchanged a glance, both casting their eyes aside in embarrassment. After drawing the curtain, Qing Shui unbuttoned his shirt, her hand pausing in surprise. His skin bore no trace of stickiness. However, as she wiped his legs, she noticed the remnants of sweat, confirming her suspicions. She cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yun and whispered, Darling, Has someone already helped you with your upper body? To Chen Yun's ears, this transformed into, Darling, how do you wish to meet your end? I will endeavor to accommodate all your desires. Chapter 66. The impatient Chen Yun. No one assisted me. Perhaps the air conditioning was set too low today. So I didn't sweat much. Chen Yun replied, his gaze evasive. Oh, I see. Qingxue said, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Yun was surprised to see Chen Hanlin enter with an elderly gentleman clad in a white coat. Elder brother, so early? Have you located old Lady Li's family? Chen Hanlin shot him a glare, then turned to the old man, saying, Old son, this is my ineffectual son. Please take a look. Turning back to Chen Yun, he added, Son, this is your uncle's son, a leading surgeon in the province. Bring your test results for him to examine. Chen Yun sprang to his feet. Good day. Uncle Son, I apologize for troubling you with my trivial ailment. Let my father accompany you for a drink later. Dr. Sun chuckled. Your father promised me he would present his finest collection of wines today. I am in for a treat. After a few moments of pleasantries, Qingxue handed over all the test results and imaging studies to Dr. Sunday. Initially, he engaged in light banter with Chen Hanlin, but upon reviewing the newly taken images and test results, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as if he were struggling to comprehend the findings. He rearranged the previous images meticulously by date, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the data. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the others exchanged concerned glances. The adage, a smiling Chinese doctor is not to be feared, but a solemn one applies equally to Western medicine. After a moment, Chen Hanlin could no longer contain himself. Old son, can you please elucidate? What exactly is going on? Is my son facing any lasting repercussions? Doctor. Sun carefully examined Chen Yun's injuries, removed his glasses, and solemnly shook his head. It's too late. Chen Yun's eyes widened in shock. What did too late mean? He had just begun to live again after his resurrection. Qingxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands clenched tightly together as she felt the weight of despair. Chen Hanlin nearly collapsed, grasping Chen Yun's sleeve and exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean too late? Doctor. Sun scoffed coldly. If I had arrived a few days later, your son's bones would have begun to mend. This is what you call being nearly beaten to death. I foolishly believed your tales. My granddaughter is at home waiting for me. I didn't even return home after the flight, coming straight here, only to be confronted with this. The room fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed at Dr. Sunday. You mean my son is fine? Chen Hanlin asked uncertainly. Not only is he fine, Dr. Sun sneered, but look at the images. The bones are evidently starting to heal. Why did you summon me? Are you envious of my ability to return home to my granddaughter? The old man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and angrily shouted. You were deliberately trying to frighten me, weren't you? Hurry and leave. There's no more wine. Go back from whence you came. I shall not entertain you any longer. Ah, look at you. It was merely a jest. However, your son possesses remarkable physical resilience. His wound-healing speed is uncharacteristic of someone in their 30s. If you told me he was a lad in his 20s, I would believe you. Chen Yun interjected, Father, Uncle Sun has traveled a long way. It was just a joke. Please don't be angry. Let us take him to see your treasured wines. He felt it imperative to prevent the old man from revealing any secrets. Yes, my dear nephew speaks wisely. Let us hurry and see. Afterward, I must return home to embrace my granddaughter. The two elderly men, both over 100 years old, bickered like children as they made their way out of the ward. Qingxue wiped her tear-streaked face and turned to embrace Chen Yun, collapsing into his arms. Chen Yun caressed her delicate face, gently whispering, Are you frightened? Qingxue nodded fervently. Fear not. Troublemakers live for a millennium. I would not pass so easily. I promise to remain by your side. Qingxue murmured, In truth, there's nothing to fear. If you truly venture into another world, do so slowly. I shall find you soon. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him, and he quickly lifted his head, clutching Qingxue tighter. He realized a grave truth. Should anything happen to him, his family would shatter. Both his father and his sisters would drift like leaves in the wind, utterly unmoored. All right, it's all fine now. I promise you. I shall refrain from undertaking uncertain endeavors in the future. Chen Yun gently held Qingxue's chin and kissed her softly. After a long while, with his comfort, Qingxue's spirits lifted considerably. Just then, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Yun furrowed his brow. Dan Jun, this woman truly lacks patience, he thought. She had been incessantly messaging him for days, but with two exquisite beauties attending to him, he had no time to respond. He hadn't expected her to call directly. He hung up without hesitation, pondering for a moment before initiating a video call. Qingxue, understanding, stood quietly in the corner. Dan Jun, Why have you been silent these past few days? Did you receive Qing Shue's money? Money? Humph, look at what I've become now, Chen Yun remarked, pulling her phone slightly away. As she gazed at the bandages adorning Chen Yun's body, Tang Yun dramatically covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Darling, how did you get so hurt? Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, I was thinking of purchasing more properties for relocation, but unexpectedly encountered a local bully and a dispute ensued. Fortunately, I managed to secure a few houses. Once I recover, I will go check them out. Tang Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heartache palpable, while Chen Yun merely scoffed, rolling his eyes at her exaggerated display of emotion. Were you in the hospital? I'll come see you. No need to come, he replied. It will be troublesome if Qing Shui finds out. Let us end the call. If I receive good news, this investment will allow us to indulge for the rest of our lives. All right, my dear, take care of yourself. After hanging up, the sorrowful expression on Tang Yun's face vanished instantly. Chapter 67. From now on, only let you tease me. Tang Yun's fingers traced over Xiao Zheng's chest. How's your progress on that side? Xiao Zheng shook his head. I've been trying to add Qing Shui on WeChat, but she hasn't accepted. Is she really that devoted to Chen Yun? TCH. After all these years, Chen Yun has scared her off. She's just a worthless girl. You need to pay more attention to this matter. I feel like Chen Yun is not quite the same as before, not very reliable. Xiao Zheng's hand wandered unceremoniously, causing Tang Yun to squirm. I've been busy finishing up my onboarding at Jingshan Group. I'll personally visit and have a chat with that girl. I refuse to believe I can't win her over. Tang Yun's face flushed, and she murmured, well, I'll be waiting for your good news. Every time you mention that girl, you seem so excited. Noticing Xiao Zheng's shift in demeanor, Tang Yun pinched him discontentedly. Darling, what are you talking about? ISNT it, because you're here with me? Come on. Xiao Zheng applied to add you as a friend? Let me see. Chen Yun took Qing Shui's phone, his expression darkening. Hello, I'm Xiao Zheng. Could you please accept my friend request? Qing Shui, do you remember me? We met last time at dinner. I just passed the interview for the vice president at Jingshan Group. Tonight, I'd like to treat everyone to dinner. Would you do me the honor of joining? Qing Shui, I was captivated by you the first time we met. Can we meet and talk? There were many more messages that made Chen Yun's blood pressure rise, his face contorting in rage. How dare he try to steal my girl? Qing Shui stood frozen in place, frightened by his appearance, timidly saying, Hubby, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Only then did Chen Yun notice Qing Shui's state, his heart aching for her. This silly girl must have been thinking about the past again. He would have to be more mindful of his attitude in the future. Wife, come here and hug me. I'm not angry with you. It's not your fault. So don't be afraid. At that moment, Qing Shui also realized that he was no longer the old Chen Yun. The devilish scoundrel had vanished, replaced by a man who cherished her and was willing to risk his life to save her sister. Are you jealous? Qing Shui nestled in his embrace, her slender fingers tracing circles on his abdominal muscles. Ever since discovering Chen Yun's abs, she couldn't help but caress them each time she lay in his arms. But it always ended with her feeling flustered and begging for mercy, only to succumb to temptation again and again. Of course, my wife is so beautiful. How could someone like him dare to tease her? After speaking, his hand became restless once more. Qing Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Oh, hubby, don't be angry anymore. From now on, I'll only let you tease me. Her fingers pressed deeper against his abs. Chen Yun cupped her delicate face and kissed her directly, until Qing Shui felt dizzy and collapsed into his embrace, her face radiant with shyness and joy. After a long while, Chen Yun sat up in bed, growing increasingly frustrated. He had to deal with Xiao Zheng. Otherwise, who knew what trouble would ensue? Hey, fatty, find a secluded place. I need to talk to you. Li Wei was in a meeting when he saw it was Chen Yun calling and promptly answered, waving his hand to dismiss the company executives. Speak, my heroic Chen. What orders do you have? Do you know that a new vice president called Xiao Zheng has joined your company? Li Wei paused, thinking Chen Yun had something important to discuss, only to find it was about company affairs. After a moment, he frowned and replied, I haven't heard of him. He is probably from a branch company. How would I know about such matters? What is up with this person? Chen Yun didn't conceal anything and recounted the entire incident. Li Wei's explosive temper flared immediately. Damn it, he is trying to steal Qing Shui? Just wait, I'll look into this. Don't rush, do as I say. A few minutes later, Li Wei laughed and cursed. When it comes to being unscrupulous, it's still you, but I like it. Don't worry, my son. I'll take care of it. Get lost. Who are you calling son? The moment you lost to me in arcade games when you were 14, I already claimed you as my son. Li Wei grumbled. Why are you bringing that up? By the way, I ordered a few boxes of special supplements that should arrive this afternoon. I'll have Xiao Zhu deliver them to you. Chen Yun immediately refused. Don't send them over. I haven't finished the last batch you brought. Go give them to your old man instead. All right, get back to work. I'm hanging up. Qing Shui sat beside him, her hands clasped over her chest, her eyes wide with admiration. Chen Yun felt a bit shy, scratching his head. Do you think I went too far? But I can't help it. He started it. Wow, you look so handsome. I've never seen you so manly. Qing Shui exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement, a newfound sense of security and happiness flooding over her. Chen Yun. He had thought he might leave a bad impression on Qing Shui, but it seemed she genuinely enjoyed the feeling of being protected. Then, he grasped another implication behind her words and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dear wife, could you explain what you mean by never seeing you so manly? Qing Shui blinked, realizing his outstretched hand and immediately understanding, feeling as if two devilish little horns had sprouted from Chen Yun's head, prompting her to plead for mercy. Honey, I didn't mean it like that. It's too late. Go lock the door. I'll show you what manly means. Qing Shui giggled as she retreated to the window. Hubby, I was wrong. I want to come near you. You're the best. I'll go clean the hospital room now. Qing Shui was both enamored and terrified. Who could endure such behavior daily? It took her half a day to recover each time. She was beginning to seriously suspect that her husband was truly unwell. Otherwise, how could he have so much energy? In the main office of Jing Sheng Group, Li Wei looked at the male secretary before him, feeling a headache coming on. I just want to ask, which chairman has a male secretary? But then he remembered how Luo Zhu always greeted him with a cheerful smile when he returned home, wielding a half-meter-long kitchen knife while checking his phone, and thought that perhaps having a male secretary wasn't so bad after all. After all, a dog's life is precious. Look into it. Which branch company recently hired someone named Xiao Zhang? Minutes later, the secretary reported, Director Li, the local branch recently hired a vice president named Xiao Zhang. He has already started. All right, prepare to head to that branch. Li Wei wore a playful smile as he spoke. When they arrived at the branch company, the lobby was already bustling with people. Chairman, greetings. I am Xiao Zhang. Today, the general manager is on a business trip and has instructed me to personally attend to you. Xiao Zhang bowed slightly, a wave of secret delight surging within him. He never anticipated that, as a newcomer, he would have the privilege of hosting the chairman. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to leave a lasting impression. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, a grin playing on his lips. Oh, how fortuitous. The main event has arrived. The show is about to begin. Chapter 68. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Li Wei sat impassively in the conference room, nodding in satisfaction as he listened to Xiao Zhang's annual report and future development objectives. Vice President Xiao, your capabilities are commendable. Both your business acumen and vision are impressive. With further diligence, the company's growth will depend on individuals like you. Upon hearing Li Wei's commendation, Xiao Zhang's heart soared with joy. He could hardly believe the sudden stroke of fortune. With the chairman's words, his path within the company would surely be unobstructed. He was momentarily overwhelmed by the prospect of such wealth and success. He quickly bowed and replied, Thank you for your kind words, Chairman Li. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the company. Li Wei rose, patting him on the shoulder. The company has never been one to undervalue talent. Have you not arranged a welcome banquet yet? Tonight, I shall cover the expenses at Jinhao Hotel, reserving several tables for your friends and family. Let us make it a lively occasion. I will also be in attendance. Jinhao Hotel is renowned as the finest establishment in Ning City. Xiao Zhang was taken aback, flattered by Li Wei's regard for him. Chairman Li, how could I allow you to incur such expenses? Just your presence would be a tremendous honor. Li Wei Shukulat, you are quite understanding. I will personally arrive at 8 p.m. Be sure to prepare accordingly. With that, he made his exit. Xiao Zhang was on the verge of tears from excitement. Having joined Jing Sheng Group only a few days ago, to receive such special treatment from the chairman was beyond his wildest dreams. It would be difficult not to achieve great success from here on out. As Li Wei reached the door, he suddenly turned back. I heard you recently started dating. Be sure to bring her along. Let her see just how remarkable her man truly is. Rest assured, Chairman, I will definitely invite her. The gazes of those in the conference room toward Xiao Zhang had shifted significantly. Li Wei's praise was exceedingly high. It was unheard of for someone to have the chairman personally attend their welcome banquet so soon after joining. The room was soon filled with compliments, and Xiao Zhang's smile nearly reached the heavens. He felt increasingly convinced that this job transition was a remarkable success, while his previous company was well on its way. The profits were meager, barely sufficient for a few visits to a karaoke bar. Now, with the chairman's endorsement, how could the future profits be anything less than substantial? In the afternoon, Xiao Zhang went directly to Tang Yun's home, recounting the day's events with embellishments. Tang Yun, filled with joy, nestled into his embrace. Although this temporary boyfriend was somewhat of a superficial figure, He did possess some wealth and was willing to spend on her. With his newfound success, she felt she wouldn't need to seek another partner for the time being, and her quality of life was bound to improve. My dear, you are truly impressive. I shall depend on you from now on. Tang Yun's fingers playfully grazed his chest, igniting a warm flutter in Xiao Zheng's heart. Don't worry, sweetheart. You should go get ready. Tonight, I'll take you to see the world. Who knows, perhaps Chairman Li might bring along some wealthy friends. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's spirits lifted instantly. If she could meet a few affluent individuals at the banquet, there might even be a chance to marry into wealth. I'm going to get ready right away, ensuring you earn plenty of face. That evening, Xiao Zheng and Tang Yun arrived early at Jinhao Hotel, and upon seeing the reserved tables, he felt a pang of regret for not having let Chairman Li cover the costs. Tang Yun noticed his discomfort and reassured him, "Darling, don't fret over this sum. Making a good impression on the chairman is far more important." Xiao Zheng nodded, pinching her waist playfully. "You're absolutely right. This amount pales in comparison to our future prospects." They welcomed their invited friends and family at the entrance, including Tang Yun's close friends and classmates. They certainly would not miss such a splendid opportunity to showcase themselves, especially with the chairman of Jing Sheng Group attending personally. Zhao Chong came running up to Xiao Zheng. "Vice President Xiao, who would have thought you'd secure a welcome banquet from the chairman so soon after joining Jing Sheng Group? That is truly impressive. It's all thanks to Chairman Li." Xiao Zheng humbly waved his hand, though he relished the praise inwardly. Tang Yun's friends surrounded her, continuously praising her discerning taste in partners, assuring her that a life of luxury awaited her in the future. Just as the flattery was reaching its peak, a Maybach pulled up in front of the hotel, and Li Wei emerged from the car. Xiao Zheng's eyes remained fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing Li Wei, he parted the crowd and hurried over. "Chairman Li, I cannot thank you enough for taking time out of your busy schedule to grace us with your presence. It is truly a great honor." Li Wei smiled and waved his hand dismissively, heading straight into the hotel, inwardly smirking. "Soon enough, you will realize just how honored you truly are. After all, you dared to entertain thoughts about my brother's wife. You must be feeling particularly reckless today." Chapter 69, Betrayed by All. Once inside the hotel, Xiao Zheng ushered Li Wei to the head seat, pouring tea and lighting cigarettes, displaying an exaggerated humility. However, no one mocked him. After all, not everyone has the chance to curry favor with the chairman of Jing Sheng Group. Tang Yun sat nearby, listening to the discussions. When she heard the name Li Wei, she paused, feeling as though she had heard it somewhere before. But her train of thought was quickly interrupted by the envious voices of her friends. "Indeed, it's our Tang Yun. Her taste in boyfriends is exceptional. Look at how Chairman Li treats Xiao Zheng. It's truly enviable. I heard this is the first time Chairman Li has attended a welcome banquet. Xiao Zheng is bound to become a pillar of Jing Sheng Group." Tang Yun was beaming with pride, finally able to hold her head high among her friends. Yet, watching only Li Wei arrive without any other wealthy guests left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Li Wei observed Tang Yun with a discerning gaze, noting her striking beauty. However, he knew that individuals like her were often mere playthings in the eyes of the wealthy second generation. Thankfully, this woman had not crossed paths with him before. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly draw connections to Chen Yun, potentially jeopardizing his future plans. Of course, this was all thanks to Tang Yun's opportunistic nature. Years ago, to maintain control over Chen Yun, she severed ties with all of his friends, especially those childhood acquaintances who spoke ill of her behind her back, making it impossible for her to meet them. Li Wei turned to Xiao Zheng. "Is everyone here? Shall we commence the banquet?" Xiao Zheng nodded eagerly. "Chairman Li, would you like to say a few words first?" Li Wei glanced at the time and shook his head. "Let us eat first. Everyone must be hungry. We can speak afterward." Xiao Zheng agreed and instructed the waiter to begin serving the dishes. During the meal, Li Wei remained silent, focusing solely on his food. When someone offered a toast, he instructed his secretary and Xiao Zheng to intercept it. Xiao Zheng, puzzled by the chairman's unusual behavior, wondered why he was only eating and not speaking. He reassured himself that perhaps the dining customs of the wealthy differed. Surely, Li Wei would address everyone after the meal. Li Wei continued to eat without pause until the banquet hall doors were forcibly swung open, at which point he finally set down his chopsticks inside. 8:30 p.m. Just on time. If it weren't for Xiao Zhu mentioning that dinner wouldn't be prepared tonight, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. It's exhausting. A group of uniformed individuals burst in. "You must be Xiao Zheng, correct? We are representatives of the prosecution, and we currently suspect your involvement in a case of commercial embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds. We kindly request your cooperation in returning with us for an investigation." Xiao Zhengran was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? He had only just commenced his employment banquet, having not even had a bite to eat, and now he was being apprehended? Wasn't he promised a meteoric rise? Wasn't he meant to be the center of attention? He cast a pleading glance at Li Wei, imploring, Director Li, this must be a misunderstanding. Please assist me. I assure you of my unwavering loyalty to the company. Xiao Zhang was genuinely frightened. If the misdeeds from his previous employment were exposed, the prospect of ever being free again seemed bleak. Li Wei rose from his seat, cleared his throat, and addressed the situation. Gentlemen, there's no need to rush to take him away. Allow me a moment to speak. The prosecution officials, acknowledging his authority, nodded and released Xiao Zhang. Dozens of eyes turned to Li Wei, their expressions lighting up with anticipation. Had the chairman finally decided to speak? There was a collective admiration for how Jing Sheng Group valued Xiao Zhang, with Li Wei stepping in to resolve the crisis. Xiao Zhang shared this sentiment, his gaze toward Li Wei brimming with gratitude, nearly prompting him to kneel and call him a father figure. Chen Yun, initially anxious about her new boyfriend, pondered the potential loss of their brief relationship. However, seeing Li Wei intercede on his behalf reassured her. From this moment forth, Xiao Zhang is dismissed from Jingsheng Group. He no longer has any association with our company. You may proceed, gentlemen. With that, Li Wei turned to leave with his secretary, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. The guests in the banquet hall were momentarily stunned, grappling with the unexpected twist. Wasn't Li Wei supposed to assist? How had he so swiftly disassociated himself? Just as Li Wei reached the door, he abruptly turned back, igniting a flicker of hope in Xiao Zhang's previously despondent eyes. Oh, ensure that Xiao Zhang settles the banquet expenses here, or the restaurant may pursue legal action. TSK, while the food here is delectable, is indeed quite expensive. With that, he exited the banquet hall, leaving Xiao Zhang utterly defeated, collapsing to the ground as he turned to Tang Yun. Darling, could you possibly help me by leveraging some connections to gather a bit of money to repay the company? Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in finding someone. However, I truly have no money to spare. This is something you must resolve on your own, she replied. Xiao Zhang, recognizing the insincerity in her words, snapped back. Tang Yun, you have spent your fair share of money, and if I am imprisoned, how will you escape? Upon witnessing his sudden hostility, Tang Yun did not relent. Oh, what a claim. What money of yours have I spent? Was it for meals? Or perhaps for accommodations? I have never asked you to transfer a single penny to me. Do not let these prosecution officials be misled. Xiao Zhang's last shred of hope was utterly extinguished as he finally grasped why she had never accepted any money he sent. She had meticulously plotted this outcome. Friends and family exchanged glances, realizing that this employment banquet had indeed brought both honor and misfortune to Xiao Zhang. Chen Yun watched a video sent by Li Wei, bursting into laughter as he slapped his thigh. Huh, dare to covet my wife's affections? I shall ensure your downfall. Qing Shui, reclining beside him, playfully removed his hand from her leg. You can slap your own thigh if you wish, but do refrain from mine. My dear, should we encounter a similar situation in the future, be certain to inform me. Understood? Qing Shui, meeting his affectionate gaze, nodded happily and nestled closer to him. Chapter 70. Snacks are still delicious. Chen Yun had grown accustomed to Qing Ning's daily offerings of peculiar, yet delightful snacks. Today was no exception. She stealthily closed the door and retrieved a bag of red packaged treats from her backpack. Chen Yun's eyes brightened instantly as he leaned in, whispering, spicy strips with extreme heat. It's been ages since I last indulged in these. We must keep this from your sister. The doctor forbids me from consuming excessively spicy foods. Qing Ning opened the package and offered him a piece, placing it at the corner of his mouth. I'm aware, which is why you may only have this one. I consulted the doctor this morning, and he said your recovery is progressing well. A little spice won't harm you. Chen Yun opened his mouth and devoured the entire strip, inadvertently biting Qing Ning's finger, which nearly made her squeal in surprise. Yet, seeing him gobble it up, she couldn't be upset, revealing two charming dimples as she propped her chin in her hand, watching him intently. Indeed, those with striking features look handsome even while eating. At that moment, Chen Yun's face flushed from the heat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fanned himself with one hand. Hissa, this is marvelous. I want more. Qing Ning quickly concealed the spicy strips behind her back, smiling mischievously. No, the doctor has advised against it. You must consume less. Chen Yun immediately reached for the bag, but his body protested, preventing him from grasping it. He resorted to a different tactic, adopting a pitiful demeanor. My dear sister, you must understand the agony of gazing at delicious food without the ability to partake. Can you truly be so cruel? Her words struck a chord with Qing Ning, who displayed a moment of hesitation, yet she still withheld the bag of spicy strips. Noticing her indecision, Chen Yun pressed on. Once your brother-in-law is able to leave the bed, I will take you for a grand feast. I've heard that a new seafood buffet has opened at the Marriott, and the reviews are exceptional. unlimited abalone and lobster. How does that sound? Lobster? Abalone? Unlimited? Qing Ning couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought. These were delicacies she'd only seen on her phone, rumored to be so delectable they could make one bite their tongue. Indeed, unlimited. Trading a bag of spicy strips for a seafood banquet is quite the bargain. Chen Yun's tone dripped with temptation, akin to a sly wolf enticing an innocent girl. Qing Ning wiped away non-existent drool from her mouth, glancing at Chen Yun with difficulty as she shook her head. No, I can forego seafood. But the doctor insists you truly cannot indulge in too much spice. Be obedient. Once you recover, I will buy you spicy strips every day. Promise. With that, she playfully glared at him, tapping his head with her hand, appearing adorably cute. Chen Yun was taken aback for a few seconds before dramatically flopping onto the bed, pulling the thin blanket over his face and falling silent. Qing Ning, surprised by his reaction, tugged at the blanket fruitlessly as he gripped it tightly. Chen Yun, are you upset? She queried cautiously. After a moment of silence, when he still didn't respond, Qing Ning felt a surge of panic. She had never seen him angry with her, and it left her flustered. Quickly, she sat beside him and gently shook his arm, pouting as she said, "Oh, please don't be angry. I'm only looking out for your health. How about this? I'll let you have one more piece, okay?" Chen Yun's smile gradually faded beneath the blanket. He hadn't anticipated that the typically aloof Qing Ning would resort to such endearing behavior for fear of upsetting him. Her voice trembled, as if she might cry at any moment. He had covered his face not for any other reason, but to conceal his own emotional turmoil. When Qing Ning had declared she could forego seafood, it had struck him deeply. For someone who relished food, the extent of her sacrifice was profoundly moving. "Chen Yun, please don't react this way. I can always let you have some," she murmured softly, her voice quivering as she slowly grasped his large hand through the thin fabric of the blanket. Chen Yun promptly lifted the blanket, unable to bear the sight of his sisters in tears. If they cried, he would be the one left heartbroken. "Haha, I was just teasing you. You said I could eat whatever I wanted, so hurry and feed me." Qing Ning gazed at Chen Yun, her expression still gentle, as the mist in her eyes gradually dissipated. Her large eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing two adorable dimples, and the worry on her face vanished. "You can't just eat anything. You can only have one," she said, producing a stick of spicy snack and placing it, along with her fingers, into Chen Yun's mouth. Observing his satisfied expression, the girl couldn't help but smile. Taking a stick for herself. "Qing Ning, I want more. Ah, this is simply delicious." "No, you can't have any more. Quickly drink some water." "Ouch, why is this so spicy?" "You can't take it. It's mine. Spit it out." In a matter of minutes, the two consumed an entire handful of spicy snacks, their faces flushed red from the heat, sweat dripping down. Qing Ning scolded, "I told you not to eat so much." "Ah, it's too spicy." Chen Yun wiped the sweat from his face, chuckling foolishly and ignoring her complaints. Thinking, "I've finished eating, and you can't make me spit it out." Qing Ning shot him an annoyed glance. "With all this sweat, my sister will definitely guess what happened when she gets back. I'm going to be in big trouble. Just wait here." With that, she turned and headed to the bathroom. After a moment of running water, Qing Ning returned with a basin of clean water. "Lie down. Let me help you wipe off." Chen Yun immediately recalled an embarrassing moment from that day and waved his hand. "No, that's unnecessary. I can do it myself." "If you can wipe yourself, do you think I would want to help you?" "I'm not embarrassed. Why should a grown man like you feel embarrassed?" Seeing Chen Yun still hesitating, she stamped her foot. "My sister will be back soon, and we'll both be in trouble." Upon hearing Qing Shue's name, Chen Yun obediently laid down, instinctively feeling a natural fear of her. Regardless of how things were before, what he feared most now was making his wife angry. Chapter 71. Discharged and returning home. A few minutes later, Qing Ning took the basin to the bathroom. Upon returning, she retrieved a box of yogurt she had prepared earlier. After opening it, she scooped a spoonful and brought it to Chen Yun's lips. "Drink some yogurt. After eating so much spicy food, your stomach won't be able to handle it." Chen Yun opened his mouth for a sip but continued to stare at the ceiling, remaining silent. "Hey, I have to tell you about something interesting that happened at school today." As she fed him yogurt, she recounted amusing anecdotes from school. After a few exchanges, Chen Yun's attention was captured, and they resumed their light-hearted banter, seemingly forgetting the earlier awkwardness. By the time Qing Shue returned with fruits, the two had reverted to their usual selves, showing no signs of anything amiss. "Darling, let us discharge tomorrow. It's too boring here and inconvenient for everything." Qing Shue replied with concern, "We should stay here for a while longer. Although home is comfortable, it lacks so much medical equipment and I'm worried." "What are you worried about? You know your husband is strong and healthy, right? I don't need injections or IVs anymore. All I need is rest. Let us discharge tomorrow." Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Qing Shue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nervously glanced at her sister. Seeing her still focused on her studies, she let out a sigh of relief. In a soft voice, she replied, all right. I know you're the toughest. Tomorrow, I'll ask the doctor, and if there's no problem, we'll head home. Chen Yun nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I knew you cared about me the most. Qingning piqued at their intimacy, feeling utterly delighted. Indeed, only in such a comforting environment could one truly call it home. The next morning, Qing Xue inquired with the doctor and received an affirmative response. She hurried back to tell Chen Yun. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yun immediately called Chen Hanlin. Big brother, come pick me up. I'm going home. You can go back now. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. In no time, the old man arrived, helping to pack up personal belongings, and they set off home with their luggage in tow. Lying on the familiar bed, Chen Yun felt a profound sense of relief. Indeed, nothing compared to the comfort of home. Qing Xue was also infected by his joy, cheerfully saying, I'll cook a few extra dishes tonight. Let us invite Dad over. He has lost weight worrying about you during this time. Chen Yun nodded. You're always so considerate, my dear. You've worked hard. By the way, let us bring some desserts for Qingning. She has been studying hard lately. Got it. You spoil her the most. If we have a daughter in the future, won't you spoil her to the heavens? Qing Xue said with a helpless smile. Chen Yun immediately shook his head, realizing this was a dangerous topic, and pulled her into an embrace. I spoil you the most. Any daughter would have to take a back seat. If you don't believe me, I swear. Don't make promises carelessly, Qing Xue said, pressing her finger against his lips. Don't say such things. Making promises brings no good. Looking at her serious expression made his heart melt. This silly girl cared for him so much that even words that could be construed as detrimental were off limits. All right, I understand. He held Qing Xue tightly, resting his chin on her silky hair. Qing Xue enjoyed this position, pressing her little face against his chest, listening to his gradually quickening heartbeat, feeling a surge of pride. Indeed, this man always had thoughts of her, no matter the time. In the evening, the sunset barely peeked over the horizon, and the distant clouds were ablaze with fiery red. Upon entering, Qingning immediately caught the aroma of stir-fried dishes. After setting down her backpack, she dashed to the kitchen. Seeing the array of delectable dishes on the dining table, her large eyes sparkled with delight. So much delicious food. Chen Yun, watching Qing Xue in the kitchen, seized the opportunity to sneak a piece of fried meat to Qingning's lips. Quick, open your mouth. Qingning opened her mouth wide and savored the morsel, her eyes squinting with joy. This was the essence of happiness. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon Qingning had sampled everything on the table. When Qing Xue brought over the braised fish, she caught sight of Qingning looking like a little hamster, her round face puffed up as she gazed at her. You've been sneaking bites again. It must be your brother-in-law who fed you. Husband, you can't spoil her like this. Dad hasn't tea arrived yet. There's no reason to eat first. Seeing the two lower their heads in embarrassment, Qing Xue shook her head and playfully poked each of their foreheads. Watching her turn to leave, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, and then Chen Yun resumed his feeding duties. As they gathered around the table to eat, Chen Hanlin looked at Qingning in surprise. Why are you eating so little today? Have you been studying too hard? Qing Xue immediately interjected. It's not that she has been studying too hard. She simply ate too much earlier. Qingning shyly called out, sister. Seeing her adorable expression made everyone chuckle. The warm atmosphere enveloped the living room, creating a pleasantly tipsy feeling. Chapter 72. Waterproofing. The summer's clamor gradually subsided, with a gentle breeze carrying a refreshing coolness. Under Qing Xue's attentive care, Chen Yun was recovering rapidly. He had even gained some weight, though his abdominal muscles showed no signs of being obscured. After all, certain activities could enhance his fitness. During this time, Qing Xue had also become stunningly radiant, constantly thinking of ways to care for Chen Yun, preparing various delicious meals and purchasing items to deepen their bond, her spirits soaring. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, and her skin appeared increasingly fair. As Chen Yun would say, this was the result of ample protein intake. Now that Chen Yun is able to move freely, his daily routine consists of light rehabilitation exercises, accompanying Qing Xue, or delving into business literature to enrich his experiences. He has already begun to contemplate his future development. One day, Qing Xue sat on the rattan chair on the rooftop, her phone in hand, while Chen Yun lazily reclined on her lap, engrossed in a book on business. Dear wife, shall we go out for seafood tonight? I've promised Qingning for ages. Why are you crying? As he placed the book on his stomach, he noticed Qing Xue wiping tears from her eyes while holding her phone. Qing Xue grabbed a tissue to dab her tear-stained cheeks, saying, It's nothing. I just read a novel that resonated with me. What a coincidence. Let me have a look, Chen Yun said, taking her phone. He paused for a moment upon seeing the title, Reborn after XXXX. Flipping through a few pages, he realized she was indeed correct. It bore a striking resemblance to her own story, although it had a meager readership. Chen Yun nodded and quickly added it to his bookshelf, remarking, "Hurry and leave a 5-star review. Who knows, if the author goes hungry one day, there will be nothing left to read." Is it really that dire? Of course. I reckon the daily income is barely in the single digits. They wouldn't even dare to buy instant noodles with sausage. Perhaps if we give the book a little push, they might survive a few more days. Chen Yun casually sent a few free gifts, immediately receiving heartfelt thanks from the author. At that moment, his phone rang. Qing Shui picked it up and chuckled. "It's Tang Yun calling. Do you want to answer? That woman is truly bothersome. Didn't I tell her to stop calling so frequently? Ever since Xiao Zhang got arrested, she has been fixated on me, pouring all her energy into this non-existent relocation compensation." Chen Yun took the call and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Why are you calling again? Aren't you worried Qing Shui will see?" On the other end, Tang Yun's voice was sultry and teasing. "Oh, I just missed you. How's your recovery going?" "I'm nearly healed." "What's the matter?" "Of course there's something. Now that you're better, can't we indulge in a bit of physical activity? Let's find an excuse to meet tonight. I've booked a room for you. Just don't let that yellow-faced woman find out. I want to have time tonight. Qing Shui is keeping a close watch on me. Just tell me what you need." Tang Yun playfully whined. "I wanted to discuss the relocation of the houses in Ximing village. I visited there a few days ago." Chen Yun's heart stirred. Tang Yun was indeed still worried about him, going there in person. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements. The villagers had long been bought off by him. So even if Tang Yun went, it would be futile. They had all agreed on a unified narrative. The relocation of Ximing village would occur in due time, and they were merely waiting to receive their compensation and move. Moreover, Chen Yun had posted numerous notices, conveniently ensuring Tang Yun would see them. Even if she went to the town government to verify, there would be someone to handle her inquiries. His plans were meticulously crafted, and she had already begun to trust his words, which was why she was eager to meet him to secure a share of the spoils. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yun said nonchalantly, "All right, let us meet at 6 this evening. I'll find a reason to step out." Tang Yun immediately sat up, her voice sweetly coaxing, "Darling, I'll be waiting for you. Tonight, you mustn't leave easily." After hanging up, Qing Shui promptly stood and ran to the side, her cheeks flushed as she teasingly said, "Save some energy for your rendezvous with Tang Yun tonight. Don't cause me any more trouble." Chen Yun wore a mischievous smile as he slowly approached her. As the impending demon drew near, Qing Shui gasped and dashed downstairs, exclaiming, "Hurry and show that Tang Yun what you're made of." "Haha, husband, I was wrong. I won't mock you again." Chen Yun scooped her up in his arms. Each time he held her like this, Qing Shui felt a profound sense of happiness. He affectionately kissed her cheek, genuinely pleased that she could jest about him, as it indicated that Tang Yun no longer posed any threat to her. Alleviating years of emotional turmoil, he settled down with Qing Shui in the chair, their faces close enough to feel each other's breath. She whispered softly, "Go ahead. But if you do, I'll be jealous. You must leave behind what needs to be left." Chen Yun immediately understood. He hoped that the chair had good water resistance. Qing Ning looked at the two of them in the car with surprise. "Sister, why are you here to pick me up today? No need to come up. Your brother-in-law has a date. Let us go." Qing Shui jumped out of the car, teasingly. "A date? With whom? Is there anyone prettier than my sister?" Her rapid-fire questions took on a slightly hostile tone, as if she were a little guardian. Chen Yun quickly produced the prepared strawberry candied hawthorn. "Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. You two go browse them all for a bit, and I will join you shortly." "Come on, I'm just kidding. Your brother-in-law has things to attend to." Watching the two of them exchange glances, Qing Ning accepted the candied hawthorn, shaking her tiny fist in warning. At that moment, someone called from behind. "Qing Ning, your sister is here to pick you up? See you tomorrow." Qing Ning immediately resumed her icy demeanor, coldly bidding farewell to her classmate. Chen Yun shook his head in resignation. Although this girl had changed significantly and could now communicate normally with her classmates, her persona in front of outsiders remained unchanged, revealing her true self only at home. Reflecting on the increasingly cunning nature of the young girl, he found himself reminiscing about the once frosty Qing Ning. While those long legs were indeed a sight to behold, no one wished to be constantly threatened. Watching the sisters walk away, Chen Yun checked the location on his phone and drove straight to the hotel. Chapter 73. The Game Between Two. Upon arriving at the room Tang Yun had booked, Chen Yun paused at the entrance. Tang Yun was seated on the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, adorned with delicate makeup, dressed in a sheer black nightgown. Her toes playfully dangled a pair of creamy slippers, swaying gently. The view was tantalizingly alluring. Having seen many stunning women like Qing Shui, Chen Yun found himself somewhat indifferent to Tang Yun's appearance. Nonetheless, to avoid arousing her suspicions, he needed to act exceedingly enthusiastic. And thus it was time to showcase his acting skills. Tang Yun rose, pouring a glass of red wine from the decanter and handing it to Chen Yun. "Why did you arrive so late? Have some wine." I wouldn't dare drink. I need to return home soon. Chen Yun set the wine glass down and lunged towards him. Her voice sultry. I've missed you so much. It's been ages since I last saw you. Chen Yun swiftly sidestepped her, suppressing his discomfort as he replied, Darling, wait a moment. I can't afford to have your perfume on me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain when I return. Just hold on a bit longer. Once the money is in hand, I promise to make it worthwhile for you. Chen Yun cast him a mournful glance. Fine. It's all that wretched Qing Shue's fault. Otherwise, we would have. Hearing this made Chen Yun grimace. She was quite the conversationalist. Based on his previous experiences, even when he had been infatuated with her, they had never crossed any lines, especially now that Qing Shui was in the picture. So, how was your visit to Ximing village? Not great. There are no houses for sale there anymore. Didn't you acquire a few recently? Chen Yun nodded. Indeed. I picked up two. As you can see, I even got injured in the process. Does Qing Shui know about your property acquisitions? I gotta let her know. These transactions were all private. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she seated herself beside Chen Yun, casually draping a leg over him. With a sultry tone, she inquired, if you were to directly claim the demolition compensation using the house, Qing Shui would undoubtedly find out. What will you do then? Chen Yun lowered his gaze, feigning distraction from her alluring leg, swallowing hard as he replied, I've pondered that too. I wish to sell the house first. I cannot let Qing Shui grow suspicious, especially since she possesses considerable funds. Tang Yun was pleased with Chen Yun's response. Indeed, a devoted admirer would easily succumb to a hint of sweetness. Darling, why not transfer the house into my name first? Once the money is secured, we can flee together, free from worries. Chen Yun shook his head, stating, It's not that I don't trust you, but I acquired the house using Qing Shui's money, which is precisely why I wish to sell it swiftly. Otherwise, she will certainly discover the truth. This explanation was flawlessly crafted, rendering Tang Yun's hopes of a bargain futile. However, she remained undeterred, seductively asking, How much did you spend on acquiring the house? Chen Yun retrieved his phone, pretended to calculate for a while, and then stated, I have two properties. Although they are not as grand as Qing Shui's home and lack farmland, they still cost over 8 million. Tang Yun gasped, What? You spent that much? Of course. He replied, After demolition, the value will multiply several times over. I fought tooth and nail to secure them. Tang Yun contemplated for a moment before nestling into Chen Yun's embrace, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest as she murmured, How about this? Sell the house to me. And once we receive the compensation, you can take the money from Qing Shui. We can then live the rest of our lives without a care. Chen Yun abruptly stood, feeling a complete lack of affection for Tang Yun at that moment. Each recollection of the misfortune she had caused him filled him with bitterness. This idea is tempting. But do you truly have that much money? Tang Yun pressed closer, grasping his hand and saying, But you are here too, right? Together. We should be close to the amount needed. Chen Yun helplessly shook his head. Are you unaware of how much I have? It will be fortunate to produce a few thousand. He sighed. Let's abandon this matter. I will seek other buyers. As long as I can obtain Qing Shui's money, it will suffice for our needs. This tactic of retreating to advance unsettled Tang Yun, who was unwilling to let go of the lucrative opportunity. She clutched Chen Yun's hand, shaking it persistently as she whined, Darling, don't rush. Let's think of a solution. What solution could there be? If I don't pay Qing Shui in a timely manner, she will become suspicious, and we cannot afford to lose everything over a minor issue. Tang Yun stubbornly countered, Why not offer her a little less? Just say you spent it. She can't hold that against you. Chen Yun internally scoffed, realizing he had been ensnared. Yet, he still shook his head in reluctance. No, this is too risky. At that moment, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he signaled for silence to Tang Yun. Hello, dear wife, what's the matter? Immediately, a voice on the other end shouted, Where have you been? Come back and cook, I'm starving. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. Was this the same meek Qing Shui she had known? Their last encounter revealed a significant shift in her demeanor. It seemed her status had risen. And now her attitude towards Chen Yun had changed as well. Chen Yun quickly nodded and bowed in apology. Wife, I went out to buy groceries. I'll return shortly to prepare dinner. Please hold on. Before he could finish, the call abruptly ended. Qing Ning stared wide-eyed at her sister, forgetting to chew on her half-eaten candied hawthorn. What were these two up to? They had been fine moments ago, and now they were quarreling? Qing Shui's expression was even more endearing as she fanned her flushed cheeks, murmuring, You scared me. That was the first time I saw him so fierce. I hope he isn't angry. After Chen Yun hung up, a smile graced his lips. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a future where, after a night of revelry with friends, Qing Shui might yell at him in a similar manner. It seemed rather amusing. Tang Yun grasped his hand, her tone laced with sympathy. Darling, I truly feel for you. I never anticipated that Qing Shui would start barking orders at you. I should have sold her off long ago. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, realizing Tang Yun was employing her cunning tactics of division. It's all right, in no time. I shall be rid of her, he replied. I will head back now. We can discuss the house later. Without waiting for Tang Yun to object, he exited the room and strode towards the elevator, leaving her behind. Tang Yun called after him, her voice sweet. Don't rush to sell the house to anyone else. I'll think of a plan. Watching him step into the elevator, her smile vanished, and she inwardly cursed. A devoted admirer is still just that. Once the money is in hand, who will pay you any mind? This unspoken battle concluded, and in a mere span of minutes, both had amassed countless schemes in their minds. Back in his car, Chen Yun changed into fresh clothes, discarding the ones he had worn earlier. After lighting a cigarette and checking his scent, he felt relieved. Thankfully, he had purchased 2 identical outfits. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently carried Tang Yun as fragrance. Despite not having done anything inappropriate, he still wished to be considerate of Qing Shui's feelings. After all, it was unnecessary to create any rift due to Tang Yun's manipulative antics. To obliterate any evidence, Chen Yun disposed of the clothes before driving to the mall where the sisters were. As he approached the mall entrance from the parking lot, he spotted a slender silhouette waiting expectantly amidst the bustling crowd. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me outside? Chen Yun remarked, unable to resist a teasing comment. She replied, she went a queue for milk tea. I was worried you might not find me, so I came out to wait. Qing Shui's eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy upon seeing Chen Yun. Let us go inside and find Qing Ning, he said, taking her hand as they walked in together. Upon reaching the milk tea shop, Qing Ning emerged holding 3 cups and waved enthusiastically upon seeing them. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Chen Yun took a sip of the tea, savoring the flavor. We're off to a seafood buffet, as I promised you some time ago. Upon hearing the word seafood, Qing Ning's mind instantly conjured images of delicacies such as lobster and abalone, her eyes widening in delight as she slipped into the quintessential state of a true foodie. Wow, brother-in-law, you're the best. You actually remembered this. Indeed, that bag of spicy snacks was not sacrificed in vain. Spicy snacks? What spicy snacks? Qing Shui queried, casting a puzzled glance at the two, sensing there was something she was unaware of. Chen Yun quickly shot Qing Ning a warning look, concerned that she might inadvertently reveal something that Qing Shui ought not to know about. It's nothing. Let us hurry along. We've already made a reservation. Realizing the importance of keeping this from her sister, Qing Ning stuck out her tongue playfully and dashed ahead. At the entrance of the restaurant, Qing Ning's attention was captivated by a colossal sign, adorned with vibrant illustrations of various marine creatures, so lifelike they seemed to leap off the board. Chen Yun chuckled. One can tell from this sign that the establishment is quite earnest in its presentation. No wonder a reservation was necessary. Qing Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, just looking at it makes one feel that those dishes must be incredibly delectable. She swallowed hard in anticipation. Chen Yun replied, it seems we are not discussing the same matter at all. Well, what can one expect when conversing about environmental issues with a foodie? Guided by the waiter, the trio made their way down the corridor to their reserved private room. As the waiter presented an iPad, Chen Yun promptly took it, stating, allow me to place the order. Let us start with a few portions of each dish, and if they prove delightful, we can order more. The sisters exchanged grateful glances at Chen Yun's thoughtfulness. Having never visited such an establishment before, they were unsure of the protocol, and without Chen Yun, they might have found themselves in an embarrassing situation. In no time, an array of exquisite dishes was served. This is New Zealand rock lobster, with a sweet and tender flavor, Chen Yun explained. Try this sea urchin. It's freshly harvested, and its texture is reminiscent of ice cream. That dish is Buddha jumps over the wall, containing sea cucumbers and abalone. The steamed king crab is the highlight of today's menu. I believe Qing Ning will adore its flavor. As Chen Yun thoughtfully introduced the culinary delights on the table, Qing Ning shifted into her dedicated foodie mode, her expression serious and reverent, as if she were not merely presented with seafood, but with something extraordinarily magnificent. Watching Qing Ning savor each bite, Chen Yun felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Were it not for the burdens she bore, one might mistake her for a refined young lady, exhibiting decorum and gravity at the dining table. Yet Chen Yun understood that Qing Ning was intent on imprinting the flavors of these dishes into her memory, ensuring that even if she could not taste them again in the future, the recollections would remain vivid. Qing Shui held a peeled red prawn to Chen Yun's mouth, exclaiming, this is crispy and sweet. It's delightful. Chen Yun popped the entire prawn into his mouth, not hesitating to savor the sauce clinging to Qing Shui's fingers. Indeed, quite good. We must order more of this. When a waiter presented a lobster the size of a football, Qing Ning, who was engrossed in her meal, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This is even larger than in the videos. It looks utterly delicious. But will I accidentally bite my tongue while chewing on something so delectable? She pondered anxiously. 2 hours later, the trio exited the seafood buffet, their hearts full. Qingning glanced back at the enormous sign, her thoughts drifting to the unfinished lobster, and she unconsciously shook her fist in determination, her gaze resolute. That lobster is merely a minor obstacle. I shall conquer it next time. During the peak hours of foot traffic in the mall, Chen Yun and Qing Shue wandered aimlessly. Turning around, they found Qingning entranced by a claw machine, perhaps unable to resist the allure of the fluffy prizes. Qingning, would you like to give it a try? I'll go get some game tokens. Qingning immediately shook her head in refusal. No thanks. I've heard it's incredibly difficult to win. It's just a money trap. Yet her eyes remained glued to the dolls inside, indicating the undeniable allure they held over her. The first time Qingning encountered a claw machine was in her first year of high school, at a supermarket by the school gate. For a time, it became a trend among students to try their luck at winning toys, and she would often hide in a corner, watching intently for quite a while. Only after the players dispersed would she dare to approach, gazing at the colorful, fluffy prizes, finding them irresistibly charming. Here, take this and have fun. Just put in 2 tokens each time, Chen Yun said, placing 10 game tokens in front of her. Qingning remained silent, taking the tokens with an intense focus. Her expression turned serious as she inserted 2 tokens and fixated on the claw machine's mechanical hand. Qing Shue watched her sister's demeanor, stifling a giggle. There was something comically warlike about her determination. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Qingning's eyes. This was her moment. With a decisive press of the button, the mechanical claw descended, grasping the head of a doll. The Pikachu doll was lifted, its cheerful face now facing her, and a smile gradually spread across Qingning's face. It's coming out. It's coming out, she exclaimed in anticipation. Yet, as the doll fell, it landed awkwardly at the edge of the exit, its face squished, mirroring the disappointment on Qingning's own face. It's all right. I still have 4 chances, she reassured herself. Taking a deep breath, she became serious once more, carefully calculating her next move. Chen Yun and Qing Shue observed closely from behind her. With each opportunity, Qingning approached with utmost seriousness, deliberating for ages. Yet her efforts yielded no success. Soon, all her chances were exhausted, and she stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the large yellow rat within the glass case. That's not Pikachu. It looks more like a demonic rodent, she thought as disappointment washed over her. It's fine, if I can't catch it. Then I can't. After all, this is just a money trap. That's completely normal. As Qingning consoled herself, she turned to find her sister watching her with gentle eyes, and she could no longer hold back, launching herself into Qing Shue's embrace. Pouting, she complained, Sister, that big yellow rat bullied me. It owes me $10. Did you see? I could VE caught it, but it fell halfway, and that mechanical claw was so limp, swaying back and forth. It was clearly preventing me from winning. Qing Shue gently stroked her head, torn between laughter and sympathy at her adorable, aggrieved expression. You're working so hard, she whispered to console her. Qingning rarely acted so spoiled, leaving Chen Yun momentarily entranced. Was this girl experiencing a split personality? At school, she was an ice-cold beauty. In front of Qing Shue, she was an endearing little girl. Yet with him, she was gradually becoming a more cunning young lady. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Chen Yun reminded himself that regardless of how Qingning transformed, he would always dote on her. He approached the token machine, and the clatter of coins filled Qingning's ears. Turning to look, she saw Chen Yun returning with another 10 game tokens. This is just a scam. A tax on intelligence. You're wasting money, she pouted in dissatisfaction. It's fine. I'll give it a try. I've never played with one of these before, Chen Yun said, standing before the claw machine. The next moment, he casually pressed the button. Qingning was left speechless. Such nonchalance surely would not lead to success in capturing a doll, would it? Suddenly, a cheerful melody emanated from the claw machine. In a moment of exuberance, Chen Yun retrieved a Pikachu plush from the claw machine and waved it at Qingning, exclaiming, "Isn't fortune smiling upon me?" Observing his prideful demeanor, Qingning felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, suddenly reminded of the old man at home. It was evident that the apple did not fall far from the tree. Their antics were strikingly similar. Chen Yun shoved the large yellow rodent along with the remaining game tokens into Qingning's hands. Give it another go. The instant the plush emerges, you will experience unparalleled joy. Tempted by his words, Qingning once again found herself before the claw machine, inhaling deeply as her expression turned serious. This time, I am certain of success, she encouraged herself repeatedly. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Failure struck on the first attempt. A second failure followed. On the third, she even resorted to Chen Yun's haphazard button-mashing technique. Yet still, she was met with disappointment. At this juncture, Qing Ning teetered on the brink of despair. Feeling utterly wronged, once again, she had been swindled. It seemed the claw machine was conspiring against her, and now only one opportunity remained. Unable to bear the sight of her sister's distress, Qing Shui tugged at Chen Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Go help her, or she might just burst into tears." Nodding in agreement, Chen Yun positioned himself behind Qing Ning. At that moment, she was fixated on a small dolphin within the machine. One hand gripping the joystick and the other hovering over the button. Just as she was about to press it, a warm voice whispered in her ear, "Don't rush. Allow me to guide you." A pair of hands encircled her waist, gently taking hold of her delicate fingers. Qing Ning froze momentarily, instinctively wanting to pull away. However, as she turned, she was met with a pair of clear, untainted eyes, mere centimeters apart. She could even catch a hint of Chen Yun's unique scent, which, to her surprise, was not unpleasant. Grabbing plush toys requires a certain finesse. One must not only consider the angle, but also calculate the claw's grip strength. Qing Ning spun her head around, instinctively asking, "How do you know this?" "I've seen videos on it," Chen Yun replied nonchalantly. Little did he reveal to Qing Ning that the tuition he had paid in mastering the claw machine could have purchased hundreds of plush toys. "Now is the time," he said, gripping her hand firmly and pressing the button. As the machine emitted joyful music, a blue and white dolphin tumbled out. Success! A radiant smile illuminated Qing Ning's face. Indeed, just as Chen Yun had promised, the moment the plush emerged, a wave of satisfaction surged within her. Stepping back, Chen Yun playfully patted her head as one would a child, saying, "Qing Ning, you truly are remarkable." She nodded vigorously, cradling the dolphin as if it were a treasured possession, her face aglow with happiness. With a larger dolphin already at home, this new addition would ensure neither would feel lonely. The young girl had already envisioned a cozy spot for her newfound companion. Upon returning home, as the lights flickered on, Chen Yun was startled to see the old man sitting on the couch and exclaimed, "Dad, what brings you here?" Noticing the stern look on his father's face, Chen Yun realized a grave oversight. He had left the old man behind while they indulged in seafood. Surely, was he still hungry, was he? In Chapter 76, the sisters exchanged whispers. Chen Yun shyly handed the remaining half-cup of milk tea to Chen Hanlin, stammering, "Big brother, this milk tea is for you. Would you like to give it a try?" The old man's already unkind expression darkened as 3 visible lines of displeasure appeared on his forehead. "Is this what you offer to honor your elder brother?" Qing Shui tugged at Chen Yun, quietly explaining, "I informed Dad about the seafood outing. He was worried about his stomach and chose not to join. He must be upset over something else." Realizing it wasn't tea hunger that caused his father's ire, Chen Yun swiftly retracted the half-cup of milk tea, casually placing the straw between his lips as he sprawled on the sofa. "I say, old man, are you putting on a show for me? Looking for a reason to give me a thrashing?" Chen Hanlin regarded Chen Yun with a stoic expression, several times attempting to speak, but ultimately swallowing his words, before finally seizing Chen Yun by the ear and rising. "You little rascal, come with me. Hey, take it easy, or my ear might fall off." What kind of old man resorts to sneak attacks? Qing Shui observed the departing father and son, shaking her head with a smile. She had a hunch regarding the source of Chen Hanlin's annoyance and anticipated another round of explanations from her husband. Turning back to Qing Ning, she pinched her little sister's cheek playfully. "Why don't you put down that large yellow rodent and the little dolphin and join me for a bath?" Qing Ning eagerly nodded. "You'll help me scrub my back, right?" With a tender embrace, Qing Shui replied, "Of course." The sounds of playful banter between the sisters echoed from the bedroom, radiating warmth and affection. Meanwhile, Chen Yun rubbed his slightly reddened ear and, in a fit of retaliation, took out a bag of tea leaves, pouring them into the teapot, much to the old man's dismay. "Hey, who drinks tea like that? Leave some for me. What is he so riled up?" As he poured hot water into the teapot, he denied his father any chance to reclaim the tea leaves. Chen Hanlin glared at the floating tea leaves, exclaiming, "Did you go to a hotel with Tang Yin? Oh, how did you hear about that so quickly? Did Qing Shui inform you?" The old man's expression darkened. "What does it matter how I know? Are you once again being deceived?" "I had Qing Shui tell you about it," Chen Yun replied, sipping the tea with satisfaction as he leaned back on the sofa, glancing at the astonished old man. That expression was precisely what he sought to elicit. Finally, he had caught the old man off guard, who had been trying to outsmart him at every turn. Chen Yun continued, "There should be no secrets within a family. Hence, I had Qing Shui inform you beforehand. I wouldn't want you to discover this from someone else and misunderstand." He then recounted the events that transpired with Tang Yun at the hotel. Upon hearing this, the old man exhaled deeply, a familiar smile returning to his face as he snatched the teacup from Chen Yun's hand and drank it in one gulp. What a relief. I knew it. My little brother is absolutely reliable and must not fall prey to that woman again. Chen Yun, feeling a twinge of discontent, poured another cup of tea. I must say, big brother, your ability to change expressions rivals that of any Sichuan opera performer. You weren't quite this amiable moments ago. Don't dwell on the details. As you mentioned, Tang Yun has already come to believe in the truth of this matter. However, your plan has some flaws. Listen to me. Here's what you should do next. After hearing Chan Hanlin's advice, Chen Yun couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this old man possessed wisdom. His approach to problem-solving far more comprehensive than his own. Once the serious matters were concluded, Chen Hanlin pulled out a chess set. Shall we play a couple of games? But let us agree, if you lose, no getting angry. The old man shot him a sidelong glance. Lose? What are you thinking? I have been battling in the old man's circle downstairs without a single defeat. Do you really think I would lose to you? Setting up the chess pieces. Chen Yun chuckled. That remains to be seen. Let us see who truly has the skill. 2 minutes later, Chen Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the chessboard, lost in thought. In chapter 77, the notion of cheating proved to be quite advantageous. Lost. How is that even possible? A fleeting suspicion crossed his mind that the old man might be cheating, anticipating 10 moves ahead. His own strategies were thoroughly thwarted, leaving him with no viable options. Chen Hanlin, stroking his beard, assumed an air of superiority. Son, you are still too naive. Perhaps you should refine your skills before attempting to catch up with old Wu next door. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yun's expression darkened. The old man certainly had a sharp tongue, hurling insults without any foul language. That Wu Lao air was akin to a cerebral thrombosis. Speaking was a laborious task for him, let alone playing chess. If you continue this way, don't blame me for being ruthless, Chen Yun declared, rearranging the chess pieces. Earlier, I let you win. This time, I shall be serious. Serious? With your meager skills, I could win even if I lost my mind, came the retort. At this moment, Chen Yun quietly took out his phone. A few minutes later, Chen Hanlin furrowed his brow, contemplating the chessboard. Brother, I must take my leave. Take your time to ponder. Once your skills surpass those of Wu Lao air, we can play again. Chen Yun, holding a teapot, rose to leave, feeling something was amiss. He turned back to grab a packet of tea leaves before finally stepping out. With the old man's stern visage etched in his mind, Chen Yun felt a swell of pride. Come now, no matter how formidable you are, can you rival the prowess of chess software designed by a grandmaster? To triumph over Chen Hanlin, Chen Yun had indeed gone to great lengths, even spending 8 yuan to purchase a membership that granted him access to all the chess in-game studies. The next morning, Qing Shui yawned while preparing breakfast, having stayed up far too late the previous night. Only when Chen Hanlin entered did Chen Yun feign just waking up, yawning as he emerged from his bedroom. He was taken aback by the deep-set eyes of the old man. Did you not sleep well last night, brother? The old man shot him an irritated glare, taking a bite of his bun. Great. Our family of 4 is neatly assembled, yet none have slept well. So, I pondered throughout the night and sensed something amiss with your chess moves yesterday. Before he could finish, Chen Yun quickly interjected, Brother, it's your turn to take action. A few days ago, I rummaged through your box of property deeds and noticed a 3-story office building on the commercial street, correct? Upon hearing this, the old man's attention was immediately piqued, momentarily forgetting about the chess. Chen Yun exhaled in relief. If the old man were to learn that he had played against the chess grandmaster the day before, he might very well chase him around the house with a slipper. However, the chess membership proved quite useful. It would provide opportunities to outmaneuver the elderly gentleman downstairs, who always seemed so engrossed in his games. Son, the property is sound. What are your plans? I intend to establish a media company. That office building is still available for rent, correct? Let us negotiate with the tenants and reclaim it. At this juncture, the media industry was at the peak of its popularity. Though competition was fierce, the profits were staggering. Chen Hanlin nodded in agreement. This industry is indeed promising. Leave the office building matters to me. The tenant contacted me recently, expressing intentions to vacate, and we should be able to reclaim it in a few days. Then, the old man leaned in conspiratorially. I have a few capable individuals under my wing and management. Once you finalize things, I'll reach out to them, and you can sit down for discussions. If they're of use, we can bring them on board. Chen Yun's eyes sparkled. That is my brother. You truly deliver when it matters. Haha, indeed. Qing Shui observed the affectionate camaraderie between the father and son. Stifling a giggle, their bond seemed to surpass that of most fathers and sons. After breakfast, Chen Yun picked up his backpack. Little panda, stop eating. We're going to be late. Did you study late last night? Qing Ning stuffed half a bun into her mouth, her round face resembling that of a little hamster hoarding food. She cast a resentful glance at Chen Yun. I didn't study your nonsense. I barely slept last night. And I have an exam today. How am I supposed to survive? You've doomed me. Tapter seit segment kahexa, completing king ning's assignment. Seeing Qing Ning storm off in anger, he quickly pursued her. In the car, Chen Yun kept quiet, acutely aware of the icy demeanor of the young girl beside him, fearful that she might suddenly erupt and hurl him out of the vehicle. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qing Ning took her backpack, walked a few steps, then abruptly returned, glaring at Chen Yun. You must find a reason to deal with that woman once you get home. She's insufferable. 3 days without a beating, and she'll start acting up. Don't say I instigated you. Huh? Chen Yun stared at the fuming Qing Ning, utterly perplexed by how his wife had offended her to the point of demanding retribution. Naturally, he dared not take her words seriously, given the bond between the two sisters. He might find himself on the receiving end of their wrath. Understood. I'll handle it when I get back. Now off to school with you. Hearing his assurance, the young girl finally calmed down, her charming dimples reappearing on her lovely face. All right, come pick me up in the evening, and don't be late. I'm off. Just as Qing Ning turned to leave, a classmate in uniform approached, grabbing her arm with a smile. What a coincidence. Let us walk together. Then, glancing at Chen Yun, her eyes widened. Is this your brother-in-law? Chen Yun observed the girl before him. Her hair was short, her round face plump, and her figure considerably fuller than Qing Ning's, exuding an air of innocence. Upon seeing her classmate, Qing Ning's smile vanished, restoring her icy goddess persona. She dragged the girl toward the school. The girl turned back to warmly greet Chen Yun. Hello, brother. King Jiao Jiao, King Ning Stiskmate. At the mention of brother, Qing Ning's steps faltered, her frosty demeanor intensifying as she shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao. You should call me brother-in-law. Perhaps others wouldn't notice. But Chen Yun perceived that this girl seemed upset. However, he was still uncertain about the reason behind her ire. He hastily waved his hand. Call me whatever you like. In the future, our Qing Ning will surely trouble you often. Feel free to visit our home. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly. Rest assured, I'll take good care of Qing Ning. Goodbye, brother. As he watched the two figures disappear, Chen Yun felt a wave of nostalgia. How swiftly the young girl was maturing, already making friends. The other girls seemed to possess some social charm, and their personalities complemented each other well. Upon reaching the classroom, Qin Xiao gossiped excitedly. Your brother-in-law is quite handsome. Qing Ning retrieved her textbooks, remaining silent, though the frost on her face had considerably thawed, and her lips hinted at a subtle smile. He doesn't fit the dreadful reputation people say he has. Perhaps there's more to the story. Of course. Qing Ning immediately clarified. Those rumors are slanderous. He treats my sister exceptionally well, with utmost gentleness, hardly able to raise his voice. Then she silently added to herself. Except when they're gaming together. Intrigued by hearing Qing Ning speak so much, Qin Xiao pressed on. Recently, there has been talk at school that your boyfriend is your brother-in-law. Is that true? Yes, Qing Ning replied, reverting to her icy demeanor. Is it to scare off your suitors? Isn't that so? After completing a challenging problem, Qing Ning glanced up at her, who was still leaning over her desk. Curiosity unabated. Yes. Qin Xiao erupted in frustration. You can't just leave me hanging like this. Riddlers shouldn't exist on this planet. You don't genuinely like your brother-in-law, do you? Qing Ning suddenly turned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just as Qin Xiao widened her eyes, anticipation etched across her face. Waiting for the frosty girl to divulge something, Qing Ning simply responded, yes. Just end my suffering. Qin Xiao, why are you making a racket during self-study? Stand up. Mr. Li's voice rang out from behind the door, plunging her into utter despair. Qing Ning buried her head in the book, revealing 2 delightful dimples on her face. When Chen Yun arrived home, he found Qing Xue washing dishes in the kitchen. He stealthily approached, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her neck, and gently embracing her from behind. Qing Xue was engrossed in a Rebirth novel, playing on her phone, and did not notice Chen Yun's return, letting out a startled gasp as she struggled to turn around. Suddenly, she was pressed against the wall with force, her delicate hands pinned above her head by one strong hand, while another arm firmly encircled her waist, rendering her utterly immobile. Almost immediately, her lips were captured in a forceful and domineering kiss. As Qing Xue continued to struggle, she gradually fell silent, savoring the familiar taste, her body melting into relaxation, her eyes closing as she succumbed to Chen Yun's assertiveness. Chen Yun secretly mused that he had perhaps fulfilled the task assigned to him by Qing Ning. For Qing Xue was now utterly compliant. If Qing Xue were to discover that the instigator was her own sister, she might very well escalate her teasing. After all, she preferred this side of Chen Yun. Chapter 79. The Growth of a Young Girl. After a few minutes, Chen Yun released Qing Xue, gazing at her adorable, soft demeanor, fighting the impulse to lift her into his arms. Please tidy up the kitchen first. We're going out together at noon. Qing Xue lifted her head, her eyes slightly dazed, still seemingly lost in the previous moment. We've made plans with Li Wei and Gu Hongfei for lunch. Let us go together, Chen Yun said, gently pinching her cheek. Qing Xue's eyes gradually focused, and after a few moments, she reluctantly pulled away from Chen Yun's embrace, withdrawing her delicate hands from his firm abdomen. We need to hurry. I still have to do my makeup, she stated, beginning to diligently tidy the kitchen. Chen Yun glanced at the clock on the wall, shaking his head in exasperation. There were still several hours left, and yet she claimed time was short. Indeed, no matter how beautiful a goddess may be, she still requires a significant amount of time to prepare before stepping out. Of course, it was all for her own vanity. With Qing Xue's extraordinary beauty, she hardly needed makeup. With that in mind, Chen Yun decided to assist with the housework, transforming into a devoted homemaker. Minutes later, after he shattered 2 water cups and knocked over a basin of water, Qing Xue had to intervene. Dear husband, why don't you go play chess with the old man? I can handle this myself. Be good and listen to me, she said, her tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Chess? Forget it. I don't think I can outsmart that old man. Imagining the scene of being chased around by the old man, Chen Yun immediately shook his head in refusal, then pointed at the coat rack, saying, I'll go tidy up the clothes. Qing Xue glanced at the clothes on the balcony, weighing the pros and cons. And seeing no potential for further mishaps, she nodded in agreement. The sunlight was just right, and as Chen Yun stood on the balcony, he felt a warm, languid comfort wash over him. The freshly washed clothes bore the scent of laundry detergent, subtly different from Qing Xue's fragrance. However, as he held the clothes to his chest, the familiar warmth of her personal scent mingled with the fabric. Indeed, when one is in love, one cannot help but be captivated by every aroma associated with that person. Moreover, Qing Xue's form was soft and fragrant. Having been reborn for a few months, he sometimes experienced an uncanny sense of unreality. How could such a goddess have become his wife? Perhaps he had done many good deeds in his previous life. Chen Yun shook his head. Such superstitions were hardly worthy of reverence. It must surely be that Qing Xue had committed many misdeeds in her past life. Yes, that must be it. Back to work. As he collected the laundry, Chen Yun spotted several adorable pairs of socks, along with some items that were decidedly not Qing Xue's. He hesitated, recalling the scene from last night in the bathroom. Such things were best left for Qing Xue to handle. However, if he gathered all the clothes and left only these intimate items behind, wouldn't that give Qing Xue ammunition to tease him? With that thought, Chen Yun decided to collect the small garments as well, placing them on Qingning's bed. The door to Qingning's room was unlocked. Perhaps the girl had not anticipated Chen Yun would enter her sanctuary. Upon seeing the arrangement of her bed, he paused in surprise, realizing that she had a 4th personality. 2 dolphins, one large and one small, adorned either side of the bed, while a large yellow mouse sat above. In the center bore distinct impressions of someone having lain there. Moreover, her study desk was adorned with several plush toys, and even the cushions on the chair bore a strawberry bear design. It was hard to believe that such a seemingly aloof Qingning possessed a soft, youthful heart. The room was dimly lit, with a pink blanket haphazardly piled to one side, and the air was infused with a distinctly girlish fragrance, sweet and soft. Chen Yun shook his head in resignation. Clearly, the girl had pulled an all-nighter studying last night and neglected to make her bed this morning. Normally, she maintained a clean and tidy room, but today it was in utter disarray. To alleviate Qing Xue's burden, he decided to help tidy up. Just as he finished folding the blanket, a small object caught his eye, also white, but not adorned with a dolphin pattern. Did this fall while I was bringing the clothes? Chen Yun's pupils dilated in realization. In that moment, tantalizing images flashed in his mind, prompting him to hurriedly return the small item to its original place. Realizing it was too conspicuous, he stuffed it beneath the blanket and hurriedly exited the room, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing that Qing Xue had not noticed him. Settling onto the sofa to steady his nerves, he leaned back, resting his head against the cushion, tilting it to gaze out the window, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the pace of a young girl's growth surpassed his imagination. However, she surely could not fathom that he had tidied her room. Could she? When Qing Xue emerged from her bedroom after changing, Chen Yun, who had been feeling drowsy, suddenly widened his eyes. She had applied delicate makeup and donned a long black dress. Her feet were clad in black marten boots, and between the boots and the long skirt, her calves, smooth and fair, were revealed, exuding an exquisite charm, while maintaining her cool demeanor. There was now a hint of warmth that rendered Chen Yun utterly mesmerized. As Qingxue approached, her goddess-like aura seamlessly transformed into that of the girl next door the moment she spoke. The stark contrast once again leaving Chen Yun entranced. Is this outfit too casual? Should I change? Seeing Chen Yun's dazed expression, Qingxue felt a twinge of delight, as though she had firmly captured this man's heart. Huh? No need. I'll go on my own, Chen Yun replied, the thought of other men's gazes upon her stirring discomfort within him. Oh, come on, dear husband, let us go. Don't be jealous at a time like this, Qingxue teased, playfully tugging at him to leave. In the private room of the restaurant, Luo Zhu pulled Qingxue to sit beside her, ignoring the other three men as the two exchanged whispers. Li Wei glanced at Chen Yun, raising an eyebrow. My dear son, what do you seek from your father this time? Chen Yun retorted, unwilling to concede. Chen Wei, is that how you address your father? Or shall we find a game room for a father-son match? Gu Hongfei chuckled at the exchange, knowing that Li Wei rarely triumphed in their banter. This time was no different. Even his surname had been altered. Brother, you call this over. What is it? Chen Yun set down his chopsticks and nodded slightly. This time I wish to borrow some personnel. Chapter 80. Pua Qingxue. Luo Zhu immediately perked up at this remark. Borrow people? How many? For what purpose? Chen Yun gazed into Luo Zhu's gentle eyes, which sparkled with excitement, leaving him momentarily speechless. How could a woman with such sweet features utter such fierce words? Even after knowing her for so many years, the stark contrast never failed to leave Chen Yun at a loss for words. Gu Hongfei stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and placed one foot on a chair, exclaiming loudly, Xiao Zhuzi, let me take charge this time. No one else can contest with me. Li Wei pulled out his phone. Who dares to bully my son? Does the Li family have no one? And, at this moment, you still want to take advantage? Fatty, put down your phone, with me. Gu Hongfei, it is more than sufficient. The combined bodyguards of you two big men do not match the number of cooks in my household, so let me handle this. I am about to start a company. Chen Yun, exasperated, interrupted the three's quarrel, resting his forehead in his hand. Huh? Starting a company? Uffed. How boring. Luo Zhu immediately lost interest and turned to Qingxue. What were we discussing earlier? Gu Hongfei, looking puzzled, asked, Brother, why do you need to borrow people for your company? I haven't even started hiring yet. I'm considering borrowing a few from your two companies, and once I have enough staff, I will return them. Oh, that's reasonable. Which industry are you eyeing? Media. Libei Nudda. That field is quite promising. I've invested in several media companies out of town, and the returns are quite substantial. Have you selected a location? Chen Yun nodded. Grandfather has a property on the business street, and I expect to reclaim it in a few days. Gu Hongfei chuckled. Brother, why don't I come work with you? Aren't you lacking in management personnel? You? Forget it. You're a major boss with several companies. What would that make my place? Besides, Grandfather is already assisting me in scouting for management staff. Li Wei pondered for a moment, and suddenly, with a realization, he looked at Chen Yun and slapped the table, capturing everyone's attention in the private room. Now I understand something. You Haven Tea prepared a single thing for your company. Have you? The others turned their gaze toward Chen Yun, and upon hearing Li Wei, it seemed to hold water. Whether it was the property, the related paperwork, or even the staff, none of it had any connection to him. Chen Yun took a sip of tea nonchalantly and glanced at Li Wei. What? Do you have an objection? Li Wei was momentarily speechless, realizing how simple it was to start a company. To balance his feelings, Chen Yun launched a personal attack. I say, Fatty, why Haven Tea you lost any weight? Even if Xiao Zhu doesn't tea mind, doesn't tea your family say anything? This hit Li Wei's sore spot directly. Because of this issue, everyone in the Li family had united against him. Whenever something displeasing occurred, they would use his weight as a reason to scold him, leading to his current state of heightened sensitivity. Li Wei sighed, I've been on a diet recently, fasting afternoon, and I've been persistent for 3 months. Oh, Chen Yun looked at him in surprise. You've lost weight? Li Wei shook his head. I've gained 2 pounds. That shouldn't be the case. The method passed down from our ancestors should work for you too. Is there a metabolic issue? Luo Zhu rolled her eyes. At first, I thought the same, so I took him to the hospital. What did the doctor say? Huh? Luo Zhu scoffed. He underwent a full body checkup, and the results showed nothing was wrong. Then why aren't you losing weight with the fasting? Chen Yun was even more puzzled. Because the doctor said you can't eat 4 meals in the morning. Chen Yun, Gu Hongfei, Qingxue. A few minutes later, the laughter echoing from the private room was loud enough for the entire restaurant to hear. After the laughter subsided, Li Wei looked at the others with a straight face. Is it really that funny? The others nodded vigorously, and to spare his feelings, Chen Yun waved his hand at them. Stop laughing. My son has no dignity. Then, he took out his phone and thrust it toward Li Wei's face. Let me interview you. How did you manage to eat 4 meals in the morning? The laughter erupted again, even louder this time. After the jokes, the conversation returned to Chen Yun starting his company. In truth, Chen Yun felt somewhat troubled. Although he had the strong backing of a number one brother, relieving him of most worries, there were still matters that required his personal involvement, such as persuading Qingxue to take on the role of the boss lady at the company. He had broached this subject with her numerous times, yet Qingxue had consistently declined. She was aware of her capabilities. Managing a company was akin to Chen Yun doing household chores. She would only create chaos. Chen Yun, however, didn't think too deeply about it. He merely feared Qingxue would be too bored at home, so he wanted to assign her a nominal position to keep her by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't see her all day, making work exceedingly dull. Just the thought of Qingxue in professional attire, her beautiful legs paired with black stockings, striding around the office ignited a fire in his heart. Of course, it would be best if she only remained in his office, so others wouldn't see her. After the meal, the group parted ways. Chen Yun began his PUA tactics again. Wife, how about coming to the company to be my secretary? Qingxue intertwined her arm with his and shook her head with a smile. How would he know how to do anything? Even though it's our company. Others might have opinions. Then I will have no choice but to hire a beautiful secretary. Otherwise, I certainly won't manage. Chen Yun decided to switch tactics. Qingxue covered her mouth and giggled. Regarding the secretary, Xiaozhu has already taught me. She said she would help you find a male secretary with the same configuration as Li Wei. Chen Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he could no longer let Luo Zhu and his wife interact too much. These tactics of managing a husband were better suited for Fatty. Since this route was blocked, he decided to take another. Actually, hiring a secretary is manageable. There are plenty of beautiful anchors in the media company. Aren't you worried about them? Qingxue paused. What? Are you hiring anchors for the media company? Chen Yun's eyes brightened. Absolutely. Nowadays, media companies are diversified. It's not just about external advertising. The revenue from anchors is also quite considerable. Qingxue furrowed her brow as she gazed at Chen Yun, feeling a bit uncertain. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chen Yun, but the anchors were typically young and beautiful girls, and seeing such a handsome boss might lead to some rumors. Imagining the throng of admirers surrounding Chen Yun, her jealousy began to simmer. At that moment, Chen Yun dropped another bombshell. I might frequently go on business trips, especially if it's with those beautiful anchors. It's hard to say. Qingxue's head shot up. Not only was her jealousy boiling over, but there were also indications that it might spill over onto unintended parties. And Chen Yun was that unfortunate party. At this moment, the fish was blissfully unaware, feeling quite pleased, completely oblivious to the fact that the one who tended to them was harboring thoughts of cooking them. Chapter 81. The Dilemma of a Young Girl. Qingxue walked silently toward the underground parking lot, leaving Chen Yun confused and trailing behind. Why did it seem that Qingxue was upset when they were so close to success? At this moment, the goddess truly emanated an intimidating aura. Upon reaching the car, Qingxue opened the back door and said expressionlessly, "Get in." Observing her tense expression, Chen Yun dared not say another word and obediently climbed into the car, with Qingxue closely following. Tentatively, Chen Yun asked, "Are you jealous?" Qingxue lifted her gaze to him, her small face gradually expressing a sense of grievance. Initially angered by his earlier remarks, she found herself softening upon witnessing his cautious demeanor, her irritation dissipating significantly, transforming into a feeling of hurt. Chen Yun laughed heartily. I've never seen you look so jealous. It's utterly adorable. Qingxue straightened her posture, crossed her arms, and tilted her head to the side, pouting in indignation. Chen Yun hurriedly pulled her into his embrace, saying, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly bring another woman on a business trip? I don't believe you. From now on, you must check in 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, and submit your homework on time. Qingxue replied, revealing her small tiger teeth as she glared at him fiercely. Wife, it seems you are vying for the title of a little widow. I might not survive until the new year. Perhaps it's best if this company shuts down, he lamented, feigning despair. Upon seeing his exaggerated sigh, Qingxue's facade crumbled, the frost on her face melting away, replaced by a charming, dimpled smile. In truth, she longed to spend every day with Chen Yun. Eventually, after much persuasion from him and agreeing to various conditions, Qingxue consented to become his secretary. He exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling accomplished. Watching Qingxue transform gradually, shedding her fears of him, filled him with a sense of satisfaction, akin to a nurturing game where one shapes their goddess into the desired form. However, his guilt towards her remained only slightly alleviated. He would need to double his efforts to treat her well in the future. As evening descended and the hues of twilight faded, the sky darkened significantly. Chen Yun tightened his clothing, for the temperature had begun to drop, and nightfall arrived earlier than expected. Observing the students pouring out of the school gates, He approached with a jacket in hand. Qingning, over here, he called, waving at the girl. Qingning approached him with a frosty expression, her arm linked with another girl. So she restrained her excitement and maintained her aloof demeanor. Glancing at the jacket draped over her shoulders, Qin Xiaoxiao remarked enviously, "Brother, you are so considerate. You should call him brother-in-law." Qingning shot her a sidelong glance. "Oh," Chen Yun turned to Qin Xiaoxiao. "Is someone picking you up?" She shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Sigh, my family is always too busy to care about me. Would you like to walk with us? I could drop you off." He offered. Qin Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really?" Before he could respond, Qingning tugged Qin Xiaoxiao toward the car. "Let us go together. She lives just behind our neighborhood." Chen Yun was taken aback by Qingning's eagerness. It seemed the bond between the two girls was stronger than he had anticipated. On the way, Qin Xiaoxiao unleashed her social prowess, chattering incessantly about various gossip topics. Although Qingning seldom replied, it was evident she was listening intently, seemingly unbothered by Qin Xiaoxiao's chatter. Occasionally, she would engage Chen Yun in conversation, even referring to him as brother-in-law, which Qingning seemed to appreciate. The car halted at the familiar roadside stall. "Xiaoxiao, would you like some candy hawthorn? What flavor do you prefer?" Qingning asked, her expression still taut. "You don't like strawberries, do you?" "Huh?" Qin Xiaoxiao was momentarily perplexed, although she wanted to say she loved strawberries, sensing the chill from Qingning. She quickly amended her response, "I like grapes." Qingning was pleased with her perceptiveness. A smile graced Chen Yun's lips. Qingning's possessiveness seemed rather strong, akin to children vying for their parents' affection, constantly showcasing their unique bond with him. After purchasing several sticks of candied hawthorn, he returned to the car, offering, "You two enjoy these. The leftovers can go in the fridge for a late-night snack." Qingning handed a grape to Qin Xiaoxiao while taking a strawberry for herself. The strawberry appeared particularly large and sweet. She delicately bit into it, leaving a small indentation, her eyes closing in contentment. This was the first time Qin Xiaoxiao had witnessed such an expression on Qingning's face, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Indeed, the goddess was stunning even while eating, and she felt that the girl beside her seemed more delectable than the candied hawthorn in her hand. Qin Xiaoxiao licked her lips, curious about the flavor of Qingning's petite face, vowing to taste it if the opportunity arose. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Yun cheerfully inquired, "Xiaoxiao, would you like to join Qingning at home to do homework? We could have dinner together." "Really?" Qin Xiaoxiao's face lit up with that innocent, eager expression. At that moment, Qingning had already taken her hand, leading her in the direction of their home. Chen Yun followed behind with the backpack, observing the two girls ahead, one frosty, the other chattering away, and felt a sense of harmony in the scene. Once home, Qingxue greeted the familiar Qin Xiaoxiao warmly. Suddenly, Qingning seemed to recall something, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she dashed to her bedroom and shut the door. A few minutes later, she emerged, looking puzzled, glancing at the industrious Qingxue. "Did my sister tidy my room? Something seems off. If it were her, what could explain the items under the blanket?" Her gaze shifted to the man seated on the sofa. At that moment, Chen Yun was in a state of panic, fixated on his phone, too afraid to look up, silently repeating to himself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Fortunately, Qin Xiaoxiao played her part, diverting Qingning's attention. As the two girls retreated to the bedroom, Chen Yun finally dared to lower his phone, feeling sheepish. "Wow, Qingning, I didn't know you like plush toys too," Qin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surrounded Qingning with chatter. It wasn't until Qingning pinned her down on the bed that she settled down for a moment. However, just minutes later, she resumed her lengthy discourse. Qingning, somewhat exasperated, pulled out her books, regretting having invited this talkative girl home. When her eyes fell on the neatly arranged blankets, her annoyance deepened. It couldn't be him, right? If it were Chen Yun, would he jump to conclusions upon seeing what's under the blankets? Oh dear, how embarrassing. The girl buried her face in her chest, her cheeks burning with shame. Chapter 82. Chen Yun, I will bite you. At dinner, Chun Hamlin observed the additional social butterfly at the table with a sense of wonder. Having a friend like Qingning truly complimented her character. He leaned closer to Chen Yun, whispering, "Brother, doesn't Qingning like this classmate? She seems rather unhappy." Chen Yun stole a glance at her frosty visage. She needs to maintain her aloof persona. Thus, she cannot smile. The old man immediately understood, watching them with keen interest. After dinner, a call finally came from Qin Xiaoxiao's family, likely realizing someone was missing at home. "I've eaten, and I'm heading home now. Goodbye, Mom." After hanging up, she turned to Qingxue, smiling, "Sister, I need to go home. Mom asked me to thank you for your hospitality and said she would visit someday." With a slight bow, she expressed her gratitude. Qingxue smiled in response, fond of the lively and polite girl. After seeing Qin Xiao off, Qingning turned her gaze toward Chen Yun, who seemed eager to escape. "Brother-in-law," she said, her tone slightly weighty. "Huh? What's wrong?" Chen Yun feigned a smile, halting in his tracks to look back at her. Qing Xue was equally curious, leaning in with wide eyes, eager to witness the unfolding scene. "We are about to have a physical fitness test, which includes the long-distance run and jump rope, right?" Qing Xue inquired with a hint of confusion. Qingning nodded. "The teacher asked us to find time to train." She then fixed her gaze on Chen Yun, remaining silent. Disappointed, Qing Xue shook her head. "I thought your brother-in-law had provoked you. I was eager to see you two quarrel. This is no fun. I'm leaving." 3 dark lines appeared on Chen Yun's forehead. Who would wish for their younger sister to argue with them, just to enjoy the spectacle? He turned to Qingning and tentatively asked, "Do you need me to accompany you for training?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Qingning's eyes. It appeared he was on the right track, so he continued, "Shall we go for a run now?" Qingning shook her head. Chen Yun understood her implication. Starting tomorrow morning, he would begin his physical training. Would she join him? A smile finally broke across the girl's face as she nodded enthusiastically with her hands clasped behind her back. Just as he thought he had evaded trouble, Qingning slowly approached him, her cheeks adorned with 2 charming dimples, leaning slightly as she fixed her gaze on Chen Yun, who was seated on the sofa. Chen Yun, her voice was sweet and melodious, but it sent a chill down his spine, causing him to instinctively lean back against the sofa. What's the matter? Did you tidy up my room today?" Chen Yun immediately shook his head, thinking to himself that if he admitted it, he would surely become the headline news the next day. "What? How could I possibly go to your room? Haha, what a joke." He chuckled awkwardly. Qingning let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't him. But why did he seem so anxious? The girl scrutinized him for a moment before turning to head toward the kitchen. Before Chen Yun could compose himself, he noticed Qing Xue's puzzled expression and Qingning's gradually reddening face. He silently cursed his luck. This was about to blow up in his face. He quickly dashed toward the bedroom, with Qingning shouting after him, "Chen Yun, you liar, I will bite you." Qing Xue peered out, watching the 2 of them race toward the bedroom, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Indeed, the lively banter within the household made it feel all the more warm and cozy, bringing a sense of joy to her heart. "Umph. Spoiling that sister of yours will lead to this day, where you'll be chased around by Qingning, unable to hold your head high," Qing Xue mused, humming a cheerful tune as she returned to tidying up. At that moment, Chen Yun began to regret his actions. Lying on the bed with his hands clasped behind his head while being playfully pummeled by a cute girl was not the most pleasant of memories. Once Qingning grew tired of her antics, Chen Yun cautiously turned to her and said, "Actually, I didn't see anything. Do you believe me?" "Oh, you still dare to say that?" Qingning rose, her small feet playfully stamping on his back. Chen Yun began to wail for mercy. "Ouch. I'm going to die. I was wrong. I will never go to your room again." Upon hearing this, the girl placed her hands on her hips, resembling a deflated balloon. Her little feet ceased their playful assault. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings now. Having vented her frustrations seemed to have left her even more vexed. Pouting, she sat cross-legged beside Chen Yun, glaring at him. Chen Yun stretched his back. Surprisingly, the foot massage felt rather pleasant, even more so than a professional massage. He sat up and looked at the sulking girl, tentatively asking, "How about a pack of spicy snacks?" The girl's expression softened, revealing a hint of her cute canine teeth. "And maybe a feast of hot pot?" Qingning's expression turned icy once more. Chen Yun dared not jest further. He was genuinely afraid of upsetting her. He lowered his head and sincerely said, "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future." Sincerity is always the best tactic. Qingning gazed at Chen Yun, who appeared somewhat downcast, and for a moment, her shyness and annoyance dissipated, replaced by a twinge of compassion. The bedroom fell into a brief silence. They sat facing each other, Chen Yun looking down at her adorable little feet, contemplating how to appease the girl before him. Suddenly, Qingning murmured, "I'm not angry. You don't need to worry." Chen Yun looked up, momentarily taken aback, and foolishly asked, "If you're not angry, then why did you hit me?" Their eyes met, and the girl bashfully hopped off the bed. Reaching the door, her little tiger teeth bared as she said fiercely, "Because you are too lazy. Next time, remember to help me wash." Hearing the door close next door, Chen Yun was stunned, taking a while to comprehend. Did that mean she forgave him? He decided it would be best not to venture into her room again. If he actually helped her wash, she might very well put him in a precarious position. Nevertheless, it must be said that the massage was indeed enjoyable, although it appeared as a beating. The girl hadn't used much force. How could she bear to hit Chen Yun with all her might? At that moment, a smiling face peeked in from outside. "Hubby, what was Qingning talking about washing just now?" "Huh?" Chen Yun's heart raced. He was already on edge, and Qing Xue's voice nearly frightened him to death. "Oh, It's about that photo we took a few days ago. Qingning said she wanted me to help her wash it. Really? Is that so? Qingxue questioned, her face full of confusion. It doesn't sound like that at all. Oh, so you dare question me? How audacious, Chen Yun retorted, glaring at her before pouncing toward Qingxue. I won't dare again. I didn't question you. I was wrong, haha, it tickles. Don't hit me. Hearing the playful banter next door, Qingning felt her blush gradually fade, a smile creeping on her lips. Every time she witnessed their relationship blossoming, warmth filled her heart. She wished that time could freeze at this moment, allowing the three of them to live happily together forever. She glanced at the test questions on her paper, which now seemed significantly simpler. Meanwhile, the number one guy from the neighboring house suddenly sneezed, quietly murmuring, "Why do I feel like the family next door has forgotten about me?" Chapter 83. All that remains is stubbornness. The following morning, Chen Yun rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing at Qingning, who stood at the door, impeccably dressed. Yawning, he asked, "Are we leaving this early?" "Yes. We need to shower and eat when we return. Otherwise, we'll be late for school. Hurry up." Qingning approached, grabbing Chen Yun's large hand and pulling him out of the magically cozy blankets. Chen Yun shivered slightly. The morning chill had set in, and he quickly donned the clothes Qingning handed him. At that moment, he could clearly see the girl's attire. Her hair was styled into a high ponytail. She wore a long-sleeve sweatshirt on top, paired with black shark shorts and white ankle socks. Qingning's long, lovely legs were already stunning, and this outfit only accentuated her figure further, prompting Chen Yun to nod in approval. The allure of a girl in shark shorts was no less captivating to a man than that of a JK uniform or a Lolita dress, if not even more so. Clearly, the girl noted Chen Yun's reaction and felt a surge of pride. What Qin Xiaoxiao said was indeed true. This outfit could attract a man's gaze. Of course, the only man in her heart was Chen Yun. Qin Xiaoxiao often filled her head with peculiar ideas, such as dressing appealingly to brighten the moods of other men. The girl's intention was simple. She wanted Chen Yun to accompany her for a run, believing it would lighten his spirits. It seemed she had already achieved her desired outcome. However, before they could step out, Chen Yun stopped Qingning. "Are you planning to wear that for exercise?" The girl looked at him, puzzled. "No." Chen Yun immediately shook his head, his tone serious. "Absolutely not. Go change into something more suitable for working out." "Why not?" "There is no need for so many explanations. Go change into loose-fitting sportswear." Chen Yun's expression turned grave. Qingxue approached, gently pulling her sister aside, and whispered, "How can we let others gaze upon the cabbage we cultivate at home? Hurry, change your outfit, or your brother-in-law may spank you later." Haha. Qingning returned to her bedroom, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, men often exhibit double standards. Yet she had no intention of allowing anyone to see her. This attire was perfectly suitable for home. Once she emerged in a loose-fitting sports ensemble, Chen Yun handed her a black cap, which she donned, allowing her ponytail to cascade from the back. He nodded with satisfaction, stating, "The morning breeze is strong. Wearing a hat will keep you warm." The girl tilted her head towards the cloudless sky, refraining from retorting. She rather enjoyed being looked after in this manner. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qingning inquired, "Are we going to run laps here?" Chen Yun surveyed the complex layout of their community and shook his head. "Let us head to the fitness park ahead. It is far more suitable for running." As he observed the throng of fitness enthusiasts in the park, he couldn't help but exclaim, "People truly understand the importance of health. It's remarkable to see so many young individuals exercising at such an early hour." Turning to Qingning, he declared, "Let us begin. A few laps to warm up." Chen Yun loosened his muscles, eager to start. After one lap, however, his enthusiasm began to wane, replaced by a blank expression. To maintain his abs, Chen Yun frequently engaged in weightlifting, but he found running to be an entirely different challenge, leaving his body in agony after just one circuit. Yet, having made a promise to the girl beside him to join her for a morning jog, he felt it inappropriate to cease now. Despite his attempts to mask his discomfort, his body betrayed him. Qingning, noticing his increasingly rapid breaths, initially intended to run several more laps, but after only 2 circuits, she halted. From her small bag, she produced a towel and handed it to Chen Yun, saying, "Here, wipe your sweat." As he gasped for air, he lifted his gaze to behold her appearance. Her hair was damp with perspiration, the zipper of her sports jacket undone, droplets glistening on her delicate collarbone. She retrieved another towel to dab her forehead, slightly tilting her chin upwards. The morning sun illuminated her profile, and a gentle breeze rustled her hair. In that moment, Chen Yun found himself captivated by the scene before him, internally lamenting, "What a beauty indeed." Qingning, sensing his gaze, squinted playfully and asked, "Do you find it appealing?" "Of course it is," he replied, though he promptly averted his eyes. "If it's so appealing, why not continue to look?" Chen Yun observed her small, canine teeth emerging as she grinned, and he promptly fell silent, realizing she was transforming into a little imp. It was best not to provoke her further. Humph! Qingning scoffed. You're not much either, TSK, emitting a peculiar sound. Chen Yun's eyes widened in indignation. To call a man inadequate was the utmost insult. Who are you referring to? He retorted. Unfazed, Qingning placed her hands on her hips. I'm talking about you. If you disagree, then stand up and run a few more laps. I will run if you will. Come on. He shot back defiantly. Qingning murmured. It seems you only have your stubbornness left. What did you say? She smirked. I said, come chase after me. If you catch up, I'll consider it. Chen Yun, unable to tolerate such an affront, pursued the teasing girl with vigor. Their playful banter continued as they completed the 5th lap, at which point she finally came to a stop, crossing her arms and looking back at him. It's time. Let us head home. Is that it? I can still run a few more laps, he insisted, leaning heavily on his knees, struggling to remain upright. Qingning, however, did not employ her usual tactics to provoke him. Instead, she took his arm and smiled. All right, I understand. You're the best. Let us return home for now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Trembling, he managed to stand, feeling as though his limbs had become foreign entities with their own intentions, refusing to obey him. This resulted in him leaning heavily against Qingning as they slowly made their way back to their community. With a hint of reluctance, he asked Qingning, do you often exercise at school? She shook her head. I thought so. Our capabilities should be comparable, considering your stamina. I hold the record for the 3,000 meters at school, she stated quietly, but to Chen Yun, it sounded like thunder. He halted in disbelief. Then why do you even train? Qingning lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with confusion. Have you forgotten? Weren't you the one who asked me to join you for a morning run yesterday? Enlightenment dawned upon Chen Yun as he realized why Qingning had only mentioned the school's physical exams. She had cleverly maneuvered the conversation, leaving him to fill in the gaps. He had thought her shy, but it was evident now that it had all been a trap. Chen Yun lamented dramatically. What a misfortune. Qingning stifled a laugh, adding a playful jab. Don't forget, you're expected to join me again tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will be right there with you. The sight of his despondent yet pitiable expression only added to her amusement. Yet, she felt no regret for her decision. Chen Yun, there is a significant age gap between us. Without a healthy body, how can you accompany me further along this journey? She mused internally. Chapter 84. Qingning's Wake-Up Service. Upon their return home, Qing Shuai regarded Chen Yun with surprise. Why does my husband look as if he has been thoroughly exhausted? After a refreshing shower, he slumped into a chair, struggling to finish his breakfast. In the car, Chen Yun felt as though his foot on the gas pedal trembled. The thought of enduring such a routine every morning filled him with reluctance as he cast a sideways glance at Qingning. Can we discuss something? He asked. But Qingning regarded him with an expression of indifference, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Though she said nothing, her silence conveyed a clear message. You are not cut out for this. The ensuing silence was deafening. Chen Yun could not bring himself to concede. Grinding his teeth as he muttered, run, 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 each word an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Qingning turned her gaze forward, a smirk playing on her lips, reveling in her triumph. As she entered the school gates, Chen Yun lit a cigarette and took a few deep puffs, a smile illuminating his face. He could easily discern the girl's intentions. It was delightful to see the usually aloof Qingning displaying concern for others. However, whether he could rise early the following morning remained uncertain. Such was the nature of physical exertion. The first day might leave one merely fatigued, but by the second day, the soreness could feel utterly debilitating. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Qing Shuai, with a tinge of sympathy, began massaging his calves, amused by his grimaces. Wife, your sister is utterly unreasonable. On the first day, she had me running 5 laps. Do you know how I managed to complete those laps? He lamented. Qing Shuai applied a bit more pressure, prompting another round of anguished cries. Whose fault is it for indulging her so much? Now you probably regret it. You're just making snide remarks. Who knew that little girl was so formidable? She is a record holder at her school. Oh, Qing Shuai chuckled lightly. Chen Yun turned abruptly. Eyes wide in surprise, you knew? Of course. I thought you were aware as well, she replied, her astonished expression belied by the smile in her eyes. Chen Yun immediately realized that the two sisters had conspired together, and he couldn't help but stomp his feet and pound his chest in regret. The necessity of physical exercise had long been emphasized by Qingning, who insisted it was for his own good. Dear, just endure it, be a good boy. With the last shred of hope extinguished, he had intended to pull Qing Shuai over to unify their stance. But it was evident that the enemy and ally lines had already been drawn. Chen Yun sighed inwardly, foreseeing difficult days ahead. That day, he felt rather gloomy. And when the old man arrived, he lacked even the energy to engage in banter. Unfazed, Chen Hanlon was perplexed until Qing Shui recounted the events, prompting the old man to leap up in applause, fully supporting the sister's actions. Great! The enemy camp has already been compromised. Our big brother has defected. The following morning, Qing Ning initiated her wake-up service with a cheerful, "Get up, it's time." Chen Yun lifted his head, instantly wide awake, the remnants of sleep vanishing. At that moment, the girl stood at the bedside with her hands behind her back, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. She wore a white shirt with a generously wide collar that subtly revealed part of her beautiful collarbone, adorned with a slender black tie at the center. Her lower half was clad in a black skirt, her lovely legs encased in white stockings, creating a striking contrast. The sheer stockings, evoking a sense of allure, enhanced her beauty effortlessly, even in white. "Do you find it appealing?" Chen Yun glanced at the closed door, jolted into wakefulness. Cold sweat breaking out, this girl was clearly up to no good. Indeed, her next words caused him to leap out of bed. "If you don't get up, I'll shout for help. Do you think my sister would burst in?" As she spoke, she casually unbuttoned one of her shirt's buttons. Terrified, Chen Yun hastily began dressing, while Qing Ning nodded in satisfaction and retreated to her bedroom to change. Once both were dressed, they embarked on their arduous journey. This day, Qing Ning refrained from taunting him, clearly adopting a more conciliatory approach, showering him with praise instead. Chen Yun could only shake his head in resignation. This girl had clearly mastered the art of strategy, using the carrot after the stick. After completing 5 laps, he found it less strenuous than the previous day, at least managing to walk home unaided. Over the next few days, their routine continued in this manner, with Chen Yun gradually transforming his initial suffering into enjoyment, especially with such a delightful companion by his side. During this time, Tang Yun called several times, but Chen Yun dismissed each call, opting to keep her in suspense. Such matters could not be rushed. The tenants at the office building had already moved out, prompting Chen Yun to seek out a renovation company to redesign the space according to his vision. He posted a recruitment notice outside, attracting considerable interest, eagerly awaiting the completion of renovations to commence interviews. Upon returning from his morning run one day, Chen Hanlon was already seated in the living room. "Brother, I've contacted several individuals for managerial positions. They all seem interested in coming here. When can we arrange a meeting?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Yun shook his head. "There's no rush. We'll discuss it once the renovations are complete. They're considering coming here primarily due to your reputation. But if they're dissatisfied with the salary and benefits, they'll likely seek other opportunities. Indeed, these individuals possess commendable skills and value a company's growth potential. Let us wait until everything is in order before meeting." Chen Yun inquired further about each candidate, not only regarding their professional backgrounds, but also their familial situations, as he aimed to ensure that these talents would be genuinely committed to his cause. Observing his son's diligence, the old man nodded approvingly, recognizing the budding capitalist instincts developing in Chen Yun. Once business matters were concluded, Chen Yun smiled and said, "Dad, The old man immediately stood up, wary. "What do you intend to do?" His gaze shifted toward the door, ready to flee. He knew his son too well, when there was nothing to discuss. He called him the old man, but when there was something on his mind, he referred to him as Big Brother, reserving the term Dad exclusively for when he had ulterior motives. Chapter 85. The Young Lady's Development. Chen Yun clung to his father's arm with great familiarity, his true motive being to prevent the old man from escaping. "Dad, I heard you have a limited edition RV?" Chen Hanlon shook his head vehemently. "No, absolutely not. Who told you that?" "Then you needn't concern yourself. Can I borrow the RV for a few days?" Had it not been for Chen Yun's grip, the old man would have already fled. His RV was his prized possession. Chen Hanlon had no other hobbies. He simply relished taking the RV out for fishing trips, resting inside whenever he grew weary. The vehicle was outfitted for comfort, with each detail meticulously crafted, making him particularly fond of it. Upon hearing Chen Yun speak with such conviction, the old man realized he could no longer evade the request and opted for a different tactic. "So, how about this? I'll go buy you a new one right now, which will cost at least several times more than my current one. Just forget about mine, all right?" Chen Yun immediately rejected the proposal, explaining that he coveted the RV for its comfort rather than its price. A newly purchased vehicle could never match the coziness of Chen Hanlon-s. The two debated for several minutes without reaching a resolution. Just then, Qing Shui approached. Smiling as she inquired, "Darling, are you thinking of going to that camping site I liked a while ago?" Chen Yun nodded. "Exactly, that's the one. But it seems we might not be able to go now since that certain old man refuses to lend me the vehicle. Can you believe it? Is there no justice in this world?" Qing Shui glared at him, bewildered at how he could be so shameless, portraying himself as the aggrieved party when he was the one coveting the old man's RV. Chen Hanlon caught on to the pivotal moment and turned to Qing Shui. Daughter-in-law, so it was you who wanted to go? Why didn't you say so earlier? Here, take the RV keys and use it as you please. The old man grandly handed the keys to Qing Shui, showing no reluctance whatsoever. Instantly, a sense of melancholy enveloped Chen Yun. It seems this home can no longer accommodate me. My status is evidently inferior to that of a mere RV. Chen Hanlon gleefully added, Brother, you speak the truth. If it weren't for Qing Shui wanting to go, you could forget about driving my RV. Are you not afraid that when you grow old, I might remove your oxygen tube? Chen Yun gritted his teeth in response. The old man shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling derisively. Do you believe I wouldn't hook you up to an oxygen tube right now? Qing Shui, observing the banter between the two, was in fits of laughter, finding their exchanges akin to a comedic performance, immensely entertaining. Next came the preparations for their camping trip, fortuitously timed as Qing Ning had the day off tomorrow. Thus, their departure was scheduled for the following morning. After bidding farewell to Chen Hanlon, Qing Shui could no longer contain her excitement and leaped into Chen Yun's embrace. Darling, you're the best. I can't believe you're actually taking me out. This is my first camping experience. Chen Yun inhaled the sweet fragrance of Qing Shui, gently caressing her back as he softly replied, This may be your first, but it certainly will not be the last. I will take you to witness the beauty of this world, traversing every corner of it together. Qing Shui lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She had never dared to dream that one day Chen Yun would look at her so tenderly, uttering sweet words that sent shivers down her spine. Just months ago, she had lived in constant fear, worried that Chen Yun might leave her, concerned that Qing Ning would lack a proper learning environment, fearful that their family would fall apart. Yet now, everything felt so surreal. For a fleeting moment, Qing Shui felt as though she were in a dream. The stark contrast with reality, rendering her momentarily incapable of thought. Chen Yun gently pressed her head against his chest, saying, Do you feel as if I am deceiving you? I can understand that, considering my past transgressions. Now, my words may seem like mere illusions, but could you grant me an opportunity for redemption? Qing Shui's delicate form quivered slightly as memories of her dark past resurfaced, yet she managed to nod gently. Husband, I do not blame you, Chen Yun interrupted her, burying his head in the crook of her neck. My little Shui, you are too naive. I truly do not know how you have endured all these years. From now on, no matter what happens, you can stand behind me, allowing me to shield you from the storms of life. At that moment, Qing Shui was in tears, her arms tightly wrapped around Chen Yun, listening to his sweet words as a blissful smile graced her face. Over the years, she had questioned herself countless times about what she was holding on to, wondering if Chen Yun could truly turn back. But now, she had her answer. Perhaps she had waited all those years for this moment of embrace. To hear Chen Yun's promise. Husband, I believe in you. Qing Shui lifted her head, conveying her profound happiness through her sincere actions. The two shared an impassioned kiss. For a long while, Chen Yun witnessed a side of Qing Shui he had never encountered before, a wildness perhaps spurred by his sweet nothings. She was at a loss for how to express her satisfaction and joy, resorting to this means to convey to Chen Yun that, in this moment, she truly no longer cared about the suffering she had endured. As Qing Shui began to faint, she smiled and whispered, Husband, I love it when you call me Shui. Chen Yun tenderly covered her with a blanket, resting his head as he gazed upon her enchanting face. Unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on her nose. Observing the chaos around him, he slowly rose to tidy up Qing Shui's scattered belongings, some of which had already been reduced to shreds. Qing Ning sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, only to realize they were not on the way home. With her brows slightly raised, she turned to Chen Yun. Oh, are you finally revealing your true intentions? Are you planning to knock me out and take me somewhere unfamiliar to do as you please? Chen Yun felt a headache coming on and patiently explained, I want to take you somewhere. Not listening. I can't resist anyway, so do as you wish. The girl leaned back, adopting a resigned demeanor, even throwing a leg casually across him. Chen Yun's forehead was soon marked with 3 dark lines. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he playfully smacked her head. What nonsense are you thinking about all the time? Can you act normally? And please remove your leg from me. Not normal? Who is it that always looked at me with such lewd eyes? Isn't that precisely what you desire? Chen Yun found himself momentarily speechless before helplessly responding. Tomorrow, I'll take you camping, so right now I need to go buy some supplies. Camping? Qing Ning immediately straightened, her big eyes blinking in excitement as a mischievous grin appeared on her face. Tell me, what are the conditions? Are you planning to take advantage of me again? Her slender fingers were already hovering over the buttons of her top, exuding a little devilish charm. Chen Yun felt an urge to toss her out of the car. In novels, doesn't the girl typically evolve from an aloof goddess to a neighborly girl? Was he raising her the wrong way? It felt like things were heading in an unfavorable direction. Perhaps he should just discard this one and start anew. Chapter 86. The most meaningful thing before camping. After they got out of the car, Qingming reverted to her cold demeanor. Chen Yun marveled at how seamlessly she transitioned between personalities. Are we really going camping tomorrow? He asked. Chen Yun nodded. Yes. You have a break for the next few days, right? If you have no plans, we will be camping outdoors for the next couple of days. Huh? Stay in the wild? The girl's expression turned adorably naive. Will it be very cold? She imagined a scenario where several people lay on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. We will be staying in an RV, not directly outside. RV. The girl scratched her head, looking even more puzzled. Chen Yun did not mock her. Instead, he gently explained the purpose of an RV. Moments later, Qingming nodded, seemingly understanding. Don't worry, you'll see it tomorrow. Now let's go buy some supplies, Chen Yun said, patting her head reassuringly. Oh, she nodded, following closely behind him. Upon entering the supermarket, he headed straight for the meat section. Since this was camping, the main course would naturally be barbecue. This was the outcome of discussions with Qing Shui. Chen Yun pushed the shopping cart, glancing around, occasionally adding items to the cart. The girl obediently followed, her curiosity piqued by the various items. Lamb, beef, vegetables, an array of barbecue ingredients, seasonings, bamboo skewers, and even charcoal. What are all these for? A few months prior, Qingming had never tasted barbecue, let alone barbecue. Chen Yun noticed her confusion and explained the purpose of each item. After hearing him out, Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean we can barbecue ourselves like in a restaurant? Chen Yun smiled and nodded. You can check to see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Most items can be used for grilling. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, as if she had discovered a new world, and she eagerly joined the selection process. Chen Yun, can we have this? She asked, pointing an item. Chen Yun shook his head. How about this one? That's not suitable either. Tomatoes taste strange when grilled. Qingming nodded in disappointment, and then picked up a chili pepper, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. This is fine. It will be spicy but has a unique fragrance when grilled. She carefully placed several chili peppers into the shopping cart. Then, she continued to inquire, what about this? When they exited the supermarket, they were laden with over a dozen bags of supplies, causing passersby to assume they were restocking a restaurant. Phew, finally loaded into the car. We can head home now, Chen Yun said, closing the trunk. Noticing the girl still in a daze, he curiously asked, what are you thinking about? Chen Yun, can we barbecue candied hawthorn? Qingming pointed at a display case by the roadside. No, that's meant to be eaten as is. Do you want strawberries? As Chen Yun walked toward the display case, the girl clasped her hands behind her back, nodding obediently. When Qing Shui saw the supplies they brought back, she was astonished and asked, why did you buy so much? We can't possibly eat all of this. It's fine, just bring it all. Most of it is what Qingming wanted. Besides, there's a refrigerator in the RV, so nothing will go to waste. Qingming nodded repeatedly, clutching the bags tightly, fearful her sister would not allow her to keep the delicious goodies. Qing Shui looked at Chen Yun with a teasing smile, as if to say, keep spoiling her. Don't come to me to complain later. Chen Yun awkwardly lowered his head, carrying the supplies toward the kitchen. After dinner, the family gathered around the table as Qing Shui cut the lamb and beef into small pieces and brought them over in a bowl. All right, let us begin the most meaningful task before our camping trip. Chen Yun skillfully picked up a bamboo skewer and began threading the meat onto it, arranging them on a plate. Qingming mimicked him, holding a skewer in her left hand and a piece of meat in her right. However, the meat fell, and the skewer headed straight for her delicate hand. But fortunately, it was stopped just in time, causing Chen Yun to break into a cold sweat. Lime. It's not strung this way. There's a certain finesse to it. You must align the center of the meat with the bamboo skewer. And then Chen Yun patiently demonstrated once more. As the piece of meat appeared on the skewer, as if by magic, Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Chen Yun, filled with admiration. You should give it a try, he encouraged, with a serious expression. The girl attempted again, and when she successfully skewered a piece of meat, she looked up at Chen Yun, raising her hand in triumph, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wow, our Qingming is truly remarkable, Chen Yun praised generously. Satisfied, the girl lowered her gaze, her expression turning serious once more as she began her battle with the bamboo skewer. Chen Yun turned to Chen Hanlin and said, I've heard that the camping site allows for fishing, so be sure to bring your gear. Upon hearing this, the old man perked up immediately. You can fish there? This place is indeed splendid. Tomorrow, I'll show you what it means to catch without fail. Chen Yun smirked, as long as it's not the Air Force. Nonsense. The old man retorted angrily. Your words are far too cutting. Qingming, there's no time for a morning jog tomorrow. Take him now. The girl pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound. Reluctantly, she paused her work, stood up, and looked at Chen Yun. Hurry and sit down. We won't finish these skewers in time. And there won't be anything to eat tomorrow, Chen Yun stated firmly. The girl immediately complied. In her heart, while torturing Chen Yun was amusing, addressing the issue of sustenance was equally paramount. The three of them watched Qing Ning's adorable demeanor and burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the preparations before the camping trip were the most meaningful, fostering closeness among them. They toiled until the deep hours of the night, transforming various ingredients into skewers. At long last, they finished. Chen Yun collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. Qing Ning, however, seemed to be still yearning for more, searching for any overlooked morsels. All right, off to bed now. We have a full day of fun tomorrow, and we can't afford to be weary, Chen Yun urged. The trio returned to their respective rooms. After a long day, Chen Yun took a shower, then embraced Qing Shui as his breathing gradually slowed and became rhythmic. Qing Shui nestled closer into his embrace. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened, excitement still evident in her gaze, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Similarly, Qing Ning was also sleepless, her mind occupied with Chen Yun's words about the RV. The girl gazed wide-eyed at the stars outside the window, wondering if it was truly as magical as he had described. Chapter 87. Ways to Foster Closeness. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qing Shui groggily rose from her bed. She had no recollection of when she had fallen asleep the previous night, her mind solely focused on the camping trip ahead. Opening her bedroom door, she spotted Qing Ning sitting on the living room sofa with a backpack, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Qing Shui approached her and gently inquired, "So early? You didn't get much sleep last night, did you?" The girl shyly nodded in agreement. We sisters truly share the same lack of ambition. But the camping trip is indeed something to look forward to, Qing Shui said, pulling her into an embrace. "Sister, when do we set off? We should at least have breakfast first. If you want to hurry, go wake up your brother-in-law. There's still much to load into the RV," Qing Shui replied, rising to head to the kitchen, while the girl set out to complete the task assigned to her. Opening the bedroom door, Qing Ning crouched beside the bed, curiously observing the still-sleeping Chen Yun. "So his eyelashes are this long. His skin seems quite nice too, devoid of any wrinkles." She extended a finger and gently poked his face. The sensation was delightful. It seemed contrary to what Qin Xiaoxiao had claimed, who said that aging individuals have sagging skin. For a moment, the girl was thoroughly entertained, until she poked his well-defined abs, causing Chen Yun to frown slightly and turn over. Qing Ning, startled like a frightened rabbit, sprang up and dashed to the wall, remaining utterly still. Chen Yun sensed the commotion in the bedroom and mumbled, "Wife, what time is it?" "Almost 7 o'clock," he added. A few seconds later, Chen Yun suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Qing Ning, what are you doing here?" "Rest assured, I will take responsibility." The girl, no longer flustered, began to test the waters at the brink of trouble. "It seems no one else at home knows how to skewer meat. Brother-in-law, my sister sent me to wake you up," Qing Ning said respectfully as she placed clothes beside him. The swift change in expression caught Chen Yun slightly off guard, but he seemed to have discovered the girl's weakness. Once Chen Yun got dressed and noticed the clock in the living room, he went into a frenzy. "Qing Ning, did you just tell me it was almost 7 o'clock?" "Yes, it's still 84 minutes short of 7, the girl replied innocently, looking up at him. Chen Yun felt utterly defeated. "Well then, since we're up, let us start moving the things into the RV." Qing Ning eagerly followed him, helping with enthusiasm. Once everything needed was loaded into the RV, Qing Shui's breakfast was also ready. The group had a light meal before setting off. Chen Yun took the wheel, while Chun Hamlin transformed into a commentator, beginning to explain the functions of the vehicle's facilities. Amidst the sisters' exclamations of wonder, the old man felt immense satisfaction, as though his creation had been duly recognized. The camping paradise was not too far from Ning City, approximately a 2-hour drive. The marketing was well executed, claiming it was nestled by mountains and water, the perfect choice for families to unwind. Although the site was located in a forest adjacent to a lake, there were designated picnic and camping areas, ensuring safety with patrols on standby to address any issues promptly. 2 hours later, the RV halted at the entrance of the forest. After purchasing tickets, Chen Yun specifically chose a spot near the lake, making it convenient for the old man to fish. Following the designated number, they located their parking space. Upon disembarking, the group was captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them. It was indeed, as the promotional material had depicted, devoid of the usual discrepancies. Surrounded by lush green mountains and vibrant trees, the air was infused with the essence of nature, effortlessly alleviating their weariness. "Shall we start grilling now?" Qing Ning asked with eager anticipation. "Haven't we just had breakfast?" "It's still too early. Such a splendid environment calls for a stroll first." Chen Yun replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, can't we grill now? Then I'll go study for a bit," Qing Ning responded, turning back to the RV to continue her battle with the unsolved math problem. Chen Yun sighed, reflecting on the girl's peculiar dedication to her studies. Perhaps a testament to the saying that children from impoverished backgrounds mature early. At that moment, Chen Hanlon also retrieved his fishing gear and dashed excitedly towards the lake, showing no signs of his age. "Dear, shall we go?" Qing Shui smiled. "Perfect. Without any interruptions, we can enjoy our world together." Holding Qing Shui's hand, they ventured deeper into the forest. As it was not a major holiday, the area was sparsely populated, with only the occasional couple engaging in unmentionable activities in the secluded surroundings. To avoid embarrassment, Qing Shui's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly pulled Chen Yun away. "These youngsters are quite bold. Aren't they afraid of being caught?" Chen Yun embraced her, whispering warm breath into her ear. "This place doesn't have nearly as many surveillance cameras as the city." Seeing his mischievous smile, Qing Shui wriggled free from his embrace and playfully dashed ahead, with Chen Yun in pursuit. The two arrived by a small stream and came to a halt. "Darling, would you sit here with me for a moment?" Chen Yun smiled and nodded, as the two settled upon a large stone. Qing Shui removed her shoes and socks, dipping her small feet into the gentle stream, swaying rhythmically with the flowing water. Observing this picturesque scene, Chen Yun could not help but swallow hard. Qing Shui followed his greedy gaze and instantly comprehended his thoughts. In matters of intimacy, she had always been obedient in the past, and now that their relationship was so harmonious, she yearned to give herself entirely to Chen Yun. After carefully surveying their surroundings to ensure they were alone, she gazed dreamily at Chen Yun and whispered, "Darling, I'm hungry." Chen Yun, engrossed in admiring the artistry of the water, momentarily failed to respond. "Hungry? Then let us head back." However, upon noticing the direction of Qing Shui's gaze, his heart ignited with fervor as he pulled her into his embrace. Qing Shui let out a soft murmur, casting him a flirtatious glance. Sitting on the stone, Chen Yun gazed at the distant beauty, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, camping was a powerful catalyst for deepening their bond. Chapter 88. Do you still doubt my character? By the time they returned, it was already afternoon. Qing Ning looked at the plastic bags in their hands, puzzled. "What is this?" "We picked some mushrooms in the woods earlier. We can make soup with them," Chen Yun replied. "Mushrooms? You picked them?" Qing Ning's eyes widened in surprise. "Are these the kind that can make you lay flat, like a little person?" Qing Shui was at once amused and exasperated. "What do you mean, lay flat? Have you been watching too many videos lately? These mushrooms are all edible, don't worry." Chen Yun unloaded the food from the car, while Qing Shui assisted in arranging the table in a clearing. Qing Ning excitedly stood by the grill, watching as Chen Yun placed the alcohol blocks under the charcoal and ignited it. In no time, the charcoal glowed red, and she hurriedly placed the tray of skewers before him, swallowing hard in anticipation. Chen Hanlon returned from the lakeside, carrying a box. "Qing Shui, I've already cleaned the fish in here. Just rinse it with fresh water and sprinkle some seasoning, and we can grill it." After speaking, he cast a proud glance at Chen Yun. "Wow, old man, you really caught some fish. Impressive. You'll get extra lamb skewers later." Hearing his son's praise, the old man beamed with delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. His purpose for coming here was simple: to showcase his skills before his son. And not only had he achieved that, but Chen Yun had also provided ample emotional gratification, leaving the old man feeling elated. Soon, dusk began to fall. Chen Hanlon gathered some dry branches and kindled a bonfire nearby. As the flames flickered to life in the wilderness, a sense of warmth enveloped the scene. "Everything here is grilled and ready to eat," Chen Yun said, placing a tray on the table. Qing Ning watched as bubbles formed on the lamb skewers, nearly drooling with anticipation. She picked up a skewer and handed it to Chen Hanlon. "Uncle, you must try this. This girl truly understands," Chen Hanlon remarked as he accepted the skewer and took a bite. Qing Shui grabbed a skewer and rushed to Chen Yun's side. "Darling, open your mouth." Chen Yun took a bite of lamb, nodding in satisfaction. Quite tasty, but seems a bit short on cumin. Could you fetch some from the car, along with some beer and drinks?" Qing Shui agreed and headed towards the camper. Once Chen Yun had grilled all the food, he sat at the table, tilting his head back to down half a can of beer. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, savoring a skewer of lamb with a look of complete satisfaction. This moment perhaps epitomized the life most office workers long for. Chen Hanlon produced a portable home theater from the car, setting up the sound system. "You can choose whatever movie you want to watch. Just use your phones to cast it." Chen Yun's eyes lit up. "Now that's what I call a big brother. Knows how to enjoy life. This is something I've spent years perfecting." He turned to the sisters with a mischievous grin. "In such a splendid setting, shouldn't we opt for a horror film?" "No." They both protested in unison. Qing Shui grabbed her phone. "Watching a horror movie here would be too frightening. Let us find a comedy instead." "How about a horror comedy?" Chen Yun suggested, taking a step back. Qing Ning looked up, her expression deadpan. "You should just go for a run with me. Watching movies isn't suitable for you." Chen Yun immediately fell silent. He certainly did not wish to run in the deep woods at night. What if he encountered a beautiful ghost? After the sisters selected a comedy, the family gathered together, alternating between skewers and beer, with a bonfire crackling beside them, a truly delightful ambience. They enjoyed their meal late into the night. Chen Yun burped, swaying slightly as he stood up. Wife, you take care of the cleanup. I'll extinguish the bonfire. Qin Shui expressed concern. Darling, let me do it. You go rest. How can I let you do such rough work? Don't worry, I'll handle it. Big brother, you should go take a shower. Chun Hanlin, having had his share of drinks, was assisted by Qing Ning into the camper's bathroom. Once Chen Yun had extinguished the bonfire, he found the sisters already tidying up, whispering to each other, with a pained expression on Qing Ning's face. Qing Ning, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Yun inquired with concern. Just as Qing Shui was about to speak, she was interrupted by her sister, who shook her head, frowning. Your brother-in-law, ISNTA stranger. There is no need to be shy. She turned to Chen Yun. She needs to use the bathroom, but Dad is in there, and the public restroom is quite far. She is afraid to go alone. I thought it was a big deal. I'll accompany her. How would T feel comfortable letting you go alone? Qing Shui nodded, urging her sister towards Chen Yun. The two took a flashlight and walked down the dirt path. After just a few steps, the girl was engulfed by the enveloping darkness. Her pupils dilating as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, the legends of spirits surfacing in her mind, feeling as though something might leap out from the shadows. She instinctively drew closer to the light ahead. Chen Yun felt a soft little hand slip into his, and turning back with a smile, he asked, Are you scared? The girl softly nodded. I never imagined you could be afraid of the dark. Usually so aloof, he chuckled, but his laughter abruptly halted as he winced, rubbing his knee. At this moment, women are truly not to be trifled with. A few minutes later, the grip of her small hand tightened. How much longer do we have to walk? Chen Yun halted, surveying the surroundings awkwardly. It seems we might be lost. What? Qing Ning exclaimed in frustration. Chen Yun, are you doing this on purpose? No way. At this time, why would I do it on purpose? It's too dark, and there are no landmarks to orient ourselves. Qing Ning was nearly in tears. What do we do now? Chen Yun quietly suggested. Shall we head back? The girl glared at him in silence, her lips beginning to pout. Please don't cry now. It could attract unwanted attention. Hearing this, she felt even more wronged, her voice tinged with tears. You're doing this on purpose, scare me now. I'm just trying to keep you from crying, he said thoughtfully. How about you take care of it here? Fearing she might misunderstand, he quickly added. I'll keep my distance. I promise I won't peek. The young girl cast a glance around her, feeling a fleeting impulse. After all, it was merely a matter of relieving herself, and it would be over swiftly. In this desolate wilderness, there should be no one else around. She stamped her foot, declaring, If you dare to peek, you know what will happen, right? Yet, Qing Ning struggled to conjure any truly menacing threats. Chen Yun immediately nodded in assurance. Rest easy. Do you not trust my character? The girl hesitated for a moment as she stepped toward the depths of the forest. Trusting your character is akin to believing a sow can climb a tree. She retorted, I don't know who has been staring at my legs. Chapter 89. Planting Strawberries. After taking a few steps into the darkness that loomed before her like an abyss, she halted, hesitating to proceed further. At that moment, a familiar melody drifted from behind, its soft notes instantly comforting her fluttering heart. This was a spontaneous solution devised by Chen Yun, for Qing Ning was profoundly lacking in a sense of security, especially in such a place. Reaching this point had likely drained all her courage. At that moment, warmth enveloped her, making the darkness seem less daunting. Moments latte. As the sound of flowing water interrupted the song, the melody abruptly ceased. The girl froze, her face suddenly flushing crimson. She glared at the distant figure, feeling a murderous intent toward Chen Yun. Yet, there was no way for her to halt her advance. That perverted jerk. Qing Ning mentally cursed him with every disparaging term she could conceive. Fortunately, Chen Yun's voice rose again from afar. By now, his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing the water, his mind had momentarily faltered, instinctively wanting to listen more closely, only to realize the gravity of the situation too late. He was doomed, surely. Qing Ning would return, seeking vengeance. For a fleeting moment, Chen Yun even felt the urge to flee. As his voice trembled in song, Qing Ning finally stood. Chen Yun sensed a palpable aura of menace directed at him, just as he braced himself for the worst. The girl let out a soft cry and then collapsed to the ground. Qing Ning, what is wrong? Her sudden exclamation startled Chen Yun, dispelling much of his drunkenness. In this desolate expanse, an accident would spell trouble. When he reached her side, he found her clutching her leg in pain. A branch as thick as an arm lying beneath her. He could surmise what had transpired. Shoving a flashlight into her embrace without hesitation, he swept her into his arms. It took Qingning a moment to comprehend what was happening, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chen Yun hurried toward the roadside, while the girl, illuminated by the moonlight, caught sight of his grave expression, stirring anxiety within her. He seemed upset. Was it due to her reckless antics causing him trouble? Yet, she reasoned, it wasn't entirely her fault. Feeling somewhat wronged, Qingning pondered the situation, finding a clearing devoid of brush and trees. He gently laid her down and took the flashlight to examine her injuries. The sight of blood oozing from her knee and various scrapes surrounding it pierced Chen Yun's heart with anguish, rendering him nearly speechless. He inhaled deeply, delicately probing the area around her shin bone. Does this hurt? No, she replied. What about here? Qingning shook her head. After a thorough inspection, confirmed no bone damage. Chen Yun felt a bit relieved. Let us return and treat your wounds. All right, Qingning responded softly, attempting to rise. Stay still, he instructed. One hand under her legs and the other supporting her back, lifting her effortlessly. The girl quickly tightened her grip around his neck, and they resumed their previous position. Tilting her head slightly upward, she met his furrowed brow, inquiring softly, Are you angry? Chen Yun paused, looking down at the girl nestled in his arms. The moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her delicate features, her eyes brimming with concern. No, does your leg hurt terribly? His voice was slightly hoarse. Are you worried about me? Qingning tightened her embrace, their faces drawing nearer, her large eyes blinking innocently at him. The girl exuded a unique fragrance, combined with her puzzled expression, leaving Chen Yun momentarily entranced. He shook his head. Of course I'm worried. It's all my fault that you got hurt. You scared me. I thought you were upset. In an instant, Chen Yun felt the girl in his arms relax, her body growing softer. Reflecting on her childhood experiences, he understood her current sentiments. In the past, any injury would lead to reprimands from the Qing couple, as it was merely a source of trouble for them. With this realization, Chen Yun felt an even deeper pang of guilt. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking care of you. The girl shivered slightly, burying her face in his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, two deep dimples forming on her cheeks. She had never anticipated that Chen Yun would apologize for her injury, and a feeling she could not articulate began to spread within her, eventually enveloping her heart. Observing the silent girl, Chen Yun continued, Did you hurt anywhere else when you fell? And was it beautiful? Huh, what? He momentarily failed to grasp her words. I meant, was it lovely earlier? This time, he comprehended, and a sense of foreboding weighed heavily on him. He feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Qingning donned a mischievous smile. Oh, you don't understand? Then I suppose I'll just ask my sister when we return. She might find this matter quite intriguing. I was wrong. I apologize. It was all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Oh, so now you're willing to admit it? Qingning seethed. You lecherous scoundrel. It wasn't intentional. After all, curiosity is a natural human trait. Noticing his feigned innocence, the girl exploded. Chen Yun, you perverted fiend, I'll bite you. With that, she dug her teeth into his neck. A tingling sensation coursed through Chen Yun's body, nearly causing him to drop the girl. Qingning, let go. Are you a dog? The girl was determined not to squander such a prime opportunity for revenge. Feeling that one bite was insufficient, she released her grip, repositioned, and bit down again. Chen Yun genuinely began to panic. If Qingning exerted her strength, it would surely leave a mark. The real issue was that she was reluctant to bite down hard, and at this rate, his neck would be covered in hickeys. Upon returning, there would be no need for explanations. He might as well prepare a coffin. For Qing Shue could guess what had transpired simply by closing her eyes. Chapter 90. The food was no longer effective. A few minutes later, Chen Yun finally remembered that Qingning was still injured. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to return to the camper to address her wounds. Qingning, let us head back. We need to take care of your injury, all right? The girl remained silent, her hands clasped tightly over her chest, her head buried in her embrace. Resembling a frightened little squirrel, utterly pitiful, Chen Yun felt an even deeper sense of guilt. His recent actions were no different from those of a newborn. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the reality was undeniable, leaving no room for his justifications. His voice emerged hoarse and forlorn. I know that nothing I say now will change anything. It's all my fault. When we return, you can scold me however you wish. I will accept any outcome. The girl continued her silence. Chen Yun felt a pang of anxiety within, fully aware that Qingning's thoughts could sometimes be quite extreme. He feared that if his blunder led her to take any foolish actions, not only would it affect Qing Shue, but he too would be condemned to a life of regret, and their family would inevitably fall apart. The mere contemplation of such outcomes filled him with dread. Qingning, please don't act this way. I implore you to say something, he stammered, the words tumbling out in a disjointed rush. I swear from now on. Suddenly, a delicate hand covered his lips, and a soft voice whispered in his ear, "Don't make rash promises. Swearing brings no good." Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young girl could echo Qing Shui's sentiments, which only deepened his discomfort. The sisters were always considerate of him, while he felt utterly remorseful. "I'm sorry, King Ning. I truly am unworthy. If it pleases you, strike me a few times. It would ease my heart." At that moment, the blush on the girl's face began to fade slightly. She tilted her head to gaze at his guilty expression, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck once more, resting her head against his chest. She seemed somewhat uncomfortable, nuzzling against him gently before settling down in silence. "Chen Yun, my leg hurts. Let us head back," she murmured. He nodded softly, quickening his pace towards the caravan. Qing Ning found herself at a loss for emotions. By all accounts, Chen Yun's earlier actions should have crossed her boundaries, inciting anger and despair. Yet, she felt none of those emotions. All she desired was to hide in his embrace, remaining utterly still. Moreover, she couldn't entirely blame him, as she had been the one to speak first. If she hadn't bitten him, he wouldn't have reacted. Yes, that's it. He must not have done it on purpose. His guilty demeanor speaks volumes. If it were anyone else, she would have long sought revenge. But he was Chen Yun, not a stranger. A light pinch wouldn't matter. Everything would be fine. The girl was completely lost in her own musings. And had Chen Yun been privy to her thoughts, he would have been moved beyond measure. Spotting a distant glow, Qing Ning raised her head slightly. Why did he still appear so troubled? Was he still feeling guilty? This was unacceptable. He would surely lose sleep over it tonight. After a long, exhausting day, his body would not withstand it, and such distress would surely affect tomorrow's barbecue. Indeed, if the barbecue turned out poorly, it would be a grave loss. Summoning her courage, she posed a question. "Is it soft?" "Huh?" Chen Yun stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Looking down at the girl's hazy expression, his heart melted completely. How could he not understand Qing Ning's thoughts? This silly girl was still concerned about his feelings. He nodded in agreement, a grin spreading across his face. "Soft." To his surprise, Qing Ning didn't expect him to actually respond. She suppressed her embarrassment, adopting a playful expression as she murmured, "Is it more comfortable than my leg? Should we compare?" With that, she playfully waved one of her lovely legs in front of him. Chen Yun immediately surrendered, hastily averting his gaze forward. This girl might be unaware of her own charm. Had he not been accustomed to the ethereal beauty of Qing Shui, he might have already succumbed to her allure. "By the way, Qing Ning, have you ever tried grilled eggplant?" "Huh?" She paused, a bit perplexed. "I have. What about grilled green peppers?" Qing Ning looked even more confused. "Didn't we just have some today?" "Well, you definitely haven't tried this. First, chop up the green peppers, then encase them within the eggplant. Sprinkle various seasonings on top and grill it. Once cooked, the eggplant will absorb the unique aroma of the green peppers. The taste is simply unforgettable." Chen Yun spoke with a tantalizing allure, his face reflecting nostalgia. The girl's attention was instantly captured. Her eyes widened as she swallowed hard, looking up at him. "Is it really that delicious?" Chen Yun nodded emphatically. "Of course. How about I make it for you tomorrow?" "Really?" A smile blossomed on Qing Ning's face as she nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful. It sounds incredibly delicious." Chen Yun sighed in relief, grateful to have navigated through that conversation. He resolved to be more cautious with his words and actions in the future. It was far too perilous. Then, the girl poked his face, continuing to inquire. "So, with all this talking, where is it more comfortable to touch?" Clearly, Qing Ning had caught on to his playful banter and was relentless in her questioning. "Why aren't you speaking?" She teased. "Come on. It won't cost you anything to try." "Huh? Aren't you going to say anything? Should I bite you?" The girl's large eyes blinked innocently, yet mischievously as she fixed her gaze on him, pushing the boundaries of their playful exchange. At that moment, Chen Yun was in a cold sweat, resolutely avoiding her gaze, reciting a silent mantra in his mind, wishing fervently to return to Qing Shui's side. The little demon outside was simply too daunting. Perhaps he remained blissfully unaware that the 2 red marks on his neck were becoming increasingly visible. Chapter 91. There are quite a few mosquitoes here. Upon seeing her sister being carried back, Qing Shui gasped. "What happened?" "She tripped on the way back," Chen Yun replied, glancing at Chun Hanlin. "Brother, do you have a first aid kit?" "I do. I'll get it right away." Qing Shui examined her sister's leg injury and scolded. "I told you not to run around all day. Now look what happened." Concern etched on her face, she asked, "Does it hurt?" Qing Ning stuck out her tongue playfully. Looking adorable. "It doesn't hurt." After receiving the first aid kit, Chen Yun washed away the dirt surrounding the wound with clean water, then disinfected it with iodine. Once he finished, he stood up and reassured Qing Shui. "Don't worry. It's just a superficial injury. It won't leave a scar, and she should be bouncing back by tomorrow. Qing Shui took her hand, inspecting it thoroughly before finally feeling reassured. Then, she poked her forehead playfully, saying, I told you to stay close to your brother-in-law, but you never listen and run off. Qing Ning readily admitted her fault. I promise I won't run off again. I'll stay by my brother-in-law's side. Whatever I do, I'll make sure he keeps an eye on me. She turned to Chen Yun with a mischievous smile. Right, brother-in-law? Chen Yun could easily perceive the teasing undertone in her words and could only manage an awkward smile, too embarrassed to respond. Qing Shui observed the peculiar expressions shared between the two, sensing an underlying story that she was oblivious to. When she noticed the 2 red marks on Chen Yun's neck, she was momentarily stunned before a look of realization washed over her. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of Chen Hanlin. Late at night, the group lay in bed. Qing Shui nestled against Chen Yun, and in the dim light, her fingers grazed his neck. Honey, it seems there are many mosquitoes here. Have you been bitten? Huh? Yes, I might have been bitten earlier, he replied with an awkward laugh. As he spoke, Qing Shui leaned entirely on him, gazing into his eyes with a smile. Chen Yun immediately turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, his face betraying his unease. Are the mosquitoes particularly well endowed and strikingly beautiful? Chen Yun felt a chill run down his spine, glancing toward the door, regretting having borrowed the caravan from the old man. For privacy, the old man had divided the sleeping quarters into several small rooms, but now it felt like a courtroom for Chen Yun. Wife, what are you talking about? I don't understand, he stammered, his speech faltering. Qing Shui sat up, reaching out to grab him, a cold smile playing on her lips. Oh, you don't understand? Let me see if you truly don't comprehend. In the stillness of the night, Qing Shui found herself languidly nestled in Chen Yun's embrace. She was enveloped in a dreamy haze, softly murmuring as if in a trance. That girl Qing Ning finds it exceedingly difficult to trust others. Yet once she has set her sights on someone, her conviction remains unwavering. The words that followed became barely audible, her breathing gradually evening out. Bathed in the faint glow of moonlight, Chen Yun caressed her stunningly beautiful visage, pondering the fortune he had to earn the heartfelt devotion of both sisters. Although they were not bound by blood, the image of the girl's enchanting smile resurfaced in his mind, stirring an imperceptible pang of bittersweet longing at the thought of her eventual marriage. No, he chided himself, he must not dwell on such thoughts. It was sinful. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Yet, thoughts are peculiar. Once a seed of such contemplation is sown, it takes root within the heart, nourished by time until it burgeons into a towering tree. For the next 2 days, they lived in unparalleled comfort. By day, Chen Yun accompanied the elder gentleman on fishing excursions. Though his skills were lacking, he provided ample emotional support. Notably, it seemed Qing Shui had imparted something to the girl. For whenever the two were alone, Qing Ning would gaze at him unabashedly, her eyes brimming with a fierce intensity that left Chen Yun flustered, prompting him to flee, only to be met with her melodious laughter trailing behind. On a Sunday afternoon, they packed their belongings, casting a lingering glance at the distant scenery before embarking on their journey home. Chen Yun resumed driving, with Qing Ning taking her place in the passenger seat. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be studying? He asked, eyeing her warily. Focus on driving. I'm tired and need a rest for a while, she replied nonchalantly. And your sister? She's asleep, exhausted from the day, while Uncle tidies up the fishing gear. Chen Yun discerned an underlying implication in her words and quickly fixed his gaze ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Noticing his reticence, the girl revealed her small canines with a playful smirk. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? From now on, you should keep at least one eye open while you sleep, or else. Her playful demeanor made Chen Yun acutely aware of his precarious situation. Chen Yun, you're doomed. There's no escaping my grasp in this lifetime, she declared, her small hand forming a fist in the air. Chapter 92. You wouldn't want my sister to find out, would you? Upon returning home and carrying their belongings upstairs, Chen Yun collapsed onto the sofa. I'm utterly exhausted. What do you plan to do next? Noticing Qing Ning seated beside him, he straightened his posture, casting a guilty glance towards Qing Shui. Oh dear brother-in-law, you look worn out. I thought I'd offer you a shoulder massage. What are you afraid of? Her fair fingers lightly settled on his shoulder. No, that's unnecessary, he stammered, hastily rising. Qing Shui, undeterred by his discomfort, fanned the flames. Qing Ning, don't let your brother-in-law get away. Help him unwind. Understood. I promise to fulfill my mission, the girl chimed, her laughter echoing as she watched her sister's retreating figure. Turning to Chen Yun, she urged, lie down. Qing Ning, what would you like to eat? I can go by right now, he offered, revealing his ace. She pondered briefly and shook her head. You rest for a moment. We'll go together later. Observing Chen Yun's indifference, Qingning placed her hands on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor. Hurry and lie down. What a misfortune. Here I am, a grown man, utterly at the mercy of an 18-year-old girl. Is there any justice in the world? Chen Yun lamented, his face etched with worry as he lay on the sofa. The girl muttered, "TSK, you reap what you sow." Qing Shue observed the two from a distance, rolling her eyes at Chen Yun's gloomy expression, clearly unappreciative of the attention from such a stunning beauty. With a light-hearted tune, she seemed to be in high spirits. Chen Yun's tense body gradually relaxed as he closed his eyes, enjoying her gentle ministrations on his head. To his surprise, her technique was rather adept, alleviating the fatigue of the past few days. Just as he began to drift into slumber, his ear was pinched sharply. "Hey, you can't fall asleep. You promised we would go shopping later," she admonished. "I know," he murmured, slightly raising his head, only to catch sight of her graceful figure, stirring ripples of emotion within him. Goodness, this girl seems to be getting even more alluring. Despite her slender frame, weighing around 50 kilograms, she appeared to have developed in all the right places. Surely, this was the physique that dieters envied. Half an hour later, Qingning, massaging her sore wrists, finally released him. Chen Yun changed into comfortable athletic wear and greeted Qing Shue before heading downstairs with her. Before they reached the elevator, the girl began her playful teasing. "Where are you taking me now? Don't worry, I won't resist." With that, she seized his hand. 3 black lines appeared on Chen Yun's forehead, and not wanting to offend her, he replied softly, "To the supermarket, where we can pick up some groceries." They soon encountered a neighbor downstairs, prompting Chen Yun to greet them warmly. Qingning immediately withdrew her smile, releasing his hand and transforming into an aloof young lady. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have forgotten her demeanor. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not let grievances linger. "Oh, Qingning, what was that about not resisting? How could I forget? Weren't you going to bite me? Come on, I won't dodge this time." Qingning, on the bustling street. Chen Yun whispered amusingly in her ear, laughter dancing in his tone. Qingning clenched her hands, her delicate face maintaining a frosty expression, though internally she was seething with indignation, plotting her revenge for when they returned home. Clearly, Chen Yun anticipated the repercussions, for upon arriving home with their groceries, he called out, "Wife, I'm going to take a shower," and promptly locked himself in the bedroom. The girl stood outside the door, fuming with rage. Qing Shue, noticing her adorable demeanor, pulled her into an embrace, gently asking, "What's wrong? Did he bully you again?" Qingning shook her head. "Not at all. Didn't I tell you about your brother-in-law?" As their voices lowered to conspiratorial whispers, Qing Shue's tone softened. Moments later, Qingning's cheeks flushed crimson, and she called out to her sister, her earlier anger dissipating. Time flew by, and after a light autumn rain, the weather began to cool. People on the streets donned hoodies, while some elderly residents dusted off their long stored-down jackets. Chen Yun surveyed the newly renovated company with satisfaction, pleased that it exceeded his expectations. Today marked the day of interviews for applicants, and he and Qing Shue arrived early. Seated in the office, Chen Yun slumped in his chair, casting wistful glances at the adjoining room. He had hoped to share an office with Qing Shue, but she had declined, citing that her presence would hinder his productivity and complicate work-related matters. After finishing his tasks, Chen Yun, feeling rather lackluster, took out his phone and initiated a video call. Gazing at Qing Shue on the screen, he lamented, "Wife, does this count as a long-distance relationship?" "Indeed," she replied. Qing Shue's smile was radiant. Yet she yearned for Chen Yun's presence even more, though she restrained the impulse to rush over. Chen Yun could not help but sigh. Long-distance relationships are truly arduous. At that moment, the alarm clock on the table emitted a series of beeping sounds. Chen Yun's expression brightened instantly as he rose, exclaiming, "My dear, it's time for lunch. I'm coming to find you." He then dashed toward the adjacent office with great fervor.